Metaphysical, me. Dragon Court Prince. The Born Emperor. Synopsis: the Great Wasteland World, where 10,000 races are in existence and great emperors are honored. However, 10,000 years ago, the first strongest member of the divine race, the Overlord God King, wanted to be taller than the heavens and fight against the heavenly Tao. Thus, the heavenly Tao collapsed and the divine king fell. From then on, it was difficult to find the way to the emperor, and it was difficult to ascend to the emperor's throne. For 10,000 years, no new emperor has been born in the Great Wasteland, and there are few great emperors left in the world. One day, an imperial son was born to the transcendent power of the human race. The Great Han Dragon Court. The sky shows a vision. Carrying the supreme emperor Vane. Building the supreme Tao body. Born to be an emperor. Chapter 1: Born to be an emperor. The Great Desolate World. The Human Realm. The Sacred Realm. The Great Han Dragon Court. The Imperial Palace. Inside the harem, many young and beautiful palace maids were busy, each with a hasty look on their faces. Outside the imperial palace, countless civil and military ministers sat on their knees on the red carpet, not daring to utter a single breath. Today was the day the empress went into labor. Yet 10 hours had already passed and there was still no news coming from the imperial palace. This made the ministers look worried. If anything happens to the empress and the little highness in her womb, His Majesty will definitely be furious. As the Lord of the Dragon Court of the Great Han Dynasty, Emperor Han was one of the only remaining great emperors in the Great Desolate World. He was the last person to ascend to the imperial throne before the collapse of the heavenly Tao, and the first great emperor of the Great Han Dragon Court. With a magnificent style, he was the one who led the Great Han Dragon Court to its peak era. Whether it was in the Dragon Court or in the Great Wilderness, he possessed supreme status. When a great emperor is angry, blood stains the river and mountains for billions of miles. In the middle of the harem, a graceful and elegant beautiful woman with a pale face was lying on a soft couch moaning in pain, her body radiating radiant golden light. The maids serving around her were all in a hurry to shed tears. It's been 10 hours. Why hasn't the little highness come out yet? Suddenly, a shocking thunder streaked across the sky, and then the lightning spread out like fireworks, spreading to this side of the dome of the sky in the blink of an eye. Endless heavenly might poured down, and countless living beings trembled. Inside the imperial palace, a lofty figure wearing a 9-dragon imperial robe sat on top of a dragon chair. His body was shrouded in purple and gold light, making it impossible to see his face. Emperor Han raised his head, and the eyes shrouded under the purple and gold awnings were surprisingly golden-colored divine pupils. He gazed away. The dense lightning in the sky steeply lit up as the noble golden divine aura erupted. At this moment, night is like day, accompanied by a loud sound. The sky shattered in sections, and countless pillars of thunder struck the earth from the sky, like a heavenly disaster. The imperial palace lit up with an eye-catching light, and a superb formation rose up to defend against the heavenly punishment. Suddenly, a loud and clear baby cry came out of the harem. That voice was extremely penetrating and seemed to be able to travel to the 4 seas and 81 states of the Dragon Court of the Great Han. He seemed to be announcing that the youngest prince of the Great Han Dragon Court had been born. The civil and military officials kneeling on the ground outside the imperial palace showed surprise and congratulated in unison. Congratulations to your majesty on the joyous acquisition of a royal son. Long live your majesty. Harem. It's born, it's born. The empress has finally given birth. It's a little prince. An attendant beside Empress Yuan Yanhua cried out in joy. In the next moment, a lofty figure whose entire body was shrouded in purple and gold haze appeared in the harem. See your majesty. Countless maids kneeled down to pay their respects. Emperor Han looked at the baby boy lying beside the Empress. I saw that the baby boy was naked and his eyes were tightly closed. Golden light radiated from the crystalline body. Suddenly the baby boy's body surface had 99 or 81 brilliant golden divine veins appearing, emitting a mysterious, ancient, majestic, and unfathomable aura. This. Emperor Han's eyes showed his astonishment, and his pair of golden pupils stared at the brilliant golden divine vein, actually feeling a slight sting in his eyes. Anon. Roar. Nico. Woo. For deafening roars came steeply from the sky. The civil and military officials outside the imperial palace looked over. Their faces filled with horror. Exclaimed out in shock. The four holy beasts. Above the crumbling dome of the sky, the green dragon coiled. The white tiger roared. The vermilion bird spread its wings. And the Xuanwu stepped into the air. The heavenly manifestation of a vision. The four elephants appeared and the emperor's vein descended. The little prince was born with an emperor vein. A born emperor? A Jedi martial general roared with a reddened face. Emperor vein, ah? That is a supreme bloodline inherited from the ancient times. There's a rumor that the four elephants are revealed. And the emperor's vein is born. Those who possess the emperor's vein will become great emperors in the future if they don't die young. The emperor vein hadn't appeared for hundreds of millions of years. And over time, the world had only considered it to be a mere legend. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The civil and military officials' faces were excited as they shouted in unison. Inside the imperial palace, countless royal clan elders, kneeling on the ground, looked pious. Heaven blesses my Great Han Dragon Court. Deep within the imperial palace, there were many old antiquities who were awakened by the visions, all of whom had originally lived for countless years with unfathomable strength, and had closed their death throes due to the relentlessness of the years and the depletion of their blood chi. Unless the Dragon Court faced a disaster of destruction, they would never leave the gate. However, at this moment, the supreme and ancient aura of the Emperor vein awakened them. An old antique with a superb martial arts Tao murmured. In time, when the dual emperors reign over the world, who can stop them in the vastness of the great wilderness? Moonlight divine race, your disaster is coming. That old antique slowly closed his eyes. He, looking forward to that day. Divine realm. Shanqing domain. In the middle of an extremely powerful and ancient divine race, 7 old men with eyebrows and hair as white as snow sat in silence on top of a lotus platform as bright as jade. They were the 7 ruling elders of the Moonlight Glow race, the first divine race of the great desolate world. Under the God King, an invincible existence. Suddenly they opened their eyes at the same time as if they had a sense. And in an instant, the space around them actually began to fluctuate erratically. They cast their gazes in the direction of the Great Han Dragon Court, silently feeling something. And then their gazes were horrified. Is that the aura of an emperor vein? The 6th elder uttered in shock. That's right. The 7th elder echoed. The Great Han Dragon Court is truly blessed with great fortune. The 4th elder exclaimed. That's an emperor vein. How long has it been since a supreme bloodline has appeared? Being born with an emperor vein? A born emperor will become a great emperor in the future. In today's era, if we allow someone with an emperor vein from the Great Han Dragon Court to achieve empire, that would be an unrivaled existence amongst the great emperors, and would also be a disaster for our clan. The 2nd elder said with a grave expression on his face. Upon hearing this, the faces of the elders also gradually became grave. The Moonlight Divine Race and the Great Han Dragon Court are deadly enemies. At this time, the Grand Elder, who had not spoken, slowly said, The 2 God King Lords are in seclusion to conceive the Divine Maiden. and have already made a breakthrough. When my clan's goddess comes out, it may not be impossible to fight that Emperor Vane. So don't be impatient. Within the 7 elders, the Grand Elder clearly had a high level of authority. Upon hearing this, the other 6 elders' faces gradually eased, and their faces regained their composure at the mention of the goddess. Yes, the goddess of my clan is not even remotely inferior to that Emperor Vane possessor. Even if he possessed an imperial Vane. Human realm. Sacred realm. Great Han Dragon Court. In the sky above the imperial palace, the 4 holy beasts. The green dragon. The white tiger. The Xuanwu. And the vermilion bird were coiled and hissed. And suddenly the 4 holy beasts transformed into 4 streams of light and swooped down. And at the same time, there was also a shocking thunderbolt that struck down. There also seemed to be a life with a petite size and a terrifying aura wrapped up in that thunder. Inside the harem, the 4 streams of light transformed by the 4 holy beasts were like 4 colored haze that had disappeared into the splendid gold Emperor Vane inside the baby boy's body. With the integration of the 4 holy beasts, the eye-catching imperial Vane slowly disappeared and returned to calmness, finally forming a tiny and exquisite 4-elephant lotus imprint in the center of the baby boy's forehead. That one thunderbolt also came crashing down, and actually pierced through the palace protector formation and landed in the harem. The Han Emperor reached out and swung his hand, catching the thunder in his hand. The lightning dispersed, and a palm-sized life form appeared in Emperor Han's hands. Its eyes closed tightly and its breath long. Just see the life form. Dragon head. Antlers. Lion eyes. Tiger back. Snake scales. Horse hooves. Cow tail. The Han Emperor's face was astonished. The little being in this palm was clearly a little Qilin. Moreover, looking at those blue-purple scales, this was still a Thunder Qilin, the strongest clan of battle power among Qilin. The Kirin had extinguished its species during the ancient era, and like the Supreme Emperor Vane, it hadn't reappeared for countless years. Emperor Han looked at the distant crumbling dome of the sky gradually healing and muttered. The 4 elephants are revealed. The unicorn is born. The Emperor's Vane is descending into the world. And the Emperor's path has been opened. My Great Han Dragon Court will prosper for all eternity. Empress Yuan Yanhua leaned back on the soft couch as she looked dotingly at her child and said to Emperor Han again, Your Majesty, give our child a name. The Han Emperor nodded slightly, thinking slightly. After a long time, a voice filled with supreme majesty emanated from the imperial palace, resounding through the 4 seas and 81 states of the Great Han. Effective immediately. Lu Huai, the 7th prince born to the Empress, is the crown prince of the Great Han Dragon Court. 1 for all. 10,000 for all. Outside the imperial palace, the ministers bowed. My emperor is holy. Dragon Court forever. Chapter 2, 3 days after birth. The divine pupil opens. 3 days later. Fancy palace. Manhwa Palace was Empress Yuan Yanhua's bedchamber. The little prince was lying in his cradle bed sleeping soundly, with a small blue and purple beast lying quietly at his side. Empress Yuan gently shook the cradle. Her beautiful face was filled with tenderness and pampering. Your Majesty, you said it's been 3 days. Why hasn't Xiao Huai opened his eyes? Empress Yuan softly said. The Han Emperor, dressed in his 9-dragon imperial robes, sat on his phoenix seat and was browsing through a volume of ancient books. At this moment, he dispersed the purple and gold aura around him, revealing a handsome and dashing face. It was just that those golden divine pupils still looked eye-catching and compelling. It's only been 3 days. Let's watch it for 2 more days and see. Emperor Han casually flipped through the ancient books, appearing not to care too much. Gee, come and take a look. How can you be a father? How can you not be interested in your son at all? Empress Yuan's tone carried strong dissatisfaction. And in the entire dragon court of the Great Han Dynasty, I'm afraid Empress Yuan was the only one who dared to talk to the Han Emperor with such an attitude and tone. The Han Emperor had no choice but to put down the ancient book and came to Empress Yuan's side, a pair of golden pupils looking over. At this time, Lu Huai was sleeping peacefully in the blanket wrap, breathing long and deep. Isn't it fine? Empress Yuan frowned slightly and said softly. But back then, Rueyer's eyes were open just a little while after she was born? Why is Wyatt so slow? It's been 3 days. Lu Ruey was born from the first child of Emperor Han and Empress Yuan, and was honored as the Grand Prince of the Dragon Court. Since he was a child, he has been gifted and awakened the body of the Xinjiang hegemony. And there are few rivals in his generation. And now he is still practicing in the army. Upon hearing this, Emperor Han gazed slightly and probed his right hand, wanting to probe. After all, he didn't want even the slightest accident to happen to this precious son of his who was born with an emperor vein. At that moment, the little prince's long eyelashes suddenly moved. The Han Emperor closed his hand and stood, his eyes burning into his youngest son. He suddenly felt an extremely familiar fluctuation. The little prince's eyelids kept struggling. Empress Yuan seemed to have realized something as well, and looked vaguely expectant. In the next moment, the little prince suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, brilliant golden light bloomed, filling the entire Fanghua Palace. Your Majesty! It's the golden pupil. Empress Yuan covered her red lips with a look of surprise. The moment the little prince opened a pair of golden pupils, like 2 rounds of burning red gold sun, flowing flaming hot light, noble and majestic. Golden pupil is a unique feature of the people of the Lu's royal family in the Dragon Court of the Great Han Dynasty. The Han Emperor and the little prince, a small pair of golden pupils, stared at each other. Dense golden light rushed through the Fanghua Palace. After a long time, Emperor Han laughed. Ha 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 ha. Worthy of being my son. Worthy of being born with an imperial vein. Your Majesty! Didn't you say that people of the imperial family of the Great Han can only awaken the golden pupil, which symbolizes the royal lineage, when they are normally weak? Empress Yuan asked knowingly. The Han Emperor nodded and returned. As you said. That's as far as normal goes. For people of the imperial clan, the higher the talent, the earlier the pupil is opened. Have you forgotten that Rueyer opened her pupils when she was 9? After hearing the Han Emperor's explanation, Empress Yuan was even more joyful, her eyebrows proud. My son is such a big genius. Emperor Han was all smiles. Opening the golden pupil for 3 days is indeed unprecedented in my Great Han Dragon Court. Worthy of being my son. Follow me. Ha 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 ha. Emperor Han's handsome face was equally filled with pride and triumph. Then, Your Majesty, when did you open your golden pupils? Empress Yuan asked with particular curiosity. The smile on Emperor Han's face suddenly stalled. Empress Yuan's beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. In her heart, she thought that His Majesty was at the realm of a great emperor. So I'm afraid it only took a few days. I don't know if any of my own sons opened their pupils early. Someone who can ascend to the imperial throne can't be poorly endowed. Right? The Han Emperor coughed a few times, his eyes a bit averted. That I am of the late bloomer type. That I was 5 years old when I opened. Toward the end of his speech, Emperor Han's tone grew weaker and weaker. He looked quietly at Empress Yuan. Empress Yuan also froze for a moment. Then the anticipation in her beautiful eyes swept away. What? 5 years old? Empress Yuan looked at Emperor Han as if she was looking at a retard. Full of dislike. It took my son 3 days. And it took you 5 years? You bought this empire? Didn't you? Upon hearing this, Emperor Han was not pleased. What do you mean you bought it? I'm strong too. Okay. In history, apart from Wyatt, it was I who opened the earliest. Heir is only 9 years old to open the pupil. Okay. You're so old and still have the nerve to compare yourself to heir? Are you ashamed? Empress Yuan's tone was filled with contempt. Just as the two of them were bickering with each other, Lu Huai, who was lying in the cradle, suddenly burst into tears. Wah! Wah! Empress Yuan rushed forward and took the little prince in her arms. Turning to the Han Emperor, he didn't have the good sense to say, "Look at this. It's all your fault. Talking so loud. It's making Wyvern cry. Hurry up and get out. I'm going to breastfeed Wyatt. Just feed it straight away. What's there to hide? What haven't I seen before? Hurry up." Empress Yuan's face blushed with shame as she picked up the pillow on the soft couch and smashed it. Seeing this, the Han Emperor's figure moved and disappeared into the Manhwa palace, the pillow smashing into the empty space. Really? Still so thick-skinned after all these years? Empress Yuan said to herself. She then lifted up her long skirt, removed her belly band, and hugged the little prince to her chest. Come on. Good son. Eat quickly. And help mother to beat up your father when you grow up in the future. In the sky above the imperial palace, a lofty figure stood at the top of the palace, surrounded by a purple gold divine aura, like a deity overlooking all living beings from above. Suddenly, the void in front of him shook, and a war general clad in blazing red armor appeared, kneeling in the air. Your Majesty. He is the chief of the Dragon Court's Grand Interior, one of the Han Emperor's most trusted men. Blazing Emperor Zhao Yi. Under the Great Emperor, there were few existences that could rival him. What is it? Golden light flowed within his golden pupils as Emperor Han looked at him calmly. Your Majesty. After the news of the Crown Prince's birth and his natural imperial vein was spread, human powerhouses from all the forces of the great wilderness came to Luodu, each with their own thoughts. Under the gaze of those majestic to the extreme golden pupils, Zhao Yi's head lowered even deeper. Keep an eye on them. And if there is any movement, kill them directly without reporting. Nah. Zhao Yi led the order and then quietly retreated. The 9 Dragon Emperor's robe on the Han Emperor moved with the wind, and his stature was magnificent. He stood at the top of the imperial palace, his golden pupils burning with divine amazement overlooking the entire Luo capital. He would like to see how much the various forces could stir up when he was around. He is the Great Emperor, in charge of everything in the world. Chapter 3: The 3-year-old King and Marquis. 7 days later, Luodu was still calm. The Great Han Dragon Court was a transcendent power in the Holy Domain, or even the entire Great Desolate World, and it was even guarded by a Great Emperor. After all, no one dares to make trouble here. They came to Luodu, and I'm afraid that they only wanted to see with their own eyes what kind of existence the godless vein of the ancient era was. Though, didn't see anything either. In this way, Crown Prince Lu Huai thrived peacefully in the imperial palace. Leaves withered and snow fell, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Imperial Palace. Pill Garden. A small, thin, clear-eyed 3-year-old boy dressed in a noble green dragon robe tiptoed across the fertile spirit soil of the imperial medicinal garden. The boy also had a divinely handsome blue and purple beast lying on his head. The imperial palace's imperial pill garden covered a vast area. And it was planted with flourishing and lush spirit medicines and sacred medicines. And there were even divine medicines in existence. The rich medicinal scent that filled the air made people feel refreshed when they inhaled it. And the spiritual energy in their bodies stirred. Hey! Don't move! If Grandpa Pill finds out that we've come to steal his elixir again, we'll be finished. Lu Huai's small figure hid under the tall elixir and whispered. Woohoo! Whoa! The beast overhead looked hard in one direction and made a low sound in its throat. Lu Huai also looked in that direction. His childish, ethereal voice then rang out. You are still not human. That thunder jade spirit fruit. We all ate it clean last time. People are only growing small fruits now. Not even ripe. You want a scourge? Oh. Being scolded by the boss. The little beast barked twice in aggravation. Then he looked in another direction. Apparently there was also an elixir there that was deeply liked by the little beast. That one has been eaten too. Last time you gnawed all over that medicinal root. Grandpa Medicine almost didn't kill you. That one's been eaten too. Oops. That one only finished eating the day before yesterday. Lu Huai covered his little face that was still a bit baby fat and was filled with helplessness. One man and one beast discussed and didn't decide what to eat. It turned out that the two of them had already eaten all the elixirs in this garden full of them. Whoa! The little beast looked at Lu Huai with a face full of disheveledness. And the meaning in the budding beast pupils was obvious. You say? What are we going to eat? We can't come for nothing. Lu Huai pondered slightly. Then his small face lifted lightly and a pair of radiant golden pupils looked in a certain direction. The little beast looked in that direction as well. There! A bright purple plant that was much taller than Lu Huai swayed continuously. There were also two purple fruits the size of an adult's fist hanging from the bright purple plant. The beast snapped up two large eyes. That's the holy pill? Under the Leitong's sacred plant. Lu Huai tilted his head and licked his lips as he looked at the crystal purple fruit that came to life in the sunlight. The little beast on top of his head was even full of salivation and his heart was filled with admiration. Sure enough. The boss is the boss. How dare you? How dare you eat the holy medicine? Lu Huai reached out and grabbed the two Leitong fruits. However, the holy pill had a spirit. Would it not be so easily obtained? The Leitong sacred plant swayed crazily as monstrous thunder surged and came at Lu Huai. However, the little beast above his head sucked in all of the surging thunder into its mouth with a single suck of its open mouth. Lu Huai grunted lightly. A little angry. He's the crown prince of the Great Han Dragon Court. No one has ever dared to electrocute him in his entire life. The four-elephant lotus seal at his forehead steeply lit up. And in an instant, a noble, vast imperial breath swept out. The emperor's breath filled with supreme majesty spread to the entire imperial medicine garden in the blink of an eye. Countless medicinal plants lowered themselves to the ground, as if paying homage to the emperor. That Thundertongue sacred plant also lowered its body. And the thunder around it converged as much as it could. Lu Huai smiled smugly. He reached out and picked two Leitong fruits. His heart was happy. Crown Prince! You're picking the old slave's elixir again. At that moment, an exasperated voice came from far away. Lu Huai's face changed. Crap! It's been discovered. Run! 3-year-old Lu Huai was like an agile cheetah running and leaping through the spirit field. His movements were agile and didn't damage a single blade of grass or tree in the herb garden. Soon, Lu Huai escaped the imperial pill garden and came to an open space outside. He looked back. And not surprisingly, he couldn't outrun Grandpa Medicine. He took a bite of the Leitong fruit in his hand, chewing hard and bracing his cheeks. Afterwards, another Leitong fruit was thrown upwards. And the little beast on top of his head was full of excitement, swallowing it with a big mouth. Wen Pilyong, who was flying in the distance, saw this scene, he couldn't help but change his face with a look of horror. That's a lei-tung fruit. A holy fruit belonging to the holy second class. Although it was only a saint's second grade, it was not something a 3-year-old child could withstand. I'm afraid that even a Ho realm powerhouse would explode and die if they ate it. His Highness the Crown Prince had been stealing his elixir since he was 3 months old though. But that's just elixir. This time it's a holy pill to take. Is the holy pill something that a 3-year-old child can just eat? He landed on the ground and was just about to cast a hand to rescue him when a terrifying aura rose up to the sky. Medicine Yang's eyes widened as he stopped moving. Only the aura of the young Prince Lu Huai's body was seen climbing up. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the Marquis realm, and then continued to rise, finally stopping at the 9th grade Marquis realm. The whole realm was divided into 9 classes, with the 9th class being the pinnacle. Medicine Yang froze in place for a long time. A 3-year-old king? The world's martial arts paths, from low to high, are Ho Tian realm, innate realm, Tong Tian realm, Zong realm, Ho realm, Zun realm, Emperor realm, and the realm of the Great Emperor. The little prince was born with an imperial vein and was born at the Tong Tian realm. In the past 3 years, the young prince had never seriously practiced, but his cultivation had been refining all the time. You can even advance by drinking from a spiritual spring. At 1.5 years old, he's a martial artist. This was simply all going to infuriate the older generation of powerhouses in the imperial palace. And they all felt that they were afraid that they had lived to a dog's death in the past. Pilyong stood in place, surprise and bitterness filling his aged features. A 3-year-old prince. This kind of cultivation is able to be conferred the title of Marquis in the Great Han. Lu Huai burped and touched himself. It was a little hard to believe myself. Is this the Ho realm that mother always says is hard for others to break through? It doesn't seem to be that difficult. Eating a fruit will solve the problem. Your Highness the Crown Prince. You've scared the old slave to death. Pilyong stepped forward and saluted, his face full of afterthought. Lu Huai scratched his head in embarrassment. I say, Crown Prince, if anything happens to you, how is the old slave going to live? Hearing that Grandpa Pill was about to continue speaking, Lu Huai had a look of shock on his face. Grandpa Pill, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I'll play with you some other time. Then it was gone in a puff of smoke. Hey! Your Royal Highness. The old slave hasn't finished yet. That brat. He never lets anyone finish his sentence every time. Pilyong said helplessly. But an undisguised favor hung on his pale face. When the prince is here, the Han Dynasty will rise. Lu Huai returned to the courtyard of Fanghua Palace and breathed a sigh of relief. Over the past 3 years, he and the little beast had stolen Grandpa Pill's elixir countless times. Every time he gets caught, Grandpa Medicine doesn't blame him, but will educate him in a serious manner. That talk can be a minimum of 2 hours. Facing the talkative Grandpa Pill, he was really scared. The young prince patted the dust on his green dragon robe, suddenly exclaimed, Mother! I'm hungry. Fanghua Palace. In front of the mahogany table, 3-year-old Lu Huai stood on the stool. He yelled with some impatience. Oops. Mother, hurry up and hurry up. I'm starving. You? Why are you always in such a hurry? A gentle voice came. Afterwards, a beautiful woman in a long and gorgeous dress walked in a graceful manner carrying a treasure box. The little prince quickly took the treasure box and opened it. And a rich milky scent immediately came out. The treasure box contained a milky white liquid that shimmered with a 7-colored halo. This is the little prince's lunch. The breast milk of the 7-colored spirit deer. That's right. Lu Huai, who is 3 years old, Has not been weaned yet. This matter was a headache for Emperor Han and Empress Yuan. The young prince born with an imperial vein became a martial sect at the age of 1.5. It is now 3 years old and I am surprised it has not been weaned yet. It would be a real joke if this were to come out. But the Han Emperor and Empress Yuan could do nothing about it. Lu Huai was forcibly weaned when he was 2 years old. As a result, he went on a hunger strike and did not eat a drop of rice for 7 days. And his whole body was sickly, which scared the Han Emperor and Empress Yuan. After giving Lu Huai the milk, he regained his vigor. Since then, no one has dared to wean Lu Huai, but will control the amount of milk he drinks. Inside the Manhwa palace, Lu Huai picked up the treasure box and gulped down the deer milk, making humming noises that emphasized his pleasant mood. Soon, the carton of deer milk let him drink it all. And then he turned his gaze to Empress Yuan. The meaning in the golden pupil was obvious. Mother, I want more. Empress Yuan's jade face slammed. No more. Oh. The young prince responded with a somewhat bereft voice. Then he seemed to remember something and jumped off the stool, pulling Empress Yuan's hand to the courtyard. Under Empress Yuan's puzzled gaze, Lu Huai bellowed. In an instant, the aura of a whole realm powerhouse rose to the sky. Empress Yuan's beautiful eyes were shocked. The 9th Marquis? Huaier, you made another breakthrough? She asked in surprise. Are you happy? Mother, do you want to give me some reward? The Empress smiled with her eyebrows and said happily. My son is truly a genius. Say, what reward do you want? Mother shall answer you all. I'd like another carton of deer milk. The little prince shouted with force, his clear and childish voice resounding throughout the entire Manhwa palace. Empress Yuan instantly froze. No. I don't. Chapter 4, Drinking Deer's Milk in the Palace at the age of 7. Time passes. Another 4 years. Today the young prince is 7 years old. One day, Lu Huaiping was lying on a piece of soft grass in the imperial garden, with a palm-sized beast lying beside him. He crossed his arms behind his head, his baby-faced face welcoming the warm daylight. Suddenly, the little prince opened his eyes, revealing gold-like pupils. And that brilliant golden luster was even more piercing than the sunlight. He stretched and rubbed his somewhat parched belly. Hungry. Time to eat. He stood up into the bright sunlight. 4 years had passed, and he had grown quite a bit taller again, his little face white and chubby with the standard baby fat. Come on, 7. Let's eat. Shao Qi was the name Lu Huai gave to Lei Qilin, because he was the 7th prince of the dragon court. He named the little beast Little 7. Nice and simple. The little beast answered, and its body gently leapt, landing firmly on top of Lu Huai's head. Lu Huai straightened his slightly wrinkled green dragon robe, carried his hands behind his back, and strutted in the direction of Manhwa Palace. On the way, some palace maidens bowed and saluted when they saw him. Your Highness. Xiao Lu Huai also has no frame, and his small mouth is very sweet. Oops. Hello? Sister Hong. Hello? Sister Violet. Sister Linger, you're beautiful again. He responded to each one, a harmless smile on his little face. Lu Huai was extremely well liked in the imperial palace since he was a child. That adorable baby fat and honey-smeared mouth is a hit with both men and women. The people within the imperial palace loved him from the bottom of their hearts. But he is not a peaceful nature, causing trouble every day, making the people in the imperial palace love and angry. Soon, he arrived outside the courtyard of Manhwa Palace. I was about to yell, but I was stunned for a split second. He suddenly remembered something important to him. It's June 16th. Mother won't let him drink deer milk. Yes. Lu Huai, who is 7 years old, still hasn't been weaned successfully. But Empress Yuan had tightly controlled the number of times and the amount of milk he drank. Drink only 3 days a week and space them out so that you can't drink more than 1 carton of deer milk a day. Apparently, the little prince realized that today was not a day for milk. Lu Huai wrinkled her cute little nose in some distress. He licked his lips, as if recalling the flavor of deer milk. He was really craving it. Xiao Lu Huai sat on the green stone outside the courtyard, his hands resting on his rounded chin, stifling his thoughts. How can I get milk? Steal some from the royal kitchen? No. The last time he was caught stealing, Mother almost broke his ass with a wooden plank. That really hurt. No way, no way. Why don't we go beg the Queen Mother and put on another bitter show? It doesn't work either. It worked last time. It's definitely not a good idea to use it all the time. What to do then? Xiao Lu Huai rubbed his baby fat face in distress. Suddenly, he snapped his head up, his golden pupils a few shades brighter. He jumped off the boulder and disappeared in a flash. The gate of the imperial palace. It was a scalding golden gate that was 100 feet tall and majestic. At the top of the gate is a huge golden dragon head, which makes a long chanting gesture to the sky. Majestic and majestic. That's why this place is also known as Dragon Gate. Below the Dragon Gate, there were 2 divine generals wrapped in black and gold armor, revealing only 2 pairs of cold eyes to guard the area. Those 2 divine generals stood like 2 stone statues on both sides of the Dragon Gate, not moving at all, vaguely emitting an oppressive and terrifying aura. The little prince with a small beast lying on his head approached the golden Dragon Gate in a sneaky manner. Through this gate, he went to the outside world. Yes. That's what the little prince came up with for milk. In the imperial palace, his mother controlled him from drinking. When you are out there, you can drink as much as you want. As for how to get out, he'd figured that out when he arrived. He ducked into a nearby bush and crouched down. Only his face was filled with solemnity, and his mouth was broken into some sort of spell. Then, at his forehead, the Xuanwu pattern on the 4 elephant seals lit up. Ink-black mysterious halos gushed out from the Xuanwu in gusts, completely wrapping little Lu Huai and the little beast above his head. Xuanwu concealment technique. This was a technique hidden in the Xuanwu seal. Legend has it that in ancient times, when the sacred beast Xuanwu made a breakthrough, it derived a supreme divine art in order to avoid the thunder punishment of the heavenly Tao. Today, it was used by Xiao Lu Huai to hide from the divine generals guarding the Dragon Gate. It's really a big job with little use. Defeated. Xiao Lu Huai smiled in satisfaction as he surveyed the ink-black halo that permeated his entire body. He shrugged his sleeves and strutted out with his hands behind his back. Walking out of the imperial palace, Lu Huai glanced back at the 2 divine generals who hadn't noticed in the slightest. He made a face at them, then scurried off in the opposite direction of the imperial palace. He shouted inwardly, "Fragrant deer milk! Here I come!" Luodu Qingyun Street. Qingyun Street was one of the busiest main streets in Luodu. Most of Luodu's flourishing families, princes and lords, have all landed on this long street. In front of a tall restaurant, a child wearing a green dragon robe with a small beast lying on top of his head stood there. Pedestrians on the street avoided him as they passed by, with curiosity and awe in their eyes. For no other reason. Simply because those golden pupils were just too conspicuous. Golden pupils? That's the symbol of the Han royal family. The world floor. The little boy whispered the 4 big words on the plaque in Dragon's Flight. I'm sure there must be fragrant deer milk to drink here. Lu Huai's heart was filled with anticipation. But before he went in for a big drink, he had one more important thing to do. He walked quickly into an alleyway. After a long time, when he came out of the alley, the green dragon on the king's robe had been hidden. The brilliant golden pupils had also disappeared. And in their place was a pair of eyes that looked like black jewels with a crystalline luster. Now, no one will be looking at me all the time. Originally, the clever and incomparable Xiao Lu Huai had long noticed this, and used the Xuanwu concealment technique in the Hudong to temporarily cover the golden pupil and the green dragon tattoo. Then the little boy finally got what he wanted and stepped into the world building with gusto. He took on the tone and demeanor of the other guests. Xiao heir. 3 pounds of deer milk. His tender and clear childish voice attracted the attention of many people in the world building. At the innermost table, there was a young girl in a long green dress with a graceful body and a clear appearance looking at the young boy. A flash of amazement appeared in the pretty bright eyes. She stared into the boy's eyes that looked like dark jewels. Lightly opening her red lips, she exclaimed, "What a handsome child!" In the Fanghua Palace, Yuan Yanhua sat on a soft chair with a slight frown. It's been a long time past dinner time. Why isn't Wyatt back yet? According to Huayer's gluttonous character, she should have returned long ago. Empress Yuan sat in her chair with an uneasy look on her face. At that moment a palace maid rushed in, shouting, "It's not good! Your Majesty! It's not good! The little prince is missing!" What? Empress Yuan drew herself up, her face losing color. Wyatt! It's her life. Lu Huai's disappearance caused Empress Yuan, who was always strong and wise, to lose her bearings. It was already too late for her to wonder why Lu Huai was able to disappear strangely in an imperial palace guarded by the Han Emperor. In her heart, she thought that someone must have been jealous of her own son's supreme emperor Vane and taken him captive. "Quickly inform His Majesty," Empress Yuan said in an urgent voice, saying that her beautiful eyes had actually flooded with tears. "No need. I'm coming." A purple golden figure appeared in the Fanghua Palace. At the sight of this figure, the palace maids knelt down one after another. "Your Majesty! Huayer, he's disappeared." Empress Yuan wiped her tears, her tone filled with anxiety. "Yan Hua! Be at ease." Emperor Han's gentle voice rang out. He then flicked his right hand up and a copper mirror appeared in front of him. Divine light flowed within the bronze mirror. And then a child wearing a green dragon robe appeared. He was only seen in the Dragon's Gate, disappearing quietly. It then appeared in front of a tall tavern. He was seen dispersing his radiant golden pupils and finally strutting into the world building. In the bronze mirror, the little prince's behavior was easily visible. And even though he had used the Xuanwu concealment technique, there was still a transparent figure visible in the mirror. Empress Yuan gazed at the bronze mirror for a long time, her expression wooden, just as Emperor Han wanted to open his mouth to comfort him. An icy voice that even he felt creepy exploded out of thin air. "This brat! When he comes back, my old lady will definitely break his dog's legs." Chapter 5, What Money for a Drink? Heavenly House. Lu Huai sat on a stool. And due to his short stature, the dining table was stuck to his chest, revealing only his white neck and chubby little face. At this point, unhappiness was written all over that little face. "Is there really no milk from the 7-colored spirit deer?" Xiao Lu Huai's tone carried a strong sense of skepticism and dissatisfaction. Junior let out a bitter laugh. He said back, "This young master, this store really doesn't have the milk of the 7-colored spirit deer. Why don't you see if we change to something else? The 7-colored deer is a naturally auspicious beast. Can enhance a country's luck. The entire Han Dynasty is only that one. Was raised in the imperial palace. Then there is no milk of the golden beast." The young prince retreated. This. Neither. Junior was helpless. The golden gaibeast was an ancient relic species with a noble bloodline and powerful cultivation. It is said that there are 2 of them in the Imperial Palace's Imperial Dragon Yellow Forest. But who dares to catch it? Not to mention, it was the forest of the royal family, and outsiders were forbidden to step into it. Even if they went in, who would be able to capture the 2 golden beasts that were comparable to an Imperial realm powerhouse? This kid is here to make trouble. Right? Heir surveyed the dark green fine robe on Lu Huai and his innate noble aura. That's not like it either. A living image of a worldly man. Hearing Heir's reply, Lu Huai was a bit anxious. Not even the milk of the golden gaibeast? It's so hard to sneak out once. You can't not be able to drink your milk. His shrill childish voice rang out. So what the hell kind of milk do you have here? The best milk we have here is goat's milk. From the jade spirit sheep of the western grasslands. Junior responded patiently. Give me 3 pounds. The young prince hammered away. Okay. Just a moment. The green-skirted girl sitting at the inner table looked at Xiao Lu Huai, who rested her head on the long table and waited attentively. The white moon-like eyes revealed a smear of astonishment. You're still drinking milk at this age? What a funny little waif. Soon, Junior arrived with 3 large bowls of steaming goat's milk. The bowl shimmered with an emerald-colored sheen that was tantalizing. Enjoy your meal, young master. Heir placed 3 large bowls on the table. Xiao Lu Huai didn't even look at him. His eyes looked straight at the emerald goat's milk that was looking at the table. He stood on the stool and followed the example of the Hans around him when they drank. Picking up the big bowl, he shouted boldly, "Bottoms up!" That dainty look drew laughter from the crowd. That green-skirted girl also lightly covered her red lips and let out a silver bell-like laughter. Her eyes curved like slender willow leaves. Soon, Xiao Lu Huai finished the whole 3 big bowls of goat's milk. He sat back down on the stool, rubbed his bulging little tummy, and burped. After savoring the thick milky flavor that filled his mouth, Fatty's face was full of satisfaction. Finally drank a painful and addictive once. Although not as good as the 7-colored spirit deer milk. But at least enough. Lu Huai jumped off the stool and shook his green dragon robe. Drinking enough, it's time to go. Heir hurriedly stopped him. Young master, you haven't paid yet. What money? Of course it's milk money. You have to pay for the food. A total of 3 lower-grade spirit jewels. Spirit jade was the hard currency of the Kanglan continent, containing aura that could accelerate the cultivator's cultivation. The grades, in descending order, are Spirit Biker, Holy Biker and Divine Biker. It is then divided into 4 levels: lower, middle, upper, and extreme. Xiao Lu Huai looked at Heir and spoke out of turn. Hey! You people aren't fooling around with kids. I'm drinking something. I'm not eating anything. What's the money for? He said, lifting his steps to go. Aren't you playing the rascal? Junior hurriedly tugged at him, but realized that with his innate realm cultivation he couldn't even tug at him. What are you doing? Lu Huai turned back, and with a gentle shaking of his sleeve robe he shook the second in command away. But did not injure him. Things got so big that a middle-aged shopkeeper came down from upstairs, and a dozen or so martial artists surrounded little Lu Huai. What's going on? The shopkeeper asked the second in command. Junior recounted the cause and effect. The shopkeeper sized up young Lu Huai, who was only a few years old. He took 2 steps forward and patiently said, "This young master, the rules of this store are that you have to pay for both food and drinks." You have to pay for drinks too? He didn't say that just now either? Little Lu Huai naively returned. Hearing this, the second almost didn't gasp. What else is there to say? Yes. The shopkeeper smiled. It seems like this is really a young Siyu who hasn't been out of the house. Oh. It's his fault for not speaking clearly. Xiao Lu Huai said without a trace of anger. Junior turned his back and didn't look at him. He was afraid of being pissed off. Lu Huai flipped through his robes and realized that his pockets were really cleaner than his face. A little embarrassed, he said, I don't have any money. It's okay. You can tell me who your father is and where the house is. I can send someone to get it from the house. The shopkeeper still contained a smile as he looked at the green robe Lu Huai wore that was obviously made from the finest materials. Lu Huai's eyes lit up and he was just about to say that his father was the Emperor of Han and his family lived in the imperial palace. But all at once he was baffled. In his heart, he thought that if they went to the imperial palace to ask for money, and the mother queen knew that he had sneaked out to drink milk, wouldn't she have to open his ass up? His head shook like a rattle as he said repeatedly, I have no home. No family. The shopkeeper froze. Orphans. Lu Huai nodded vigorously. Then where did you get this green robe? Picked it up on the street. Lu Huai replied in a serious manner. Where to pick it up? I was passing by a rich family and saw that they didn't want to skim it in the dumpster. So I secretly picked it out and washed it and put it on. The shopkeeper looked at his sincere expression, froze for a moment, then burst into a rage. Men! Take this liar down! Motherfucker! Cheating on food and running to the sky downstairs. He had expected an honorable young son of the world. But it turned out that he was an orphan? If he doesn't pay for these 3 spirit jewels today, let him do odd jobs here for the rest of his life. Stop! Just as the dozen or so martial artists were about to make their move, a voice as clear as a mountain spring came. The shopkeeper turned around, saw the green-skirted girl, and slightly saluted. MS. Lu. Boss Young. Lu Shishir nodded as a return greeting. Shopkeeper Yang. I'll pay for this little boy for him. How about you give him a high hand and let him go? MS. Lu. This. What? No? Lu Shishir frowned slightly. I wouldn't dare. Boss Yang immediately said back. To be able to open such a large restaurant on Qingyun Street, World Floor naturally had a deep background behind it. But he still didn't dare to disobey Lu Shishir's wishes. Lu Shishir could really be from a royal family. Even the forces behind him didn't dare to mess with them easily. Today, Miss Lu had already given him face by asking for his opinion. Boss Yan looked at Xiao Lu Huai and hummed lightly. Count your kid lucky to get Miss Lu's appreciation today. Behind Lu Shishir, an old man in black stepped forward and paid the spirit bits. She looked at the little boy and whispered, Go with your sister, will you? The little boy was looking at her as well, and after a moment's thought, opened both his little arms. The meaning is obvious. Lu Shishir's beautiful eyes froze as she looked into the little boy's eyes that were also watching her. Those eyes were like black gemstones, crystal clear and innocent. After a long time, she smiled sweetly and actually slowly squatted down and gently picked up the little boy. The lotus steps were then lightly lifted and she walked out of the world building. The black-clothed old man behind him was a bit shocked. This was the first time Miss had actually hugged a male surname other than Marquis. Even if the other person is a little boy who was only a few years old. Chapter 6, Beautiful Sword Dance. On Qingyun Street, Lu Shishir walked aimlessly while holding little Lu Huai. The black-clothed old man followed behind him. No more. No less exactly 3 feet away from Lu Shishir. Little Lu Huai was lying in Lu Shishir's arms, his chubby white chin resting on her shoulder. The small face was facing backward, his eyes gazing at the black-clothed old man. The old man's eyes were lowered, and his footsteps seemed to carry a unique rhythm, as if they fit a momentum between heaven and earth. Masters, This was Lu Huai's first impression of him. Are you really an orphan? At that moment, Lu Shishir's voice rang out. Aha! Xiao Lu Huai tells lies without blinking. Really? Lu Shishir lifted him high in the air, her white moon eyes carrying a ginormous smile. Sister! You're so pretty! Like a fairy in the sky. Clever little Lu Huai began to change the subject. Lu Shishir glared at him. So young and you're starting to talk flowery. What's going to happen when you grow up? He then took little Lu Huai into his arms. Xiao Lu Huai felt the softness of the contact and closed his eyes. Sister is already pretty. Be honest. Don't move. A blush floated across Lu Shishir's clear cheeks. It was the first time in her entire life that a member of the opposite sex had touched her in that spot. But for some reason, facing this little boy who was only 7 years old, Lu Shishir did not have a trace of revulsion in her heart. Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. Do you want to sit at my house? Lu Shishir asked. Lu Huai thought to himself, at this point in time, it is estimated that the Queen Mother already knows that he has sneaked out of the palace. If we go back now, the Queen Mother will beat him to death. It's better to go back after some time when the mother has calmed down. He opened his eyes and his childish voice rang out. Yeah. Lu Shishir's home was also on Qingyun Street and was not far from the World Building. Soon, the three arrived at a magnificent mansion. Lu Huai twisted his head and looked at the huge plaque engraved with 3 large, solemn characters. Marquis Jing's mansion. It seems that this pretty young lady is the miss of the Marquis. In the Great Han, only those who had distinguished themselves in battle and whose cultivation had reached the 7th rank of Marquis or above would be granted a Marquis by the Dragon Court. Lu Shishir stepped into the Marquis Jing mansion with little Lu Huai in her arms. The guards at the doorway saluted, and a smear of astonishment appeared in their tiger eyes. Third Miss came back with a little boy in her arms? Lu Shishir hugged little Lu Huai and visited half of the Marquis residence, but realizing that he was listless and not at all interested the entire time, he thought he was tired and took him back to his courtyard. Nonsense! No matter how big and nice the Marquis Jing's mansion is, can it be as luxurious and splendid as the Imperial Palace? The mountains and waters in this Marquis, Xiao Lu Huai really cannot see. Xing Xiang Bi Yuan. This was the separate courtyard where Lu Shishir lived, and the entire courtyard was covered in green vegetation. On one side of the yard there is a small pond with a few green lilies. This is where I live now. Lu Shishir placed Xiao Lu Huai on the ground and did a few chest-expanding exercises, outlining a charming arc. This little guy is pretty heavy. Little Lu Huai carried his hands behind his back and browsed through Qing Xiang Bei Yuan like a small adult. Finally, I came to the pond and admired the furiously blooming green lotus. He smacked his lips and judged with style. It's not bad. Not a big yard, but it's quite chic. Lu Shishir couldn't help but feel amused as she looked at his serious demeanor. She bent over in a graceful curtsy and elegantly said, "Thank you for your compliments, Your Excellency." Little Lu Huai bounced and jumped in front of her, casually waved his hand, and said, "Be excused." Lu Shishir was stunned, and in her gaze, a touch of majesty inadvertently showed on the young boy's casual expression. He said the word "excuse me" so naturally. It was as if he was born to be a big man. The tone of the "excuse me" was so natural and casual. This little guy must be from some big clan. Lu Shishir was very sure in her heart. "What's wrong, Missy?" "Ha? Nothing. Was just thinking about something." "Oh." Lu Huai looked around with nothing to do, when suddenly a strange movement appeared in that dark green robe. There was a small blue and purple beast the size of a palm squeezed out of the sleeve of the green robe. He then climbed upward along the robe and finally landed on top of Xiao Lu Huai's head before stretching out. "You're awake from your nap?" Lu Huai said. It turned out that the Thunder Qilin Shao Qi, who had never appeared, had been hiding in his sleeve robe and sleeping until now. Looking at that little beast, Lu Shirshir's bright eyes were shocked. In her gaze, the beast had a dragon's head, antlers, lion's eyes, tiger's back, snake's scales, horse's hooves, and a cow's tail. Isn't that a little unicorn? No. It's not right. The unicorn became extinct in the ancient times. It should be nothing more than a relic species that possessed part of the Qilin's bloodline, which was why it looked like a Qilin. Lu Shirshir thought in her heart. 7. Who had awakened from her sleep. Also noticed the young girl, who had not been seen before in all her innocence. Its body gently leapt into Lu Shirshir's arms, and its palm-sized beast body rubbed and rubbed there, feeling the softness there and letting out a humming sound. Xiao Lu Huai was a bit unhappy when he saw the scene. Little calf. That's my place. Get your ass down here. Saying that, he also made a gentle leap and fell towards Lu Shirshir's arms. Lu Shirshir came back to her senses and looked at the black shadow that fell from the sky. And she couldn't help but lose her color. My God! In the evening, the sun sets. Lu Huai was lying on a boulder in Qingxiang Beiyuan with a grass root in his mouth. 7 lay on her back with a pleasing look on her side, exposing her white belly. However, Lu Huai didn't even look at him, his gaze looking forward. Ahead, under a piece of green willow, a slender and graceful silhouette danced. She wore a long green dress and held a 3-foot green blade in her hand, wielding a stunning sword dance. A green-colored air current hovered and stirred in the circumference. Xiao Lu Huai lightly eked. In his perception, nowadays, Lu Shirshir's body was exploding with the cultivation of the peak of the Tong Tian realm. And while performing the sword dance, the spiritual energy in his body was boiling non-stop, hitting the bottleneck over and over again. Breaking the realm with a sword? Xiao Lu Huai exclaimed in admiration. Normally, when people broke through the realm, they were meditating, running the spells they had cultivated and absorbing the spiritual power of heaven and earth to impact the bottleneck. Now the method used by Lu Shirshir is really different. There were blue lotuses looming under Lu Shirshir's feet, but they were never able to take shape. Her swordsmanship became even more powerful. Sharp sword chi filled the air. Countless willow leaves were chopped down and danced around her. As the sword dance was performed, the spiritual energy in her body skyrocketed, violently impacting the bottleneck in her body over and over again. Yet that door leading to the path of the martial sect had always been solid as gold. After a long time, a touch of crimson flowed out from the corner of Lu Shirshir's mouth, and her clear and pretty face went a little white. Lu Shirshir was helpless in her heart. Or not. Why is it so difficult to break through the bottleneck of a martial sect? I can't. Tomorrow is the date of the appointment. She must not give up for her destiny. Today was the last chance. And there was no turning back for her. Afterwards, she let out a loud shout. And sharp sword chi rushed up to the sky as a terrifying storm of spiritual energy swept in to wrap her up. In the storm of spiritual energy filled with green sword chi, Lu Shirshir's dance became even more stunning, and her sword became even more dazzling. The spiritual energy within her body also formed into a sword-like shape, stabbing at that martial zone bottleneck with an unrelenting and determined aura. This time, it's all or nothing. Xiao Lu Huai got up in shock. The black jeweled eyes twinkled. This young lady is crazy too. If she fails, she will be wasted if not dead. Chapter 7. Xingxiang Bi Yuan. Xiao Lu Huai gazed at the graceful silhouette that was in the center of the roiling green sword chi and spiritual energy storm. Inwardly, I marveled, what a crazy young lady. At the same time there was doubt in his mind. Generally, People break through realms in a gradual manner. Speaking of water to water. Why is this young lady in such a hurry? He stood beside the boulder. His not-so-tall body as straight as a sacred spear. He clenched his hands and a small golden boundary formed in his hands. The boundary slowly floated out. Slowly enlarged. And finally enveloped the entire Qingxiangbei Yuan. The golden light on the boundary then gradually dimmed until it turned into a transparent color, making it impossible to find out that another boundary existed here from a distance. After doing so, Xiao Lu Huai stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Lu Shishir with a calm gaze. If anything happens to Missy, he will not hesitate to step in and save her. In his perception, the sword-like spiritual energy within Lu Shishir's body was launching a final assault on that barrier. The sword of spiritual power stabbed at the martial sect barrier with an unrelenting momentum. Oh! Lu Shishir let out a muffled grunt. She had a very pained expression and her sword dance became stagnant. In the end, the sword of spiritual energy within her was unable to break through that martial zone barrier after all. The sword of spiritual power collapsed and spread out, transforming into countless sharp blades of spiritual power that were destroying the meridians in Lu Shishir's body. Put! With her meridians damaged, Lu Shishir spat out a cloud of blood mist. The sword dance was in disarray, and the green sword chi and spiritual energy storm around the sky became extremely unstable, and actually began to attack Lu Shishir, who was in the center, only to see that her long green-colored dress had been cut through several slits, revealing her delicate white skin. Not good. Xiao Lu Huai's eyes glazed over. The young sister had failed to make a breakthrough and suffered internal injuries. She was no longer able to control the green-colored sword chi that ran across the sky and the earth. If this continues, she will surely fall in the midst of that roiling sword chi. At this time, Lu Shishir also showed despair. Since this was the case, it was fine to die. She then closed her eyes and waited for the roiling sword chi to crush her. Xiao Lu Huai made a move with his right hand, and a slender willow branch was held in his hand. The golden light crossed over to the willow branches, making the soft willow branches impenetrable. His figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at Lu Shishir's side. With his right hand outstretched, the willow branch connected with the glaive. Xiao Lu Huai's footsteps moved in succession, stepping on the earth with a unique rhythm. A vague potential permeated the willow branch, driving the 3-foot blade to swing out. The sword dance. It's begun. Under Xiao Lu Huai's leadership, Lu Shishir's sword dance continued, and the Zhou Tian's overpowering sword chi gradually smoothed out. Lu Shishir's eyes snapped open, and her pale, pretty face was filled with shock. How did he know my ancestral green lotus sword dance? No! Not the green lotus sword dance. It looked like the green lotus sword dance, but the footwork was much more subtle. Missy, memorize the steps I used. This step is the absolute lotus light dance. Little Lu Huai gulped lightly, a touch of unquestionable majesty appearing on that chubby little face. Lu Shishir actually looked stunned for a moment. But she wasn't a generalized person. And soon she came back to her senses, her spiritual platform clearing. She danced along with Xiao Lu Huai's momentum and silently memorized the extremely delicate footwork. Lu Shishir was gifted and was soon able to dance on her own, free from the guidance of Xiao Lu Huai. Seeing this, Xiao Lu Huai's figure moved, detaching himself from the place and landing next to the boulder. The golden light of the willow branch in his hand dissipated, and the knuckles broke and turned into ashes. Little Lu Huai looked at Lu Shishir's butterfly fairy-like drop dance and a smile appeared on his little face. Good people do what they want. This temple will help you one more time, he muttered. With a light flip of his right hand, an elixir that tingled and swayed and emitted a green-colored halo appeared in his hand. It was the green lingji that Xiao Lu Huai often stole from the imperial medicine garden. The green lingji belonged to the 7th grade spirit medicine. It might be mediocre in the Imperial Palace's Imperial Pill Garden, but it was extremely rare in the outside world. With a wave of Xiao Lu Huai's right hand, the green lingji transformed into a stream of light and fell into Lu Shirshi's mouth. At this moment, Lu Shirshi's bright eyes lit up. She felt a huge torrent of spiritual energy surging inside her body. Wherever the torrent of spiritual energy went, the damaged meridians in the body actually began to repair rapidly before rushing towards the martial progenitor barrier. Lu Shirshir turned her head and looked at the little boy standing by the boulder. At that moment, the little boy's round little chubby face was showing a big smile. Lu Shirshir's heart warmed. She smiled sweetly at the little boy, and everything lost its color. Underneath her clear and beautiful smile, there was actually a green lotus blooming. She chortled. This moment was imposing. The roiling green sword chi and spiritual energy storm gradually merged, eventually slowly forming a huge and perfect emerald green lotus. Looking at this scene, Xiao Lu Huai smiled even more broadly. He snapped his fingers. Great job! Night fell and the white moon was in the sky. Xiao Lu Huai stood at the edge of the pond, looking at the many green lilies floating on the water. There were a few moments of boredom on his chubby little white face. Suddenly, he turned around and saw the silhouette walking in style. Lu Shirshir had changed into a brand new green-colored dress, revealing her snow-white skin that was even more alluring under the moonlight. Especially those slender legs. Delicate and round. Very sexy. Missy! Xiao Lu Huai called out. Lu Shirshir didn't respond. She came to Lu Huai's side and held him tightly in her arms, her cherry-like mouth kissing all over his little chubby face. Ouch! All right. All right. Xiao Lu Huai kept struggling and broke away from Lu Shirshir's embrace. He wiped his face in great disgust. Look at that Missy. It's got me all slobbered up. Lu Shirshir couldn't help but be a little angry as she looked at his disgusted expression. She said in a bad humor, Do you know how many young talents in Luodu dream of getting a kiss from your sister? Sister! I took the initiative to kiss you. And you actually resented it. Xiao Lu Huai then wiped his face. I admit that although I look suave and handsome, but you can't be like this. Miss. People are still just little kids. Lu Shirshir gave him a blank look with endless flavor. Man-child. Are you hungry? I'll make you something good. Xiao Lu Huai nodded his head vigorously. Want to eat something? I want to drink grandma. After a long time, Xiao Lu Huai sat on the boulder in the courtyard with a bowl of fragrant deer milk in his hand. He took a big gulp, but his eyes drifted to another bowl on the wooden table in front of him. Typical eating from the bowl and watching the pot. You slow down, slow down. Lu Shirshir looked at him favorably. Little Lu Huai, however, didn't listen to her and drank up a big bowl of milk in one gulp. He licked his lips in a serious manner and said, You can be slow at everything, but you can never be slow at drinking milk. When he finished, he picked up another bowl and drank from it. You're so old. Why do you still like milk so much? Because it's delicious. Xiao Lu Huai's voice was a little slurred. By the way, Missy, why are you so eager to break the mirror today? Generally speaking, shouldn't something like breaking through a realm be gradual? Lu Huai finished the other bowl as well and burped. Because I want to change my fate. Lu Shirshir lightly opened her red lips and slowly said, Xiao Lu Huai glanced at him with a puzzled expression. Lu Shirshir sat on the soft green grass and clasped her hands on her knees. She softly said, I was born with a special physique, suitable for the art of dual cultivation. Within the Luo capital, the son of a royal family has taken a fancy to my special physique. 3 months ago, his father brought him to my house to propose marriage. My father understands what they are trying to do as well. And my father loves me so much that he doesn't want me to marry. But they were so tough that even a father of his stature wouldn't dare refuse. Otherwise, the Marquis house will go up in smoke overnight. In the end, they backed down a small step under the threat of me killing myself. Both sides have set a 3-month contract. After 3 months, if I win, this matter will end. If I lose, I will marry willingly. Tomorrow. It's the day to fulfill the promise. That's why I'm fighting so hard. Only if I become a little stronger myself will I be able to control my destiny more easily. Lu Shishir's tone carried a low and strong tone. You're going to win tomorrow. Little sister. I don't want you to marry that man either. Regardless of whether he's some royal son or not. Even if we lose, we won't marry. I'll make the decision for you. Little Lu Huai's innocent childish voice rang out. Lu Shishir looked at him favorably and took him into her arms without replying. He was still young and didn't know what a terrifying power the royal family was. Lu Shishir inwardly sighed languidly. Even though she had broken through to martial zone, she did not have a few certainties about tomorrow's competition. One must know that genius son of the royal family was a martial zone 3 months ago. Even if she won, would the one in the royal family really let her go? She knew clearly enough how important her special physique really was to that worldly son. And how much that seigneur was ambitious for her. LOL. If it doesn't work, I'll. Chapter 8, Little Bastard? The next day, Lu Shishir woke up at dawn. She looked at little Lu Huai who was sleeping soundly in her arms. A few drops of crystallized drool hung from the corners of his mouth. And his sleepy self had shed that little adult look, revealing the characteristic cuteness of a child. Lu Shishir leaned over and kissed his little cheeks, revealing a smile. She got up and dressed and went out onto the patio. Wyatt likes milk, so she's going to go get breakfast ready for him. After Lu Shishir walked out of the room, the sleeping Xiao Lu Huai suddenly opened his eyes, and the golden pupils scattered a blazing light that illuminated the entire room for a moment. He gazed at the busy silhouette reflected on the window, and a rare touch of tenderness passed through his brilliant golden pupils. After a long time, Xiao Lu Huai closed his eyes and the room returned to dimness. Early morning. A silhouette danced in the courtyard, and the 3-foot green blade swung out in a graceful arc like a swimming dragon. There was no sword chi running through the air, no spiritual energy surging wildly. Only the stunning sword dance, and the faint thinness that filled the air. After a long time, Lu Shishir juggled her sword and closed her sword. When he looked back, a young boy in a dark green robe was already standing in the doorway of the room waiting in silence. Awake from your nap? Lu Shishir walked in style and picked him up high. Aha! Hungry. Hungry. I'll get your milk. Xiao Lu Huai looked at Lu Shishir's somewhat depressed shapely back with a calm gaze. Soon, Lu Shishir came with a bowl of steaming deer milk. Xiao Lu Huai sat on the boulder in the courtyard and drank one sip at a time. Lu Shishir sat on the side with her hands on her knees, not knowing what she was thinking. The sun rose in the east, and the first rays of sunlight poured into the Qingxiang Bei Yuan. The old man in black who appeared yesterday entered the other courtyard. Miss, the world son of the Border King's mansion is here, and the Marquis has asked you to go over. He bowed slightly and said. Lu Shishir didn't respond as she quietly watched little Lu Huai drinking milk. Miss? The old man in black asked again. I know. Lu Shishir let out a breath and stood up. She picked up the 3-foot green blade that was placed on the ground and followed the black-clothed old man away. She was going to face her destiny. Whether she would succeed in changing it or not, she didn't know. If you can't, the only thing you can do is die. No matter what. She would not become a human tool used by others to raise her cultivation. Wait. A childish voice rang out. Lu Shirshir stood and looked back. Missy, I'll go with you. Little Lu Huai wiped the milk stains from the corners of his mouth as he opened both arms and stared at her with his black jeweled eyes. Lu Shirshir stood in place for a long time. And suddenly spread a smile. She lightly moved her lotus steps to little Lu Huai's side and gently picked him up. Let's go. The lobby of the Marquis Jing's mansion. Marquis Jing was seated at the main seat. And below him, first on the right, was a middle-aged man in a fancy robe. Behind him sat a young man, just in his early 20s, and quite handsome, with a fair face, except that his narrow eyes were flushed with a faint hint of evil. It's been so long. Why hasn't Shirshir arrived yet? Dian Luren, being a young man, was a bit sullen and opened his mouth to ask. I've already ordered people to find the family daughter. The world's son is a bit too anxious. Marquis Jing returned. He had a strong sense of disgust in his heart. Coming to the Marquis house so early. The border king's house had not eaten too ugly. But he wasn't able to show it. Or Marquis Jing's house would cease to exist in half a day. The power of the royal family was simply too powerful. Not something that he, a Marquis Jing, could fight against. The canine son is young and has a few moments of impatience. The Marquis is not to blame. Dianjin explained. Dianjin was the eldest son of Bianwang, Dian Luluan's father, with a 9th grade Marquis cultivation. And on cultivation, he was still one rank higher than Marquis Jing. Marquis Jing took a sip of tea and stopped responding. No matter what. He was also a Marquis ordained by the Dragon Court. Unless the border king himself was present. No one was more honorable than him here. Even though Bianjin's cultivation level was even higher than his. Among the Marquis realms within the Great Han, regardless of cultivation level, Longting's status as an ordained martial Marquis was higher than all usual Marquis. Bianjin's face was without ripples. And he also picked up his tea and took a sip, showing that his city was extremely deep. However, behind him, Dian Luren was very disgruntled inside. Ha! Isn't he just a small martial Marquis? What's the point of pretending? When I get Lu Shirshir and fully awaken the Bonin bloodline, and break through to the Zunshir realm in time, I'll make you kneel down and kowtow to me. The atmosphere in the lobby was somewhat silent at this point. Soon, Lu Shirshir walked out from the side hall in style. Looking at the clear and beautiful silhouette, Dian Luan rubbed his head and stood up with a shocked expression. Who's that little boy she's holding? Dian Luluan had long ago considered Lu Shirshir as a taboo. He wanted to marry her not only because of her special physique, but he also coveted her clear looks and hot body. Lu Shirshir was extremely famous in Luodu, and countless flirtatious talents looked up to her. But she never faked her words. A long time ago, there had been an unrelenting rejection of Dian Luren, which had dealt a blow to his proud heart. If he could crush her underneath him and ravage her, it would go a long way to satisfy his sordid vanity. Yet at this moment, Lu Shirshir was hugging a boy intimately. And that little boy's hand rested unobtrusively on that full pair. Couldn't help but make him jealous. That was the woman he had internalized. Lu Shirshir's body could only be touched by him. However, Lu Shirshir, who came inside the lobby, didn't even look at him. She made a slight bow to Marquis Jing. Her brows lowered as she called out, "Father." Marquis Jing looked at his favorite daughter with a guilty face. He really hated himself for being useless. Even though he was in the honorable position of Dragon Court Martial Marquis, he could not protect his daughter. Without this large family business, without these hundreds of Marquis relatives, with his character, he really wanted to put on that cold iron armor again and fight that royal family to the death. Unfortunately, he couldn't. He was no longer the Lu Jingyuan who was all alone. "Father," There's no need to blame yourself. Everything is my daughter's destiny. Besides, a daughter is not at the mercy of anyone. Lu Shishir said slowly. She then turned around and said faintly to Bianjin and Bian Liueluan. Let's begin. Marquee Martial Arts Arena. Lu Shishir hugged Xiao Lu Huai and Bian Liueluan opposite each other. Who's that little bastard you're holding? Bianren said in a sinister tone. Lu Shishir's willow brows were furrowed, revealing extreme disgust. Mr. Bien. Please have some manners. It's none of your business who he is. So please keep your mouth shut. Lu Shishir was unflinchingly sarcastic. Lu Huai, who was in Lu Shishir's arms, was even more furious as his eyes widened. And he stared at Bian Loren tightly, with a golden light pulsing vaguely in his black pupils. If he's a bastard, what about Emperor Han and Empress Yuan? It was the first time someone had insulted him like this since he grew up. Today, no matter what the outcome of the competition was, Bian Liueluan was going to die. Even if the entire Bian Wanfu was going to be implicated. Xiao Lu Huai took the initiative to break away from Lu Shishir's embrace. He took Lu Shishir's delicate hand in front of Bian Loren, ignoring Bian Loren's angry eyes. His tone was rare and icy, as if he had come from the Nine Spectres. Sister Lu, beat him to death. Good. Bian Loren looked at the scene and sneered. Beat him to death? He. After today, not only will you, Lu Shishir, become my crotch plaything, you little bastard will also be skinned and stripped by me. Chapter 9. Marquis Jing's Mansion. Xiao Lu Huai came to the high platform and sat directly on the ground, showing no restraint. A small beast lay on his head, its black jewel-like eyes glowing with an icy divine light. Marquis Jing and Bianjin looked at him in unison with different expressions. Lu Jingyuan had heard from his men yesterday that his daughter had brought back a little boy, and he hadn't cared, just thinking that it must have been that daughter of his who had been so kind as to bring back the orphans from the streets again. But after seeing it today, Lu Jingyuan greatly changed his mind. Beside him, Bianjin's eyes also flickered as he gazed at the noble green robe and the little boy's dusty aura that he couldn't hide. His heart wondering. On the martial arts arena, the two men engaged in battle, setting off waves of air. Madaka. The Qingfeng sword was sheathed. In an instant, the green sword chi broke straight through the clouds, and even the clouds in the sky were washed away, revealing an azure blue color. Lu Shishir held a 3-foot green blade in her hand, and her foot stepped on the absolute lotus and danced lightly as she killed forward. She was like a green-skirted sword fairy, and wherever her jade feet stepped, she blossomed into a red lotus. Bian Loren let out a cold snort. Between the surges of spiritual energy, a cold bone blade coalesced and took shape in his hand. Clang! The sword and bone met, colliding with a crisp sound. Lu Shishir's silhouette moved in succession, and a slice of red lotus appeared in surprise under her feet. She manifested countless green-colored silhouettes interspersed with harsh sword chi, stabbing at Bian Loren from all directions. The more Bian Loren fought, the more surprised he became. And he actually had some difficulty in fighting. That pace was just too weird. Marquis Jing rose up in shock, his face constantly changing as he looked at the red lotus that looked like it had been poured out in blood. That, not his Lu family's ancestral green lotus steps. In the blink of an eye, the green blade sword broke through the defense of the bone blade and cut a crimson scar on Bian Luan's body. Bian Liueluan roared, his martial zone's aura completely exploding. Countless cold and hideous bone spikes shot out from his body, striking at the several sinister shadows that had manifested. Lu Shishir's face stared as she stepped on the red lotus and took a step into the air. As she was in the air, a vast aura of a martial zone also filled the air. She held the Qingfeng sword with both hands, And the countless green-colored sword chi returned to one, transforming into a huge green-colored sword aura. Green light chop. Lu Shishir gulped lightly and slashed forward with both hands with force. The huge green-colored sword blade shot out like a ray of light. Feeling that aura, Dian Luren revealed a sneer. Have you broken through to martial progenitor? No wonder you have such a big bottom. Then, today I will shatter your pitiful confidence and make you obediently submit to me. A piece of gray and gloomy bone armor drilled out from Dian Luren's body and then covered his entire body. Bone armor. This was the natural aptitude granted to him by the Bone-in bloodline. Wearing this bone armor, it would be difficult for even the realm of the Great Sect to kill him. Bang! The green sword blade chopped on top of that cold bone armor. Dian Luren stood firmly in place, his bone armor standing firm. Ha 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 ha. Is that all the strength you have? Dian Luren laughed madly as he looked at Lu Shishir mockingly. When I take you down and make my Bone-in bloodline complete, the day of sealing the king will be just around the corner. Ha 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 ha. He then tightened his smile and threw the bone blade in his hand up high. Dian Luren's hand clenched the spell. Bellowing, bone falls to the sky. In the next moment, the bone blade that was thrown into the air slowly grew bigger and bigger. And in the end, it even blocked the sky. Looking at the sky covering overhead bone blade, Dian Luren pervertedly laughed. Is this the power of the bloodline? A touch of cruelty appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yelled. Shatter. Bang. It was accompanied by a shocking bang. That sky-shadowing bone blade actually burst into pieces. The broken bones in the sky with hideous sharp edges stabbed at Lu Shishir like heavy rain. The airborne Lu Shishir tilted her pretty face up, revealing her smooth chin and jade neck. Is there nowhere to hide? She muttered. A flash of determination then appeared between a pair of bright eyebrows. Then fight to the death. Countless green-colored sword chi wrapped around her like a tornado. There were large red lotuses floating underneath his feet. Each one of them was so delicate and exuded a poignant splendor. She stepped on the absolutely beautiful red lotus and actually waved her sword dance in the air. The green-colored sword chi streaked across the sky, constantly chopping at the bone spikes that came from the sky. However, she realized that her sword chi was unable to cut through the cold white bones. There were too many bone spikes. And the roiling bone spikes broke through the sword chi protection and killed her. In the air, there was blood dripping and a mist of blood filling the air. Lu Jingyuan's right fist was clenched. He stepped out softly with his feet. Is Marquis Jing going to intervene in the juniors' martial arts fight? At this moment, Dian Jin, who was beside him, stood up as he blocked Lu Jingyuan's opposite side and said indifferently, "He's killing people." Lu Jingyuan's voice was icy cold. Dian Jin laughed lightly. Now that your daughter is still resisting, according to the rules that we have long ago set, as long as one party does not admit defeat and still resist, then no one is allowed to intervene in this martial arts fight. Besides, my son will be measured in his actions, and he will not be able to kill that precious daughter-in-law. It's just going to make her suffer a little. After all, your daughter's nature is too delicate. If we don't give some lessons now, we will inevitably suffer more when we arrive at the royal residence later. Dian Jin's voice was unhurried, his tone as if he had already decided that Lu Shishir would lose, and that she would definitely become the daughter-in-law of his royal family. A tool for his son to completely awaken his bloodline. Lu Dingyuan gasped heavily as he clenched his fists and finally closed his eyes in pain. It's just a matter of a human being a fish on a chopping block. Xiao Lu Hui sat on the ground and looked at Lu Shishir, who was already bruised and battered in the air, his face rippling. If he was there, Lu Shishir would not lose this martial arts fight. In the air, Lu Shishir's sword that chopped at the bone spikes had become sluggish. The green dress had been slashed several times. The exposed snow-white skin had hideous scars. Sure enough, I still lost. Her expression was wooden. And even the pain coursing through her body didn't make her frown half as much. Just endless frustration and sadness pervaded the mind. Can't you change your fate even if you break through to the martial arts sect? She feebly lowered her glaive and gave up resisting. She slowly closed her eyes. Then bury me under the sky full of bone spikes. Just this moment. The stunning red lotus under her feet suddenly bloomed with a brilliant luster. A stream of reddish air spread upwards, wrapping her up. The green-colored sword chi around that body gradually became illusory and was slowly rendered into a bleak red color. Boom! In the end, the green-colored sword chi transformed into a monstrous reddish sword intent. The sharpness is great. That indestructible yen red sword intent completely shattered the sky full of bone rain in the blink of an eye. On the high stage, Lu Jingyuan and Dianjin's faces were horrified to the extreme. It's... What do you mean? Only Xiao Lu Huai looked at the reddish sword intent that was stirring up the wind and clouds in the sky with a flat face. Would the absolute lotus light dance he had taught be so simple? Dian Liueluan on the martial arts field was even more frightened. No way. No way. How can you? A person who has just broken through to martial zone possibly master the intent? That's absolutely impossible. No way. He yelled hysterically. Heavenly martial arts. Ho realm palm intent. Zun realm palm power. The emperor holds the great Tao. And the emperor holds the laws of heaven and earth. How could she, a martial zoner, have mastered this such a sharp and powerful sword intent? Chapter 10, A Word to the Deaf. Up above, Lu Shirshir slowly opened her eyes. She gazed blankly at the sharp sword intent that ran across heaven and earth. The blazing color of the yen red intent that surrounded her and even dyed her Qingfeng sword. Feeling the sharpness that was strong enough to cut through the sky and split the earth, she finally realized what it was. This was intent. A sword intent that only a Ho realm powerhouse could control. She understood where the intent came from. She bowed her head slightly, her gaze looking away from the direction Lu Huai was in. Xiao Lu Huai sat on the green bricks of the high platform, his black gem-like eyes meeting Lu Shirshir's gaze. A soft smile suddenly surfaced in his icy eyes. Little Lu Huai lightly opened his small mouth, seemed to spit out a few words, but no one could hear. However, Lu Shirshir's ears suddenly rang with a childish and clear voice. This is the absolute lotus sword intent. Boom! At this moment, the yen red sword intent that spanned the heavens and earth became extremely raging, as if it was boiling. As if it was going to tear the heavens apart. Lu Shirshir's mind seemed to be enlightened. She was holding a 3-foot green blade, and a demonic red lotus constantly bloomed under her feet, releasing a steady stream of humongous red sword intent. The red lotus is like blood infused into the red. Red eye piercing. Red beautiful. Lu Shirshir lightly lifted her green blade and pointed forward. The absolute lotus sword intent condensed and transformed into a beautiful red lotus, slowly going downwards. At this moment, Dian Luren, who was on the ground, immediately felt creeped out. That red lotus was slow, but he had the feeling that he was locked in. Dian Luren bellowed, and the bone armor on his body changed to become even stronger and denser, transmitting a steel-like cold light. Soon, the red lotus formed by the sword intent connected with the bone armor. Boom! The red lotus suddenly transformed into a monstrous sword intent that enveloped Dian Luren. That bone armor, which was hard to destroy even for a grandmaster, was easily shattered by the absolute lotus sword intent. Ah! Dian Luren yelled in pain. Lanel. Dianjin on the high platform was not calm and was about to step in to save his precious son. At that moment, behind him, a faint pressure filled out to envelop him, causing him to stop moving. Dianjin turned back. Only Lu Jingyuan looked at him calmly and spoke. Could it be that Brother Bien has forgotten what he just said? Bianzhen grimaced. If anything happens to Luan in the event of Bien Wang's anger, your Marquis Jing mansion will cease to exist. Lu Jingyuan narrowed his eyes, a hidden anger burning in his heart. Threaten him? You're not allowed to light the lights? His deep gaze crossed over Bianzhen and looked toward the martial arts arena. And he said in a deep voice, Sure will also be measured. You. On the martial arts arena. The bone armor on Bien Luoluan's body had been completely shattered. And the sharp absolute lotus sword intent had seriously injured him. Bien Luoren was lying on the ground without any image. Covered in blood. Covered in wounds. And in a sorry state. The absolute lotus sword intent gradually disappeared. And the red color of yen that spanned heaven and earth slowly faded. Lu Shishir took one step down from the air. And with each step, a red lotus slowly coalesced under her feet. Eventually, she landed on the ground. And all of her reddish color disappeared. She arrived in front of Bien Luoluan, her green blade sword pointing at his throat, and said indifferently, You lost. Bien Luoren slumped to the ground, unable to even get up to cook as he spat out blood. A slurred yell came out of his mouth. No way. No way. How could you possibly comprehend sword intent? Lu Shishir's face was calm. There is nothing impossible. A loss is a loss. I hope that Mr. Bien will keep his word. After she said that, she put away her green blade sword, moved lightly with lotus steps, and crossed over from Bien Luoren's side. Bien Luoren struggled to sit up, spitting blood from his mouth. He looked at the green-colored silhouette that had never put him in his sights. A flash of extreme humiliation welled up inside his proud heart. He is the first grandson of the eldest house of the border royal family. What he can't have, no one else can. A touch of viciousness and hysteria surfaced in Bien Luoren's eyes. A dark and gloomy bone spear condensed in front of him. Along with the appearance of the bone spear, Bien Luoren's breath became even lower. His face was as pale as paper. His teeth interspersed with blood showing as he shouted frantically. Go to hell! The dark bone spear shot out like a ray of light, the sharp tip of the spear glowing with a sinister and cold luster. Lu Shishir turned around in shock. And the bone spear was already close at hand. Shirchan! Lu Jingyuan shouted. The speed of that bone spear was too fast and extremely close. Even he could not come in time to block it. Bianzhen's face was expressionless. And he had a few moments of approval in his heart for his son's approach. Because it's his son. Lu Shishir's pretty face turned slightly white. And the sharp and grim spear tip slowly enlarged in her pupils. At that moment, a fiery red arrow arrived instantly, breaking through the speed of light and colliding with the shadowy bone spear. Under that blazing temperature, the bone spears disintegrated like confetti and finally turned into ashes. Lu Shishir stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the fiery red arrow in front of her that was suspended in the air, constantly emitting a scorching light. With mixed feelings. There are no greater ups and downs in life. On the high stage, Lu Jingyuan and Bianzhen stared at the little boy they had long ignored with horrified fear. Xiao Lu Huai stood on the green bricks, holding a vermilion longbow in his hand, which was attached to the pattern of the sacred beast vermilion bird, burning with a scorching flame. He maintained the posture of drawing the bow, and on his king's robe, a divine martial blue dragon pattern slowly condensed out. And the eyes that were like black gems disappeared, the golden pupils eventually reappearing. A blazing fire flowed from the golden splendor swirling golden pupils, reflecting the domineering and cold light, as if telling of his honorable to the core origins. Golden pupils? That's the symbol of the Han royal family. Xiao Lu Huai said to himself. Such a despicable and shameless person should be executed. He pulled back the vermilion bird bow again. And along with a loud and clear cry, another fiery red arrow condensed and then shot towards Bien Luan. At this moment, his cultivation was completely exposed. And a vastness within heaven and earth, only I am the only one, was constantly rolling and stirring in the air. The great exalted one. Your Highness, please be merciful. Dianjin was so shocked that he hurriedly knelt down and snapped his head heavily on the ground, begging bitterly. 7 years old. Great exalted cultivation. Golden pupils. He speaks for himself. However, Lu Huai just looked ahead as Bien Luoluan turned into ashes in an instant under the fiery red arrows, not even uttering a wail as he completely disappeared between heaven and earth. He didn't even know. Until he died. At whose hands he died and who he cursed and insulted. The vermilion bird bow slowly dissipated. And Xiao Lu Huai carried his hands behind his back, his green dragon robe moving with the wind. He didn't bother to look at Bianjin, who was kneeling on the ground in a million pains inside. He looked away in the direction of the imperial palace, his golden pupils welcoming the brilliant sunlight. He said indifferently, "This person spoke out of turn and insulted me as a little bastard. After the winner of the martial arts fight has been decided, he did such a despicable and shameless thing. I will put him to death. Do you have any comments?" "Minister, I don't dare." Dianjin's head was buried deep in fear. Lu Jingyuan, who was on the side, also knelt down on one knee and lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the pair of golden pupils that were bright to the extreme. Inwardly marveling. He did not expect his own daughter to bring the little prince back. It was really a peak and a darkness. The fiery red arrow feather in front of Lu Shirshir that was protecting her surroundings also disappeared. She turned around and looked away from the overwhelming figure that was like a relic. Is this the real him? The young prince of the dragon court? The existence of 10,000 people. He seemed like a teenage emperor. Absolutely magnificent. He was noble, majestic, and all imperial. His words can determine the life and death of the first grandson of the royal family. And others dare not speak. Chapter 11, Offending her is like offending the palace. The lobby of the Marquis Jing's mansion. Little Lu Huai sat in the main seat. And that radiant golden pupil illuminated the lobby a few points brighter, diffusing golden light everywhere. Lu Jingyuan and Lu Shirshir stood above the lobby, slightly bowing their heads, not daring to look directly at them. As for Bianjin, he has long since slipped back to the royal residence, not wanting to stay for a moment longer. And his own son was destroyed by the crown prince. This matter also dare not say more. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll have to explain himself here today. Many thanks to your highness the crown prince for stepping in to save your daughter today. Lu Jingyuan bowed and bowed profusely, his expression sincere. The prince of Dragon Court appeared in his marquee house for his daughter's righteousness. This matter, if the rumor, who will dare to marquee house in the future to have a wrong idea? And who would dare to have the slightest bad thought about their daughter's special physique again? No harm done. I treat Sister Lu as a good friend. That day when I was shy, it was still Sister Lu who paid the 3 spirit jewels for me. Little Lu Huai's childish voice rang out as he looked at Lu Shirshir with a smirk. However, Lu Shirshir didn't look at him, just lowered her head, slightly formal. Looking at this scene, Xiao Lu Huai was slightly stunned. Then he jumped off the big chair and quickly walked over to Lu Shirshir's side, grabbing her green-colored long skirt. Softly, she asked, "Why is Sister Lu so formal?" Lu Shirshir hurriedly bowed, but was stopped by Xiao Lu Huai. Lu Shirshir lowered her head, looked at Xiao Lu Huai's gold-like pupils, and respectfully returned, "In the face of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, my youngest daughter is a bit terrified. What trepidation! Just keep treating me like that little brat. Sister Lu. When you're like this, people will be sad. Xiao Lu embraced Lu Shishir's delicate and slender legs and said sincerely. This. Lu Shishir hesitated a little. What's this? Does Sister Lu not want me anymore? Then people will be sad and cry. Fem. Said the golden pupil when there were really a few drops of crystal flickering. What a total little actor. Lu Shishir couldn't help but giggle as she looked at little Lu Huai's feigned pitiful appearance. With a helpless and loving gaze, she said, Okay. Ha 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 ha. Little Lu Huai opened his two little arms for a hug. Lu Shishir picked him up and pressed his face intimately and boldly. Without him today, I'm afraid she'd have gone to hell in a handbasket. Lu Jingyuan stood by the side with a smile on his face. He didn't expect the young prince to have such a good relationship with his own daughter. Your Highness the Crown Prince. If you don't mind, stay at my residence for a feast later. Lu Jingyuan inquired in a low voice. However, little Lu Huai didn't give a damn about him. He waved his hand. You eat your food. I'll go eat with Sister Lu. You're not allowed to follow. Lu Jingyuan pondered for a moment. Then instructed Lu Shishir. Take care of His Highness the Crown Prince. Yes. Father. Aya. Why are you so nagging? Sister Lu, let's go and ignore this bad old man. Luodu. Qingyun Street. Dian Wangfu. This magnificent royal mansion had existed for countless years. With a deep heritage. And for tens of thousands of years, it had stood steadily within Luodu. The border king was old and his blood qi was dried up. And he spent years in the depths of the royal palace, closed in death. But as long as he didn't die, no one would dare to easily mess with the border king's house. The border king. But it's the realm of the great exalted. The four realms of martial honor are divided into the realm of human honor, earth honor, great honor, and heaven honor. The great exalted one was already a giant-like existence on one side. Now that the great emperors were not coming out and the emperors were dominating, the Zun realm was already the mainstay of all the forces. On this day, a covered figure clad in blazing red armor appeared at the gate of the border king's mansion. He held a red gold lance in his hand. His eyes were cold, and his body exuded the aura of an abyss. He just stood there quietly, and the space around him even began to slightly distort and shatter, as if it could not bear his presence. Zhao Yi looked at this majestic royal mansion, and his icy voice suddenly sounded. Pass on the great emperor's order. The first grandson of the eldest house of the border king's house has insulted His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince by speaking out of turn. And according to the laws of the Dragon Court of the Great Han Dynasty, he shall be punished by execution of his 9 clans. His indifferent and cold voice was extremely penetrating, turning into a rolling wave of sound that echoed continuously over the border king's mansion. Countless clansmen within the royal mansion looked up in shock, horrified. And there were even quite a few people who directly fell to the ground, shaking like sieve chaff, their pupils hollowed out by fear for a long time. What the hell is going on here? Dian Jin, who had already returned to the border king's mansion, heard that cold and majestic voice, and his complexion instantly turned gray and shook. The royal family was implicated after all. He's a sinner. The deepest part of the royal residence. Suddenly there is a pale and rotten voice came out. Hasty. Seemingly to explain. Seemingly to plead with the great emperor to open the grace. However, a monstrous fire descended from the sky, incinerating the dome of the sky and burning up everything in the border king's mansion. Zhao Yi looked indifferent and gradually disappeared into the endless sea of fire. Go to hell and explain. Marquis Jing's mansion. Xing Xiang Yuan. Xiao Lu Huai squatted on the ground without regard for his image. looking blearily at the porcelain pot in front of him that was constantly emitting a thick milky odor. His pair of golden pupils were bright and dark, showing his excitement. He still had a few drops of drool hanging from the corners of his mouth in gluttony, which is still holding the red flame vermilion bird bough. A word to determine the life and death of other people's absolute generation of splendor. Soon, the deer's milk was cooked, and Xiao Luhuai hurriedly took a bowl and gulped it down. Lu Shishir sat on a boulder to the side, scrutinizing little Lu Huai's grimacing face as he was scalded. But he still had to gulp down his milk and refused to wait for a while. She narrowed those bright moonlight eyes, revealing a thick smile in the narrow willow-like slits. She still likes Lu Huai, who was drinking milk now. At that time, he who was holding the vermilion bird divine bough was just too seemingly high above the rest, causing people to not dare to approach him. Suddenly, Xiao Luhuai put down the porcelain bowl, and his golden pupils looked towards a willow forest not far away. Lu Shishir was a bit puzzled as she looked there along with Lu Huai's gaze, but only saw a few willows swinging in the wind. Nothing unusual. "What's wrong?" she inquired softly. Lu Huai shook his head as he re-picked up the porcelain bowl as if nothing had happened and sipped in a muffled voice. Soon the pot of deer milk was finished by him. He stood up, wiped his mouth, and said with a smile, "Sister Lu, why don't you accompany me to go shopping? This is the first time I've stepped out of the imperial palace, and I haven't really done any shopping yet." Lu Shishir stared at him, suddenly feeling that there was something strange about him. But she couldn't say what it was. She didn't say no. And with the same smile, she said, "Yeah. In the afternoon." Lu Shishir held little Lu Huai out of the marquee residence and did not return until the evening. In one afternoon plus one night, the two of them only strolled through a small portion of Qingyun Street. After all, Qingyun Street was really too long, and an ordinary person would not be able to walk to the end of it, even if they were to spend their entire life in exhaustion. In Qingyun Street, Xiao Luhuai saw many small playful things that he hadn't seen in the imperial palace, and ate many delicious snacks that he hadn't eaten in the imperial palace. He also bought a crystal sword-shaped pendant for Lu Shishir, although the money was paid by Lu Shishir. But he told her, with all due respect, that he would give her this money later, and that it was his first gift to her. Lu Shishir also assured him with a smile on her face that she would take good care of it and would wear the pendant every day. In the end, at the insistent request of young Lu Huai, the two ate dinner at the heavenly building. Lu Huai still drank 3 pounds of jade spirit goat's milk, and Xiao Er was respectful. The half-day was filled with warmth and laughter between the two, and some tiredness from playing. It was late at night, but Xiao Luhuai still wanted Lu Shishir to sleep with his arms around him. But for some reason, Lu Shishir, who had just laid down on the bed, felt sleepiness sweeping over her and soon fell into a deep sleep. After a long time, little Lu Huai climbed out of Lu Shishir's arms. He looked at Lu Shishir's sweet sleeping face. A touch of reluctance flowed out of his pair of golden pupils. Xiao Luhuai clenched his hand with a spell, and an extremely profound gong method was transmitted into Lu Shishir's brow. Absolute lotus-shaking immortal decision. An extremely high-grade imperial Dao technique that could be cultivated by Lu Shishir to the peak of the imperial realm. And when cultivated to the extreme, it could shake the immortals and kill the gods. A top-tier existence under the imperial laws. After doing so, Xiao Luhuai smiled heartlessly. "I hope you won't blame me for leaving without saying goodbye, Sister Lu." He then walked decidedly out of the room. And outside the door a blazing red armor had been waiting for a long time. When that gaijin figure saw Xiao Luhuai appear, he immediately knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, "Your Highness, it's time for you to return to the palace." Seeing this figure, Lu Huai was not surprised. Being in the Supreme Emperor vein, He had discovered Zhao Yi's presence in that willow forest. Little Lu Huai's radiant golden pupils steeply lit up, permeated with extreme majesty. His childish yet majestic voice rang out as he said to Zhao Yi, "Declare that the 81 states and the 4 seas belonging to the Dragon Court, and that anyone who commits an offense against Lu Shishir is like an offense against this hall. My lord will do as he is told." Afterwards, Xiao Lu Huai turned his head to look at the small lotus pond in the distance that had many green lotuses. Then he looked again at the boulder in the yard where he always liked to sit and drink his milk. It was also sitting there that he first saw the stunning sword dance. Finally he turned to look at the room where Lu Shishir was, and was silent for a long time, as if saying goodbye, as if reminiscing. After a long time, Xiao Lu Huai opened his small mouth and muttered a low voice, his expression slightly bizarre and intriguing. "See you later." Chapter 12, The Princess Returns to the Capital. The imperial palace in the dead of night was still radiant, just like a golden night pearl that came to life in the darkness of the night. Outside Manhwa Palace, Xiao Lu Huai sat on the green stone at the entrance, somewhat distressed. A slender and slim figure walked out from the palace. Xiao Lu Huai hurriedly called out in a low voice, "Sister Linger." "Ah, Little Highness." "Shoo." Xiao Lu Huai hurriedly made a shushing motion, signaling her to keep her voice down. Mu Linger squatted down, looked at the pair of golden pupils, and whispered, "Little Highness, you can come back. You don't even know. After you sneaked out of the palace and were discovered by the Empress Dowager, she was so anxious that she said she was going to beat you when you returned." Xiao Lu Huai nodded vigorously in understanding. He asked quietly, "Mother is in a good mood now. The Empress has just finished eating the lotus seed soup and is about to go to bed. And she looks like she's still in a good mood." Mu Linger said thoughtfully, "Got it. Got it." Then Xiao Lu Huai walked quickly into the courtyard gate. Looking at the brightly lit Fanghua Palace, he dusted off his green dragon robe, rubbed his somewhat baby-fat little chubby face, and hung a bitchy sardonic smile on the corner of his mouth. "Mother, Huayr is back. Wyatt misses you so much." Pushing open the door of the palace, Xiao Lu Huai saw at a glance Empress Yuan sitting on the soft golden silk collapse wearing a big red robe. "Yo! It's Huayr who's back. Come and let Mother's Empress give you a hug." Empress Yuan was full of smiles. "Mother!" Little Lu Huai trotted over and lightly leapt into Empress Yuan's arms. Empress Yuan's left hand then quickly probed out and grabbed Xiao Lu Huai. Little Lu Huai froze. And then his little face was filled with panic. No good. Fell for it. Because it was then that he noticed that there was an emerald green bamboo panel hidden behind Empress Yuan. The Empress of Languages pressed him down on the soft collapse, her expression gradually becoming ferocious as she swung the bamboo board to shine it at Xiao Lu Huai's ass and slapped it down hard. "Let you sneak away. Let you sneak away. I'll kill you. Ah. I was wrong, Mother. And you have the nerve to say you're an orphan. Curse whoever it is." While saying that, the bamboo board in Empress Yuan's hand slapped down hard. "Ah. Ouch. It hurts, Mother. Let's see if you dare from now on." "Ah. Never again. Don't dare." The next day, just after dawn, Lu Shishir woke up in her sleep. She closed her eyes and habitually touched her arms. Then her right hand stiffened and she suddenly woke up. Under the covers, the little boy who loved to cuddle her to sleep was gone. "Your Highness? Your Highness?" she called out. But there was no response. The large room was deathly silent, with only her disturbed voice echoing softly. Lu Shishir hurriedly put on her clothes and walked out of the room. She had searched the entire Qingxiang farewell courtyard, and even rummaged through the entire Marquis Jing mansion. But she still hadn't found the little boy's silhouette. Him? Gone. As the crown prince of the Great Han Dragon Court, how could he disappear? There is only one reason that explains it. He's gone. Quietly leaving in her sleep, she returned to the unattainable imperial palace. Even no goodbyes. Lu Shishir was sitting on that boulder in Chengxiang Beiyuan, her hands hugging her silky legs, her chin resting on her knees. In a trance. In the past, Xiaowai always liked to sit here and drink the dear milk she cooked. And she also liked to quietly watch the way he drank the milk. Yet now the building was empty. And the cold temperature of the boulder told her that Lu Huai was gone. Lu Shishir's heart was filled with loss, accompanied by a vague sense of emptiness. In just a few short days together, she had really gotten used to the little boy's presence. Suddenly, an extreme tingling sensation came from Lu Shishir's brain. She closed her eyes in pain and held her forehead. In his mind, a wave of subtle and incomparable information came rushing in like ocean waves. A humongous red, peerless immortal sword accompanied by a zun red lotus blooming across the sky appeared in her mind. Lu Huai's ethereal and somewhat serious childish voice surfaced in his mind. Missy. This is an Imperial Dao Extreme Grade technique from the Imperial Palace's Hall of 10,000 Techniques. The Absolute Lotus Shaking Immortal Decision. This method can be cultivated to a great extent to behead immortals and kill gods. And there are few enemies under the Great Emperors. I expect you to cultivate diligently. And we will meet again. Lu Huai's voice gradually dissipated. And Lu Shishir's brows gradually eased. The entire person in a metaphysical state. After a long time, Lu Shishir suddenly opened her eyes. And there were two absolutely beautiful red lotuses slowly rotating in her eyes. In an instant, monstrous sword intent surged out, plunging into the clouds and finally forming a crimson immortal sword above the dome of the sky. The reddish color was as vivid as blood, enveloping the entire Qingxiang special courtyard. At this moment, Lu Shishir, who was only at the realm of the martial zone, truly grasped the intent that only a Ho realm powerhouse could master. Absolute Lotus Sword intent. After a long time, everything was back to normal. Lu Shishir got up and looked in the direction of the Imperial Palace, her heart grateful beyond words. Only she who had already cultivated it knew just how precious this absolute lotus shaking immortal skill was. That black-clothed old man suddenly appeared, his eyes in disbelief. He then respectfully handed a spirit jade to Lu Shishir. Miss, this is from the Imperial Palace's palace maid. Lu Shishir took the spirit jade and gently stroked it with her hand. This is the money for the pendant that Xiao Lu Huai returned to him. The sword-shaped crystal pendant was hanging on her plump chest, emitting a crystalline luster under the sunlight. Lu Shishir murmured with her brows lowered. We'll see you again, Little Highness. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu Huai, who was in the Imperial Palace, was sitting on the green stone outside the Fanghua Palace with a pained expression. Mother has hit me so hard that it hurts to sit down now. Suddenly, he seemed to look away in the direction of Luodu's Qingyun Street as if he had a heartfelt feeling. That golden gaze revealed a terrifying divine aura, as if it could pierce the void. By now, Sister Lu has already received the spirit jade sent by Sister Linger. Right? I wonder how she'll feel about my going out of her way, Xiao Lu Huai said to himself. And there was a flash of inexplicable light deep in the pupils of his eyes. Empress Yuan suddenly appeared from behind without God's knowledge, looking puzzled, thinking about something. Ah, mother. Little Lu Huai hurriedly got up and jumped far away, his hands covering his buttocks and looking wary. Seeing this, Empress Yuan's beautiful eyes glared at him. So afraid of mother? Nah. Saying no. But little Lu Huai still didn't dare to come closer. This mother of his is not a good person to screw him over one way or the other. According to father secretly said to him, your mother used to be a big witch-like character. Not married before. Even dare to beat him. Married after beating more often. Empress Yuan was somewhat helpless as she looked at Xiao Lu Huai's guarded face. I do have something to tell you. Little Lu Huai looked lonely and suspicious. Pointed to the ground and said, Mother. Just stand there and say it. Empress Yuan couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Then with a slightly more serious look, she softly said, In 3 months, your imperial sister will be returning to the capital. Lu Huai was stunned. Imperial sister? Which imperial sister? Your eldest imperial sister. Born of imperial concubine Xiao. Is the eldest princess of our great Han royal family? You haven't seen it. And before you were born, you were married far away to the southern barbarian king's clan. The golden pupil suddenly brightened. And the golden light exploded. What? Big sister married a barbarian? How is that possible? How could the eldest princess of my Great Han Dragon Court marry a barbarian? Lu Huai looked shocked. And even vaguely carried a few points of anger. The Great Han Dragon Court has always been guarded by father. How could such a humiliating thing happen? Emperor Han was a supreme being of the Great Emperor realm. And Empress Yuan was also a bit forlorn and sighed softly. Without explanation, she turned away, leaving only a light sentence behind. You'll find out later. This is an eternal disgrace for our Great Han Imperial clan. Chapter 13, Stopping the Road. 3 months later. 3 miles outside of Luodu City. There was a foreign beast pulling a luxury car chauffeured slowly forward. The beast was strange looking. With a black and red body. Wings on its back. A fierce face. A head with 2 horns. A pair of ferocious fangs showing under its mouth. And a tyrannical and cruel aura exuding from its body. It was none other than the ancient relic species demon Mengtao. It is said that its ancestor was Tao Tai, one of the 10 great evil beasts. On either side of the luxurious chauffeured vehicle, 2 columns of burly men clad in animal skins rode silently forward on ferocious black tigers. The first person was different from the others. He was dressed in pitch black armor, with a rugged appearance and a figure as tall as an iron tower. The black tiger he rode was also distinctive. Born with black wings and 3 long eyes. Evil demon tiger. A unique face species of the barbarians. And only the army of the Southern Baron Royal Court could be equipped with it. That luxurious carousel was also precisely the carousel of the Southern Barbaric Royal Court. At the same time, 3 clear bells suddenly rang out from the Imperial Palace in Luodu, turning into rolling waves of sound that spread to every corner of Luodu. Emperor Han's majestic and deep voice slowly sounded in the air like the voice of the heavens. Welcome the eldest princess back to the capital. At this moment, countless powerhouses in the Imperial Palace looked up into the distance. Their eyes sharp to the extreme. Those cold gazes seemed to be able to see through the layers of emptiness to the slowly advancing chauffeur. They then bowed their heads slightly in that direction and saluted. Deep within Qing Yun Street, there were 7 magnificent auras that simultaneously rose up from different directions, intertwining and churning in the air. There were 7 majestic voices with different timbres exploding in the air. Honor the great emperor's holy oracle. Countless people in the city listened to these few voices with shocked faces. The great emperor sent the order and the 7 emperors received it. What does this mean? Is it just because the princess has returned to the capital? There were quite a few old men with sharp faces. They knew what happened 1,000 years ago and what it meant for the eldest princess to return to the capital. It was said that Long Ting's troops guarding the southern wasteland border had been mobilized half a year ago. Millions of soldiers have accumulated at the border, causing the southern desert royal court to be in a state of fear. God! It's going to change. The carriage of the southern wasteland royal court soon arrived at the gates of Luodu City. At this moment, the east gate of Luodu was wide open, and countless generals in black armor were kneeling on one knee. In unison, They said, "Welcome the eldest princess back to the capital." The curtain tent of the royal court's carriage was lifted at one corner, revealing a face of a city. Lu Yuer looked at the black armor of the roaming city and had mixed feelings inside. It had been a long time since she had returned to Lodu. Ever since the moment she was married off to the southern wasteland royal court 1,000 years ago. The Dragon Court Imperial Palace was just a place she missed late at night. Out of reach. Lu Yuer put down the curtain and sat up straight. Opposite her there was another teenager around 16 years old sitting there. The teenager was dark-skinned and had a proud look on his face. He surveyed the majestic to the Cour Luodu through the gap in the curtains of the car and marveled inwardly. This is Luodu. It is really magnificent. I do not know how many times more prosperous than the southern wasteland. No wonder the father. I blame this woman. Tuota Jingyun looked at Lu Yuer with some disgust. But he didn't dare to show too much. The car chauffeur slowly marched into Luodu and came to Qingyun Street. There were many people on Qingyun Street who respectfully bowed down when they saw the Rapunzel's carriage. Their eyes filled with the most sincere respect. Welcome the eldest princess back to the capital. The burly general in black armor rode on the evil demon tiger on inner alert. It was because the moment he entered Qingyun Street he felt 7 different kinds of faint might enveloping him. That kind of might. His heart jumped even if he just lightly felt it. At that moment, he felt a shocking pressure that could only be felt on a king. Although those 7 kinds of might only stayed on him for an instant and then faded away like a tidal wave, it still made him sweat coldly. Is this the true depth of the Great Han? Madamu sighed slightly inwardly. He was the barbarian king's close guard commander, with an imperial realm cultivation and a party of great power. But he clearly understood that as long as he was willing, those 7 auras just now would be able to easily destroy him. The carriage chauffeured slowly toward the imperial palace under the kneeling and cheering of the pedestrians. Suddenly the car whisked to a halt. In front of the chauffeured car, there was a young boy of about 7 years of age standing in the middle of the empty street blocking the chauffeured car's progress. He had the beast on his head, a milk bag in his hand, barfing it down, his eyes looking up at the cart with curiosity. A soldier from the southern wasteland royal court rode up on an evil demon tiger and said in a cold voice, "The royal court's carriage. Idle people quickly retreat." The little boy ignored him and went straight for the limousine in the center. Bold. That barbarian soldier's tiger eyes glared. And the evil demon tiger underneath him lifted his huge tiger paw and slapped it fiercely. A dark shadow loomed over the little boy's head, and his already petite figure looked even smaller under the huge tiger's paw. The little boy continued to walk forward, and the small beast above his head opened a pair of beast pupils. A shocking roar rose up from the ground and shook the air. At this moment, almost all of the evil demon tigers all slumped to the ground uncontrollably, and the crowd of barbarian soldiers fell. Even that pulling the car chauffeur of the devil Mang Tao is also for Christ's step. Hideous fierce beast face is full of uneasiness. The evil demon tiger in front of the little boy did the same, paralyzed on the ground and letting out a whimper. He approached the chauffeur as if nothing had happened. And Madamu stepped in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Who the hell are you?" Madamu had a shocked look on his face. After that roaring sound just now, although the evil demon tiger king under his seat didn't prostrate itself on the ground, he could clearly feel the trembling beneath him. It was fear etched in the depths of the soul. The uneasy trepidation of the inferior facing the superior. The little boy looked up slightly, looking up at Madamu. A breeze blew through his messy bangs, revealing a pair of golden pupils. Madamu was alarmed. As the commander of the royal court's close guards, he certainly knew what it was. Golden pupil. The divine pupil that only people of the royal family of the Han Dynasty can have. Madamu bowed his head slightly and asked in a deep voice, "I wonder which of the Dragon Court's youngest highnesses is here in person." The little boy ignored him, his golden pupils looking towards the car chuff. At this time, The car curtain was gently lifted once again, and a graceful and gorgeous figure got out of the car in a graceful manner, with the proud teenager following behind her. Lu Yuer came to the little boy's side. Her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. "You're wily, aren't you?" The little boy also made his voice heard for the first time. "Big sister?" His voice is as timeless and ethereal as a clear spring. "Very nice." Lu Yuer gently nodded her head, and her pouring face was filled with smiles. "I didn't realize that we would meet under these circumstances. You're pretty bold. Blocking the caravan all by yourself." The little boy hemmed and hawed as he opened both arms. Lu Yuer understood and gently picked him up and returned him to the car chauffeur, with the proud teenager following closely behind. Soon the convoy began to move forward again. The demon Mang Tao Tao pulling the cart collected all of its tyranny and ferocity, and walked slowly with a calm breath. For it clearly sensed a faint aura of kingship in the chauffeured cart it was pulling behind it. The Qilin, among the countless races of walking beasts, is the well-deserved king. Chapter 14. Xingyun Street, as one of the busiest main streets in Luodu, was very long and wide. The people knelt on both sides of the street with frenzied expressions to welcome their eldest princess back to the capital. Inside Wang Ting's chauffeured car, Xiao Luhuai felt a little puzzled as he saw the fervor and heartfelt respect on their faces through the gap in the curtains. He didn't know why these people were so fond of the big imperial sister in front of him, whom he had never met before. Toda Jingyun, who was also sitting in the car, was also observing Xiao Luhuai with disdain in the depths of his eyes. "You're still drinking milk at this age?" He looked at the milk stains at the corner of Lu Huai's mouth and the milk bag on his right hand and skimmed. Takyuta Jingyunko stopped drinking this stuff when he was 2 years old. "Big imperial sister, why do the people of Luodu respect you so much?" Xiao Luhuai sent out his question. Lu Yuer's gaze was also thrown out of the car, slowly shaking her head, seemingly unwilling to explain. Lu Huai didn't pursue the question. 3 months ago, when Empress Yuan was telling him that his eldest imperial sister, who had married far away in the southern wasteland, was returning to the capital, he had secretly looked up ancient historical books. However, the ancient books only recorded that 1,000 years ago, the eldest princess of the Dragon Court married the barbarian king of the southern wasteland. There is only this simple sentence, and the rest of the process is not recorded. This made the celestial intelligence understand that this matter was very uncomplicated. Lu Huai's attention turned to the teenager in the car. Takuta Jingyun was also looking at him. The two men's eyes met. Lu Huai's golden pupils brightened a few points more, carrying a strong curiosity. Takuta Jingyun looked at those golden pupils and felt a slight sting in his eyes. Those golden pupils were casual and bland but carried an innate power. Tuota Jingyun lowered his head for an instant, not daring to look at him for a long time. He couldn't help but look a little hard. As the most talented prince of the southern desolate royal court in 100 years, he actually dared not look directly at a boy who was still holding a milk bag in his hand. This was somewhat unacceptable to Takuta Jingyun, who had always been incredibly proud inside. Lu Huai also withdrew his gaze. To be honest, Lu Huai didn't like this teenager from the southern wasteland. No reason. Probably because he's from the southern wilderness. Or maybe it was the undisguised pride on his face. The chauffeured car slowly made its way to the imperial palace. In the world building next to the street, there was a man in white sitting on the seat by the window, with a glass of wine in his hand, and his eyes always watching the car chauffeur, never detaching from it. He had an ordinary appearance, but he carried an air of being out of the world. His hand on his glass trembled slightly, his expression complicated. There seems to be nostalgia. There seems to be relief. And there seems to be a few faintly divine. He withdrew his gaze only when the carriage entered the imperial palace. The man in white murmured as he drained the cup of spirits, slowly closing his eyes to savor the spiciness. You, at last, are back. The carousel stepped through the dragon gate, and all the barbarian soldiers stayed outside it, with only Manhwa following the carousel in. He jumped off the evil demon Tiger King's back and walked slowly, a sign of respect for the imperial palace. It is also a sign of reverence for the Han Emperor. That ancient relic species demon Mang Taodao became as docile as a kitten, and it seemed to know that many powerful existences existed inside. Arriving at the glorious Golden Palace, Lu Yuer led Lu Huai out of the chauffeured car, followed by Tuo de Jingyun. An old man with pale eyebrows and hair appeared before the crowd. He bowed slightly and said, "His Majesty's Oracle invites the eldest princess and Commander Manhwa to enter the Golden Palace." Lu Yuer also slightly curtsied and seemed to have the utmost respect for the eunuch in front of her. "Eunuch Hao. It's been a long time." That eunuch Hao similarly sighed slightly. "Yes. 1,000 years have passed. And you, Your Highness the eldest princess, have finally returned to the capital." "Your Highness. Please." Lu Yuer nodded her head and then entered the Golden Palace with Manhwa behind her. Lu Huai also wanted to go in. He wanted to know what really happened 1,000 years ago and what his father would say to his big imperial sister. As the crown prince of the Han Dynasty, he naturally understands that today's reception by his father for his big sister must have an extraordinary significance. "Your Highness, the great emperor will only grant an audience to Rapunzel and Manhwa." Eunuch Hao stopped Xiao Lu Huai and bent down to respectfully say. Little Lu Huai's eyes widened violently, and his childish and ethereal voice suddenly rang out. "Old man! How dare you stop me?" The old slave wouldn't dare. "This is the great emperor's decree." Eunuch Hao's body was a few shorter. Xiao Lu Huai's face was tinged with anger as he opened his mouth and said, "Don't hold Father Emperor over me? You're afraid of him? But I'm not. Get out of the way." Eunuch Hao did not let go. His pale body was like an ancient pine steadily rooted in front of Lu Huai. His attitude even more humble. "Please don't make things difficult for your young highness. Old slave. You." Lu Yuer stood in front of the door of the Golden Palace and looked back with some emotion. Eunuch Hao was a close official of father's side, and had accompanied father when he was still a submerged dragon. She had never seen anyone speak to Eunuch Hao with such an attitude in Dragon Court. Even the most powerful 7 emperors of the Dragon Court had to be courteous when they encountered Eunuch Hao. Finally, Lu Yuer and Manhwa entered the Golden Palace. Xiao Lu Huai also did not go in after all. He sat on the ground unimaginatively, his pair of golden pupils glaring angrily at Eunuch Hao as he sulked. Eunuch Hao also smiled helplessly and bitterly at this. But he was not displeased in any way. And in his heart of hearts he liked the little prince. The young highness born with an emperor's vein is the future of the Dragon Court. Tuo de Jingyun looked at Lu Huai disdainfully from the side. "This is the crown prince of the Dragon Court? It is said that he was born with the supreme emperor vein. The future emperor. Today's sighting is no better. How dare you be so uneducated? Emperor Han was an existence that was supreme in the Holy Domain and even the entire continent. Even the great emperor's royal son shouldn't be so disrespectful to the great emperor. You are the prince of the Dragon Court?" Tuo de Jingyun opened his mouth. Xiao Lu Huai glanced at him and didn't say anything. He didn't like Takyuta Kageumo. Tuo de Jingyun was a bit annoyed. Before in the barbarian king's court, no one had ever dared to ignore him. "Get to know me. I'm the 4th prince of the Southern Wasteland Royal Court. Tuo de Jingyun. The most outstanding genius of the Southern Wasteland for 100 years. Tuo de Jingyun said again, his face a little more proud. Little Lu Huai still didn't say anything. And this time he didn't even look at him. Looking straight at the ground. "You." Tuo de Jingyun was enraged. although his status was not as good as Lu Huai's. Lu Huai, who was the Dragon Court crown prince, should not have ignored one of the princes of the southern wasteland royal court in such a way. Are all the people of the Han imperial clan this impolite? Tuota Jingyun said coldly, his tone sarcastic and provocative. Eunuch Hao frowned a little on the side. But in the end he didn't open his mouth, only casting his gaze towards the little prince in front of him. At this moment, little Lu Huai, who was sitting on the ground and moping, suddenly raised his head, and his pair of golden pupils steeply lit up with an eye-catching divine light. A shocking pressure swept out in an instant, enveloping Tuota Jingyun. Tokuta Jingyun was alarmed. How is it possible? Tuota Jingyun roared lowly in his heart. How could a child of less than 7 years old emit such a powerful pressure that it actually pressurized me to the point where I couldn't move? Drink! Intense black light surged out from Tuota Jingyun's body, straining to resist the pressure. At this time, Tuota Jingyun's cultivation was also completely exposed. He was worthy of being the most outstanding genius of the southern desolate royal court in the past 100 years. At a mere 16 years of age, he was already a third-grade marquis. Yet this was far from enough in front of Xiao Lu Huai. Noisy! Lu Huai's ice-cold voice rang out, followed by a loud and clear phoenix sound that resounded through the heavens and earth. And the majestic vermilion bird silhouette flashed behind Lu Huai. Monstrous flames ignited in his hands as a Bing vermilion divine bow slowly took shape. The moment the vermilion bird divine bow appeared, gusts of red heat waves swept out like waves lapping at the shore. The searing heat so hot that space began to distort slightly. Lu Huai had already stood up, his divine bow drawn. A Bing fiery arrow had already coalesced and was ready to fire. Tuota Jingyun's verbal provocation had already succeeded in enraging Lu Huai, who had long been upset in his heart. And that strike was a killing blow. The moment the coalesced fiery red arrow took aim, Tuota Jingyun clearly felt the threat of death. As the prince of the Dragon Court, Lu Huai had been a lawless existence since he was a child. Tuota Jingyun had dared to provoke him, so he had to be prepared to bear the price. So what if he's a prince of the royal court? I am the prince of Dragon Court. Chapter 15, Emperor's Wrath. His Highness the Crown Prince rests his anger. As soon as Eunuch Hao's words fell, the fiery red arrow had already left the string, accompanied by a terrifying cry, just like a fiery meteor running away. Buzz! The sky and earth suddenly lit up. Flames overflowed in all directions, and Tuota Jingyun's face was pale and in a cold sweat. But he was unharmed. In front of him, Eunuch Hao's slightly stooped figure stood tall. A layer of faint shields of light rose up, blocking little Lu Huai's surefire arrow at Tuota Jingyun. Old man! Little Lu Huai was furious. And that pair of golden pupils suddenly became bright and dark, and an extremely depressing aura gradually filled out. At the forehead, the 4 elephant seals slowly rotated, and the vermilion bird bit was greatly illuminated. Between heaven and earth, the vermilion bird's shrillness was unceasing. It echoed continuously in the sky above the magnificent imperial palace. The vermilion bird bow was ablaze with divine fire, and an arrow coalesced once again. This one arrow appeared different, in the form of a vermilion bird, emitting an aura from the ancient times. The light and darkness of the golden pupils shone brightly, like 2 small rounds of suns, flowing with blazing red flames, firmly locking onto the Tuota Jingyun behind Eunuch Hao. Monstrous flame bow. Searing vermilion bird arrow. This arrow, poised to strike. Your Highness, calm down. Eunuch Hao's body was short to the extreme and bowed. Get out of the way. Didn't you hear what he just said? Lu Huai opened his mouth, his tone containing strong dissatisfaction and anger. But he's not guilty as charged. Your Highness, this arrow going down is enough to pulverize his body and leave him in ashes. Eunuch Hao said respectfully. Is it possible to just get it over with? Xiao Lu Huai stared at Takuta Jingyun. Eunuch Hao glanced at the barbarian prince behind him and said indifferently. Still not apologizing to the crown prince? At those words, Tuoda Jingyun's face was ugly. He was reluctant. But when he saw the searing jubilee arrow, he softened again. If it wasn't for this old man in front of him stopping him, I'm afraid he would already be dead. This prince who was only 7 years old really didn't take him as a prince in his eyes at all and killed him when he said he would. After struggling internally for a long time, Takuta Jingyun finally spoke. Right. At that moment, a violent shout suddenly exploded out of thin air. On your knees, Xiao Lu Huai said loudly. His voice was like a dragon whistling in the ninth heaven, lasting for a long time, containing a kingly and overbearing aura that pushed straight into Tuoda Jingyun. This time, Eunuch Hao didn't resist for Tuoda Jingyun, and his figure flashed to the side. Flutter. Tuoda Jingyun knelt down on both knees. His face was ugly. Ugly to the extreme. In that loud shout filled with a domineering aura, there was an extremely strong intent that rushed into his mind. He was simply defenseless. His body instinctively knelt down. And right in front of him was Lu Huai. At this moment he finally realized that he was far inferior to this only 7-year-old prince in front of him, both in terms of his status and cultivation. There was never a shadow of him in the sight of those golden pupils either. Yes. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Takuta Jingyun opened his mouth with difficulty. But his tone was not as sincere as it should have been. Xiao Lu Huai gazed at him closely without answering. The flames on the vermilion bird bow burned a little more fiercely. Takuta Jingyun understood that he hadn't done enough. He closed his eyes in pain, kowtowed heavily, and exclaimed, Please forgive Your Highness the Crown Prince. The proud head bows to the ground, awaiting judgment. After a long time, Xiao Lu Huai turned around and left, and the vermilion bird bow dissipated a little bit. Only a slightly authoritative voice came out. Don't be trying to anger Lone. Let alone trying to provoke my Great Han imperial family. I wouldn't dare. At this moment, Takuta Jingyun's pride was completely crushed. Even if he was a prince of the royal court. So what? After all, he was a prince's vassal. Eunuch Hao smiled in satisfaction as he looked at the crown prince's fading figure. His pale face filled with relief. This is the prince of my dragon court, unrivaled in the world. Inside the golden palace, an ancient mirror flashed with golden light. The scene outside the temple was perfectly rendered within the ancient mirror. Madamu's face was ugly, but he dared to be angry. Today's dragon court was not something that the southern wasteland royal court could fight against. After all, it's not 1,000 years ago. Now that he had brought Tuoda Jingyun to Luodu, he also had something to ask for. Lu Yuer's face revealed a strange color. As the queen of the southern wasteland royal court, although Tuoda Jingyun was not born to her, she was very clear about how strong Tuoda Jingyun's talent was. He was the most outstanding genius in the southern wasteland for 100 years, carrying the barbarian god hegemony body. And although he had not yet fully awakened, he had already been designated by the barbarian emperor as the future successor of the southern wasteland. In the southern wasteland, Lu Yuer had never seen that anyone her age was able to receive a single move from Tuoda Jingyun. Over time, this has created a proud character in Takyuta Kageyumo. Unexpectedly, on this day, Tuoda Jingyun's pride was completely shattered. And as the future successor of the southern wasteland royal court, he was easily defeated by the dragon court crown prince, kowtowing in submission. This made Lu Yuer, who was the eldest princess of the dragon court, feel proud from the bottom of her heart. What do you think of my dragon court's crown prince? The Han Emperor? who sat in the golden dragon chair, his entire body shrouded in purple and gold awnings, spoke faintly. Born with an emperor vein, unrivaled in the world. Madamu returned respectfully. Listening to his words, the Han Emperor didn't respond. A pair of majestic golden pupils looked at Madamu in silence, not knowing what he was thinking. Madamu's heart was slightly bitter. Being stared at by a great emperor would never be a good feeling. Although the Han Emperor did not make any movements, a mountainous pressure had come over him, causing him to suffer. After a long time, Madamu dared to speak. Your Majesty, the Dragon Court's millions of soldiers are hoarding the southern border. I wonder what is the intention. As soon as the words fell, golden light suddenly exploded in the hall. And the Han Emperor, who was hidden under the purple gold divine aura that made it impossible to see his face, spoke coldly. What is the purpose? Can it be that your southern wasteland has forgotten what happened 1,000 years ago? 1,000 years have passed, and there are some grudges that I have to settle with you. Madamu's face changed drastically as he knelt down and kowtowed. Please spare my southern wasteland clan from the wrath of the great emperor. I, South Wasteland, in order to show my sincerity, have escorted Her Highness the Princess back to the capital, and would like to use the fourth prince of my clan, Tuota Jingyun, as a hostage, in the hope that the Dragon Court and my South Wasteland will be at peace for all eternity. The Han Emperor smiled coldly. Eternal peace? Late. You want me to spare you. But 1,000 years ago, how have you ever spared my Han royal family? How have you ever spared my Han people? And how have you ever spared my poor daughter? The Han Emperor looked at the eldest princess, a flash of intense grief and compassion crossing his radiant gaze. Go back and tell Todotori that in a year's time, the dragon flag of the Great Han will be planted on the top of the Long Hate Mountain. Long Hate Mountain, the holy land of the southern wasteland. Your Majesty, think twice. Madamu bowed again and begged bitterly. My intention is dead, and the Iron Horsemen of the Great Han have long been waiting on their pillows. Your Majesty, could it be that your Majesty has forgotten the heavenly oath made back then? Madamu's head was pressed to the ground, and he said decisively, Asshole. Outside the temple, the sky suddenly collapsed. 10,000 miles of clouds and thunder filled the sky. The world was suddenly gloomy. The gale roared. The thunder court raged, spreading an extremely oppressive aura, as if the wrath of the heavens. Countless people within the Luo capital raised their heads to the sky, their gazes horrified. The great emperor was furious. Chapter 16, Ancestral Shrine. Inside the Grand Hall, endless imperial might poured down, and radiant golden light filled every corner. With a bang, the kneeling Madamu shot backwards and smashed into the door of the Golden Palace, spitting blood from his mouth. Emperor Han stood up, his golden pupils that were majestic to the extreme gazing at Madamu. Are you threatening me? Ignoring his injuries, Madamu once again knelt and bowed, exclaiming, I wouldn't dare. Please think twice. Great Emperor. The Han Emperor breathed heavily several times, his golden pupils staring at Madamu for a long time before he withdrew his gaze. Turning around, he looked at the Tenchi sword hanging on the wall. The ghost said, Stand down. Thank you, Your Majesty. Madamu walked out of the Golden Hall, rejoicing inwardly. As expected, the higher the cultivation level, the more reverence one has for the heavenly Tao. Emperor Han was no exception. And even as a great emperor, he did not dare to break the heavenly oath he had made. Looking at Tuota Jingyun, who was standing outside the temple somewhat lost in thought, Madamu sighed slightly. It's a bad time to be born. The fourth prince, who had the chance to overwhelm the generation, had instead encountered a supreme figure like Prince Long Ting, with Crown Prince Lu Huai around. The southern wasteland will never see the light of day. Sighing again, Madame Wu said softly, "Your Highness, let's go." Where can they go? The southern wasteland can no longer be returned. Even if the Han Emperor does not dare to easily move the southern wasteland. But the two of them will be hostages for the rest of their lives. Fanghua Palace. Lu Huai sat on the green stone outside the palace and sulked. The light and dark pupils showed that he was not at peace. "Yo! Old son is back. Why don't you come inside?" Xiao Lu Huai glanced up. Empress Yuan was walking with a smile on her face. He quickly withdrew his gaze, eyes downcast, and pestled his little face in muffled silence. "What's wrong? Who bullied my Huaier? Tell mother. Mother will help you beat him up." Empress Yuan came in front of him, bent down, and cupped Lu Huai's little chubby face in her slender jade hands. A pair of beautiful eyes came close, their gaze like a vast expanse of autumn water, containing a full smile as they looked up close at the pair of brilliant golden divine pupils that many people didn't dare to look directly at. Hoof. Xiao Lu Huai twisted his head and got up to leave. Empress Yuan smoothly picked him up high and kissed that pink little face. "What's wrong? Ignoring even the Queen Mother?" Xiao Lu Huai was silent. "Why don't mother let you drink a bag of scented grandma today?" Xiao Lu Huai's eyes brightened a few points. Still ignoring it. 2 bags? Empress Ushio seduced again. 3 bags. Not a single bag less. Xiao Lu Huai's ethereal voice sounded steeply. Empress Yuan glared at him with her beautiful eyes and said, "Just 2 bags. No more." "No." Inside the Fanghua Palace, Xiao Lu Huai squatted on a stool, grasping the milk bag in his right hand and barfing it down, holding a bag in his arms. Apparently he didn't compete with his own mother. Soon, he finished his drink. Lu Huai wiped his mouth and contemplated for a moment, then looked at his mother on the side with a deep gaze. "What's wrong?" Empress Yuan asked in a thin voice. Xiao Lu Huai stood on the stool and looked down at Yuan Yanhua, who was sitting on the side. In a deep voice, he said, "Mother, I want to know what really happened 1,000 years ago. Why would Big Imperial Sister marry far away from the southern barbaric king clan?" Toward the end, Xiao Lu Huai's voice grew louder and louder, as if it was uncontrollable. With a strong questioning tone, the golden pupil glowed brightly, and a blazing fire began to rise within the pupil, overflowing with majesty. Empress Yuan's expression was stunned. Then she regained her composure, her gaze looking straight at the pair of radiantly golden pupils, and said indifferently, "You're still young. You can't know about this matter yet." It was still the same reason, full of prevarication, making the dissatisfaction within Xiao Lu Huai become even stronger. "Mother!" Xiao Lu Huai shouted. The 4-elephant lotus seal instantly brightened, and an invisible imperial might erupted out, enveloping the entire Fanghua Palace. Under the emperor's might, countless palace maids knelt on the ground, trembling in fear and trepidation. Although this imperial might was childish and far inferior to the pressure released by Emperor Han, it was still filled with an unrivaled aura. Empress Yuan sat straight in her chair, as if she was not affected in any way, and calmly said, "What? Want to rebel?" Then the gaze became more and more dangerous. Under Empress Yuan's gaze, Xiao Lu Huai's aura gradually weakened and finally dissolved into nothing. He then jumped off the stool, lowered his head, and said with a downcast look, "I wouldn't dare." Empress Yuan sighed languidly and held the little prince in her arms, softly saying, "I know that you have a lot of anger in your heart, and also very much want to know the truth of the matter. But that history is better for you not to know too soon. Oh. Xiao Lu Huai responded. Mother. I want to go for a walk. Good. Little Lu Huai quietly walked out of Manhwa Palace. Empress Yuan silently watched him disappear from sight at the doorway. Her gaze gentle and compassionate. Golden light flashed as two figures appeared next to each other. It's none other than Emperor Han and Princess Rapunzel. Your Majesty. Why are he? Empress Yuan opened her mouth, but was interrupted. I know all about it. And there are some things that I really should let Huayar know. What I can't do, Huayar can. Empress Yuan was shocked. But Your Majesty's Huayar is still so young. Emperor Han looked in the direction Lu Huai disappeared. His gaze ghostly. He is my son. And even more so, the Crown Prince. Born with the Emperor's vein. Being young is not a reason. And even less should be a constraint for him. Lu Yuer, who was at the side, asked. Father is thinking. The Han Emperor smiled faintly. The land of the southern wasteland. I may not go there. But the Crown Prince may go there. The sky gradually darkened. Xiao Lu Huai sat on the roof of a house, looking up at the sky full of stars. Very low. Although he was only 7 years old, he had been very intelligent from a young age due to his emperor vein. He knew that there was definitely something big happening 1,000 years ago. He would love to find out the truth. But there is simply no way to do so. If Emperor Han and Empress Yuan wanted to hide it from him, even if he turned the heavens upside down, he wouldn't be able to find any trace of it. This left the young prince, who had been smooth since childhood, powerless. Furthermore, as the prince of the Dragon Court, the anger in his heart had long risen to the extreme when he learned that his eldest imperial sister had married far away from the barbarians. How can I marry a barbarian? The princess of the Han Dynasty? Strange shame. The night is even deeper. I do not know whether it is echoing the mood of Lu Huai. The stars in the sky are all gloomy. Suddenly, a soft call came into Lu Huai's heart. Who? The golden pupil snapped and brightened up, illuminating the surroundings. But it was empty. Xiao Lu Huai frowned slightly. With his cultivation level, it was simply impossible for him to have an illusion. Then an aura, if any, filled the room. Lu Huai was very surprised. Under his perception, this breath was actually very kind. And his blood even began to boil slightly. It's... Lu Huai stood up and traced the iffy aura. Under the night sky, the imperial palace was still resplendent, like a golden night pearl emitting eye-catching light. A figure kept running and leaping on the imperial palace until the deepest part of the imperial palace. The Forbidden Land. Lu Huai raised his head and looked at the few large words engraved on the stone monument in front of him. And his pupils suddenly shrunk. That's Ryuti Ancestral Shrine. Chapter 17. Secrets. Inside the dimly lit ancestral shrine, a tunnel so long that it had no end. Only a pair of brilliant golden pupils walked alone. It was quiet inside the ancestral shrine, and the aura of antiquity and immortality permeated everywhere, as well as the tugging from the depths of the bloodline. The walls on either side were carved with a picture that stretched to the end of the tunnel. This is engraved with hundreds of thousands of years of development history of the Great Han Dragon Court. And only the people of the royal family with the purest bloodline of the Great Han imperial family can read and understand. And only the people of the royal family who awakened the golden pupil can decipher it. Fiery fire flowed through those brilliant golden pupils, and a wise gaze flickered. Lu Huai moved forward slowly. 20,000 years ago, Emperor Han ascended to the throne, lifting up the world and leading the Han Dragon Court to the top. 10,000 years ago, the God King under the hegemony shattered the heavenly Tao. The path of the emperor collapsed. And no new emperor has been born since then. Regardless of the gods, humans, ghosts, and demons of the great wilderness. 1,000 years ago, the first race of the divine realm, the lunar radiance divine race, wanted to unify the great desolate world and brazenly launched a war against the Great Han Dragon Court. That battle was fought to the death, with heavy losses on each side. The Moonlight divine race returned without success. Emperor Han met the two great god kings alone, and was eventually seriously injured and on the verge of death, and closed his death chamber. Half of the royal clan elders were dead or injured, and all of them closed their doors. 2 of the 9 peak martial emperors of the Dragon Court had fallen, and the remaining 7 were seriously injured and in seclusion, with half of the Dragon Court army dead or wounded and unformed. The borders are in uproar. Soon after, the southern barbarians, seeing that the Dragon Court was weak and had not yet recovered, took advantage of the opportunity to step across the border and invade in force. And the Dragon Court's army was powerless to resist. At that time, all of the Dragon Court powerhouses, including Emperor Han, were seriously injured and closed for death due to that great battle with the gods. For a time, no one in the Great Han Dragon Court could stop the southern barbaric king who possessed the realm of a peak martial emperor. Wherever the barbarian soldiers went, they burned and looted. A majestic giant city was turned into a city of death. And the people of Dahan, the men were treated as slaves and the women were bullied to death. The barbarian soldiers killed all the way to the foot of Luodu, and the Dragon Court was nearly destroyed. The Han Emperor, who was on the verge of death and seclusion, finally succumbed and spaced out his imperial decree to make peace and swore by heaven that he would never retaliate in the future. The barbarian king Todotori was ultimately afraid of the Han Emperor. Once a seriously injured and dying great emperor had to come out of the gate to fight to the death regardless. It was by no means something that a peak martial emperor could withstand. And Todotori saw the eldest princess Lu Yuer that moment. The moment actually had the feeling of heart. In his opinion, the pleasure and satisfaction in his heart from conquering a high and mighty Han Dragon Court princess was indescribable. Eventually agreed to make peace and retired. At that time, the eldest princess Lu Yuer was only 22 years old, while the barbarian king had long been thousands of years old. Lu Yuer did not have any complaints. Resolutely followed the barbarians back to the southern wasteland. And since then the Dragon Court has restored peace. Anger boiling in the heart, Lu Huai stopped his footsteps. The golden pupils exuded a burning hot intent, turning into a wave of heat sweeping away. He clenched his fists. His always cute little face seemed very hideous and horrible at this time. Is all understood? My prince of the Dragon Court? A monumental voice came out, permeated with the flavor of ancient vicissitudes. Who? Lu Huai shouted out. And when he looked back, the gloomy space in front of him steeply became bright. It was an unusually wide space. Not like the narrow and claustrophobic length of a tunnel. It was so large that it was as boundless as the sea. It turned out that without realizing it, Lu Huai had already reached the end of the tunnel. Here, numerous coffins were parked, and the mottled marks on the coffins seemed to tell of its extremely long history. The lid of the coffin at the very front was lifted steeply, and an old man with white hair stepped out, the cloudy golden pupils already indicating his identity. I am your grandfather, the father of the current Han Emperor, the Tai Huang. The old man said slowly. Your Highness, it was grandfather who called you here. Do you read everything on these walls? With a thud, Lu Huai snapped to his knees and shouted, Grandpa! However, the Tai Huang's face was solemn, and he said rather sternly, You are the crown prince nowadays, and you shouldn't kneel to me. The Tai Huang pointed to the countless coffins behind him and said slowly, Buried here are all your royal family members. Even your old ancestors' forefathers? But none of them can afford this kneeling of yours. It was the supreme aura of your innate emperor vein that awakened us old guys when you were born. And I didn't call for you to come here today to see you kneel. Tell Grandpa what you'd like to do most after knowing all. Lu Huai was silent for a long time. Then slowly got up. The 4-elephant lotus seal on his forehead steeply lit up. And that pair of golden pupils also lit up to the extreme as he spoke word by word. He who offends my great Han Dragon Court. Though far, far away. As soon as the words fell, Imperial might rushed out in an instant, enveloping this space. And in this imperial aura, countless coffin lids were lifted off. And an ancient and decayed figure stepped out, with a pair of golden pupils like ancient lamps being rekindled. At this moment, the dim ancestral shrine was as bright as day. These ancient figures who were uncles and old ancestors bowed their heads to Lu Huai. And all of them, including the Tai Huang, said in unison, We will follow the Crown Prince's words. Countless rays of light shot out from the 4-elephant lotus seal and drilled into everyone's minds. Lu Huai turned to leave. Only a firm voice slowly came out. All the old ancestors, live well. One day I will lead you with Father to fight up to that 9 heavens. And penetrate that moon glory divine race. As for that little barbarian, what Father can't do, this Crown Prince will do. It wasn't until Lu Huai was already out of shadow that countless royal ancestors came back to their senses. All looking horrified. That light granted them the godless art. The supreme mastery of the ancient Xuanwu clan. The 7 stars of the North Dipper treading. A divine art that prolongs life. At this moment, countless imperial ancestors knelt down and bowed. Thank you, Crown Prince, for recreating and renewing your life. Lu Huai walked out of the ancestral shrine, looked at the dark night sky, and softly said, Zhao. The next moment, a blazing red armor appeared in front of Lu Huai, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness. Lu Huai pulled out a milk pouch from his arms and barfed on it. His smile was harmless, but his domineering golden pupils were filled with cold-blooded light. Come with me to do something. Outside of the imperial palace, a magnificent mansion, the stagecoach station, where Tota Jingyun and Madamu lived. Lu Huai stood on the street, gazing at the mansion, and finally spoke slowly. How do they deserve to live in a place like this in my great Han? The next moment, there was a world-shattering roar that rose up from the ground. And in the 4-elephant lotus seal, the white tiger bit lit up greatly. And a huge white tiger head appeared behind it, with its eyes furiously open. The king's lines were hideous, and the killing intent was monstrous, as if it was going to be turned into substance. They, all of them, deserved to die. The white tiger was the master of killing. But now, it couldn't release the anger in Lu Huai's heart. Chapter 18, Killing a Barbarian. Taking an Oath. The tiger's whistle, which shook the heavens and moved the earth, transformed into a majestic sound wave, instantly destroying the stagecoach in front of him. There were screams that kept coming. Nearly 100 southern wasteland royal court guards lost their lives. They came from the southern wasteland, which was 10,000 miles away. And they could not survive for more than a day when they entered Luodu. A head, reduced to rubble, born with an imperial vein. White tiger divine art. Great exalted realm. Under Lu Huai's furious strike, the only ones who were able to survive were that evil demon tiger king, Madamu, and Tuota Jingyun, who was protected by Madamu. At this moment, the always proud Tuota Jingyun's face was pale, and his pair of dark eyes were filled with fear. Lu Huai walked towards this place step by step, With each step, the killing momentum on his body became a few points stronger. And the white tiger head behind him roared up to the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds, making the already dim sky even more depressing. The Zun realm palm power. This liver and gall-rending killing power was simply going to break down the last line of defense in Tuo de Jingyun's heart. Madamu's face was grim as he held back his anger and asked in a deep voice, "What does the crown prince intend?" The bright golden light shone on Madamu's face. The golden pupils stared at Madamu. Little Lu Huai changed his previous cute face to a cold one. He said in a cold voice, "What do you mean? Kill the barbarians. You do not deserve to live on the land of my great Han." A gaijin figure clad in blazing red armor appeared behind Lu Huai, and a red golden lance was violently hurled out. Madamu's face paled. Blazing Emperor. Dense black light erupted out, and the meaning of the great Tao filled the air, transforming into a black light shield that connected with the red golden spear. A roar sounded and the light shield shattered. Madamu spat blood from his mouth and his body slammed backwards like a cannonball. The red golden lance was stuck less than a meter away from him, and the great Tao of fire appeared and suppressed him, making him unable to move, like a dead dog lying on the ground, his face filled with humiliation and powerlessness. Madamu was nobly the South Wasteland Royal Court's close guard commander, with a lower level imperial cultivation. Although he was renowned in the South Wasteland, he was still not enough to look at in front of today's Dragon Court. Blazing Emperor Zhao Yi, the Dragon Court's chief administrator, a peak martial emperor. If not for the battle with the Moon Glow divine race 2,000 years ago, which caused all the Dragon Court's strongest men to be seriously injured and shut down, how could that tiny barbarian dare to step over the border? A huge black killing character appeared out of thin air, and infinite power was boiling. Lu Huai's tiny body stood between heaven and earth. A pair of brilliant golden pupils exuded monstrous killing intent, and shouted, "White Tiger Prison Suppressor Kill." Above the word kill, a white tiger coalesced. Majestic, fierce, and violent, as if it wanted to choose people to devour. The word kill landed. The ground collapsed 300 meters. No! Tuota Jingyun screamed miserably, and the evil demon Tiger King wailed. And in the end, they all died miserably under this killing word. How dare you break your original oath? You all shall not die. Madamu hissed repeatedly as his hair flared in anger and his eyes glazed over. Tuoba Jingyun, the most outstanding heir of the Southern Wasteland Royal Court for 100 years, died just like this, in this great Han Dragon Court. And he could do nothing. And the powerlessness in his heart drove him mad. Angry. And, as the heavens and earth returned to calm, Lu Huai looked calm and walked towards Madamu step by step, crossing over that divine spear and through the boundary formed by the great Tao of fire. Arriving in front of Madamu, Lu Huai slowly crouched down and smiled. That childlike smile made Madamu's insides tremble wildly as he muttered to himself, "Do you want to die too? You can't die yet." Little Lu Huai wrinkled his cute nose. His voice was still as crisp and melodious as ever. And that very cute child's voice was like the devil's murmur in Madamu's ears at this time, causing him to panic in fear. Though right now, I'd love to kill you too. Ugh. Little Lu Huai sighed lightly and rubbed his big baby-fat face, looking a bit distressed. He glanced at the red gold lance not far away and said softly, "It's not my own power after all. With my current strength, I can only kill these beasts." Lu Huai gazed at Madamu, blazing flames rising steeply within his brilliant golden pupils as he gazed at the Southern Wasteland Royal Court commander in front of him with an iron face and an angry expression. Angry, is it? It's humiliating, isn't it? But I'm right. You barbarians are all animals. Back then, taking advantage of people's danger. raping my Han women, killing my Han old and weak women and children. Worse than pigs and dogs. Lu Huai's voice was steeply cold. You're right. Father made a heavenly Dao oath back then that everything in the past would not be pursued. But that wasn't even forced by you guys. How can I not avenge the vengeance and hatred of my Great Han Dragon Court? If Father can't report it, this prince will. Lu Huai reached out his small hand and touched Madame Wu's face. His tone became calm as he sighed. Roll back to the southern wasteland. This hall has not bothered to lend another person's hand to kill you. So for the time being, I'll let you live a little longer. The hall cannot let Father slip. All of these foreign races of your barbaric wilderness will have to be killed by this temple itself. Go back to living in the shadow of fear. Lu Huai slowly stood up and looked up at the boundless sky. The 4-elephant lotus seal glowed brightly. And the godless might spewed out, enveloping the entire Luodu in an instant. Within Luo capital city, countless people had horrified faces. How is this imperial might so unfamiliar? In the next moment, a majestic voice rang out, traveling in all directions. This Crown Prince Lu Huai swears here today to declare war on the southern barbarians in his personal name. Do not kill the barbarians to the end of the race. Loan this life in vain for the Prince of the Dragon Court. What Father can't do, loan will do. Blood for blood. As soon as the words fell, the entire Lodu was silent for an instant. Then it was filled with clamor. And countless people knelt and bowed. Countless Dahan subjects looked excited and shouted, Prince Yongnian, Dragon Court forever. Chapter 19, White Tiger God General. On this night, the South Baron Barbaric Royal Court's Close Guards Commander Madame Wu fled. Nearly 100 royal court guards fell. And the royal court prince Tuoba Jingyun, the heavenly pride that was claimed to be rare in the South Baron Royal Court in the last 100 years, died. When this news was spread, it undoubtedly set off a furor throughout the entire Great Han territory, and even throughout the southern wasteland royal court. The barbarian king was furious. And 200,000 barbarian troops assembled at the border. However, there was an elite legion that had long been resting on its head at the southern border of the Dragon Court. At this time, at the southern border of the Great Han, the two armies were facing each other. But none of them dared to step over the borderline. The Dragon Court's legions don't take the initiative without the Great Emperor's orders. They are subordinate to the Great Han Dragon Court and follow the Great Emperor's orders. However, Emperor Han had made a heavenly oath. In the future, Emperor Han himself as well as the forces under his command would never initiate retaliation against the Southern Wasteland Royal Court. Therefore, not only the Han Emperor, even the armies and powers under the Han Emperor's command were not allowed to take the initiative to launch an attack on the Southern Wasteland. Or else they would be considered by the Heavenly Dao as having violated their oaths. And heavenly punishments would be sent down. However, Xiao Lu Huai is an exception. Because he was born with an emperor vein. He was a future nailed-on great emperor. Nowadays, even though there was no emperor realm cultivation, his body contained emperor's divine power and emperor's aura. For the time being, it can be called the young emperor. As the saying goes, the king does not see the king, and the emperor does not unify the emperor. Although young Lu Huai is the imperial son of the Han Emperor, and is also a person of the Dragon Court of the Han Dynasty. In the eyes of the Heavenly Dao, Lu Huai, who carries the supreme imperial vein, and the Han Emperor are two existences that are equal to each other. He was not the Emperor of Han, nor was he under his command. Therefore, the prince may go to the land of the southern wasteland. On both sides of the borderline, the prison suppression legion didn't dare to step over easily because of the limitations of the Heavenly Dao oath. The barbarian soldiers of the southern wasteland are even more afraid to step into the territory of the Great Han at will. Even though their prince had died in the Great Han, even though the anger in their hearts had long since risen to the extreme. Looking at the countless dragon court iron horsemen and the Great Han dragon flag that covered the sky in front of them, reason was reminding them that stepping over it was death. Nowadays, not 1,000 years ago, the Dragon Court prison suppression legion that was confronting them at this time could not wait for them to cross the border and then carry out an inhumane massacre on them to avenge the monstrous blood revenge from 1,000 years ago. On the borderline, a man clad in dark golden armor stood majestically. And behind him stood dozens of blood-armored military generals who were gazing at him with wild eyes. A terrifying killing aura rose up from them, intertwining in the air, surging wildly, and suppressing it desperately. Obviously, they were all absolute masters. Lu Rui slightly raised his head, revealing his handsome and rigid face, and those radiant and majestic golden pupils. As the Grand Prince of the Great Han Dragon Court, he had an extremely honorable status. Yet to gain a foothold in the military, status alone is useless. Fists and swords are the only means to conquer these hombres. Apparently, he has. Lu Rui stood quietly on the borderline like this, looking at the barbarian army that was 5 kilometers away from the borderline. And he couldn't help but cross a touch of sarcasm on his rigid face. Then he laughed out softly. Shao Wai is worthy of being the crown prince of my Great Han. This time it's a hit. As the words fell, a touch of undisguised favor actually flowed out from within those majestic brilliant gold pupils. When the military generals behind them saw the scene, they could not help but tremble inwardly. They had followed the Grand Prince for decades. How had they ever seen that kind of look within those majestic to the extreme pupils? The great Imperial Prince Lu Rui. His status is honored. Awakening of the prison suppressor body. His talent is superb. Now he is already a Median Emperor. He has long had a few moments of the might of the great Emperor when he was young. And now in the army, the generals are both respecting him and afraid of him. Lu Rui and Lu Huai is the same father and mother's own brother, although never met. But Lu Rui is from the heart loved this brother. Even when his younger brother was edited as the Crown Prince of Longting, Lu Rui's heart had never been half dissatisfied. The Great Han Lu clan royal family can become a transcendent power in the human world and even the entire Great Desolate world. The powerful strength is certainly one of the indispensable reasons. The unity of the royal family members is playing a great role. The word unity is written in the royal family motto of the Han Dynasty, which has been passed down from generation to generation, and has long been deeply imprinted in the depths of the bloodline of every member of the royal family. Oh, Imperial brother! Imperial brother! Grow up quickly, and lead my brother to fight in that 9 heavens. Lu Rui clenched his fists and looked into the distance, his face unperturbed. However, from that night onwards, Lu Huai also slowly started his plan. That day, in the martial arts arena of the Imperial Palace, he saw a young man with a straight figure and a cold appearance. And those eyebrows that looked like they were carved on by a knife attracted his attention. At this time that young man is holding up a large tripod. Less said to have the weight of 10,000 pounds of the tripod in his hands, but just like a gadget is light. What's your name and why haven't I seen you before? Lu Huai asked. With a loud clang, the cauldron was casually thrown to the ground by the teenager, who slightly bowed his head and said in a deep voice without arrogance, I, Yuan Shinju, have met your highness the crown prince. Lu Huai gazed at him, his radiant golden pupils lighting up. Yuan Shinju locked eyes with those golden pupils. And in those brilliant pupils he vaguely saw a huge white tiger. Majestic. There was an aura of the king's way gradually permeating out. And a king character imprint appeared on Yuan Shinju's forehead. Slowly rotating, the will of battle surfaced and stirred the wind and clouds. Battle King bloodline? You're from the War God Palace? Before Yuan Shinju could answer, Xiao Lu Huai said to himself again, Are you willing to follow me? Yuan Shinju was stunned. And then the War Kings will surged madly, forming 36 War King Dharma seals suspended around him. Yuan Shinju's face was grave as he said in a deep voice, "Please enlighten me, Your Highness." Hearing this, Lu Huai smiled. Sure enough, none of the heavens' pride are so easily tamed. Immediately afterward, the deafening sound of a tiger's roar rose from the ground. The white tiger reappears. After a long time, the heavens and earth returned to calm. And Yuan Shinju knelt on one knee and bowed his head in reverence. Lu Huai flung his sleeve, looked at him with a serious face, and said softly, Do you believe in fate?" Yuan Shinju similarly looked serious as he nodded his head and said, "Minister, believe." Xiao Lu Huai gazed at Yuan Shinju. And Yuan Shinju was also gazing at him. In the 4-elephant lotus seal, the white tiger bit lit up greatly as a white tiger silhouette appeared before drilling into Yuan Shinju's body, ultimately forming a mighty white tiger on the periphery of the king seal at the center of his brow. At this moment, the aura on Yuan Shinju's body crazily increased, and the War King's will once again manifested. The Battle King's will was a natural bloodline that the direct lineage descendants of the Battle God Palace were born with. According to talent, there were a total of 9 turns, and the 9th turn was the strongest. Yuan Shinju had outstanding talent and was born with an 8-turn will. At this moment, under the enhancement of the White Tiger Seal, the 8-turn Battle King's will was evolving and metamorphosing. Boom! The 9 transformation Battle Kings will emerged. The bloodline in Yuan Shinju's body rounded into 1. And the Battle King's body came into being, completing its metamorphosis. The Battle King body, ranked 17 out of the 3,000 body types of the ancient world, was a supreme king body that was specifically born for battle. Seeing this scene, Lu Huai grinned. "So, return to your position, my white tiger god general." In an apricot forest on the outskirts of the martial arts arena, Empress Yuan smiled sweetly and whispered to a middle-aged man behind her, "Brother, are you still satisfied?" Yuan Kanglin's face swelled red. As Empress Yuan's own brother, the sect leader of the War God Palace, and a peak martial emperor, he was also too excited to speak at this moment. 9-turn Battle King's will, fighting Battle King's body. This was a physique that their Battle King lineage had been dreaming of for tens of thousands of years. Yuan Shinju was his youngest son, a cousin of Lu Huai. However, heaven's will was against us. The Emperor Vane descended into the world, forcing the Emperor Path to reappear. And as one of the Emperor Vane's accompanying divine generals, the White Tiger Divine General would actually land in their Yuan family, which was truly a great blessing in the heavens. Chapter 20, That Disgusting Figure. 10,000 years ago, the hegemony god king shattered the heavenly Tao. And since then, the path of emperors collapsed. The emperor's destiny disappeared, and countless strong people could no longer become emperors. Today, 10,000 years later, the broken heavenly Tao had suddenly reappeared, descending the supreme Emperor Vane, forcing the Emperor Road to reappear. And the destiny of the Emperor in the underworld had been revealed once again. Emperor Han sat on top of the purple and gold throne, his brilliant golden divine pupil looking away as if he could travel through the endless void and see the end of the firmament, where countless mysterious and irresistible rules were slowly rotating, like a giant gear running the entire great wasteland world. That's the way of heaven, the mysterious power that has ruled the great wasteland for countless years. Handy sensed that he was not only intact, but had become stronger. Far stronger than he was 10,000 years ago. Those countless mysterious world rules made a figure like Emperor Han feel his heart skip a beat just by perceiving them. Emperor Han couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the Overlord God King was worthy of being the strongest of the divine race and even the Great Desolate. and that he was actually able to battle him 10,000 years ago and even beat him until he crumbled to pieces. Divine kings and great emperors were powerhouses of the same realm. And both divine kingships and emperorships were descended from the heavenly Tao. And so were also subject to the heavenly Tao's moderation. Back then, how exactly did the underbearing god king do it? Emperor Han muttered. Nightfall. At the top of the imperial palace, there was a petite figure sitting cross-legged. Eyes closed tightly. Face solemn. His body emitted a faint golden light. And the 4-elephant lotus seal at his forehead flickered on and off. This was the first time Xiao Lu Huai had practiced in 7 years. In these 7 years, little Lu Huai had never cultivated properly. But his cultivation had been growing all the time. All the way to the great Zun realm that ordinary people were afraid that they wouldn't be able to reach even in an exhaustive lifetime. The Supreme Emperor Vane had given him unparalleled talent and wisdom, as well as too many wonders. However, ever since he stepped into the realm of the Great Exalted, the growth of his cultivation had stagnated. The young Lu Huai's gluttony and love of fun never bothered him. But since learning the many secrets of the Dragon Court, he realized that he shouldn't fall any further. The Southern Wilderness Royal Court, the Moonlight Divine Race, was the motivation for his endeavors? With his cultivation nowadays, not to mention fighting the Lunar Radiance Divine Race, which was high up in the 9 heavens of the Divine Realm, he would not be able to deal with just the Southern barbarians. The Southern Desolate Royal Court's Close Guard Commander Madamu, who was only at the lower Emperor realm, was a mountain he had difficulty defeating. Not to mention the barbarian king, who was a peak martial emperor, and the god king who was so high up in the sky. Fortunately, he possessed the Supreme Emperor Vane, the number 1 divine Vane in the ages. The 4-elephant heavenly emperor decree was running at high speed in his body. This was the godless law given to him by the Supreme Emperor Vane. Although it was the first time he had practiced it, Lu Huai didn't feel any blockage and strangeness. It was as if this gong method was born for him. The stagnant cultivation level grew again, and a touch of sanctity was added to the childish, slightly chubby little face. Suddenly, as if a sea of intermittent memories awakened from the depths of his mind, and he couldn't help but cause Lu Huai to stifle a grunt and a headache. There was a domineering and overwhelming cover figure floating in his mind. A god king Dharma robe, noble and majestic, standing on top of the sky. This person, Lu Huai did not recognize. But whenever he saw him, an indescribable hatred and loathing could not help but well up inside. The man threw a punch in a certain direction. The heavens and earth trembled. The world shattered. And a faint wailing sound seemed to resonate from deep within Lu Huai's heart. And then his brain fainted with a wang sound. Your Highness! Yuan Shinju appeared, his complexion changing drastically. When Lu Huai woke up, he was in the Fanghua Palace. Empress Yuan was asleep on the edge of her bed, her graceful cheeks hanging with tear stains and uneasiness. Mother! Empress Yuan woke up with a jolt and cried with joy when she saw Lu Huai waking up. Good son! You're awake! Quickly tell mother. Where else is uncomfortable now? Xiao Lu Huai gently shook her head and sweetly said, Mother! I'm fine. Son! You scared mother to death. Empress Yuan hugged Lu Huai in her arms, heartbroken, her eyes misty with tears. Lu Huai whispered comfortingly to Empress Yuan, blazing flames rising violently within his brilliant golden pupils. His lovely double chin pressed against Empress Yuan's shoulder. That overbearing and overwhelming Gaijin figure was deeply imprinted in the bottom of Lu Huai's heart. And although he had forgotten that person's face, the loathing and hatred in the bottom of his heart would not dissipate. Mother! Lu Huai cried out in a sappy and intimate manner. I want to drink grandma. Empress Yuan was stunned. Then with a smile on her brow, She immediately instructed the maidservant kneeling on one side. Quickly go and prepare a milk bag for the crown prince. This time Empress Yuan did not refuse. And was even very happy that Huayr was still thinking about drinking milk. Which proved that it was really fine. I want to drink 5 bags. Lu Huai got an inch. Prepare 5 bags. Empress Yuan immediately said. Ha ha ha. The silly prince was happy. Chapter 21, A Visit from the Ice and Snow Divine Palace. The Ice and Snow Divine Palace. An emperor-level Dao lineage in the great Luo heavenly domain of the human realm. Had been passed down for countless years and had a deep heritage. In the ancient times, Ice Emperor Lok Fan Yi was recognized as the #1 beauty in the great desolate world. Not only was she as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, but her strength was also very strong. And it was she who founded the Ice and Snow Divine Palace. And pushed the Ice and Snow Divine Palace to the top. However, the years were merciless. And after the Ice Emperor's fall, no new emperor came out of the Ice and Snow Divine Palace. Although there were no great emperors to guard it. With the accumulated heritage of countless years and the imperial soldiers and imperial techniques left behind by the Ice Emperor Lok Fan Yi after his death, today's Ice and Snow Divine Palace was still a top-tier power in the great Luo heavenly domain. After all, after 10,000 years of the end times, there were not many great emperors left in the world. It is worth mentioning that Mu Qinglin, the contemporary saint daughter of the Ice and Snow Divine Palace, is interested in Lu Tang, the 6th prince of the dragon court of the Great Han Dynasty. The two met in a secret place. And Lu Tang, the 6th prince, came to the rescue of Mu Qinglin, who was seriously injured at the time, and healed his wounds. After a period of time, the two of them managed to get out of the secret land and obtain the most precious treasure. And 6th Prince Lu Tang generously let Mu Qinglin have the ice and snow treasure lotus that the two of them had obtained together. He knew very well that this kind of ice system treasure had a crucial role for Mu Qinglin, who had yet to fully awaken the Xian Ice ancient body. Then he smiled brightly and floated away. At that moment, the holy maiden of the divine palace, who had always been icy clean, had a cold appearance and did not pretend to any man, finally moved. Unconsciously, that elegant and hoary shadow had been deeply imprinted in Mu Qinglin's heart. After she returned to the divine palace, she fused the ice and snow treasure lotus, fully awakening the Xian Ice ancient body that ranked 97 out of the 3,000 physiques of the ancient world, and obtaining the inheritance of the Ice Emperor, Lok Fan Yi. After emerging from the customs, Mu Qinglin made a shocking statement that shocked the elders of the Ice and Snow Divine Palace. I want to marry the 6th Prince of Dragon Court. Therefore, today, the people from the Ice and Snow Divine Palace came to the Great Han Dragon Court. In the sky above Luodu, there was a huge ice bird soaring in the sky. Cold air filled the air, and the air condensed as its wings waved. On the backs of the icebirds were more than 10 fairy-like women standing in pavilions, with veiled faces and tall, graceful figures. The standouts were the 2 women standing at the front of the room. A beautiful woman with a plump physique, the Grand Elder of the Ice and Snow Divine Palace, Xue Feier. The other one is naturally Mu Qinglin, who has a cold appearance and an icy temperament like an ice fairy. The huge ice bird flew in the direction of the imperial palace. The ice bird's soulful eyes looking downward before its huge body swooped down and landed right in front of the dragon gate of the imperial palace. The fairies entered the dragon gate on foot, where eunuch Hao personally received them and led them to the golden palace. Hey! Old man! Where did these ladies come from? Suddenly a childish voice came. Eunuch Hao stopped walking, his face with favor and helplessness. Although there was no one in front of him, he still bent down and respectfully said, "Back to your highness. They are guests of the Ice and Snow Divine Palace, and have come to discuss your majesty's 6th highness's marriage." Ice and Snow Divine Palace Grand Elder Xue Feier's expression stared. Of course she knew what kind of character the unimpressive eunuch how in front of her was. In terms of cultivation, even if it was the palace master himself, he wouldn't necessarily be able to get half of the benefits in the hands of this old man in front of him. In the Great Han Dragon Court, can make how Gongang with such an attitude to treat absolutely not more than a palm number. At the same time, what made Schwefeyer even more shocked was that as a party of great power, with the cultivation of the emperor realm, she was unable to perceive exactly where this childish voice came from. Ha! Sixth brother's future woman? Hearing these words, Mu Qinglian's cold cheeks hidden under her veil involuntarily reddened. There was a strange movement in the flowers on one side. And then a little boy with a purple beast on his head, about 7 or 8 years old, came out slowly and leisurely with grass roots in his mouth and his hands and arms behind his back. The boy was dressed in a noble green dragon king's robe. His big fat and tender face trembled as he walked. His temperament was noble, and there was a touch of mischievousness between his eyebrows. Seeing this little boy, the fairies of the Ice and Snow Divine Palace were instantly startled. Because those golden pupils had already told the little boy's honorable to the core status in an invisible way. In particular, Grand Elder Schwefeyer was shocked in her heart while already having some accurate guesses about Lu Huai's exact identity. Close to the crowd, Lu Huaili didn't even pay attention to Eunuch Hao, who was still bowing. It seems that he still holds a grudge for what happened last time in front of the Golden Palace. Lu Huai came to the front of the fairies. His nose couldn't help but sniff. And there was a fresh fragrance coming from him. Smells good. It smells better than Sister Ling's body. As soon as the words fell, the fairies of the Ice and Snow Divine Palace immediately let out a pleasant laughter like silver bells. Then they all bowed together and smiled. Greetings, Little Highness. No salutations. No salutations. Lu Huai waved his hand unconcernedly, and his brilliant golden gaze swept around, first resting on the plump and flavorful Schwefeyer. After surveying for a moment, he then focused his gaze on Mu Qinglian's cold and beautiful face. Lu Huai circled around Mu Qinglian, his mouth brokenly saying, Good looking. Good figure. An excellent talent. Then he went around behind Mu Qinglian and stared at Mu Qinglian's slender and graceful figure. Suddenly frowning, somewhat tangled, she whispered, It's just that her ass is a little smaller. Emperor Yu's brother once said that a bride should marry a woman with a big ass. And a big ass is good for childbearing. Although Lu Huai's voice was very small. But which one of you present was not a cultivator with outstanding talent? His words were naturally heard word for word. And the crowd could not help but have strange expressions. Especially Mu Qinglian, who was blushing like an apple. If someone else had been so flippant, she would have cut this outspoken denizen with a sword long ago. But at this time, facing Lu Huai, who was only 7 years old, a fart little kid, really didn't know what to do. Xiao Lu Huai didn't notice the strange faces of the crowd and ran forward again, looking squarely into Mu Qinglian's somewhat dull and good-looking eyes, suddenly amplifying his voice and saying in a serious manner, Missy, this condition of yours is a bit substandard. Chapter 22, Unwelcome Visitors. For a while, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward and silent. How Eunuch is even on the sidelines of the bitter laughter. But do not dare to talk too much. After the last thing, he can no longer dare to offend this little prince master. However, in his heart, he secretly remembered that afterwards, he must knock on the Golden Rock Emperor, so that the royal master would control his own son and not always teach the little prince something messy. The Emperor Yu's brother in Lu Huai's mouth was not the Emperor Han's royal son, but the younger son of the Emperor Han's clan brother, Emperor Jin Peng. Lu Yu is a few years older than Lu Huai. The cultivation is not good. Eat, drink and play is all proficient. A young age will often linger in the fireworks place. So that the Golden Rock Emperor headache. The heart wasn't so bad. Though. Mu Qinglian's cheeks were slightly flushed. Her cool gaze looking straight at Lu Huai's golden pupils. She didn't get angry and slightly owed her body. Your Highness the Crown Prince. You're joking. Lu Huai shrugged his shoulders and returned in a milky voice. This hall is not joking. But this temple thinks you're not a bad person. So this temple agrees to the matter between you and the 6th Imperial brother. Lu Huai revealed a bright smile and said with a grin. I really don't know how that bookish nerd of a 6th Imperial brother who can only read can have such good fortune. Hearing this, Mu Qinglian saluted again. Thank you. Your Highness. This time, the always ice-cold Mu Qinglian also slightly revealed a smile. And there were a few more points of sincerity and respect in his tone. There's no need to be polite. Maybe you can be my royal sister-in-law in the future. Fairy sister. Lu Huai hurriedly waved his hand and then came in front of Xuefei and opened his arms with a haughty expression of wanting a hug. Xuefei was stunned. And after hesitating for a moment, she squatted down and held the little prince in her arms. This was the first time that the Ice and Snow Divine Palace Grand Elder had such intimate contact with a member of the opposite sex after living for thousands of years. And even though he was facing a young boy whose hair was not even long, his heart was involuntarily flooded with a few abnormalities. And Xiao Lu Huai didn't think about that much. Changing a comfortable position in Xuefei's soft and plump arms. And then said to eunuch how rather indifferently. Old man. Why don't you hurry up and lead the way to see my father? Yes. Your Highness. Eunuch Hao bowed and returned. Lu Huai didn't even look at him and closed his eyes. Falling asleep in no time. The Ice and Snow Divine Palace has only accepted female disciples throughout the generations. Although the fairies were not prevented from marrying out. For a saintess figure like Mu Qinglian, the elders of the Divine Palace would never want her to marry out to another power. If it wasn't for Mu Qinglian's obstinacy and the powerful Han Dragon Court, the Ice and Snow Divine Palace would never have come to Luodu today. The heavenly Tao healed. The Emperor's path reappeared. And the 10,000 year age of ending had ended. And the entire Great Wilderness would enter a long turbulent and chaotic era. How many divine bodies had awakened? How many supreme bloodlines had descended into the world? And this world was destined to be a great era of colorfulness. In the new era, it was possible that the pattern of the Great Desolate would be rewritten. And it was feared that even emperor-level Dao lineages would be at risk of being destroyed if they were not careful. In the upcoming chaotic world, being able to tie up with the Han Dragon Court, which was guarded by the Han Emperor, would definitely add a lot of stability to the Ice and Snow Divine Palace. What's more, the Great Han Dragon Court possesses that little highness. Everyone thought that in this era, the Great Han Dragon Court was destined to have a place. This was the reason why the Ice and Snow Divine Palace's palace master agreed to the marriage. In the Golden Palace, the Han Emperor sat high above the throne, with Empress Yuan and Imperial concubine Lu on his left and right. As the head of the harem of the Dragon Court of the Great Han Dynasty, Empress Yuan must attend such an occasion. Imperial concubine Lu was the birth mother of Lu Tang, the 6th prince. And as it was a matter of her son's life, she should naturally be present. Lu Tang, the 6th prince, stood to the side, his calm gaze appearing a little rippled the moment he saw Mu Qinglian. As the imperial son of the Dragon Court, Lu Tang was not as heroic and domineering as the eldest imperial son, Lu Rui. Instead, he seemed to be like a scholar. White-faced Confucian crown, golden pupils, ink robe, mild-mannered and voluminous. Mu Qinglian looked straight at the elegant and magnificent prince not far away. A pair of beautiful eyes showed a touch of undisguised admiration. After a lengthy conversation, both parties agreed to marry. Imperial concubine Lu looked at Mu Qinglian, who had a stunning appearance and a cool temperament in front of her, and was satisfied in her heart without any objections. In the end, Emperor Han made a decision to choose a date for the marriage. The atmosphere in the Golden Palace gradually melted. And after the Han Emperor left, Empress Yuan and Imperial concubine Lu and the Ice and Snow Divine Palace Grand Elder, Xue Feier, were discussing the dowry and the bride price, and talking about it. The more they talked, the more shocked Xue Feier was in her heart. Because the bride price given by the Dragon Court was just too generous. It was only at this moment that she became clear about how terrifying the Great Han Dragon Court with the Han Emperor in its custody really was. In the face of Empress Yuan's offer of a heavenly bride price, even she, who possessed the cultivation of the imperial realm, could not help but secretly swallow her saliva. Empress Yuan's gaze from time to time looked towards the little Lu Huai who was huffing and puffing in Xue Feier's arms. And in her heart she didn't feel a bit of anger. But at this time, she couldn't say anything. Lu Tang and Mu Qinglian stood side by side. Lu Tang, who was called a nerd by Lu Huai, was not nerdy. He just liked to read more books. At this moment, he was jokingly saying, "I didn't go to that Xian ice cave for nothing. Even though I didn't get the ice and snow treasure lotus. But I got a beautiful daughter-in-law for nothing, yo." Mu Qinglian blankly glanced at him, not replying but flirting. In the Golden Palace, the atmosphere was more cordial. However, at this moment, there was a sudden and untimely bellow that resounded over Luodu, causing everyone to frown. The second prince of the Violet Gold God Kingdom, Violet Rang, has proposed marriage to immortal Mu. A huge purple and gold warship appeared in the sky above Luodu, making a great noise, and a circle of invisible fluctuations spread out, actually causing the void to crumble, causing the people of Luodu to be on edge. The one standing at the bow of the boat was a young man, with a purple and gold robe and a purple and gold crown, and a majestic appearance. Being in the arms of Xue Feier, huffing and puffing, little Lu Huai suddenly opened his eyes. Bright to the extreme of the golden light suddenly illuminated the entire Golden Palace. Blazing flames in the pupils rose. He spoke indifferently, disturbing the good dreams of the orphan. "Damn you!" As soon as the words fell, a red gold lance ringed with blazing fire violently rose from the depths of the imperial palace and stabbed at that purple gold warship. Chapter 23: Conflict. Blazing Emperor Zhao Yi, the Dragon Court's Grand Chief of the Interior, a peak imperial realm powerhouse, guarded the imperial palace day and night. And in the Great Han Dragon Court, he only obeyed the orders of the Han Emperor and the Crown Prince. Emperor Han was his master, while Lu Huai was his young master. The red gold lance shot out like a red gold meteor, pointing straight at the purple gold warship and killing the royal son of the purple gold imperial clan standing at the bow of the ship. Purple Ring stood with his hands in the air, his purple and gold robe moving with the wind, his purple eyes gazing at the red gold lance that shot toward him, his expression calm, not seeing the slightest panic. A purple light rose from the warship, transforming into a huge purple and gold shield. In the next moment, the red gold lance burning with blazing fire collided with the purple gold shield. Violent roars rang out. Dazzling red light and purple light erupted, and a circle of terrifying power fluctuations spread out, causing the void to shatter and the heavens to tremble. A super large formation automatically rose from and enveloped the entire Luo capital, preventing the people from suffering an undeserved disaster. When the light dissipated, there was not a single bit of damage to the purple and gold warship. And that purple and gold light shield was like the most solid shield, forcing the red gold lance to not be able to go any further. Zirang looked at the tip of the gun less than a foot away from him with a mocking expression on his face as he spoke aloud. Could this be the way of hospitality of the human dragon court? The majestic voice with undisguised mockery and arrogance transformed into a gust of sound waves that resounded through the entire Luodu in the blink of an eye. Countless people looked up at the purple and gold warship with angry expressions. It was their fault for violating the airspace for no reason without notification. So how dare they turn the tables on them? Unbridled. A cold voice rang out. And rushing flames rose from the depths of the imperial palace as a large fiery red hand violently gripped the lance. At that moment, a sea of fire swept across the sky. The originally bright sky turned fiery red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Raging flames swept through the air and raged. A figure clad in blazing red armor appeared. And when he gripped the divine lance, which had been somewhat weak in the aftermath, violently blazed with divine light. And the flaming avenue raged out. And cracks began to appear in the purple and gold shield before it suddenly shattered in the next second. As the divine lance drove in and killed Zirang. This shot Zhaoyi did not show any mercy and had no scruples. Even though he was facing the purple-gold divine kingdom, the honorable second prince. Because the prince has just said that this man deserves to die. However, facing this almost certain shot, Zirang still did not show any expression of panic. And was still as confident and breezy as ever. In the next moment, a purple-haired, purple-pupiled, purple-faced old man appeared. And purple divine power erupted, blocking the surefire strike for him. The purple-gold divine kingdom's grand provider, Ziwu, said in a deep voice. Your Excellency. That's excessive. Zhao Yi's eyes stared. At this moment, he could clearly perceive that the old man in front of him was a strong person in the same realm as him. But that still didn't change his determination to kill Zirang. Just as he made his move, another loud cry exploded in the air. A god race that has fallen from the mortal world dares to act recklessly in front of my Great Han imperial family. A huge pure gold rockbird manifested itself in the air. Its sharp pure gold wings covered the sky and accompanied by shocking sharp violence killed the purple gold warship. The golden rock emperor struck out. As one of the 7 emperors of the Dragon Court, his cultivation was only stronger than Zhaoyi. Blazing Emperor Zhaoyi simultaneously exerted his power. The red gold lance seemingly about to transform into a red gold divine dragon. A gust of dragon roars resounded as he killed the old man Ziwu and the second prince behind him. Zirang. At this moment, Zirang's face finally changed. And Ziwu even erupted with monstrous divine power, firmly protecting him and the second prince as he said in a hurried voice. All of you be merciful. We don't mean any harm. Rumble. Violent explosions rang out. The purple divine power was devoured by the golden and red light in the blink of an eye. The purple and gold warship shattered. And a purple light fell from the air and smashed into the ground. As the purple light dissipated, the purple-gold divine kingdom's grand provider was drenched in blood and severely injured, while second imperial prince Zirang was unharmed. And at this time, his purple eyes were filled with panic and anger. It was obviously the great confessor who had tried his best to protect him. A blazing red armor appeared in front of him, holding a long spear as he spoke indifferently. Both of you. The crown prince has an invitation. The golden palace, flooded with a thick golden light. The Son of Heaven sword hanging high on the wall exuded a thick imperial might, forcing Zirang and Ziwu to kneel on the ground. Although the Han Emperor was not here, the Heavenly Sun sword, which was the Emperor's weapon, was enough to suppress the two of them from moving. Even if Ziwu was a peak Lord God on one side, he would still have to kneel honestly and sincerely under the Emperor's might. Not to mention the fact that he was severely injured. The god race's Lord God was equivalent to the human race's martial emperor. The emperor and the king were the gap between heaven and earth. A great emperor, in the divine race, was then symbolized as a supreme divine king. We are the divine race. From the violet gold divine kingdom. How dare you, human race, make us kneel? Zirang roared angrily, his handsome face carrying a strong sense of humiliation and unwillingness. Where was the spiritedness he had when he first arrived? Yo! What a divine race! Lu Huai jumped down from Xuefei's soft embrace and came in front of Zirang. Looking at him, his brilliant golden pupils opposite those violet eyes. Purple Rang smiled wryly. And a divine aura with a hint of gold and purple suddenly burst out from those purple eyes, piercing Lu Huai's eyes. Wyatt! Royal brother! Your Highness! No one expected that Zirang, who was already a prisoner, would suddenly engage in a sneak attack? And the crowd couldn't help but cry out in shock. Hoof! Xiao Lu Huai snorted coldly. His golden pupils fiercely brightened up, rising up with burning fire, as if transforming into two burning furnaces, instantly dissolving the purple aura. There was a loud snap. Xiao Lu Huai gave him a slap on the face, and Zirang was instantly knocked to the ground. A small, clear red handprint on his handsome cheek. What? A person of the noble god race would do such nasty things? Xiao Lu Huai opened his mouth indifferently. You! Zirang looked at him angrily. But he received another slap from Lu Huai. Lu Huai wanted to continue to make a move, but he heard Ziwu speak from the side. Your Highness the Crown Prince, we have become prisoners under the rank. Why should we hold such great hostility and humiliate my divine race's royal son? Lu Huai looked at him, his gaze smiling. Old man, how do you know I'm the Crown Prince? Ziwu let out a bitter smile and whispered. The supreme imperial vein of the Great Han Dragon Court. Who in the great wilderness doesn't know who doesn't know? Your Highness the Crown Prince, we've only come to propose marriage to Fairy Mu. We have no ill intentions. Ziwu looked towards Mu Qinglian, who was standing next to Lu Tang in a pavilion, and softly said. Lu Huai raised an eyebrow, first slapping second imperial Prince Zirang back to the ground again before saying, What? Since you know that you've come to my dragon court to find my imperial sister-in-law to propose marriage, I wonder what the young ladies from the Ice and Snow Divine Palace are doing here in my dragon court. Hearing this imperial sister-in-law, Mu Qinglian's face reddened and her heart couldn't help but feel a little sweet. Lu Huai's danger-filled gaze looked at Ziwu, whose face was a bit ashamed, and said, What? Come to my Han royal family to rob people? Also, don't you know that foreign forces are required to notify in advance if they want to enter the airspace of other forces? If not, it is considered provocation and invasion. You divine race came in such a great voice. What? Bullies came? Chapter 24, The Divine Race That Fell to Earth. Ziwu was dumbfounded by Lu Huai's rebuke. This time, it was indeed their violet gold divine kingdom that was in the wrong. Ziwu sullenly looked at the second imperial Prince Zirang, who was slapped to the ground by Lu Huai and no longer had any image, and sighed in his heart. The second prince had an honorable status and an extremely high position in the purple gold divine kingdom. So he had developed an arrogant character that had no one else in sight. Their behavior today might be justifiable if they were dealing with other slightly weaker forces. But facing the Great Han Dragon Court, which was stronger than the purple gold divine kingdom, was purely a suspicion of looking for death. This world is like that. The weak are the strong. And the power of speech is only in the hands of the strong. Before he came, he had also advised. But ever since the second prince heard that Mu Qinglian, who had been courting fruitlessly, was going to tie the knot with the sixth prince of the Great Han Dynasty, he suddenly ignored it as if he was crazy and couldn't listen to advice. Then he took it upon himself to try to come and steal the marriage. And as the second prince's protector, he could only follow with a stiff upper lip. That's why when the purple and gold warship appeared in the sky above Luodu, he all but hid in the shadows and didn't show himself. He didn't show up until the second prince was in danger of his life. And he ended up being beaten by others and captured alive to this point. At that moment, Mu Qinglian opened her mouth. Her voice was very cold and carried the indifference of rejecting people. "The Z rang. I told you a long time ago that I don't have any feelings for you. We can't even be considered friends. I like Sixth Highness Lu Tang. And we're getting engaged. So please go back. I hope you won't pester me in the future." As soon as Mu Qinglian's words fell, Z Rang instantly became agitated. His complexion was ironic. And just as he wanted to say something, he was slapped to the ground by Lu Huai. This time, Lu Huai used a very heavy force, only to see that there was still golden light flashing on his hands. With a thud, Zirang's head hit the ground hard, and the violent shock caused him to become a bit delirious and his eyes to turn white. "Your Second Highness!" Ziwu cried out anxiously as he struggled to get up. But he was suppressed to the ground by the vast imperial might. He who hadn't been showing much emotion finally showed his anger at this point and roared at Lu Huai. "Your Highness the Crown Prince! We have become like this. Why do you still want to be like this? We are the divine race. We are not lowly dogs that can be ravaged by people at will." The king insulted the subject, and the great provider of the violet gold divine kingdom, who had always acted a bit weak just now, finally became angry. Lu Huai glanced at him with some surprise, then said softly, "I'm sorry. He doesn't deserve to talk here. You do have some backbone though. You're a pretty good guy." "Oh no! A god!" The always silent sixth prince suddenly opened his mouth and corrected. "They, who are nothing more than outcasts who have fallen to mortal dust, have the nerve to presume to call themselves a divine race." Hearing these words, Xiao Lu Huai's face was even more surprised, although he didn't quite understand what it meant. But he didn't ask more questions. In his eyes, whether it was the God clan, the outcast clan or this clan or that clan, it didn't mean much. He was the son of a great emperor, the prince of the dragon court, born with an emperor's vein. And there really weren't many people in the 9 realms of the Great Desolate who could be more honorable than him. All right. The words are finished. But what the imperial sister-in-law just said alone can't agree. My Great Han Dragon Court is not a place where others can come and go as they please. Lu Huai looked at Ziwu, a harmless smile hanging on his chubby little face. "Since you're here, stay here forever." Zirang fainted and couldn't hear Lu Huai's words. But Ziwu's eyes snapped wide open. "What does this mean? Stay here forever?" The Peak Lord God was actually staring at Lu Huai at this moment with wide eyes, filled with fear. "I don't think he'd want to. Zhao Yi. Drag them out and behead them." A pair of blazing red armor appeared in the Golden Palace, and Zhao Yi bowed to receive orders. Ziwu finally understood, and his emotions fluctuated violently. "What? You actually want to kill us? Are you not afraid of going to war with our violet gold divine kingdom? We're from a god." Ziwu shouted madly. But he was still dragged out by Zhao Yi, with the emperor's might emanating from the heavenly sun sword suppressing him. So he didn't have a single bit of power to resist. "It's Lu Tang, the 6th prince." Looked somewhat hesitantly at Empress Yuan, who had been sitting at the main seat without saying a word. But when he saw Empress Yuan's icy gaze, then he fell silent. And then his gaze also returned to calm. In Empress Yuan's eyes, when Zirang sneaked up on her son, these two people had already been sentenced to death in her heart. Outside the temple, a fire filled the room. And then there was no more sound. The immortals of the Ice and Snow Divine Palace couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat. Was this the hegemony and strength of the Great Han Dragon Court? The Peak Lord God was beheaded just like this? You have to know that their Ice and Snow Divine Palace's palace master is only in the same realm as that purple crow sun. Mu Qinglin gently touched Lu Tang's hand, looked straight at Lu Tang's somewhat puzzled gaze, and whispered, Your royal family is so overbearing. Will you bully me in the future? Lu Tang was slightly stunned. Then gently held her soft and boneless little hand. A moment of intense security surged through Mu Qinglian's heart. Lu Tang said seriously. In the future. In this world. No can bully you. Including me. The sixth elder brother is right. Little Lu Huai of Ear Thief bounced over and spoke with a haughty face. If sixth emperor brother bullies you in the future, I'll help you bite him. My bite hurts. Right, mother? Said Lu Huai, looking towards Empress Yuan, opening his mouth to reveal a row of small white sharp teeth. That delicate and naive appearance was really unlike the cold and strong prince of Dragon Court just now. Empress Yuan glared at him favorably and helplessly, and didn't pay any attention to him. Mu Qinglian took the initiative to raise little Lu Huai high, making a rare joke at him. It seems that in the future, I'll need your little highness to back me up. Little Lu Huai danced his hands in the air with a stinky face. Good talk. Good talk. Human realm. Great Luo heavenly domain. Purple gold divine kingdom. Enshrined in the imperial temple, Jade Jane blew up. And then in the depths of the imperial palace, a hysterical woman's voice rang out. Imperial palace. Hall of 10,000 laws. Xiao Lu Huai sat on the table and closed the book in front of him. In this moment, he finally knew what it meant to be a divine race that had fallen to mortal dust. The 9 realms of the great wilderness. 3,000 Dao domains. And 10,000 races. Among them, the god race was the most condescending. And at the same time, they were indeed the race with the highest innate talent. Unlike other races such as the human, spirit, and beast races, which have forces spread throughout the 9 realms, the forces of the divine race only exist in the divine realm. The purple gold divine kingdom was once a great power in the divine realm. And the people of the royal family possessed very noble purple gold blood, which was exceptionally powerful. Before the 10,000 years of the end of the Law era. At its peak, the violet gold divine kingdom had possessed 3 divine kings, which had led to their violet gold imperial clan being arrogant and domineering in the divine realm, with no inhibitions, and with very few other forces daring to mess with them. However, there is reincarnation in heaven. One day, they messed with the God Realm Supreme. That lifelong legend. The Basho God King. The bashful God King killed the 3 major God Kings of the Purple Gold God Kingdom by one, and drove the Purple Gold God Kingdom out of the God Realm and into exile. In that battle, all the experts of the Violet Gold Divine Kingdom were killed. As the saying goes, everyone shouts at the rats in the street. And the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom, which fell to the human realm with countless treasures, didn't have a good time either, and was nearly annihilated in the human realm. The desperate divine kingdom could only put down the dignity belonging to the gods and was forced to intermarry with the powerful human forces, offering countless supreme treasures to preserve this long-standing kingdom. It took tens of thousands of years of recuperation to regain some vitality. But it never reached the top, because of their intermarriage with other clans. The purple gold blood of their royal clan was no longer pure. After tens of thousands of years of dilution, the purple gold blood within the purple gold imperial clan had thinned pitifully, and had also become less powerful. Xiao Lu Huai threw the ancient book in his hand aside. But what was on his mind was not the matter of the Zijin divine kingdom. Rather, it was that God King who was unique in the 9 realms of the Great Desolate. He doesn't know him. But that faint feeling of disgust and hatred came over him once more. A few days later, a stunning beauty with long purple gold hair and wearing a purple immortal dress arrived at Luodu. Her eyes were also violet, with a thick splash of gold mixed in with that violet. It was far more gold than in the violet ring eyes. The people from the Violet Gold Divine Kingdom. They're here again. Chapter 25, Purple and Gold Beauty. That purple and gold beauty came alone and entered through the east city gate, walking step by step in the direction of the imperial palace. She was beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. The kind of noble beauty that one wouldn't dare to blaspheme against, making one feel as if she was a true goddess, to be viewed from afar but not to be played with. Zixian surveyed the prosperity and strength of Luodu, and a faint trace of determination flowed from her radiant amethyst eyes. Soon, she walked into the imperial palace. The two black gold god generals of the Dragon Gate did not stop them. At the doorway, she saw, unsurprisingly, an old man in eunuch's garb. Eunuch Hao led her into the Golden Palace. Here, she had an audience with the Han Emperor, whom even the Lord of the Purple Gold Kingdom could hardly meet. The first rays of the morning sunlight poured into the palace, and Xiao Lu Huai woke up from his sleep and stretched a big lazy waist. For some reason, he slept better and deeper this sleep than ever before. The radiant golden pupil lazily opened. Lu Huai tilted his head and glanced at it. A momentary shock. In the past, it was the pure and lovely Linger sister who coaxed him to sleep. But at this point in time, the one lying beside him had changed, and he actually didn't notice it. It was a woman far better looking than Sister Linger. Elegant, confiding, and beautiful. The woman's eyelashes fluttered, then slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of amethyst pupils. Turning her head and locking eyes with Lu Huai's golden pupils filled with doubt and surprise. The woman's eyes were beautiful, crystal clear, revealing an amethyst-like purity. That pair of amethyst pupils did not have the kind of majesty and strength that the golden pupils exuded. But what existed was holiness and honor, and a touch of elusive divinity. Lu Huai quickly regained his composure. To her side to get together. Her body is also very perfect. Can be called the golden ratio? Wearing purple pajamas, she reflected an exceptionally sexy body curves. Seductive hook. But the young Lu Huai, who was only 7 years old, didn't have much interest in appreciating it. He turned around and hugged Zixian. Only feeling soft. He felt very comfortable. Zixian didn't have any resistance. Those amethyst eyes didn't even set off any waves. What? Your purple gold divine kingdom knows that it can't defeat our great Han. So it sent you here to seduce this prince? Little Lu Huai closed his eyes somewhat comfortably and grunted. However, you guys are afraid that you're playing the wrong game. But I'm still a little kid. If you want to be seduced, I advise you to go to my Emperor Yu's brother. Although he is only a few years older than Lone. But he knows everything. Zixian turned her head and looked at Lu Huai's big, naive and cute face pressed against her chest as she said expressionlessly, Your Highness, from now on, I am your child bride. Zixian's tone was very flat and her voice was very nice, with the cleanliness and etherealness of a mountain spring flowing over a green stone. But at this moment, it made Lu Huai feel horrified. Lu Huai snapped to his feet, his eyes wide. What? Xiao Lu Huai walked out of Fanghua Palace in a somewhat low and doubtful mood. He had just met Empress Yuan and Emperor Han and gotten a result that made him feel devastated. Zixuan stood outside the palace, quietly waiting for him, as if she were a wife looking for her husband to return. Lu Huai glared at her somewhat unkindly, sat on the green stone outside the palace, and asked in a somewhat odd tone, Say, how did you convince my mother? My mother usually loves me so much. But today she actually told me that she would leave me in your care from now on. She doesn't care? What's even more outrageous is that my father actually agreed to it as well. What? Could it be that you are so powerful in your cultivation that you have compelled my mother and father? Lu Huai stood up and circled around Zixian. But in his eyes, the woman in front of him, apart from being a bit uncharacteristically good-looking, didn't look like any strong person who could compel even a great emperor. Her cultivation was only at the true god realm, which was equivalent to the human race's martial zone powerhouses. Your Highness, don't I look good? At this time, Zishuan finally spoke up and asked, doesn't your Highness like me? Good looking? Can good looking be milk? Lu Huai stomped his foot somewhat angrily and said, also, you're talking about liking with a kid who's only 7 years old? Although this hall is born with an emperor vein that is smart beyond compare. Do you think I am a colorful rascal like Emperor Yu's brother who only knows what to like or not like at such a young age? Zishuan was silent for a moment. Then said rather seriously, I am the child bride that Emperor Han has appointed for His Highness. And Empress Yuan has also agreed. Don't mention my father to me. You guys are afraid of him. You think I'm afraid of him? Empress Yuan has also accepted me. And she has told me that if your Highness has any objections, you may go directly to her. And she will decide for me. Hearing these words, Xiao Lu Huai jerked a jolt. Then angrily stared at Zi Xian's ripple-less pouring face. You're holding Mother Queen over me? This time Zishuan can be regarded as pinching the lifeblood of Lu Huai. In this imperial palace, or in this great wilderness 9 worlds, Lu Huai can be regarded as the sky is not afraid of the earth, but only afraid of his mother. Looking at Zi Xian always calm a look as if he ate him. Angry teeth straight itchy little Lu Huai still want to say something. However, Empress Yuan's voice suddenly came from within the Fenghua Palace. Little calf. Stop arguing outside my door and get the hell away from me right now. Upon hearing this, Lu Huai instantly changed his face. The arrogant look he just had disappeared in an instant. And then nodded his head to Fenghua Palace like a little pug, with a pleasingly bitchy smile on his face, and said loudly, hey. Good. Good. Mother. I'll roll. I rolled AO. Your old man holy peace. Lu Huai turned back while hurrying outward. And seeing that Zi Xian was still standing impassively, she couldn't help but anxiously tug her a bit, whispering urgently, quickly go. Quickly go Ayu. My mother is going to get angry. I'm telling you. My empress mother can be old and ruthless. When Zishuan saw that the just now arrogantly arrogant Prince Han had an expression of being scared for his life at this moment, a touch of imperceptible smirk spread in her ripple-free amethyst eyes. As night fell, there was a large naturally formed hot spring in the Imperial Dragon Emperor Forest at the back of the Imperial Palace, where hot air rose and immortal mist filled the air. Lu Huai was naked and comfortably soaking in the hot spring, while a youth was reporting something to him. That young man's posture is straight. Breath is strong. A pair of sword eyebrow is like a knife carving up like cold hard and deep. Forehead has a white tiger lying on the side. The king's character imprint is bright and dark. After not seeing him for many days, Yuan Shinju, who had obtained the white tiger divine seal and awakened the fighting king body, had become more and more unfathomable in strength. There was the sound of footsteps, and Yuan Shinju's expression moved before disappearing under Lu Huai's nod. In the next moment, Zi Xian's stunningly beautiful figure appeared. Then she took off her long purple and gold dress, leaving only her underwear behind, and stepped into the hot spring, taking the initiative to scrub Xiao Lu Huai's body. Lu Huai also seemed to accept her presence and did not reject it. After a long time, Lu Huai suddenly said, I really didn't expect that the third princess who has a noble status within the purple gold god and has the highest concentration of awakened purple gold blood would actually condescend to come to my Han Dragon Court to be the child bride of the orphan. I have to wonder whether you came here voluntarily, or whether you were forced to do so in order to avoid the new empress who is now calling the shots in the Zijin Divine Kingdom with her overwhelming power. Lu Huai suddenly opened his eyes. His golden light filled the sky, staring at that absolute beauty whose complexion remained calm with a smile. Chapter 26, Subdued. Zishuan takes an oath. Ever since countless years ago, When the purple gold divine kingdom fell to the mortal world and the royal family members were forced to intermarry with the human race, the bloodline of the purple gold royal family was no longer pure. They were no longer true divine races. Perhaps they could only be called demigod races. And at the same time, the Zijin royal family would be facing a huge dilemma. Relatives interfered with the government. None of the women married by the Zijin royal family were holy maiden figures of powerful human forces. And they relied on the power of their own families to step by step grasp the power of the Zijin divine kingdom and seek the greatest benefits for their own families. Especially today. The struggle between the royal family and the relatives has intensified. And has even reached the point of incompatibility. Zixuan stood motionless and silent beside Lu Huai. The bright moonlight fell on her seductive jade body, making her already white and delicate snow-like skin even more crystalline. But Lu Huai, the little brat who didn't even have his hair grown, didn't have any interest in appreciating it. He closed his eyes again and patiently waited for Zixian's answer. After a long time, Zixuan finally opened her mouth and said softly, "Indeed. Nothing can be hidden from your little highness." Lu Huai didn't say anything and waited for the following. "That woman poisoned my father, killed my mother, and imprisoned my own brother, Zi Xiao, the crown prince of the violet gold divine kingdom. She, who wants to be the empress of my divine kingdom." Zixian's voice gradually turned cold. And those amethyst eyes instantly flooded with monstrous hatred and killing intent. But then quickly dissipated. A flash of powerlessness crossed her cheeks. Upon hearing this, Lu Huai smiled, unsurprised as he had already grasped these situations. That woman's name was Morong Ningxin, the new empress of the violet gold divine kingdom. The previous generation of the holy daughter of the Morong family of the desolate ancient family in the Xin domain of the human realm. A woman who was ruthless and full of ambition. Nowadays in the violet gold divine kingdom could be regarded as having only one hand to cover the sky. One person under the other. That's second Prince Zirang, who died in the dragon court of the Great Han Dynasty in an unbeatable manner, was his own son. I suppose her next target will be you. The third princess of the purple gold divine kingdom. The daughter of the late empress. The legendary awakening of an unearthly heavenly pride with a purple gold blood concentration as high as 65%. I'm afraid that the fact that the titular princess figure is willing to be the child bride of the orphan is nothing more than an expedient measure to escape the pursuit. You are using loan. Lu Huai opened his mouth indifferently, his voice turning cold for a moment. Zixuan was silent again, flames rising from within his pupils. Lu Huai sneered at Zixian's large expanse of snow-white skin exposed in the air. His voice cold and abnormal, in order to stay alive. The descendant of the divine race. The honored princess your highness doesn't even care about her own innocence? At those words, Zixian's face instantly paled and her delicate body shook. But soon, a flash of firmness like a rock flashed through those amethyst eyes. I, for one, will live. And I will avenge my father and mother. Zixuan said word for word. Revenge? Just you? Lu Huai struck her mercilessly. Then his golden pupil fiercely brightened, gazing at Zixian's alluring body. At this moment, in his radiant gaze, he could easily perceive that purple golden mysterious liquid flowing in Zixian's body. That was the purple gold divine blood with a concentration of up to 65%. I admit that your talent is good. And the so-called purple gold blood may also be very strong. But I am well aware that those of your purple gold imperial clan will never be able to cultivate to the very peak without the purest purple gold blood. Lu Huai let out a cold laugh. Now that the path of the emperor has opened, do you think that you, who will never be able to cultivate to divine king, will be able to kill that woman who has the draconic Morong family as her backing? The Morong clan. As a desolate ancient family, he had existed for no less years than the violet gold divine kingdom at its peak. and had always been at its peak. Before the end times, the Morong family had produced two great emperors that were as terrifying as they were. Although those two great emperors had already fallen, the emperor's soldiers and techniques left behind were enough for the Morong family to create a large number of powerful people. That simply wasn't a behemoth that a single Zixian could fight off. So it would have been a dead end. As soon as the words fell, Zixian's already pale face was even more bloodless. Lu Huai's words were blunt but undoubtedly the most correct. She, indeed, had no chance of winning. Seeing Zixian's appearance, just now also very cold and mean, little Lu Huai gently sighed. I don't know whether it is because of the softness of the heart. The tone of voice also became calm, no longer aggressive. Perhaps you also know that you are not without the ability to break the game. Hearing these words, Zixian trembled. Lu Huai revealed a harmless smile, but his gaze was full of wisdom, as if he was a wise man calculating the world, making people elusive, and said, "The person who breaks the situation is my Han royal family. Or it could be me after I grow up. That Morong family is very strong. But it's also ultimately stronger than the dragon court of the Great Han with my father guarding it. By becoming Lone's child bride, perhaps you will also have a chance to be that Morong empress who calls the shots in your purple gold divine kingdom, and utilize the power of my Great Han to avenge the deaths of your father and mother." Lu Huai gazed at Zixian, his gaze sharp. There was a brief silence in space. After a long time, Zixuan, who was covered in cold sweat, exhaled heavily, slowly regained her composure, and let out a bitter smile. "Your Highness is wise." Lu Huai raised an eyebrow and continued. "Actually, your thoughts are not hard to guess. And I'm afraid you are well aware that you can't hide that little bit of your mind in front of my father and emperor. Although I don't know why my father and mother agreed to you becoming my child bride, I can tell you. Lone, I can help you. Help you take revenge and reclaim the throne that belongs to your Zijin royal family. And I can even let you be the empress of the Zijin divine kingdom." Lu Huai's words made Zixuan's heart of death and despair suddenly break into a beam of light, making her have a kind of nervous shock of darkness. "Your Highness, are you seriously?" The woman's tone was a little shaky. Lu Huai snorted and said faintly, "Although I am stubborn, I have always been a man of my word." Lu Huai looked away to the south, and a few coldness appeared in his tone again. "However, after this is accomplished, your Zijin divine kingdom has to help Lone do one thing." Upon hearing this, Zixuan agreed without any hesitation. Though she was aware of the things that could make even the Dragon Court Prince feel difficult to handle, I'm afraid that even if she took the entire Violet Gold Divine Kingdom with her, it would be difficult to solve it. But there was no turning back, because this was her last and only chance for revenge. The absolutely beautiful woman raised her hand to make an oath and solemnly said, "I swear by the heavenly Tao. From now on, I, Zixian, will be your Highness's person in life and your Highness's ghost in death. And if I'm the Empress of the Divine Kingdom, the Divine Kingdom will look up to your little Highness. If I break this oath, the heavens will send down divine punishment and my divine soul will be destroyed." Rumble. There was muffled thunder in the sky. And then calmness returned. Xiao Lu Huai raised his head to look at the sky. And in the underworld, it was as if there was a line connecting him to Zixian, and possesses an irresistible divine power. This was the binding of the heavenly Tao oath, which even Emperor Han was afraid of. Xiao Lu Huai huffed, no longer as strong as just now, and said, "It's okay. In the next 2 days, Lone will trip with you to the Zijin Divine Kingdom, and help you vindicate the Zijin royal family. But before that, Lone has one more thing to do with you." Zixuan was a bit uncertain. Xiao Lu Huai touched his nose and smiled wryly before pouncing violently on Zixian. In the midst of Zixuan's cry of surprise, Lu Huai bit down on her wrist. There was blood coming out. But it was only red blood. Chapter 27 Peak Purple Gold Blood reappears in the world. Lu Huai raised his eyebrows while biting through his own wrist. A thick drop of brilliant golden divine blood flowed out. That was the supreme blood given to him by the Supreme Emperor Vane. In an instant, a supreme aura that seemed to come from the ancient flood raged out, full of holiness and majesty. All of this space began to become heavy. As the space trembled and wailed, seemingly unable to bear the weight and aura of that drop of supreme blood, Lu Huai grabbed Zixian's snow-white wrist and reunited their wounds. At this moment, the golden light spread and the blood merged. "Your Highness," Zixian murmured in shock. And the next moment her breath suddenly became extremely unstable. Suddenly, brilliant purple gold divine splendor erupted from within her body. Her long purple gold hair fluttered, and those crystal amethyst eyes were gradually tinted with a touch of gold. A touch of extremely thick gold. The water in the hot spring also began to boil, and then formed a huge vortex. Rising into a dragon sucking water wrapped the two. The clear spring water was gradually rendered into a purple gold color and in the end to form a large purple gold cocoon. Inside the large cocoon, Zixian closed her eyes tightly with a pained expression. Drops of brilliant gold supreme blood flowed into Zixian's body along her wounds, and then indistinctly transformed into a brilliant gold divine dragon rushing towards the mysterious purple gold power located at her heart. When the purple gold blood with a purity of only 65% encountered the supreme blood, it suddenly became extremely excited, as if it had encountered some great tonic, becoming hungry and thirsty, and then took the initiative to welcome it. When the two great bloods melted together, Zixian, who was located within the purple gold cocoon at the bottom of the spring, suddenly screamed loudly. Lu Huai gazed at the condition of her body. In his perception, after the mass of purple gold blood in Zixian's body devoured his supreme blood, its concentration was increasing and growing, gradually spreading throughout her body. At this time, Lu Huai's situation wasn't good or even bad. With the loss of a single drop of supreme blood, his face was becoming pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. But his eyes were obstinate and even carried a hint of unexpected madness. In fact, at first, he wasn't sure if his own blood could help Zixian's purple gold blood to increase its concentration. But Lu Huai was clear that his supreme divine blood was definitely a good thing for Zixian, or even for any living creature. That had all the benefits and none of the harms. As for why he had to pay such a large price to help Zixian remodel her purest bloodline, he wasn't too clear in his own mind. Perhaps, with the pride of his Supreme Emperor Vane, he also wanted to see just how powerful that 100% purity purple gold blood was capable of creating three great god kings at its peak. Perhaps more than that, it was because of that unrivaled Geisher god king. Whenever Lu Huai thought of that person, the disgust and hatred deep within his heart couldn't be suppressed no matter what. Although he did not recognize him, but that kind of innate hatred seems to be branded in the soul, so that Lu Huai engraved in his bones. Since it is something you once destroyed, I am partial to bringing it back to life. Buzz. The four-elephant lotus seal on Lu Huai's forehead suddenly brightened, and 81 brilliant golden divine veins abruptly lit up on his petite body. The eye-catching divine power boiling and flowing into Zixian's body, making the purple golden blood, whose concentration had already reached 99% but was never able to be consummated, rise even higher, and rounded down to a single layer. Boom! At this moment, the purple gold divine blood that had already completed its metamorphosis also finally flowed everywhere within Zixian's body. Ah! Zixian violently opened her eyes. Purple gold blood boiling within her body. Two purple gold divine flames burning in those purple gold pupils. Infinite power awakening. A touch of divinity that one did not dare to look at was revealed between her eyebrows. The black sky was rapidly turning into a purple-gold color. And a round of burning purple-gold divine sun hung high in the sky, spilling down divine splendor. Under the divine sun's illumination, all the creatures within the Imperial Dragon Emperor forest succumbed to the ground, trembling. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Huai looked at Zi Xian's appearance in front of him and marveled. Then finally couldn't suffer the aftereffects of excessive blood loss. His eyes rolled over and he fainted. A towering figure stood on top of an ancient tree not far from the hot springs. And he was the only person in this imperial forest who had not been affected by that violet gold divine sun. The golden pupils filled with supreme majesty looked at the sky from afar with a calm expression. Afterwards, he looked towards the hot spring and the already broken cocoon, sighed languidly, and then disappeared. When everything was at peace, Xiao Lu Huai floated unconscious on the hot spring with his naked body. But that big pale fat face was hanging with a color of satisfaction if anything. There was the sound of water. And a stunningly beautiful woman gently picked him up. A touch of infatuation flowing from the pupils of her eyes that had completely turned purple gold. Zixin kissed little Lu Huai's chubby cheeks, the nobility and divinity between her brows turning into a gush of tenderness. The woman murmured in a small voice, "Young Highness, how exactly should I repay you?" Chapter 28, Man Will Enslave God. A few days later, a petite figure stood by the stone monument outside the Dragon Court ancestral shrine, whispering something before stumbling away. After he left, a strange movement appeared in the depths of the ancestral shrine. The lids of several coffins emanating an ancient and decaying aura exploded with a bang. And a pair of muddy golden pupils were rekindled, with divine fire flowing and burning in them. Shortly after, an extremely luxurious carriage slowly drove out from the imperial palace. And the one driving the carriage was an imposing youth with the white Tiger King character imprinted on his forehead. Pulling the cart were two snow-white holy light dragon horses, with a single horn and wings on their backs, rumored to have a trace of bright divine dragon bloodline in their bodies. And their speed was as fast as the wind and clouds. Strangely fast and incomparable. One could only hear those two holy light dragon horses neighing, their wings spreading, and between their four hooves, they pulled the carriage, prancing away in the clouds. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the sky. At the same time, there was a mobilization of the Dragon Court soldiers and horses. And the prison suppression legion guarding the southern wasteland suddenly withdrew, not knowing where to go. On the other side of the borderline, the army of the southern barbarians looked at the empty Han territory on the other side. Although they looked puzzled, they never dared to take a step beyond the Thunder Pool. Today is not 1,000 years ago. Lending them 100 guts will not dare to step into the territory of the Great Han again. If not, they face will be extinction. Inside the carriage, Xiao Lu Huai was leaning on Zi Xian's arms. His expression was a bit withered. Obviously he had not recovered his vitality yet. Zi Xian tenderly passed a crystal purple grape to his mouth, and Xiao Lu Huai swallowed it in one gulp. Then there was a faint aura rising from his body. But it still didn't make his ugly face slightly better. Xiao Lu Huai changed to a slightly more comfortable position and soon fell into a deep sleep. Zi Xian brought the soft collapse and gently covered it for him. Her violet gold pupils full of divinity and nobility looked out, thinking. This sleep Lu Huai slept deeply and for a long time. When he woke up, the carriage had already arrived at the Great Luo Heavenly Domain. Your Highness, when we arrive at the Great Luo Heavenly Realm, should we go to the Ice and Snow Divine Palace to visit the Sixth Highness? Yuan Xinju's words came from outside, inquiring. Lu Tang went to the Ice and Snow Divine Palace a few days ago with people from the Ministry of Ceremony and several highly respected royal family elders. He formally placed a bride price, set a wedding date, and stayed in the Ice and Snow Divine Palace for a few days, and has yet to return. Lu Huai shook his head and spoke. Go directly to the violet gold divine kingdom. Yes. The current violet gold divine kingdom could be described as a turbulent situation, with the winds and clouds changing. The lord of the Zijin kingdom is nowhere to be seen. His life or death is unknown, and he is said to have fallen. But the truth is impossible to prove. Prince Zixia was abolished and imprisoned. As soon as the news of Morong Ningxin, the new empress of the Zijin divine kingdom, wanting to be the empress of the divine kingdom, was spread, it was immediately opposed by countless members of the royal family. And there were even armies loyal to the royal family that rushed to the capital to rise up to serve the king. At this moment, the court and the army are divided into two major factions. One faction has been bought by Empress Morong and is willing to submit. The other faction is the die-hard loyalists of the royal family, questioning the empress where exactly the lord of the Zijin kingdom is now. And if the lord of the kingdom falls, he will be installing the crown prince Zixiao as the new emperor. For a while, the two factions were deadlocked. Not long ago, however, the stalemate in the violet gold divine kingdom was completely broken. Several ancient emperors of the draconic Morong family led countless cultivators from the Xian domain into the purple gold divine kingdom, and carried out a massacre of opposing members of the royal family and the army that had risen up to serve the king. Overnight, the royal family withered and the divine race submitted. After that, there was never a single voice of opposition in the vast divine kingdom. 3 days later, it was the day Morong Ningxin officially ascended the throne. Man, at that time, will enslave what was once God. The carriage slowly entered the capital of the Purple Gold Kingdom. And inside the capital, many people whispered as they looked at the two holy light dragon horses pulling the carriage. I don't know which holy son and holy daughter figure from the Morong family has come to the national capital again. During this period of time, there were quite a few sons and daughters of the Morong family arriving at the national capital to attend the new emperor's enthronement ceremony. Although this carriage was very low profile, it was clear to anyone that these two snow-white holy light dragon horses were by no means something an ordinary person could possess. At this moment, the streets of the Zijin capital were quiet, with broken and collapsed buildings everywhere. A scene of dilapidation and depression. No longer prosperous as in the past. Zixian sat in the carriage and watched all this. Her heart agonized. This was her home, the capital of their Zijin royal family. Help! Help! A woman ran toward it from a short distance away, cloaked and disheveled, her face terrified. From her lavender hair and slightly violet pupils, it could be concluded that this woman, even if she wasn't a member of the purple gold royal family, was definitely inextricably linked to the royal family. The woman stumbled and ran, and was about to crash into the carriage when the two holy light dragon horses hissed and stamped their front hooves. A flash of holy light spread out, expelling the woman but not injuring her. The holy light dragon horse, a species that had always been pure of heart, would not easily hurt anyone unless ordered to do so by its master. The woman fell to the ground and tried to get up and run around the wagon to continue. But she was suppressed by a thick wave of astral energy. Behind her, several youths in brocade garments appeared, walking slowly with playful eyes. Run! Why don't you run? The youth at the head of the group crouched down, hooked the woman's bright face, and slapped her with a snap. Morongjin grabbed the woman's hair and said fiercely, "It's a blessing for you that our Lord Saint's son can look at you. How dare you run away? Lowly thing! Still think you are a former royal family yourself?" The men shouted insults at the women, while the people of the God clan on both sides of the street were silent, not daring to say a word, hiding in their homes, ignoring them. The world is cool. When Yuan Shinju saw this scene, his gaze couldn't help but turn a little cold. How had this kind of absurdity ever appeared on the streets of their Luodu? It's not that he hasn't done the thing of roaring at the side of the road, But at this moment, His Highness is in the carriage. And if His Highness doesn't open his mouth, he doesn't dare to trespass on his own. And in the carriage, Zishuan, who was holding little Lu Huai, finally recognized the woman's face. At this moment, monstrous killing opportunities filled out in those noble purple gold-eye pupils. Feeling that killing opportunity, little Lu Huai slowly opened his pupils, his golden light shining brightly as he looked at the group indifferently. Orphan child brides. Angry. Chapter 29 Morong Gume. It's not the turn of you Morong family members to act recklessly here in the Zijin Imperial clan's capital. A cold shout resounded from within the carriage. And in an instant, the entire carriage turned purple gold. And within the carriage, a light shot out. Morongjin instantly screamed miserably, only to see his hand that was gripping the woman being hit by that light quickly dissolve away before completely disappearing. Blood rushing out. Who sneaked up on me? Morong looked towards the carriage with a mixture of shock and horror. There was a faint blue star power appearing at his severed hand. But what made him even more horrified was that no matter what he couldn't stop the blood trickling out. Who the hell are you? I'm Morongjin, a collateral son of the Tianxian lineage of the Morong family. I advise you to mind your own business. Morongjin's face grew paler and paler. But he was still fierce and said in a vicious voice. Humph. What a Morong family. Zixian stepped out from within the carriage and stood in front of the wretched woman. Her dress fluttering. A divine splendor flowing in her purple golden pupils as she indifferently said. Don't forget that this is the capital of our purple golden imperial clan. It is now. And it will always be. Buzz. As the words fell, the purple gold divine flower erupted. And raging purple gold divine power roared out, bringing Morongjin and the others extreme oppression. On your knees. With a fluttering sound, several Morong family's children couldn't resist the pressure and fell to their knees. At this moment, their faces were extremely ugly. Princess? You are Her Highness the Third Princess. Zi Rulin recognized Zi Xian's identity. Princess, you didn't die? Rulin hasn't heard from you in a long time. Rulin thought that you were also. Zi Rulin instantly burst into tears and cried. Zi Xian helped Zi Rulin up, rubbed her messy hair, and softly said, Lanner, I didn't die. I'm back. From now on, no one can bully us anymore. Perhaps before this, she wouldn't have had such a strong backbone to say such words. If she hadn't made up her mind and gambled on her life's destiny to travel to the Great Han Dragon Court, perhaps today she wouldn't be much better off than Zi Rulin. And might even be even more miserable. But times are different now. She, Zishuan, is now the child bride of the crown prince of the sacred realm hegemony Great Han Dragon Court. And in the future, she will even become the crown prince's side consort. She is no longer afraid of that woman. And she no longer even needs to be afraid of the entire draconian Morong clan. Is this what it feels like to be a god in power? Thinking of this, Zishan couldn't help but feel a bit amused as a strange feeling suddenly welled up in her heart. It was a feeling, though, and she loved it. Who did I think it was? But it turns out to be that long-missing third princess? Your Zijin royal clan has already succumbed to our Morong clan's feet. Do you think you're still the same noble princess highness you once were now? Morongjin became even more emboldened when he knew Zishuan's identity. Oblivious to the disaster that his wounds, which could never stop bleeding, would bring to them. Zishan looked at him with a calm gaze and said coldly, I have no interest in wasting my words on the dead. You guys? Consider this as a little bit of interest that I've recovered from Morong. As the words fell, a faint purple light suddenly rose from Morongjin's body. And the purple gold divine splendor hidden within him suddenly erupted with radiance. Being illuminated by the purple gold divine light, the bodies of several Morong clan children, led by Morong Jean, began to disintegrate. And in the space of a few breaths, they completely disappeared from this world. It's... Zi Rulan looked at this scene dumbfounded, somewhat shocked. Princess, you? When did you become so strong? Not long ago. Zishuan whispered back. Zi Rulan froze for a long time, looking straight at the noble divinity between Zi Xian's brows, suddenly feeling as if their third princess had become different. But what exactly had changed? She couldn't say. After a long time, Zi Rulan came back to her senses and immediately said anxiously again, Princess, you should run quickly. That woman is looking for you everywhere. Now that a large number of Morong clan people have come to the national capital, our royal family has already been massacred to death. And I'm the only one left in my lineage. In 2 days, that woman's enthronement ceremony will take place. You can't fight her. You'd better run away. Our Zijin imperial clan can't afford to break our inheritance on this. Zi Xian gazed at this Zi Rulan, who was once a county princess, pulled her hand and softly said, I will not run away again. I came back to take revenge on the Morong clan. Zi Xian looked in the direction of the palace, and there was a blazing divine fire burning in the pupils of her eyes. That is the flame of vengeance. After a long time, Zi Xian smiled and rubbed her head, saying softly, Lan'er, I'll take you to meet someone. Me? My little husband. As the words fell, Zi Rulan was struck by lightning. Inside the palace located in the center of the country's capital, a youth with a handsome face suddenly opened his eyes and let out a soft eep. The youth's skin was white, and his face was even whiter. And with those narrow and evil eyes and red robes, he could not help but make people feel a little demonic. Morongjin and the others are dead. Who did it? The youth pondered for a moment, then walked out of the magnificent palace. Gumi, where are we going? A beautiful woman in a gorgeous palace dress with a bright appearance called out to him. Morong Gumi stopped walking, looked at the beautiful woman, and said with a smile, Little aunt, I'm going out for a walk. The beautiful woman also smiled dotingly and said, After coming here, it's a bit boring, isn't it? Auntie has also been very busy lately, and has left you a bit out in the cold. So don't blame Auntie. If only your cousin were still around, he could still keep you company. The beautiful woman's expression suddenly became a bit despondent, and a strong hatred flickered in her beautiful eyes. Morong Gumi smiled and didn't chime in. If that idiot followed him every day, he would feel like his IQ would drop with him. That self-righteous guy who always thought the sky was the limit and he didn't know what was going on. He hadn't treated him well since he was a kid. Dead is dead. He won't feel a trace of sadness. And I heard that he died in the dragon court of the Great Han? Deserved to die in vain. The Great Han imperial clan was an existence that even their draconic Morong clan didn't dare to easily mess with. I heard it's to steal a bride. What a death wish. But those words would never come out of his mouth. The bright, beautiful woman in palace attire in front of her was the Empress of the Divine Kingdom, Morong Ningxin, who had slaughtered the entire purple gold royal family and was about to ascend to the throne. After symbolically comforting Morong Gume for a couple of moments, she said, Little aunt, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Under Morong Ningxin's nod, Morong Gumi rushed up into the sky as a streak of red light. Morong Ningxin looked at the red color that gradually disappeared from her gaze and said faintly, Send someone to protect my little nephew. Now that the remaining rebels haven't fallen into the net yet. My nephew can't be harmed even a little bit within the divine kingdom. Yes. A courtesan led the order to retreat. Morong Ningxin gazed at the sky for a long time and sighed leisurely. As the previous generation's holy maiden of the Tianxian vein, one of the 7 veins of the draconic Morong clan, her status in the Morong clan was not very high right now. It was said that a married daughter splashes out water. And since she had married into the purple gold divine kingdom, although she had gained a lot of benefits for her mother's family, she still couldn't regain her previous position in the Morong clan. She was an ambitious woman. And if she wanted to be an empress, she would have to use the power of her mother's family. Morong Gumi is her own nephew. Is his own brother's son? But also the entire Morong clan one of the 10 major sequences. Although only the 9th sequence, but still has a very respected position. There were quite a few holy sons and daughters in the Morong clan, and their status was extremely high. So it could be said that they were the mainstay of the Morong clan's future. But the top 10 sequence is just that measly 10. Those were the most honorable 10 people. The 10 heavenly prides with the highest cultivation talent of the vast Morong clan. The objects that the entire Morong clan had gone all out to cultivate. And even more so, they would be the future power holders of the Morong clan. So she's going to suck up to her radiant little nephew. Chapter 30, Second Imperial Sister. On the streets of the capital of the Zijin Kingdom, Zi Xian brought Zi Rulin onto the carriage after receiving Lu Huai's promise. Little Lu Huai opened the pupils of his eyes. The golden light in his eyes somewhat dimmed as he surveyed Zi Rulin, who was sitting across from him with an anxious expression. Apparently just now, Zishuan had told this former county princess about his origins. Zishuan sat down beside Lu Huai and held little Lu Huai back in her arms as she softly inquired. Now, where are we going? Lu Huai looked out of the window and looked at the broken and depressed scene outside the window. He was silent for a while, then smiled at Zi Rulin and said, "Since you are a former county princess, I guess your father should have been a prince-level existence during his lifetime. We have just come to the country's capital not too long ago, and we don't have a place to land. I don't know if it's possible to go to your family's royal mansion to sit down for a while. How do you think it would be?" Upon hearing this, Zi Rulin looked a bit hesitant and said in a low mood, "Your Honorable Crown Prince, my family's royal residence was involved in a great battle a few days ago, and most of the houses were destroyed. So," Lu Huai smiled and said indifferently, "No harm done. There are always a few houses that are intact. There are few of us, so we'll just make do." The holy light dragon horse pulled the carriage towards a piece of the city according to Zi Rulin's guidance. Here was once the most prosperous urban area of the Zijin capital. Most of the princes and nobles lived here. After the Great War, this place instead turned into the most deserted area. There were ruins everywhere, and there was even a faint smell of blood in the air. Finally, the carriage stopped in front of a large royal residence. The gate of the king's mansion was no longer there, but the large plaque on the ground in front of the door that was carved from 1,000 years of Fengchun wood with a broken gold edge was enough to show how powerful the owner of this king's mansion was in the purple and gold god's kingdom during his lifetime. The Mutsu King's house. The carriage drove into the royal residence, and after some searching, there were indeed a few courtyards that hadn't suffered too much damage. And in the end, they chose to stay in the peach blossom courtyard. Lu Huai stopped under the withered peach tree, looking at the petals on the ground, raising his head to look out. In his gaze are all the peach trees that have withered. He could imagine that this place should once have been a beautiful peach blossom forest, boundless. And every March and April, 10,000 flowers blossomed with the fragrance of flowers. Lu Huai casually picked up a white with pink petal. Zi Xian and Yuan Xinjiu stood behind him. He placed it between his nose and sniffed it. There was no more floral scent. Only the pungent smell of blood remained. Lu Huai didn't feel like frowning. What a wasteful bunch. If second imperial sister were to see this scene, I'm afraid she'd be so angry that she'd come with her sword and kill all these bastards. Lu Huai said with a smile. His second royal sister is his mother's own sister? Since she was a child, she has loved peach blossoms and treated them as if they were her life. It is said that at the time of birth, the dome of the sky descended into the sky peach blossom. Beautiful. The fragrance of the flowers spread 30,000 miles. Ordinary people smelled a prolonged life. Practitioners smelled a bottleneck loosened. Cultivation refined. The second imperial sister was a beauty from a young age. At the same time, her cultivation talent was extremely high. Listening to Empress Yuan. Lu Huai's generation. Except for Lu Huai, a monster born with an imperial vein. His second imperial sister was the best in terms of cultivation talent and enlightenment. Even his eldest brother Lu Rui couldn't compare to her. Although the second imperial sister does not have a divine body bloodline, she has a clear mind and realized the peach blossom sword intent at the age of 7. And at the age of 21 she realized the great Tao of eternal life. And her youth lasts forever. The second imperial sister was the first beauty of the holy domain known far and wide. And the peach blossom sword immortal who traveled the world and defeated all the heavenly prides. Lu Huai's thoughts gradually drifted away. Touching the scene, as early as when he was 3 years old and then went out to travel so far has not returned to the second imperial sister has a little miss. This is where my mother used to live. Zi Rulan's voice came. She didn't know where she had taken a bath. Changed into a clean dress. Her appearance was bright and youthful. No longer the previous mess. Only at this moment did she look like a county princess character of the Zijin royal family. Zi Rulan also came behind Lu Huai with a downcast expression. It seems your mother loved peach blossoms when she was alive. Lu Huai looked at Zi Rulan. Looked at her gradually hazel eyes. And said, I've come this time to vindicate your Zijin royal clan. And I will also avenge your mother's death. If for nothing else. For this tree of peach blossoms. Love house. The second imperial sister loves peach blossom. He Lu Huai likes the second imperial sister. So also like peach blossom. Even if you can't see these spoiled peach blossoms. If you do, your mood will deteriorate. As the honorable crown prince of the Great Han Dragon Court, his mood had turned sour. And he was afraid that many more people would die on this trip to the God Country. Shortly after, Zi Rulan and Zi Xian went out the door. It was now midday and Lu Huai, who had recovered some of his vitality, was a bit hungry. The two of them went out and bought a lot of food. And when they returned, Zishuan cooked up milk for Lu Huai. Xiao Lu Huai squatted on the ground, his eyes staring fleetingly at the jade pot that Zi Rulan had rummaged through out of nowhere, in which was none other than the hot milk that was gradually boiling. His golden gaze was filled with salivation. And Xiao Lu Huai smacked his lips, a hint of crystal dripping from the corner of his mouth. I haven't had it in days. I really miss it. Zi Rulan looked at Lu Huai with a strange face on the side. With such delicious food on the table, His Highness didn't even look at it. Return STH. And milk? At this moment, Yuan Shinju's divine expression suddenly twitched, as if he had sensed something, and his gaze looked ahead. Not only him, Zi Xian, who was squatting down to cook milk for Lu Huai, also suddenly raised her head. And the purple gold divine flame suddenly rose in the pupils of her eyes. Then she lowered her head again and continued to concentrate on cooking milk for Lu Huai. And little Lu Huai from the beginning to the end just lowered his head, as if he did not notice anything. At this time in his eyes only the pot of fragrant hot milk. Anyone else? It doesn't matter. The two holy light dragon horses that were resting suddenly stirred uneasily, letting out bursts of neighing. A demonic young man wearing a large red robe appeared. slowly walking towards this place from far to near. At first, he glanced at Z Roland, who was trembling like a sieve after looking at him. And then he quickly shifted his attention to Zixian, who was at that moment squatting and concentrating on boiling milk for Lu Huai. Although the demonic youth couldn't see the woman's appearance, Zixian's graceful and seductive perfect curves, as well as the radiant and dazzling long purple gold hair, didn't forbid him from being a bit mesmerized. Especially on Zixuan's moving petite body. The undisguised noble temperament made Morong Gumi's heart pound even more. For Morong Gumi, who had been horny as hell since he was a child and had read countless women, getting a woman was no longer something to be proud of. But if he can conquer a supremely beautiful woman that other men want but can never get, it will definitely give any man's heart a satisfaction that is maddening enough. Morong Gumi narrowed those narrow eyes. The corners of his mouth hooked up into an evil smile as his gaze recklessly surveyed every part of Zixian's body. What a perfect work of art. Chapter 31, Beat Him to Death. I'll be responsible. Approaching, Morong Gumi said as if she was a self-taught expert. Yo! So much deliciousness. With that, he sat himself down on one of the chairs and picked a few of his favorite desserts and ate them, crossing his legs as he ate and gazing at Zixian obsessively. A tsk of admiration came out of his mouth. When the more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. Yuan Shinju gazed at him from the sidelines with an icy gaze. Those eyes filled with cold light like a pair of tiger pupils staring at their prey in death. The imprint of the White Tiger King character at his forehead flickered brightly and darkly. And if His Highness opened his mouth, he would not hesitate to strike out to teach this arrogant and rebellious thing in front of him a lesson. It's the prince's chair. It's the prince's food. And it's this thing that matches the enjoyment? Morong Gumi smiled and looked at Z Roland, who was trembling like a sieve beside her, and laughed. Are you that afraid of me? Z Roland's face was pale and she didn't dare to speak. The demonic youth shook his head, still smiling, and said, Morongjian's death wasn't a loss. Although he didn't recapture you, it allowed me to come across an even more perfect Yukai. Morong Gumi stared unblinkingly at Zixian, who looked like a goddess, and said, I'm no longer interested in you. So be my slave girl in the future. When he finished speaking, he glanced at Z Roland, and his complexion suddenly surged with a few moments of coldness. When you see your master, why don't you kneel down? As the words fell, an irresistible pressure instantly enveloped Z Roland, forcing her to kneel. And just when Z Roland couldn't hold on any longer, a tender and ethereal child's voice suddenly rang out. Yikes! The milk is cooked. As this voice fell, the pressure enveloping Z Roland's body instantly vanished. Morong Gumi raised an eyebrow, his gaze focusing on the boy that he had symbolically ignored from the start. The boy was seen with his back to him, gleefully picking up the hot milk that was still boiling with bubbles, not knowing that it was scalding hot, and immediately gulping it down. Suddenly noticing the green dragon robe that symbolized his status, Morong Gumi's smile became somewhat playful. It seems that things are getting interesting. Zixuan, who cooked good milk for Lu Huai, slowly got up. And the moment she turned around, that stunningly beautiful face couldn't help but amaze Morong Gumi, who had read countless women again. It took a long time for Morong Gumi to come back to his senses. Then he solemnly stood up, extended his hand to Zixuan, and said with a smile, My name is Morong Gumi, and I sincerely hope that you'll become my Taoist mate. Because I realized that I couldn't help but fall in love with you from the first moment I laid eyes on you. Morong Ancient Charm gazed at the pair of purple golden pupils, inwardly in the stunning at the same time also on the identity of Zixian has a rough guess. The heart cannot help but more bottom. In today's purple gold divine kingdom, the Morong clan was the sky in front of the so-called purple gold royal family, where there was no longer anyone from the purple gold royal family who dared to go against the Morong clan's will. Hearing these words, Zixuan's eyes, which are full of coldness, suddenly rippled. And her charming face suddenly smiled. And everything lost its color. While speaking in a very cold tone to Morongumi, she said, "I'm sorry. I already have a fiancé." Morongumi was a bit surprised. "It's okay. Although I don't know who the fiancé is in your mouth. But if you don't agree, I can kill your fiancé. In fact, no matter if you agree or not. From the moment I saw you, you were destined to be my person," Morongumi said with a smile. His tone was so arrogant and contemptuous of the living world. Bang! There was jade shattered on the ground. Lu Huai straightened his back. Couldn't help but sigh a sigh of pleasure. Wiped the milk stains on the corner of his mouth. And said carelessly, "Divine lift. Ah. Endured for a long time. Right? Fight. Beat him to death. I'm responsible." As soon as the words fell, a skyrocketing baleful aura erupted. And Yuan Shinju, who had already been rubbing his fists on the sidelines, suddenly blasted his fist at Morongumi. Morongumi laughed disdainfully as his blood-colored star power surged out, forming a shield to connect with that punch. In the next moment, Morongumi's face changed, only to hear the tiger's roar between heaven and earth. The 9 transformation battle kings will rocked up. The blood-colored shield shattered in response. Morongumi's figure retreated violently and landed on the far side, looking at Yuan Shinjo with a face of astonishment. "War King Will. You're from the Great Han War God Palace?" Yuan Shinju did not speak. And in the space of a breath, he caught up with Morongumi. And the War Kings will whistled, forming 36 War King Dharma seals to kill Morongumi. Humph. Do you think this seed is really afraid of your war god Yuan lineage? Infinite blood-colored star power converged to form a giant bloody hand. Boom! Violent explosions rang out. On the side of the dome of the sky there was a majestic white tiger carrying the will of the 9-turn battle king stepping into the air and appearing with a monstrous killing intent. On the other side, another blood-colored demon star came out. Infinite blood chi filled the air and everything withered. The two began to exchange blows with all their might as the heavens and earth roared and countless buildings collapsed. The more Morongumi fought, the more surprised he was. The cold youth he fought with was simply getting stronger and stronger. Without realizing it, he had fallen into a disadvantage. "Stop!" Morongumi bellowed. However, Yuan Shinjo ignored it. The fighting king body awakened. Divine light flowed from that battle-intentioned body. And a pair of pure black majestic armor appeared to wrap him tightly. That pure black color, as if it could swallow all kinds of light, was a chaotic blackness that made people not help but feel dizzy and in a trance just by looking at it. Endless battle intent rose up to the sky. And in the blink of an eye, it tore that blood-colored demon star apart. Black Golem Battle King armor. You've awakened the Battle King body? How is this possible? Morongumi was horrified. And in the next moment there was a monstrous black gas that erupted from his body, interspersed with countless blood chi that began to wreak havoc. Morongumi's face became even more demonic. And that big red robe became even more bright red. Red as if it could drip blood. This side of the heavens and earth was quickly covered by blood and black chi. And another black-blooded demonic star, even more gigantic than before, came into being, with a monstrous demonic aura. "Your Excellency!" "Stop!" Morongumi looked at Yuan Shinju, who was wearing the Black Golem Battle King armor, and said, his tone devoid of the arrogance and lack of self-importance from before. Although he was crazy, he wasn't stupid. And he wouldn't have much of a chance of winning a fight with someone who had awakened the Combat King body. One had to know that the Fighting King body was the 17th ranked supreme body quality among the 3,000 body qualities of the ancient worlds. Not something that could be compared to the bloodline that he had awakened. Ha! Blood demon star demon body? Little Lu Huai's voice came out and attracted Morongumi's gaze. Only to see Xiao Lu Huai kick away the chair he had been sitting on and pick up a few snacks that Morongumi hadn't touched and put them in his mouth. While chewing, he said, "Blood demon star demon body. Ranked 298 out of 3,000 physiques in the ancient times. God lift ah. If you can't beat him, don't go back to Dahan with me. There just happened to be a few peach trees there. Why don't you just abolish your own cultivation and headbutt to death?" Morongumi had a shocked look on her face as she angrily said, "Who the hell are you?" Lu Huai slowly turned around, smilingly pointed at Zishuan beside him, and said, "Her fiancé. The one you said you wanted to screw over." Morongume's expression changed greatly. Not because of what Lu Huai said. Rather, the moment Lu Huai turned around, he saw a pair of golden majestic pupils. All the 9 realms know that. That is the symbol of the Great Han imperial family. The world knows that the imperial family of Han is inviolable. Chapter 32, The Great Terror Comes. Buzz. Space trembled. And in the next moment, Yuan Shinju appeared as if he had transformed into a black phantom. And a circle of iron fists with monstrous battle intent blasted out, beating Morongume back. Asshole. Morongumi was also beaten out of his anger. As the 9th sequence of the desolate ancient Morong clan, how had he ever been so suffocated? With a loud shout, the black blood demon star hanging high in the air shook, and countless blood-colored spears coalesced to kill Yuan Shinjo, blocking his pathway to attack. Morong ancient phantom's figure was illusory, and in the next moment appeared above that black blood demon star, which swayed in blood light sword. This side of the sky completely turned into the color of blood. An infinite black gas filled the air. Dark. Decaying. Depressing. Morong ancient charm standing above the demon star. But the eyes looked to Lu Huai voice, "Ancient charm do not know the dragon court which Small Highness personally. Please Small Highness forgive me. My ancient Morong clan has always been with the Han royal family well water offenses river water. Today, if the ancient charm have offended, please Small Highness forgive me." Lu Huai walked to the peach tree from before. In this place, only this already withered peach grove was not eroded by the blood chi again. If you look carefully, you can find that this peach grove is covered with a layer of golden light. If any. Lu Huai patted the trunk of the tree and said, "Shunjiu ah. This tree is big and hard. Or else you'll crash here in a while." As soon as the words fell, the 9-turn battle kings will exploded crazily, rocketing upwards, breaking through the clouds, stirring up the wind and clouds, and rigidly tearing open that blood-colored sky. A beam of sunlight sprinkled down, illuminating the black golem battle king armor. And the black intent seemed to be even deeper. Yuan Shinju's cold face hidden under his face armor was sharp. And with a single step, his body shot towards the demon star like a cannonball. His Highness the Crown Prince has always said one thing, and he didn't really want to crash and die under the peach tree. Yuan Shinju couldn't afford to lose that person. Morongumi's face was incredibly gloomy. And with a wave of his hands, countless blood-colored meteors formed, blasting towards Yuan Shinjo with blood-colored trailing flames. Bang bang bang. The blood-colored meteor smashed on the black golem battle king armor. And it couldn't cause a single ripple. The meteor shattered. The blood light spread. And the battle king armor was unharmed. The 36 War King Dharma seals reappeared. And the Dharma seals returned to unity as a massive war god seal appeared across the sky. The war kings were boiling over as it slapped at the black blood demon star. Buzz. The heavens and earth wailed. The winds swirled. And the void trembled. After a long time, the demon star shattered. The blood sky dissipated. And Yuan Shinju grabbed Morong Gumi's collar. Take him and blast him hard into the ground. Yuan Shinju and Morong Gume were of comparable realms. And the result of a minor completion king body versus a minor completion treasure body could be imagined. Of the 3,000 physiques of the ancient world, anything outside of 100 belonged to the treasure physique. 31 to 100 were known as the holy physique. 11 to 30 were the king's physique. And the first 10 were the god's physique. Of course, if Morong Gumi was a great perfection treasure body, Yuan Shinju would not be able to defeat him even if he possessed a king body. Although the Vanguard 3000 physique was rare and powerful, it was very difficult to cultivate. The more powerful the physique is, the more difficult to cultivate. Some of the great prides of the world to fight for countless years, until the death of the body, can only achieve a small treasure body. A great treasure body is rare in the world and hard to beat. Not to mention a great saint body, king body, and god body. These top-ranked supreme physiques would be able to rival great emperors once they reached great completion. There was a blast of dust. Morong Gumi was lying on the ground. His eyes lax and his breath atrophied. At this time, the demon star was shattered. His precious body was broken. And he was already deeply injured. Yuan Shinju looked at Lu Huai, while Lu Huai looked at the peach tree in front of him with a pensive expression. Seeing this scene, Yuan Shinju no longer had any hesitation. And his right fist, wrapped in pitch-black iron armor, ruthlessly smashed into Morong Gumi's head. Under this punch, Morong Gumi would surely die. The lax gaze gradually focused, looking at the iron fist that was about to be able to kill himself. Morong Gumi's bloodless face didn't show any color of panic. Ugh! A ghostly sigh rang out softly, echoing through the void for a long time. At this moment, the void was frozen. Yuan Shinju's iron fist stayed less than an inch away from Morong Gumi's head. And no matter how much he exerted his full strength, he couldn't advance any further. Even the black golem battle king armor began to disintegrate automatically, revealing his cold face. With this ethereal sigh, everything here stood still, as if even time had been frozen. Zixian tried to awaken the peak purple gold blood in her body to break through the bonds, but found that at this moment, all actions were futile. And the purple gold blood that filled all parts of her body seemed to have fallen asleep. Dead silent. Lu Huai turned around and looked at the void in silence. He was the only one here who was unaffected in any way and moved freely. It wasn't that he would be able to break free from all restraints just because he possessed the Emperor vein and Emperor blood, under that kind of great terror. Even if he exploded his supreme Emperor vein with all his might, it wouldn't be of any use. His Emperor vein hadn't grown yet. And he wasn't invincible in the world. So, there was only one reason: that the Great Terror had purposely avoided him when casting the spell. Lu Huai had always been self-aware that the other party was so not scornful of him as a 7-year-old hairy child. Even if he possessed the first bloodline of the 9 realms, I'm afraid that he would be nothing more than an ant in the eyes of those great terrors before he fully grew up. What the other party was jealous of was not him, but the Great Han imperial family behind him. Or even more so, his father, the Emperor of Longting Han, who he had always disregarded. Morong Gumi's body gradually became illusory and seemed to be about to disappear, as if someone was trying to guide him away. Lu Huai looked into the void, a burning light suddenly rising from his radiant golden pupils, flowing with blazing fire, full of majesty. Whispered, "I admit that you are giving me face. Or rather giving face to my Great Han imperial family. Lone, however, has not yet said. Let him live and let him go." As the words fell, Morong Gumi, who was already on the verge of disappearing, suddenly became fixed, and his illusory body began to become solid again. There was a terrifying power awakening in the void behind Lu Huai. At this moment, Lu Huai seemed to hear the sound of waves lapping at the shore, as well as too terrifying to the extreme forces fighting against each other. The sound of countless voids being destroyed was even heard. Ryoko heard another ding. There seems to be mirrors broken. Chapter 33, The Purple and Gold Legion. All of the yard was a blur for a moment. Then clear again for a moment. Everything was back to normal. And it seemed as if nothing had changed. Or as if everything had changed. What is most clearly observable is that Morong Gyumi is still missing. That old thing from Morong Tianchuan's lineage is indeed still alive. Mirror Flower Water Moon. His illusory avenue has become even more refined. There was a pale voice ringing in Lu Huai's ears. But he was the only one who could hear it. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The old man is incompetent. Lu Huai looked into the void. His face stoic. At this time, he could clearly perceive that the Great Terror was no longer there. And the countless powerhouses hidden in the surroundings were also gradually receding, just like the seawater ebbing. Seventh Uncle Ancestor doesn't have to be presumptuous. You broke that one supreme Tao. That one saved Morong Gyumi back. And you didn't lose out in this match. Each winning and losing. Lu Huai revealed a touch of innocent smile, comforting his seventh uncle. His gaze looking away in the direction of the imperial palace of the purple gold divine kingdom. And faintly said, 3 days from now. That's when we'll see the difference. And at that time, who will be more victorious between my Great Han Imperial clan and the Draconic Morong clan? Lone. Let's wait and see. A breeze raised. The seventh uncle's voice has faded. Lu Huai looked at Zishuan by his side. Grinned. Smiled and said. Lone said to let that person die. He will never live. Lone's child bride is not someone who can be slighted. Zishuan gently picked up little Lu Huai. Her pretty face that was blowing and fluffy pasted Lu Huai's big obese face. From this moment onwards, she experienced a sense of security that she hadn't gained since she was a child in the purple gold divine kingdom. Little Lu Huai also closed his eyes in enjoyment. Just like a docile cat. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Xiao Lu Huai opened his eyes in dissatisfaction and suddenly realized that Yuan Shinju was standing in front of the peach tree he had stood in before. His head broken and bleeding. What are you doing? You. Before Xiao Lu Huai could finish, Yuan Shinjiu crashed into it again with a bang. And the peach tree was shaken by his impact. This time the impact was even harder, causing Yuan Shinjiu, who had restrained his body's cultivation, not to be able to help but see stars in his eyes. Rash! No need for you to die. Xiao Lu Huai cursed angrily. Zishuan couldn't help but smile as well. Yuan Shinjiu turned around, his face full of innocence. The Imperial Palace. Morong Ningxin stood in the Imperial Garden listening to the palace maid's report. After the palace maid retreated, Morong Ningxin stood still for a long time, her complexion getting colder and colder. The people of the royal family of the Great Han Dynasty have come to the capital of the country. And that little man has also returned. Nowadays, that little is really not to be underestimated. And even climbed the high branch of the imperial family of the Great Han. She has already moved her not to be moved. Morong Ningxin fiercely clenched her hands. And there were faint veins exposed. Her son, too, died at the hands of the Han royal family. Morong Ningxin walked into a secret room. On the soft couch in the secret room lay a handsome man, wearing a purple and gold crown on his head and a purple and gold royal robe. The man's eyes were closed and his face was as pale as paper. Unconscious. But he still looked majestic. Morong Ningxin leaned down, her entire body lying on the man's chest. She reached out her jade hand to gently caress the man's cheek and softly said, I will definitely succeed. Right. Your Majesty. In the other palace, Morong Gyumi stood in the courtyard in a depressed mood, her breath wilting. In his mind, Zixuan's stunningly beautiful figure lingered. What a guy with no memory. Just waking up from a coma. Yet still lusting after Zixian. After thinking about it, Morong Gumi said, "Where are the women of the Purple Gold Imperial clan that were captured?" A family general returned. Back to the Ninth Lord. They are all locked in the secret room. Just waiting for you to enjoy them. My lord. When Morong Gumi arrived at the secret room, there were several purple-haired and purple-eyed beauties huddled in the corner. Shivering. They were all royal clansmen before this. Inextricably linked to the Purple Gold Imperial clan. With purple gold blood flowing in their bodies to a greater or lesser extent. It had to be said that the Purple Gold Imperial clan was really full of beautiful women. And although the figure and appearance of these women were not as good as Zixuan's, they all belonged to the category of rare beauties. Seeing Morong Gumi, several beauties immediately screamed. Their beautiful eyes filled with fear. Morong Gumi looked around for a long time. Then grabbed a woman with his own hands. As he realized that this woman resembled Zixuan the most. Caressing the woman's pale and beautiful cheeks, he asked, "What is your relationship with the third princess of your royal family?" The woman replied shakily, "3. The third princess is my cousin." Hearing these words, the corner of Morong Gumi's mouth hooked up once again with a touch of evil. Licking the woman's snow-white neck. And in the next moment there was a force that tore all of the woman's clothes to pieces. And the woman kept screaming. Desire like a wild beast was exposed in Morong Gumi's eyes. And he ruthlessly pinched the woman's chin with a sardonic smile. "Then let's start with you." Late night. In a cleaned room in the Mutsu King's mansion, Zixian gently set Lu Huai, who was whimpering in her arms, aside, put on her own clothes and dress, and quietly walked out. The Mutsu King's mansion was huge, and she walked to a place far away from where Lu Huai was sleeping and said, "Come out." Space twisted, and a burly man in purple armor appeared, kneeling on one knee, his right hand against his chest. His expression respectful and pious, Vice Commander of the Purple Gold Legion. Purple Abyss. See Your Highness the Third Princess. The Zijin Legion was once the most loyal and powerful army of the Zijin royal family, guarding the capital for generations. Morong Ningxin wanted to be the empress. And although she had long ago subdued the Grand Commander of the Purple Gold Legion, she was never able to subdue the entire Purple Gold Legion. Because of this army, it was only loyal to the royal family and did not fear life and death. Although Morong Ningxin was the empress of the Divine Kingdom, she did not possess the blood of the Divine Kingdom's royal family in her body. The moment Morong Ningxin announced that she was going to be the empress, more than 80% of the Purple Gold Legion participated in the rebellion. And although they were later suppressed by the Morong family's ancient emperors, a lot of them still escaped and hid. Today, hiding in various parts of the national capital, they noticed a battle. And even more so, they inadvertently saw a stunningly beautiful woman. A woman who once possessed a purple gold blood concentration as high as 65%. And in the Divine Kingdom, there were even quite a few people who embraced her as the next Kingdom Lord. Zixian spoke with the agitated Zi Yuan for a long time and gained the allegiance of the Purple Gold Legion from Zi Yuan's mouth. After a long time, Violet Abyss slowly retreated. Zixuan was on her way back to her room when she ran into a youth. The youth leaned against a peach tree and looked in the direction where General Zi Yuan disappeared. And coldly spoke. "I need to report this matter to your highness." Zixian smiled sweetly and continued to walk towards the room. And when she passed by Yuan Shinju, she spoke in a small voice. "Even you, Yuan Shitzi, were able to find out that I left quietly. Shitzi thinks that. Would Little Highness be unaware of it?" With that, he returned to the room. And then a soft, faint laugh came. Yu and Shinju's face darkened. Chapter 34, The Dragon Court of the Han Dynasty. There was still one day to go before Morong Ningxin's throne ceremony. And the long-silent Zijin capital was gradually bustling with activity again. On this day, countless cultivators poured into the Zijin capital, with the majority of them being from the Morong clan. And amongst the Morong clan's cultivators, the majority were from the Tianxian lineage. After all, Morong Ningxin came from their lineage, and was the previous generation's saint daughter of their lineage. So naturally, she had to be extremely supportive. A tall building rose from the ground, and the depressed and dilapidated capital of the country regained its prosperity in just one night. To the people of the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom and the other forces within its borders, the change of the royal family would not affect them much. And it did not matter who was the new emperor, no matter under whose rule. Their lives and cultivation would not change much. The third elder of the Tianxian vein of the desolate ancient Morong clan has arrived. Sacred son Morong Qing of the desolate ancient Morong clan's Kaiyan vein and sacred daughter Morong Qian have arrived. The desolate ancient Morong clan's shaking light vein's sixth sequence Morong Qinga has arrived. A yell rang out from the palace. This time, 3 of the 7 Morong veins came. The one with the most honorable status was naturally the woman named Morong Qinga. She was the 6th sequence of the Morong clan, and her ranking was even further ahead than Morong Gumi, the Morong family's 10 great sequences. In a sense, the status and position of the status and the 7 great veins presided over the leveling. In the sky above the national capital, countless warships broke through the boundaries of space and came from afar, densely packed, covering the sky and the sun with a great momentum. Countless people raised their heads to the sky, their eyes showing envy, marveling. Is this the platitude of a great power traveling? Voices continued to come from within the palace. Heavenly Sword Hall Master Li San has arrived. Green Mountain Sect Master Zhou Tianyi has arrived. 100 Flowers Palace Master Guan Jiqian has arrived. The next to arrive were the forces within the Purple Gold God Country. And if it was the new emperor of the Purple Clan ascending to the throne, they, as the heads of a major sect, might not have come in person. However, this time Morong Ningxin wanted to be the empress and ascend to the throne tomorrow. It was indeed a bit intriguing that they had personally come. It's good to be under a big tree. It seemed to many that Morong Ningxin had the support of Morong Tianxuan's lineage behind her. And that in the future, under Empress Morong's leadership, the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom would surely prosper more and more. And for them, the forces within the territory, to come in advance to express their sincerity wasn't a bad thing. And perhaps they might also be able to gain some benefits. What a bunch of seesaws! Zishuan looked at the group and coldly said. Hearing these words, little Lu Huai in Zixian's arm smiled and said rather deeply, "This is the way of the world?" Zixian blankly glanced at him and stretched out her jade finger to nod little Lu Huai's forehead. "I really don't know how your head grew. You know what is the way of the world at such a big point?" Xiao Lu Huai smiled proudly and said, "Lone is a genius. The heavens not only gave Lone an imperial vein, but also a wisdom that is rare in the world. Lone, born to know." The boy raised his head angrily and put on a high and cold demeanor, making Zixian giggle. After saying that, Xiao Lu Huai followed suit and heatedly giggled, then slowly tightened his smile. Soon after, the 2 holy light dragon horses opened their huge white feathered wings and violently rose up into the air, holy light spilling down as countless people looked shocked. Yuan Shinju, who was driving the car, opened his mouth indifferently. Sacred domain. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Great Han Dragon Court. Here. The word too was like a tiger whistling in the mountains and forests. Majestic and powerful, turning into a rolling wave of sound that spread to the entire national capital. Heavens! Empress Morong really has a great face. To think that even someone from the Great Han Dragon Court came. Or the Crown Prince himself. There were many people who didn't know the inner workings of the situation who sighed. And even those great sect masters had joyful expressions on their faces, saying in their hearts that they had really come to the right place this time. I didn't realize that the relationship between the Morong clan and the Dragon Court of the Great Han Dynasty was also so good that the Crown Prince of the Dragon Court personally came to congratulate him. It's not bad for the Arakanese Morong clan. That's a lot of connections. One must know that although the draconic Morong clan was strong, it was definitely not as strong as the Great Han Dragon Court. And the Great Han Imperial clan had a great emperor-level existence. That's a living great emperor. The Great Han Dragon Court was a transcendent power that was unique in the entire human realm. Or in the entire great desolate world. Under the great emperor, all things are ruminants. There was a momentary silence in the palace. Then, Morong Ningxin herself spoke. Please. The holy light dragon horse's wings shook and it was like a ray of light rushing towards the palace. Sister. Their Morong Tianxian lineage has a good relationship with the Great Han Dragon Court? Inside the palace, a young girl of about 16 or 17 years old looked at the woman beside her and asked. Her good-looking eyes filled with surprise and even a hint of envy. Standing beside the young girl was an extremely good-looking woman, with a hot body and a beautiful and holy appearance. Under a white dress. The devil's body with the angel's face is something else. This man is none other than the sixth sequence of the Mullen. Morong Chinga gently shook her head, her gaze tightly gazing at the swooping down carriage. As the sixth sequence of the Morong clan, she was well aware that not only did the Tianxian lineage not have any friendship with the Great Han Dragon Court, but the remaining 6 lineages had never had any involvement with the Great Han Imperial clan either. So, why did the people from the Great Han Dragon Court come? Or the prince himself? I heard that the prince of the Dragon Court was born with an imperial vein, unrivaled in the world. And when he was born a few years ago, the sky showed a vision, with thunder and lightning rolling around, like a heavenly punishment descending upon the world. No one in the 9 realms of the great wilderness knew about it. Counting the time, that one is only 7 years old this year. I'm afraid. So how could he come in person? Lord 6. I'm afraid that person has come for another reason. We, the Morong 7 veins, don't have any friendship with the Great Han Imperial clan. A tall middle-aged man behind Morong Chinga spoke in a low voice. Morong Chinga nodded. And all of a sudden, she saw many strong men affiliated with the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom coming out from the depths of the palace, standing around with a grave expression. The woman gazed thoughtfully at Morong Ningxin, who was not far away in a strict stance. And her mind moved. Things, I'm afraid, are far from simple. Chapter 35, The Eve, Above. The curtain was slowly lifted. The first thing the crowd saw was a chubby little face, and then a pair of brilliant golden pupils ablaze with fire. Xiao Lu Huai jumped off the carriage. Full of supreme majesty, eyes swept a circle. Everyone present, including many strong people, actually instantly bowed their heads, as if they did not dare to look directly at that pair of burning with the fire of God's majestic eyes. Xiao Lu Huai smiled with satisfaction. Then the flame extinguished itself from his pupil, looked at Morong Ning Xin, whose eyes were a bit fluttering, and laughed. Is Empress Morong trying to see something? I just came by myself. Saying that, as if he was afraid that Morong Ningxin wouldn't believe him, he took the initiative to step aside and let her look at the empty carriage behind her. Morong Ningxin glanced at it without leaving any traces. Her heart settled a little, and she replied with a smile. Your Highness the Crown Prince. You are joking. She placed herself in a low position, all smiles and slight indebtedness as a sign of respect, seemingly unaware that the little boy before her had come here to make an enemy of her, and seemingly forgetting that her only son had died indirectly at the hands of this boy. Xiao Lu Huai smiled at her, secretly spitting in his heart that Morong Ningxin was really an old fox. And then his eyes looked towards the many powerful people standing around, vaguely surrounding him, and said with a sense of purpose, "So many people welcoming orphan. What a great show." Morong Ningxin's body lowered a few more points, still smiling as she returned, "To give you face." Ha ha ha. Xiao Lu Huai finally couldn't help but laugh out loud, reaching out and pointing at Morong Ningxin, shaking his head again, seemingly speechless, putting his hands on his back and walking towards the palace. When he passed Morong Chinga, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze somewhat curiously sizing her up twice, as if he saw something rare. "May I ask your young highness what is the matter?" Morong Chinga opened her mouth and asked, her tone not condescending. "You have a good physique, ah. Are you also from the draconic Morong clan?" "Young highness, this is the 6th sequence of our Morong clan's shaking light lineage. Lord Chinga." The tall middle-aged man behind the woman replied with a smile. "Oh? Just the 6th sequence?" Xiao Lu Huai stared at Morong Chinga's chest with interest, his tone somewhat surprised, as if he felt that Morong Chinga's ranking should be more than that. "It's..." The tall middle-aged man was stunned, somewhat unable to understand what Lu Huai meant, so he didn't reply easily. Instead, Morong Chinga's heart gave a sharp start, then fell silent and, after a long time, Xiao Lu Huai shook his head with some regret and said to himself, "It's a pity. The paths are different." Saying that, he turned back to Morong Ningxin and said, "I'm tired. Trouble Empress Morong to find a place for me to stay. I want to rest." What Xiao Lu Huai didn't expect was that upon hearing his words, Morong Ningxin was going to personally arrange a place for him to stay. Morong Ningxin excused herself to the crowd and then personally led Lu Huai in the direction of the chambers. The people present didn't feel bad. After all, Lu Huai's status was too high. The crown prince of the Dragon Court, the great emperor's own son. With such a status, it was only right to be treated in such a manner. The only ones who were in the know were some of the Tianqian Vein's powerhouses with heavy faces. "Prince of Dragon Court, the visitor is not good." Morong Chinga looked at Xiao Lu Huai's gradually moving away figure. His agitated heart could not be calmed for a long time. "Sister, that little prince is so weird." In the imperial garden, Xiao Lu Huai walked behind Morong Ningxin, his eyes looking her up and down. Honestly, the woman was also very good looking. Plump, bright looking, and tall. The most attractive thing was those beautiful legs. Long and straight, snow white and round. That's why she's also much taller than the average woman. Through the royal garden was the bedchamber. Morong Ningxin sought out an extremely grand palace for Lu Huai. "Your Highness the Crown Prince. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Tomorrow is my enthronement ceremony. I still have a lot of things to be busy with and many forces to receive." Lu Huai expressed his understanding and nodded his head, then looked at Morong Ningxin, who wanted to speak again and finished her sentence but did not leave immediately, and asked with a smile on her face, "Don't you have anything you want to ask me?" Morong Ningxin hesitated for a long time, but finally shook her head and was just about to turn around and leave when she heard Lu Huai's words come again. "By the way, where's that guy? I'm looking for him for something, and he still owes me something." Of course Morong Ningxin knew who the person Lu Huai was talking about was, and what that person owed Lu Huai. She was silent for a moment, saying nothing, then walked quickly away. Seeing this, Lu Huai smiled indifferently, then shouted, "That man! Loan is here. Loan has come to collect his debt from you." His voice was loud, so loud that the entire palace could hear him and penetrate. An underground chamber of a palace. Morong Gumi was full of excitement. The smile was pale and perverted. He was here for 2 days and 2 nights. Happy to be here. The women have also long been numb. Especially that woman who shared a few imaginations with Zishuan. With scars all over her body and dull eyes. Suddenly, Morong Gumi heard that voice. Then his body went limp and his face changed. This voice? He was too familiar with it. 2 days ago. He nearly died in front of that man. The man was literally daring him to kill him. Morong Gumi climbed down from the woman in a bit of a panic. And was at a bit of a loss for words. He's here? Where'd you come from? Hasn't he been in the purple and gold capital? Morong Gumi's eyes widened violently. As if he had thought of something. Could it be that he came to this purple and gold palace? He? Came here to kill me? How dare he? Chapter 36, The Eve, Middle. Lu Huai shouted a few words. Then returned to the palace. Casually lying on the soft couch. And soon fell asleep. A faint golden light lit up from his body. Bright and dim. Ever since that day in the Royal Dragon Imperial Forest when he had expended his own supreme blood to remake Zi Xian's purple gold blood, Lu Huai had become very weak and sleepy. Without realizing it, the night falls. Xiao Lu Huai woke up leisurely and ate some snacks placed on the table. Then opened the door and walked out. Yuan Shinju was standing in the doorway. His body straight. His eyes not slanting. Like an ancient pine. Go out for a walk. The purple gold palace was large and golden. Though it was inferior to the imperial palace of the Great Han Dragon Court. Xiao Lu Huai wandered around blindly in a bored manner. Then stopped in front of a fish pond and spoke faintly. Lone. I don't like being watched by others. As the words fell, the surroundings were silent and unmoving. Xiao Lu Huai frowned. Seemingly a little impatient. And a touch of authority gradually grew in his bland eyes. Lone said that Lone doesn't like to be watched. Suddenly, the void trembled. There was a wave sound. And the powerful force was like boiling water reaching its peak in an instant. A miserable scream rang out in the void. One after another. Then, the sense of surveillance that had always gathered around Lu Huai instantly vanished. Lu Huai sneered. What a bunch of ungrateful guys. Your Highness. At that moment, a pleasant voice came from behind. Lu Huai looked back and realized that there was a beautiful woman full of holy aura slowly walking towards him. Does His Highness the Crown Prince also like to enjoy fish? Approaching, Morong Chinga asked with a smile. Xiao Lu Huai nodded and responded. Just having nothing to do. Morong Chinga and Xiao Lu Huai stood side by side. Oh no! It was Xiao Lu Huai and Morong Chinga's legs side by side. Or rather, Xiao Lu Huai only had one leg length of Morong Chinga. The two of them looked at the colorful koi carp in the fish pond through the moonlight. And no one spoke. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. After a long time, Xiao Lu Huai wanted to leave. But he heard the pretty woman say softly, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Chinga wants to talk to you. Lu Huai stopped in his tracks. His eyes once again focusing on Morong Chinga's full chest as he shook his head and said, But Lone doesn't want to. After saying that, he stepped away. Morong Chinga gazed at Xiao Lu Huai's petite back. Her gaze somewhat unsettled. She noticed the young Lu Huai's gaze lingering on her sensitive parts 3 times. But she wasn't ashamed of it. On the contrary, she was more certain of the suspicion in her mind. The little boy. Who knew her secret? During the day, he exclaimed to her that it was a pity. Morong Chinga knew her situation well. And just as Xiao Lu Huai was concerned, her secret was indeed a pity for her. And a very great pity. The kind of pity that makes one regret for the rest of one's life. And again, He had said. Different paths. What is the difference in paths? Not to be confused with each other. They were not familiar with each other. But why did he come right out and say different ways? So what if the way is the same? And what will he do? Morong Chinga's eyes suddenly lit up. That one was born with an emperor's vein that was unrivaled in the world. Did he have a solution to his lifelong regret? After leaving the fish pond, Xiao Lu Huai once again wandered around, passing by an extremely atmospheric and gorgeous palace. That palace door was suddenly opened. What met his eyes was a demonic youth wearing a large red robe with a sneaky look. Lu Huai grinned. It's really a case of stepping through iron shoes and finding no place, but getting there without making any effort. Morong Gumi looked startled and wanted to turn around and run, when Yuan Shinjue behind Lu Huai made a move. There was a faint burst of blood aura. However, Morong Gumi, who was already severely injured, would be even less of a match for Yuan Shinju. In no time at all, he was knocked to the ground by Yuan Shinju, and his injuries became even worse. However, this time, Xiao Lu Huai did not order Yuan Shinju to kill Morong Gumi. As the Prince of Dragon Court, Lu Huai was a bit arrogant. But he was definitely not stupid. He believed that at this moment, that great terror that had saved Morong Gumi must be in this palace, perhaps hidden in the void around here. Not to mention whether or not he could kill Morong Gumi under that person's nose. Even if he did, then a real fight would inevitably break out. At that time, it was certainly true that the seventh uncle could fight against that great terror. Then who would be there to fend off the rest of the Morong clan's powerhouses? I'm afraid it's hard to say whether he'll get out of this in one piece. Therefore, in this purple and gold deep palace, he could not yet kill Morong Gumi. Or rather, he could not yet do so this night. Xiao Lu Huai smiled at Morong Gumi and said, "For the time being, I'll keep you for one more night." When he finished, he turned and left without a care in the world. In fact, in Lu Huai's eyes, Morong Gumi had already been a dead man long ago, and there was no harm in letting him live one more night. Once again back in the bedchamber, Xiao Lu Huai was a bit tired again, just about to lie down, when he heard Yuan Shinju's voice come. "Your Highness, Morong Ningxin seeks an audience." At this moment, Yuan Shinju's voice was a bit strange, but Xiao Lu Huai didn't think much about it. So he told him to let Morong Ningxin in. Morong Ningxin walked into the bedchamber and Lu Huai instantly froze when he saw her. Because at this time, Morong Ningxin was actually wearing a lavender nightgown. Her snow-white skin was hidden under the purple veil, especially her long, slender and rounded legs, which were seductive. Chapter 37, The Eve, End. If it were any other man, seeing Morong Ningxin's dress and demeanor at this time, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to help but eat his fingers and be on fire inside. In fact, Xiao Lu Huai is no exception. Although he was small and did not understand the affairs of men and women, any creature was born with the instinct to appreciate beauty. Therefore, even Lu Huai couldn't help but look a few more times. The mind muttered darkly. Those are some long legs. It's longer than Zixuan's. Morong Ningxin stood quietly in the room, letting Xiao Lu Huai sizing him up. His expression calm, not annoyed or angry. Soon, Xiao Lu Huai reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the pair of big white legs, skimmed his mouth and said, "What? That guy complained to you? Came here to ask for punishment?" Lu Huai suddenly sits up straight, his eyes not slanting, still dressed like this? "Why? Have you come to seduce this hall? Or are you preparing for a fairy jump? I can warn you, I'm still just a little kid. A little kid who just turned 7. Your calculations are doomed to fail." Lu Huai sat upright and said in a serious manner. And then matched his chubby face, making Morong Ningxin look at it and couldn't help but feel a little funny. So she smiled and said along with Xiao Lu Huai's words, "Yes. My concubine is here to tempt you. As long as you don't fool around at my concubine's enthronement ceremony tomorrow. My concubine will be your person from now on. Your Highness." The young prince. What do you say? Xiao Lu Huai gazed at the infinite flavorful Morong Ningxin. The corner of his mouth twitched, then smiled and said, "Fine. You just have to kill that Morong Gumi person with your own hands. And no matter what happens tomorrow, I won't intervene." Hearing these words, Morong Ningxin slowly tightened her smile and softly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. You know that this is impossible. Not only is Morong Gumi the ninth sequence of our desolate ancient Morong clan, his status is much higher than mine. But he is also my own nephew. That's why my humble servant is asking Young Highness to change his condition." Xiao Lu Huai shook his head in a determined manner. Just as it was impossible for Morong Ningxin to kill his own nephew, he would definitely not fail to stand up for his child bride tomorrow. Immediately afterward, Lu Huai suddenly reminded Morong Ningxin of a sentence. "You won't forget that your own son was killed on my orders." Hearing these words, Morong Ningxin violently clenched her own hands, her expression indifferent. This matter? How could she ever forget that not only his son, Zirang, but even the peak Lord God Ziwu, whom she had painstakingly cultivated and almost exhausted the resources of the entire Zijin Palace to raise, had also died in the Great Han Dragon Court. Ziwu had been the person with the highest cultivation level in the entire Purple Gold Divine Kingdom other than His Majesty, and was also the first person to defect to her. In fact, the Purple Crow's cultivation talent wasn't very high, only because it had lived a bit longer. It had an extremely high seniority in the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom. In the royal family, his generation was at least more than 3 generations higher than the Purple Gold Kingdom Lord. And at the same time, he was also an extremely greedy person. His cultivation level was completely piled up by a massive amount of cultivation resources, and his battle power was completely incompatible with his cultivation level. But no matter what, that was still a peak Lord God. In a way, Ziyu's death grieved her heart more than her son's. It wasn't that Morong Ningxin hadn't thought about revenge, but that's limited to just thinking about it. To go hard against the Great Han Dragon Court. Not to mention that it wouldn't help if she put together the entire Purple Gold Divine Kingdom. Even the desolate ancient Morong clan behind her wouldn't support her in doing that. This was the Great Wasteland world, where the strong were honored and strength determined everything. So even if one's enemy was right in front of one's eyes, Morong Ningxin could only pretend to accompany a smiling face while not being able to do anything. At this point, the atmosphere was awfully quiet. Xiao Lu Huai also slowly collected his smile and said lightly, "So, you don't need to be so sympathetic. You and I both know clearly that we were originally enemies. And we don't share the same fate. Aren't you tired?" Morong Ningxin clenched her fist so tightly that she didn't care if her fingertips cut through her flesh. She was silent for a long time, slowly exhaled and spoke. "I know that Zixuan became your child bride. But I promise that as long as you don't stand up for that Zixuan tomorrow, I will pull the strings for you and introduce one or even more of our Morong clan's young and beautiful heavenly daughters for you to be your child brides. And they definitely won't be worse than that Zixuan. Okay?" Xiao Lu Huai shook his head. "Your Highness, can't we really talk about this between us?" Xiao Lu Huai still shook his head. Morong Ningxin's face finally went cold. "Your Highness, do you think you'll really win tomorrow? This is the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom. And there are even strong men from our Morong clan in attendance. Even if you don't think about anything else, you should think about your own safety. Do we all have to fight to the death?" Xiao Lu Huai raised both eyebrows slightly and smiled. Is this a threat? Morong Ningxin softly replied. My concubine doesn't want to either. We'll see tomorrow then. Lu Huai responded emboldened. Morong Ningxin was silent for a moment. Then without saying a word, she turned around and left. Just as she left the door of her room, Morong Ningxin suddenly turned back and said, Your Highness, even if I have you backing up that Zishuan tomorrow, I will definitely become the Empress of the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom. Actually, it's far less simple than you think. After saying that, he stepped away. Xiao Lu Huai walked over to the window and looked out at the night, thinking about what Morong Ningxin had just said, and how complicated things can get. Xiao Lu Huai slowly narrowed his eyes, his gaze gradually sharpening. Chapter 38, Enthronement? The early morning sunlight spread into the gilded palace. Little Lu Huai slowly opened his eyes. Just as he opened the door to his room, a clamor came. At this moment, the purple gold palace was completely bustling with joy. Listening to the sounds coming from the distance, Lu Huai smiled. Listening to that voice, it seems that the enthronement ceremony will begin soon. In the imperial palace, there was an extremely huge open-air square called the Purple Gold Nest, which was magnificent. This is the place where the successive lords of the Purple and Gold Kingdom have ascended to the throne. Countless civil and military officials dressed in big red court dress stood in the center of the square, looking solemn. In front of them was a stairway to heaven that stood in tiers, with a total of 99 tiers. On that 99th level of the heavenly ladder was a party of purple and gold thrones that symbolized power and majesty. Standing at this height, one could overlook the entire national capital, while the people living in the national capital could also clearly see that square purple and gold throne. At this time, countless people look at the sky. Some people are happy and some people are sad. And some people even show a monstrous killing opportunity. Another 81 open-air high platforms were suspended, almost the same height as the 49th layer of the heavenly ladder, as if 81 gigantic warriors were arching over the purple gold nest. People from all the major powers were then here to watch the ceremony. The hour had come, and a master of ceremonies raised his voice. By the grace of God, the emperor said, Empress Morong Ning Xin, Shu Shen Sex into diligence and suppleness, harmony and pure, temperate nature, Kashian Nei then. However, the country cannot be without a ruler for a day. So Empress Morong Ningxin is hereby enthroned to rule over the 4 seas as the Empress of the God country. Chin up. Wrote this randomly. I really can't. The words just fell. Morong Ningxin slowly walked out from the deep palace, wearing a 5-clawed purple and gold dragon robe, wearing a purple and gold crown on his head, looking calm and majestic. At this moment, countless civil and military officials knelt down and shouted, Long live the emperor! Inside the national capital, there were also many people kneeling on the ground, looking pious and fervent, likewise chanting in unison. And many more of the people straightened their backs, looking cold and indifferent, not sad or happy, some with hatred in their eyes. But they dared not speak out in anger. The Violet Gold Divine Kingdom had existed for countless years, and the Violet Gold Imperial clan had also ruled the Divine Kingdom for countless years. Many of the people's concepts are deeply rooted, and in their minds they believe that only people of the royal family with a purple and gold bloodline can serve as the emperor who rules over them. Although Morong Ningxin was the empress, as a foreigner, she was still unworthy. Morong Ningxin stood in front of the staircase to heaven, and in the midst of the earth-shattering chants, she opened her slender legs and slowly ascended. In an open-air high platform, many people from the Morong clan silently watched Morong Ningxin with smiles on their faces. This purple gold divine kingdom that had been passed down for countless years The once illustrious purple-gold divine kingdom that sat on 3 great god kings would become their Morong clan's vassal state. Man will enslave the noble god. However, the Morong clan's Tianxian lineage's powerhouses looked grave, with a few hidden concerns in their hearts. Because they were clear that today's enthronement ceremony might not be very peaceful. Morong Chinga looked around, her gaze drifting towards the remaining 80 open-air high platforms with a puzzled expression. She, surprisingly, did not see the most honored prince of the Dragon Court. Time slowly passed. Morong Ningxin had already walked to the 63rd layer of the heavenly ladder. Her speed was slow. Her steps were firm. And her expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Suddenly, there was the deafening sound of killing from outside the palace. Numerous civil and military officials were very alarmed. Somewhat unintelligible. The members of the royal family and the forces loyal to it have long since been purged. The remaining people of the imperial clan had either submitted long ago, fled long ago, or had been imprisoned on death row. They really couldn't figure out what kind of person or what kind of force was actually storming the palace at this time, intending to sabotage their long-awaited emperor sealing ceremony. A purple-armored divine general standing beside the staircase to heaven silently left, while the army that had long been hidden around the palace poured out, killing towards the palace's periphery. His name was Zi Tongning, a former Grand Commander of the Zijin Legion, as well as a member of the Zijin imperial family. He betrayed his royal family. On top of the high platform, the hearts of the strongest members of the Morong clan's Tianxian lineage sank as their gazes drifted into the distance, where they could clearly see 2 streams of generals in purple armor fighting each other. But it is not those who rebel that they fear. Morong Ningxin remained calm, as if she hadn't heard the distant sounds of the sky-charging fights, and continued to slowly make her way upwards. I'm Zi Xian, the 3rd princess of the purple-gold imperial clan. Morong Ningxin, you're not worthy of being the empress of my divine kingdom. Zi Xian's clear and cold voice came from far away. Outside the palace, purple and gold divine light erupted. Peak purple and gold blood boiled in the body. A purple and gold great sun hung high in the air, between the divine splendor spilling down. The purple chi spread for 30,000 miles. Countless people of the imperial clan who had purple gold blood actually knelt unconsciously, trembling inwardly. It was a bloodline suppression engraved in the bones. It was their urge to submit to the true emperor. That was the ancient purple gold divine sun that only peak purple gold blood could manifest. Countless people of the imperial clan who had long ago submitted to the Morong clan looked horrified and had fear in their hearts. How is this possible? Zi Tongning stood outside the palace, and as a 7th-ranked upper emperor, he deadened the throbbing in the depths of his bloodline and struck out to kill the magnificent Zi Xian. He didn't care what kind of strange encounter this former 3rd princess had had. To be able to inspire 100% concentration of purple gold blood. He only knew clearly that as long as he killed Zishuan, today's farce would end here. The queen is on the throne, and he will take a step up as well. At this time, Zi Yuan, also wearing purple armor, appeared and blocked his surefire strike. His purple light heaving as he said in a hateful voice, "Despicable and shameless traitor. Damn you." With that, the two of them fought together. Amazing. Morong Ningxin seemed as if she still hadn't noticed the vision in the sky. Only that her gaze grew colder and colder as she slowly made her way up. Soon, she walked to the 98th step. At the upper level, she would then sit in that position and become the supreme empress of the entire divine kingdom, ruling over all the gods. Morong Ningxin looked back suddenly, looking at the 2 purple and gold armies fighting. Zi Yuan and Zi Tongning were at war. Zi Xian stood upright, and at that moment, she was also looking toward her with a burning gaze. The purple and gold army, loyal to her, kept her firmly protected in the center. But they were never able to break through the forbidden defenses. It was even surrounded by the forbidden army and was being slowly strangled. Morong Ningxin finally revealed a smile. Zishuan, you can't fight me or stop me after all. After a long time, Morong Ningxin turned back and was just about to ascend that last step when a black shadow covered her above. Morong Ningxin raised her head to look, her gaze appearing to fluctuate violently. Because there was a boy wearing the noble green dragon king's robe who had somehow appeared on top of that 99th floor of the ladder, located in front of the purple gold throne. Those golden pupils were gazing down at her. Lone said, "You won't make it with Lone." Chapter 39, Mirror Years Morong Ningxi. That's who. The civil and military officials at the bottom of the heavenly ladder once again exploded. Then they got a good look at the golden pupils and were shocked. Prince Long Ting. Many of the Morong clan's powerhouses' tongues stood up with unprecedented gravity. In particular, the powerhouses of the Tianxian lineage were beginning to have terrifying powers faintly appear on their bodies while trying their best to suppress them. To strike at the crown prince of the Great Han imperial clan. None of them had the courage in their hearts. Morong Chinga covered her red lips with both hands, shock appearing on her angelic features while a flash of realization surfaced. At this moment, she finally understood what the young prince meant by different paths. Then, her clear eyes looked condescendingly outside the palace, gazing at Zishuan, who was not inferior to her in terms of looks or temperament. Eyes streaming, mind pondering. What is that woman's relationship to the one? It was actually possible for that extremely dignified dragon court crown prince to come across the domain to help. 98 floors above the heavenly ladder. Morong Ningxin's eyes gradually regained their calmness as he looked at the boy who was looking down at him and softly said, "Little Highness, can we really not talk about this anymore?" Xiao Lu Huai shook his head slightly and turned around to look at the purple and gold throne behind him that symbolized supreme power and status. His face stoic. Turning around again, he exclaimed, "So the throne obsesses you like that? The purple gold imperial clan. Ah! What a noble and powerful divine clan it once was. Destroyed in your hands like this, with not a single member of the royal family left in 10. Xiao Lu Huai gazed at Morong Ning Xian's calm eyes. Is power that wonderful that it can make you so heartless as to kill your husband and destroy your family? Listening to little Lu Huai's words, a touch of mockery surfaced on Morong Ningxin's bright and pretty face, and her tone gradually became indifferent. Your Highness the Crown Prince. You were born with an imperial vein and were born extraordinary. From the moment you were born, you were the next in line, with an honorable status, sitting on countless resources and supreme authority. Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous for someone in your position to say that to someone like me?" At those words, Xiao Lu Huai fell silent. Morong Ningxin's eyes gradually glazed over as she softly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I'm offended." As the words fell, there was an extremely terrifying pressure that descended, suppressing little Lu Huai so much that he couldn't move. As the previous generation of the Morong clan's Tianxian lineage's saint daughter, Morong Ningxin's cultivation was also definitely not weak. 7th Order Upper Emperor. The 4-elephant lotus seal lit up in an instant, and a childish imperial might spewed out, instantly breaking through the suppression. Xiao Lu Huai's face also became majestic. Lone said you wouldn't make it. The void behind him suddenly collapsed, and a pair of golden pupils lit up from the black hole in the void. And although that golden light was a bit muddy, it was still majestic. There were golden waves sweeping out, surging and boundless, as if they were about to engulf Morong Ningxin in the blink of an eye. Morong Ningxin stood still and did not see any resistance from her. It was as if she knew that in that kind of existence, all resistance was futile. However, in the next moment, the golden wave suddenly fixed itself in front of her eyes, and then shook violently. as if it was wrestling with some power. Not far away, a demonic youth ascended into the air. His gaze icy cold as he looked at Lu Huai and said in a hateful voice, "Do you really think that our Morong clan is afraid of you?" Immediately afterward, countless Morong clan powerhouses led by the 6 ancient emperors ascended into the air with a vast, terrifying pressure that instantly swept across the entire palace. All of them were strong members of the Morong clan's Tianqian lineage. The 6 ancient emperors. All of them were 9th order upper-level emperors, and were only a step away from the peak extreme realm. Very powerful. The rest of the Morong clan powerhouses from the 2 veins stayed put and did not make a move. Although they all belonged to the Morong clan, the 7 Morong veins were not absolutely united with each other. And in order to compete for the Morong clan's vast cultivation resources and power, there were all sorts of open and secret battles between the veins. The fact that the Kaiyang and Shaking Light veins were able to come to the ceremony already gave the Tianqian vein enough face. Can't you see that the rest of the 4 veins didn't even come? Facing the crown prince of the Great Han Dragon Court, they didn't really want to get into this mess. The 2 great ancient emperors led countless cultivators to kill the rebels in their eyes, while the remaining 4 ancient emperors stood in the air, each occupying a corner to guard the 4 directions. Unbridled. A furious voice rang out from the void. The golden waves that covered the sky boiled violently, and a dragon's roar resounded from the waves, shaking the 9 heavens. A huge ink-black dragon head vaguely condensed, hideous and terrifying, as if it was about to break free from some kind of bondage in the underworld. Ugh! There was a soft sigh as if from the depths of the void. Then there was a mysterious power that seemed to have crept in from the underworld, followed by the golden waves and ink-black dragon's head that were strong enough to destroy all of them instantly swept away. Even the collapsed void behind Xiao Lu Huai and the revealed black hole disappeared, as if everything had returned to the way it was before. Nothing happened. Mirrors. Xiao Lu Huai muttered, his gaze cold. In a vast alien space? The sea roared angrily. The sea was golden and even more so at a glance, as if it covered the entire alien space. The golden waves continued to roll and rise, surging and surging, and the power that had boiled to the extreme made the 4 in space tremble violently, as if it could not withstand that kind of power. In that golden sea, there were 9 more ink-black sea dragons looming, and low dragon roars gradually rose, causing that golden sea to undulate violently like madness. Above the golden sea, there were 2 old men standing opposite each other. One possessed a pair of golden pupils filled with violent anger, and although his face was pale, his waist was straight and spirited. It's none other than Xiao Lu Huai's 7th granduncle. The other person was equally pale, but he was even more severely aged, and was even filled with a hint of death. His back was slightly stooped. His eyes were vicissitudes, and he stood calmly on top of the waves, with no breath flowing out of his body, plain as if he was just an ordinary old man. But the violent waves full of power could never come within a foot of his circumference, as if some unseen force had cut him off from the waves. 7th uncle ancestor spoke in shock and anger. Morong Ningji, do you old thing want to die faster? Chapter 40, There is righteousness in heaven and earth. Morong Ningji stood still on top of the golden wave, hearing the 7th uncle's furious words. He didn't reply, gazing at the 7th uncle's spirited appearance, feeling his aura in detail. And then a flash of intense surprise crossed those vicissitudes of the eyes. A hoarse voice slowly sounded. Little one, why is your vitality still so abundant after so many years? Hall of Han Imperial Family 7th uncle. A violent character of the peak of the strongman at this time on the little guy. This name actually surprisingly did not object, because he was clear that in front of Morong Ningji, he was indeed just a little guy. Morong Ningji, an old antique who had lived for countless years, comprehending the supreme illusion Tao, Once at his peak, he could make peak martial emperors sink into the space of illusion he had created with just a single glance. Becoming the living dead. Scary as hell. Because he had lived for a very long time. His generation was extremely high. And he was several generations higher than his seventh uncle. The years passed. Countless years had passed. Most of the strong men of Morong Ningji's generation had long since sat down. While he had rarely lived to this day. This shows how powerful he really is. Seventh uncle ancestor snorted coldly. Answering instead of asking. Old thing. You don't lie properly in your grave, locking your blood chi to linger on. And now you dare to come out to fight against my royal family. Are you really tired of living? A helplessly bitter smile surfaced on Morong Ningji's gully-covered aged face. And without explaining, he only slowly said, just stay here honestly and sincerely. The people of my clan will not harm the crown prince of your Lu clan royal family. Saying that, a hint of exclamation appeared on his face that hadn't seen a ripple in countless years. Born with an emperor vein. Your Great Han imperial clan is truly heavenly fortunate. Seventh uncle ancestor's expression gradually became grave. And in the middle of the golden sea, the low dragon's roar gradually became high. And an ink-black sea dragon floated up to the surface, revealing a hideous and terrifyingly huge dragon's head. Old thing. Let me get a taste of your mirrors. Inside the violet gold nest, the Morong clan's powerhouses took control of the situation. And with the 6 ancient emperors striking, the Violet Gold Legion suffered heavy losses. And even the vice commander, Violet Abyss, was severely injured. The remnants of the Purple Gold Legion slowly retreated, protecting Zi Xian tightly in the center of the army with a determined expression. They were ready to die. Morong Ningxin ordered them to be surrounded, but did not order the immediate destruction of the rebels. Right now, Zi Xian and the others were nothing more than birds in a cage. Meat on a board. To be slaughtered. Zi Xian looked at Lu Huai standing on the 99th floor of the ladder from afar with a calm expression. She, trusting her little husband. Trusting that her little husband would not go back on his word. Would avenge her. Would make her the empress of the divine kingdom. And would more than likely save the day. Because he's the prince of Dragon Court. Morong Ningxin was also looking up at Xiao Lu Huai and smiled sweetly, seemingly mocking what Xiao Lu Huai had just said. Concubine also said that I will definitely become the divine kingdom empress. Then she reached out and pointed towards Lu Huai. The terrifying pressure descended once again. This time little Lu Huai did not use the 4-elephant lotus seal. Standing still. Not moving a muscle. Then, Morong Ningxin took that final step upwards, ascending the 99th floor of the heavenly ladder. That square purple and gold throne symbolizing supreme power was right in front of us. Sitting on that throne, she was the rightful empress of the large divine kingdom, ruling over all the gods. Morong Ningxin gazed at the throne for a long time, then slowly walked over. And when she passed little Lu Huai, she even bent down and touched his big round face. Laughing, he said, "You're still cute looking." Then something seemed to occur to him and he suddenly fell silent. Softly, he said, "My son was also very cute when he was small. Only that he changed his appearance and his heart when he grew up. Well, it's all because the mother consort, spoiled him and caused him to die in the dragon court of the Great Han." Lu Huai did not say anything. At this time he knew in his heart. At this time Morong Ningxin must be very want to kill him. For his son's revenge. But she didn't dare after all. There was no other reason. Just fear of the Han royal family behind him. Suddenly, Lu Huai fell into deep thought. His brows slightly furrowed. If Lone wasn't the prince of Dragon Court, what would have been the outcome today? If Lone wasn't the Dragon Court crown prince, and didn't have a monstrous background and power. Even if he was born with an imperial vein, what was he in the eyes of those truly powerful people until he had fully grown up? In their eyes, what they feared was never a small child with just a strong bloodline. For a moment, Xiao Lu Huai was in a daze. Morong Ningxin didn't notice his abnormality and took a step towards the throne. There's one last step to go. Lu Huai came back to his senses and hid his confusion deep under his eyes. Flames flared in his golden pupils as he majestically repeated once more. You, I say, will not succeed. Just as Morong Ningxin was already about to touch the purple gold throne, there was a natural change. A clear voice came from the distance. There is righteousness in heaven and earth. As the words fell, there was a silver-colored vast chi like a heavenly river rolling in from the end of the sky. Neutral, voluminous, and unceasing. A bright silver-colored ancient longsword emerged from the Milky Way, carrying a monstrous righteousness as it chopped at Morong Ningxin. A sword moves the heavenly river. Morong Ningxin was forced to withdraw her right hand that wanted to touch the throne, and her figure retreated violently. And for a moment she actually fell under the heavenly ladder. When it landed on the ground began to shake violently again. It was like it was going to cave in. She looked back over her shoulder. In the distance of the national capital, countless dragon flags were densely spread out, covering the sky and the sun. The endless red-blooded iron horsemen were like a continuous flame that was running towards this place. Countless people stood up and saw the majestic big characters tattooed on the dragon flag. Their complexions were all horrified and their hearts trembled violently. Fear surged to the surface. That's Dragon Court Chinese character for King's Flag. Chapter 41, Who Dares to Cross the Sword? Those tens of thousands of prison suppression iron cavalry instantly broke through the defense line formed by the defenders of the Zijin Kingdom capital, and were invincible as they raced in the direction of the imperial palace. At the edge of the sky, a large ice cloud drifted to, and on the ice cloud stood an elegant and vast man, wearing a green bamboo robe on a white background, with his hands on his back, indescribably dashing and handsome. Behind him, there was a group of beautiful young white-skirted fairies, each with a powerful cultivation. A fairy at the head of the group was even more superb in temperament and cold in appearance. It was none other than the contemporary holy daughter of the Ice and Snow Divine Palace, Mu Qinglian. Lu Tang gently leaped and landed beside Xiao Lu Huai. With a wave of his big hand, the vast chi that was like a rolling Milky Way instantly disappeared. And the ancient and simple longsword also returned to its sheath in the positive chi Milky Way. Xiao Lu Huai also regained his freedom and couldn't help but say, "Sixth Imperial Brother, you're so handsome." But no longer the nerd who can only read. Then his eyes glanced at Mu Qinglin behind Lu Tang and said snidely, "Mother is right. Men with daughters-in-law really do change." At those words, Mu Qinglin blushed slightly and slightly lowered her head. Lu Tang, the sixth prince, was similarly said to be a little embarrassed. His golden eyes looked around the week, especially paying extra attention to the several ancient emperors who stood in the air, guarding the four directions, and said softly, "This temple advises you Morong's people to hurry up and come back from where you came from, or else you'll never be able to return when my big royal brother arrives." The four great ancient emperors fell silent at those words, their gazes casting towards Morong Ningxin, whose complexion was uncertain. When the vain master had sent them here, he had instructed that they should unconditionally follow Morong Ningxin's orders after arriving in the Violet Gold Divine Kingdom. Seeing such a situation, the other two ancient emperors who had surrounded Zishuan and the others also instantly rose up in the air and stood behind Morong Ningxin, listening to the increasingly violent roar in the distance. Morong Ningxin's heart was sinking. The situation was going to be out of his control. Seeing this, Lu Tang shook his head somewhat helplessly. What a bunch of ungrateful guys. As soon as the words fell, Tens of thousands of prison suppression iron cavalry galloped to the outside of the palace, and then easily broke through the battle formation formed by the palace's forbidden troops. A peerless martial general in blood-colored iron armor casually blasted out a fist, and the heavens and earth wailed as a huge fist print came out across the sky, as if a force that was going to reach the extreme violently erupted, and the void collapsed, and Tongning screamed miserably, instantly turning into nothingness. Only faint fist marks were left hanging in the sky, clearly visible and soul-shattering. Without even the ability to resist, the hallowed Eighth Order Upper Emperor went up in smoke and died without a burial place. Then the iron cavalry of the town prison drove in and soon surrounded the purple gold nest. Tens of thousands of red-blooded heavenly horses stepped on all four hooves, neighing violently, and tens of thousands of prison suppression generals wore red-blooded iron armor. With cold eyes, strict discipline, and hostility, the livers and guts of the countless people in the violet gold nest trembled, and with some difficulty, they swallowed their spit, looking appalled. Strong. Too damn strong. The Great Han Dragon Riders are the best in the world. That statement really isn't blown out of proportion. Even Morong Ningxin couldn't help but be in a trance, and her heart was like waves lapping at the shore, unable to calm down for a long time. Those 6 ancient emperors were even heavier, not daring to act rashly. World rumor. The Great Han Dragon Riders are not humanly possible. The Heavenly Saber Hall Master, the Green Mountain Sect Master, the 100 Flowers Palace Master, and other forces within the Divine Kingdom were all bitter inwardly. This time, I'm afraid I've come to the wrong place. In his heart, he secretly prayed that he wouldn't get them involved in the disaster. Even they were now entertaining thoughts of sneaking away. The tens of thousands of iron cavalry slowly dispersed a channel, and an extremely majestic red-blooded heavenly horse slowly advanced to the very front. On the back of the horse, there sat a valiant man wearing dark gold armor, and the pair of golden pupils that were radiant to the extreme unabashedly exuded a touch of world-covering hegemony. Lu Rui's low voice rang out. The Great Han Dragon Riders are present. Those who kneel live. Those who stand die. As soon as the words fell, tens of thousands of prison suppression generals instantly had bloodshot eyes and roared in unison. Kill! 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 At this point they were ready to charge those still standing. A bloodthirsty glow filled the eyes of each and every prison town general, as if a group of beasts that had been starving for countless days wanted to eat meat and drink blood. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed. Blood chi arose, and the sky was instantly gloomy. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the fury rushed to the sky. Amidst the killing sounds that were full of hostility and killing intent, amidst the extremely oppressive baleful aura, the Heavenly Saber Hall, the Green Mountain Sect, and other forces knelt down. And countless civil and military officials also knelt down. The only one who did not kneel was Morong. They were the desolate ancient Morong clan, and they also had their own high pride and dignity, and they were not willing to kneel down. An ancient emperor behind Morong Ningxin spoke in a cold voice. Great Han Dragon Court. Overreaching. As soon as the words fell, raging flames rose violently from Lu Rui's overbearing to the extreme golden pupils. And with his hand slapping the horse's back, he fiercely rose into the air. A pitch-black demon king appeared behind him with a fierce face. That demon king had 9 blood-flame prison suppression chains wrapped around his right hand, and his left hand was holding its uranium flame floating pagoda. Mighty Gaijin. In the next moment, those 9 blood-flame prison suppression lian whistled out, like 9 blood-colored demonic dragons killing that ancient emperor. In an instant, the great Tao of suppression manifested between heaven and earth. That ancient emperor's face suddenly changed drastically. This was because at the beginning of this moment, he unexpectedly realized that he was actually unable to use his Tao power. His great Tao was actually suppressed. That was the absolute suppression of the higher great Tao over the lower great Tao. That ancient emperor watched as the 9 blood flame prison suppressor chains penetrated his body, annihilating his vitality and burning his torso. No! The ancient emperor let out a low roar of unwillingness before he was burned into flying ash and dispersed with the wind. Tang Ancient Emperor. Ninth Order Emperor. Dead. The heavens and the earth were silent. The crows were silent. And all were silenced. Everyone from the Morone clan was also silent. As if they hadn't regained their senses. At the moment, the atmosphere was awfully quiet. And a pin dropped. The only voice that rang out was Xiao Lu Huai's voice, filled with a light smile. He stood on top of the 99 floors of the heavenly ladder, overlooking the many powerful people, and softly said, "Who dares to cross the line? Only I. Big Brother Rue." Chapter 42, The 7 Stars of the Big Dipper. The heavens and earth were silent. And the only thing that kept echoing was Xiao Lu Huai's voice of admiration. The Dragon Court's Grand Imperial Prince Lu Rue shocked the world by killing a 9th Order Ancient Emperor in seconds with the realm of the 7th Order Upper Emperor. When you dare to cross the sword, you'll be in the best of times. Lu Rue gently fell back on his horse. His domineering and sharp golden pupils once again swept the crowd. And wherever his eyes went, the emperors bowed their heads. At this moment, all the strong men of the Morone clan were reduced to a dilemma. It's standing or kneeling. With their Morone clan's hundreds of thousands of years of pride, kneeling down would be better than dying. But if they didn't kneel, the next moment, they might die. And who is willing to die in this wonderful world? The highest of the strongest of the shaking light, Kaiyang Vanes, who came to observe the ceremony, were only at the same realm as those ancient emperors. The 9th Order Emperor realm was already the absolute mainstay of the draconic Morone clan. If one dies, it will hurt. Nowadays, the large violet gold divine kingdom didn't even have a single 9th Order Lord God. So it could be seen just how rare and precious 9th Order ancient emperors were. The atmosphere became more and more delicate, seeing that Lu Rue's eyes once again showed a touch of impatience. Or rather, he simply didn't have the slightest patience for these guys who were working against his own brother. The iron cavalry of the town prison wanted to launch a charge and slaughter everything. At this moment, the 9th-rank ancient emperors of the shaking light, Kaiyang Vanes, looked at each other, as if they had made some kind of decision in their hearts. Then, the tall middle-aged man who always stood behind Morong Chinga opened his mouth and said, "Your Honorable Highness, we, the Shaking Light and Kaiyang Vanes, are only here to observe the ceremony. We have no relationship with Morong Ningxin. And we don't have any thoughts of wanting to fight against the young prince. Your Honorable Highness, can you please let us off the hook and allow us to leave?" As soon as he finished his words, Morong Ningxin's pretty face went white for a split second, then clenched her hands tightly, her expression growing colder and colder. And there was even a hint of desolation. Upon hearing this, Lu Rue was silent for a moment, his gaze looking distantly at Lu Huai above the heavenly ladder, his eyes showing solicitude. Lu Huai pondered a little, then slowly nodded his head. That person was right. Kaiyang. Shaking Light 2 Vanes, but they didn't go against him. And they hadn't slaughtered the people of the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom either. As the man had said, they had only come to observe the ceremony. And this matter did not have much to do with their 2 Vanes. So why should he make a wide range of enemies and drive them to extinction? Seeing this, Lu Rue waved his hand without saying much. Shaking Light, the 9th Order ancient emperors of the Kaiyang Vanes' faces were slightly pleased. Then they owed a slight bow to Lu Rue and said, "Many thanks, Your Highness, the Grand Imperial Prince." Then he turned around and similarly saluted Lu Huai as well. In the next moment, The strong men of the Kaiyang and shaking light veins violently transformed into countless streams of light that rushed up into the sky and disappeared far away, not dragging their feet in the slightest. High in the air, Morong Chinga looked at Lu Huai from afar, her eyes flickering with an unknown meaning. At this moment, apart from the civil and military officials who were spinelessly kneeling on the ground in forces such as the Heavenly Sword Palace, only the strongest members of the Morong clan's Tianxian lineage were still standing tall and proud in the purple gold nest. They will be the ones to launch an attack by the Iron Horsemen of the town prison. The various powerhouses of the Tianxian lineage were also grave to the extreme, already prepared to fight to the death. The big battle is imminent. Inside the alien space, Morong Ningji stood on top of the Golden Sea, surrounded by the 9 ink-colored sea dragons that surrounded him and wanted to tear him apart and eat him alive. He, seeing what was happening outside, a trace of gravity similarly surfaced on his pale face. If this continued, many of the strongest members of his Tianxian lineage would completely fall in this violet gold divine kingdom. If all 6 ancient emperors died, their Tianxian lineage would definitely be injured, and his lineage's voice in the Morong clan would be greatly weakened. His Tianxian lineage was originally the weakest of the 7 Morong lineages. Nowadays, among the Morong clan's 10 major sequences, his lineage also only occupied 1 place, or ranked near the end of the 9th sequence. The deadliest thing was that Morong Gumi was also here today, and was the object that dragon court prince had tried to kill several times. Now that the emperor's path had appeared and the great world was about to begin, if Morong Gumi died here again, their Tianxian lineage would never have any hope of rising again. This time, the many cultivators of their Tianxian lineage who had broken into the purple gold divine kingdom to support Morong Ningxin and support her as the empress was not because she was the previous generation's holy maiden. As Morong Ningxin herself had said, ever since she had married into the violet gold divine kingdom, her position in the Morong clan had fallen to pieces. And even if he was the vain master's own sister, he wouldn't be able to send out such a large number of powerful people just because of her personally. And there were even 6 ancient emperors who looked up to her. The purple gold divine kingdom was once the pinnacle party in the divine realm. And at its peak, it once possessed 3 great divine kings. The reason they entered the purple gold divine kingdom this time and helped Morong Ningxin become a party of empresses was for the imperial weapons and imperial techniques that never showed up again in the world and seemed to have disappeared forever along with the fall of the divine kingdom to the mortal world. That, in a nutshell, is what they're really after. The 7th uncle gazed at Morong Ningji's somewhat distracted expression and mockingly said, "This time, it's my turn to stall you. Old thing. You're just going to sit here and watch all the powerful people from your lineage die in the violet gold divine kingdom." 7th uncle ancestor sneered. 6 ancient emperors? Ha! Enough for your Tianxian to be heartbroken for a while. Upon hearing this, Morong Ningji's aged face reverted back to its unperturbed appearance, touching the huge dragon head that was fixed at his side. His hoarse voice slowly resounded. "Little fellow, do you think you can hold me back?" Although the deathly aura on Morong Ningji's body was getting thicker and his voice was very flat, it had to be said that at this moment, a faint touch of dominance flowed out of his tone. That was the backbone that the years had given him. The dominance that could only be manifested by possessing absolute strength. Hearing his words, 7th uncle ancestor smiled in a rare manner. Then his hand suddenly cast a spell, and his expression suddenly became extremely solemn. A supreme aura was suddenly born from within him. Morong Ningji was violently startled, his eyes staring at his 7th uncle dead in the face. A large sea of stars lit up from underneath the feet of the 7th uncle's ancestor, and the starlight shone brightly, covering the golden waves. The arcane and mysterious breath spread out at once, letting the always calm Morong Ningji feel uneasy inside, at the same time actually let him feel a touch of familiarity. With a specific regularity, 7th uncle ancestor took 7 swift steps, and with each step, A star that was bright to the extreme slowly awakened from beneath his feet. When he took the final step, the 7 stars shone brightly and radiantly, with a terrifying divine power gradually awakening. And then a mysterious power transformed into rays of light connecting the 7 stars in turn, finally forming an ancient pattern that resembled a star map. The star map slowly rose, enveloping the entire foreign space. And in an instant a supreme sealing power erupted. Under the star map, the 9 sea dragons that seemed to be fixed instantly came to life again. The certain power that bound them seemed to have disappeared. The dragon pupils opened angrily and killed Morong Ningji, who had long been surrounded by them. At this moment, Morong Ningji finally turned pale, because he realized that at this moment, he couldn't use any of his power. And the mirror flower water moon's seemingly invincible effect was all of a sudden gone. What shocked him even more was that he could read the 7 stars of the Big Dipper on that star map. Their Arakanese Morong clan can be the main cultivation of the avenue of planets, with the 7 stars of the Big Dipper divided into 7 veins. As the totem, Morong Ningji opened his mouth in shock, his expression horrified. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you possibly know that kind of divine art? That kind of star divine art is something that not even our desolate ancient Morong clan possesses. The 7th uncle laughed coldly without explanation. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The divine art passed on by the prince. That's not just a divine art that prolongs life. It was even a great sealing art derived from the sacred beast Xuanwu clan. Under the star map, all power will fall silent. Chapter 43, Underestimating the Heroes of the World. The 9 dragons roared. And under the Great Seal, unable to mobilize any of its own power, Morong Ningji, whose complexion was always horrified, was instantly torn apart. And the blood dripping from the sky fell down to the golden sea. Dead or alive, 7th uncle ancestor stood on top of the golden sea. And at this moment, his face was a little pale. Obviously, the implementation of that great sealing divine art of the 7 stars of the North Dipper treading was also extremely exhausting for himself. The good thing is, everything is set. That old thing is dead. Without the help of the divine arts granted by His Highness the Crown Prince, 7th uncle thought to himself that he was afraid that he would find it difficult to win. It's not that he's being presumptuous and raising others' spirits to his own. Rather, he who had once lived in that era had truly understood the terror of Morong Ningji. White Ningji. Killing without blood. A glance fixed for 10,000 years. That was a supreme powerhouse that could cause the ages to fall into an illusion. With Morong Ningji's fall, the foreign space formed by the supreme illusion's great Tao suddenly shattered. 7th uncle ancestor re-entered the outside world and landed behind Xiao Lu Huai. Lu Tang, the 6th prince, immediately bowed to his 7th uncle as a sign of respect. Lu Huai looked back and looked at the pale face of his 7th uncle, frowning slightly. Then noticing the 7th uncle's body without any injuries, he exhaled without leaving any trace and said with a smile, "Solved it?" The 7th uncle nodded slightly. Seeing this, Lu Huai smiled even wider and turned his head back, looking down at the battle that had erupted below. The Iron Horsemen of Prison Suppression were worthy of being one of the most elite legions of the Great Han Dragon Court, and their strength was truly powerful. Among them, there were countless number of supreme martial arts generals of the Ninth Order Emperor realm alone. And it was still an unusual Ninth Order Emperor. The battle formation formed by the Iron Cavalry of the Jin prison was also extraordinary, with an unparalleled and ferocious attack. The battle, completely one-sided. The Morong clan's powerhouses were completely powerless to resist. By now, 2 more ancient emperors had already fallen. That Morong Ningxin's cultivation was also very powerful. A 7th ranked upper emperor? But it still wasn't enough to look at. She was severely injured by a punch from a Jedi martial arts general and fell to the ground. powerless to witness a strong man fall before her with an angry and despondent expression. Zixian took a step towards this place, with the Violet Gold Legion guarding her side. And as she passed Morong Ningxin, her violet gold pupils calmly looked down at her. That's the gaze of a victor looking at a loser. Without stopping, Zixuan crossed over Morong Ningxin and swept her eyes at the civil and military ministers who were kneeling on the ground and were shivering. Her gaze was cold. Then she ascended the heavenly ladder and came to Lu Huai's side. While looking at the battlefield below, Xiao Lu Huai said with her, "What I promised you, I am about to do." Zixuan suddenly fell to her knees and gently kowtowed. "Sincerely," she said, "my concubine. Thank you, Your Highness." Seeing this, little Lu Huai's small hand waved, and an invisible force lifted Zixian up. Then the 4-elephant lotus seal at his forehead suddenly lit up, and the vermilion bird bit flashed. As a shocking cry rose, there were monstrous divine flames burning in front of them before forming a large vermilion bow. The battle below was nearing its end, with only a handful of strong people still resisting, or still alive. The Iron Cavalry of Prison Town led by Lu Rui was doing the final finishing touches. At this moment, however, no one seemed to notice that a demonic youth was running out the door in a panic. Yuan Shinju suddenly appeared in front of Morong Gumi and blocked his way. Lu Huai reached out and grasped the vermilion bird bow. The divine flame was greatly released, and the bowstring was slowly drawn full. A fiery red arrow slowly coalesced, as Lu Huai gently let go of his hand. The fiery red arrow appeared to transform into a fiery red stream of light shooting towards Morong Gumi. Morong Gumi seemed to be aware of this and looked back suddenly. Before he could make any movement, the vermilion bird arrow instantly penetrated his heart. Morong Gumi's eyes widened violently, the corners of his mouth silently saying something before his body collapsed straight down. At the same time, the Iron Cavalry of Prison Suppression had also completed its finishing touches, and all of the Morong clan's powerhouses had fallen except for Morong Ningxin, who was still alive. Morong Ningxin looked on as her nephew was killed by an arrow, but there was not much sadness on her face. Perhaps Morong Ningxin didn't have much affection for her own nephew at all, and I'm afraid that pretending to love her nephew before was just to please her own brother. A big family, where profit is paramount. What's the point of having feelings? Lu Huai slowly put down the divine bow in his hand, and his pair of golden pupils gazed tightly at Morong Gumi, who seemed to be dead beyond death on the ground. On his forehead, the 4-elephant lotus seal that had been flickering on and off seemed to be telling him that things were not that simple. Suddenly, there was a tinkling sound, as if a mirror had broken. The light distorted momentarily, then returned to its original state in a flash. Xiao Lu Huai looked there again. Sure enough, Morong Gumi was gone. Dead or alive? I don't know. But he's gone. That ding sound was familiar to Xiao Lu Huai. It was the sound of the supreme illusionary Dao mirror flower water moon that had just lifted. That great terror. Not dead. The seventh uncle's face instantly changed, suddenly kneeling down on one knee, full of shame, blaming himself. Your Highness, the old minister is incompetent. Xiao Lu Huai did not speak. His eyes were calm, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly he grinned, as if mocking himself for not knowing that there was a world beyond the sky, and for not knowing that he had been tricked. And again, it seemed to be in heartfelt admiration for that great horror's earth-shattering abilities. Lu Huai shook his head and laughed. Mirror flower. Mirror flower. Water and moon. What a supreme illusionary path. So, we existed in an illusion to begin with. Xiao Lu Huai looked at the countless corpses below again. The corpses of those Morong clan's various powerhouses had not disappeared because of the lifting of the mirror flower water moon. Those people did actually die. Lu Huai walked down the heavenly ladder step by step. The vermilion bird bow in his hand slowly dissipated. Zi Xian. His seventh uncle. Lu Tang. Mu Qinglian and the others followed closely behind him. As Lu Huai walked, he said softly, "True and false. False and true. I'm afraid that person's avenue of illusion is considered unrivaled in the world. Lone. Really underestimated the heroes of the world." Slowly, he walked over to Morong Ningxin. P.S. The Emperor realm is divided into 9 stages. The first to third orders are called lower emperors. The third through sixth orders are called median emperors. The sixth through ninth orders are called the upper emperor. Above the 9th level, those who failed to impact the peak imperial realm were also known as ancient emperors. Peak emperor is categorized by battle power into ordinary peak emperors, mighty emperors, extreme emperors, and peerless emperors. Chapter 44, Anger. At this moment, Morong Ningxin was paralyzed on the ground. Her bright and beautiful face was a bit pale, and the corner of her mouth was even hanging a trace of crimson. That peerless martial arts general. One punch caused her to suffer serious injuries, breaking all her tendons and veins, causing him to lose all his cultivation. Now she was so weak that she couldn't even stand up. Seeing Lu Huai in front of her, Morong Ningxin straightened up. Her tall stature was a little taller than Lu Huai even when she was sitting paralyzed. "It's king or king. Your Highness. You do it," Morong Ningxin said indifferently. It was only at this moment that her title to Lu Huai changed from you to you. Having reached this point, she didn't have to deliberately curry favor with Lu Huai. As if life and death were not important. No more humbling. No begging for mercy. At those words, Xiao Lu Huai fell silent. To be honest, he didn't have any deep hatred with Morong Ningxin. If he had to look deeper, it was Morong Ningxin who had hatred for him. After all, it was him who killed Morong Ningxin's son. There was really no right or wrong in today's matter for Lu Huai. The change of the purple gold divine kingdom had no effect on him either. And the purple gold imperial clan had nothing to do with him even if they all died out. He came here. If he had to have a reason. One can only say that the positions are different. Zishuan had become his child bride. So he naturally had to help Zishuan eradicate Morong Ningxin. A more essential reason, perhaps it could be said, is that this world inherently follows the principle of the weak and the strong. Only the absolutely strong can live recklessly and do anything recklessly. This is the law of survival in the great wasteland world, where the strongest is honored. Although Lu Huai didn't have much guilt in his heart, he didn't want to personally kill Morong Ningxin. He looked back at Zishuan. Zishuan comprehended, and then stepped forward. Facing Morong Ningxin, an austere killing intent completely undisguised on her stunningly beautiful face. It was this woman in front of her, who poisoned her father, killed her mother, abolished and imprisoned her own brother, and even killed 1 out of 10 of their purple gold royal family. And the divine kingdom was nearly subverted. She doesn't share her purple gold divine power boiled in Zixian's right hand, then formed a long purple gold sword. The blade of the sword pointed at Morong Ningxin. There was an ice-cold voice ringing out. "Morong Ningxin, my father favored you so much during his lifetime. My father's favor towards you even far exceeded that towards my mother. Why are you doing this? Can you stand up to my father?" Morong Ningxin's eyelids trembled. Her expression grew colder and colder, as if it was an ice-cold stone. She laughed coldly. "Little ninny. The king has become the loser and the bandit has been defeated. Why bother to say anything more? Just kill me," he said and slowly closed his eyes, refusing to say anything else. Looking at Morong Ningxin's appearance of being at the mercy of others, Zixian exhaled heavily and stopped talking nonsense. Her eyes gradually became stern. Then with a forceful swing of her right hand, the purple and gold longsword violently stabbed at Morong Ningxin's heart. Right at this moment, a furious bellow exploded out of thin air. "Who dares to hurt my beloved concubine?" A surging purple chi surged forth to pounce on the defenseless Zixian. Peak violet gold blood subconsciously boiled within her body, and violet gold divine splendor instantly surged forth, tightly covering the surface of Zixian's body. That purple chi was instantly assimilated when it came into contact with the purple gold divine flower, and didn't cause Zixian to suffer any attribute injuries. But that huge force like 10,000 feet of mountain still caused her body to retreat violently, and then smashed heavily on the ground. Zixian's face instantly surged with a flush, and the immense force nearly shattered her internal organs. Zixian ruthlessly pressed down the blood in her throat, her eyes staring blankly into the high sky, her dark eyes filled with incredulity. Because that violet aura, that scent, she just couldn't be more familiar with it. Xiao Lu Huai's expression was horribly gloomy in an instant. Monstrous anger raced through his heart. This was the second time in his life that such a large amount of fire surged out of him. The first time was when I heard that Big Imperial Sister had married far away in the southern wasteland. For the second time, he witnessed his child bride, the Crown Prince's side consort that even the Han Emperor and Empress Yuan recognized, being struck down in front of him personally. This was a naked slap in his face, and even more so in the face of the Great Han Imperial family. Sixth Prince Lu Tang's always gentle and elegant smile also disappeared, his gaze indifferently looking high into the sky, and a surging vastness gradually filled the air. Crimson fire rose violently in the overbearing to the extreme eyes of Grand Imperial Prince Lu Rui as he rode on his red-blooded heavenly horse, raising his head to look at the sky with a murderous intent. The sky, at a speed visible to the naked eye, turned deep purple, and the thick purple gas was like a dense purple cloud covering the sky. A deep purple full moon hung high in the sky, and on the purple moon stood an extremely noble figure. That person was wearing a purple and gold king's robe, with a purple and gold crown on top of his head, angrily opening his pale purple and gold pupils as he looked down below. An indescribable aura emanated from him, like a cold and lonely king. Upon seeing that figure, all the civil and military ministers of the Violet Gold Divine Kingdom looked horrified, then neatly fell to their knees and bowed heavily. In unison, they cried out, "Greetings, my emperor!" Unlike being forced to kneel in the face of the Iron Horsemen of the prison town, this group of civil and military ministers were very devout and fanatical, as if they were facing their lifelong faith. That's the long-vanished emperor of the Violet Gold Divine Kingdom. It was the most powerful emperor since the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom fell to the mortal world, having awakened a concentration of purple gold divine blood as high as 55%, ruling the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom for an unknown number of years. His name, his shadow had long been deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone in the Violet Gold Divine Kingdom. Indelible. If the Violet Gold Emperor had not disappeared and was not rumored to have fallen, then no one would have betrayed the royal family and defected to Morong Ningxin. Morong Ningxin gazed dully at the figure standing on the purple moon, instantly bursting into tears as she murmured, "Your Majesty." The Violet Gold Emperor's gaze also looked towards Morong Ningxin, instantly sensing Morong Ningxin's physical condition at this moment and bursting into a rage. The low and furious voice sounded again. "Hurt my beloved consort, and you will all die." In an instant, the purple moon swayed and endless purple light poured down. At this moment, everyone was under the illumination of purple light. That endless purple light contained a powerful obliterating avenue. Those who are stained will have their bodies instantly dissolved, and not even crumbs will be left. The pious gazes of countless ministers instantly changed to fear. Because After all, their supreme emperor had struck out at them as well. Or rather, the terrifying purple light that contained the power of obliteration nearly did not fall on Morong Ningxin's body. In the eyes of the emperor, everyone present at this moment, everyone except his beloved consort would die, including his own daughter. Chapter 45, Undeclared. Inside the purple gold nest, miserable voices constantly rang out. Whether it was the Heavenly Sword Palace and other forces or the civil and military ministers, they watched as their bodies were dissolved by the purple light and then gradually turned into nothingness. Some people wanted to escape. But under that boundless purple sky, where could they run to? Under the swaying violet moon. All the emperors fall and all things die. The iron cavalry of Jin Guillotine formed a formation, embracing Lu Huai and the others in the center. And endless blood chi surged, forming a bloody umbrella that covered the sky above to ward off the purple light. Zi Xian sat on the ground in a state of disorientation, her eyes staring blankly into the sky, her red lips murmuring, "Father! Her father! The most powerful man in the violet gold divine kingdom, the one she had loved all her life, had nearly killed her and was still going after her at the moment." Purple and gold divine splendor subconsciously kept surging out of his body. And the purple splendor and purple light mingled with each other and dissolved each other, as the violet gold divine flower continued to be consumed. The gap in cultivation was completely revealed. Although the attribute quality of the violet gold divine flower was far higher than that violet light, it could not make up for the absolute disadvantage in cultivation. The violet gold divine splendor gradually dimmed, and the violet light that contained the powerful Tao of obliteration was about to fall onto Zi Xian. Under the purple light, even if she was the daughter of the violet gold emperor, she would still be obliterated. However, Zi Xuan seemed to be unaware of this, just still staring straight up at the sky, still not returning to her senses. The ground shook. The sky above Zi Xian suddenly darkened. A huge blood-colored umbrella crossed above, and the iron cavalry of the prison suppressor suddenly appeared around her, shielding her from the roiling purple light. A small white hand was attached to Zi Xian's absolutely beautiful face, and the cold touch caused Zi Xian's eyes to tremble. Zi Xian's dull eyes gradually regained clarity, and then she saw a pair of golden pupils burning with divine fire. "Sober up!" Lu Huai suddenly drank. Zi Xian trembled inwardly, then slowly stood up. And after her eyes looked around, her face turned white again. At this time, the originally overcrowded purple gold nest was somewhat empty. Countless civil and military ministers and numerous forces such as the Heavenly Sword Palace had completely disappeared, obliterated by the purple light. Father killed his subjects with his own hands. Even she, just now, almost died. Did father not recognize me? No way. Zixuan shook her head frantically. At this moment, Morong Ningxin, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, slowly floated up, all the way upwards into that purple moon. The Zijin Emperor hugged his beloved consort horizontally, his lonely and cold eyes filled with love and compassion. "You, Aif, have suffered." The violet gold emperor's low voice sounded softly. "Your Majesty." Morong Ningxin pressed her head against Zijin Huang's hot chest, tears falling like rain. "Your Majesty, it is the concubine's incompetence." "Father." At this moment, Zi Xian suddenly blurted out, "That vicious woman, at the time of your disappearance, killed mother, imprisoned the crown prince, and colluded with foreign races to subvert my purple gold divine kingdom. Our violet gold imperial clan was killed by her to the point where 10 of us were nearly exterminated." "Shut up!" The violet gold emperor's furious voice. A pair of pale violet gold pupils gazed at Zi Xian below, then saw the Jin prison iron cavalry that still survived under the violet light. Then he said something that shocked Zixian beyond words. Such a large divine kingdom. If Afe likes it, so what if it's subverted? Zixuan, was it you who colluded with this group of people to injure my beloved concubine? Damn you! My beloved consort is injured. And everyone is going to die. Everyone deserves to die. The violet gold emperor's furious voice was like thunder rolling across the sky. Zixuan was instantly stunned. Father is talking about something. High in the sky, the violet moon swayed. And the violet aura spread wildly, expanding outwards. This time the roiling violet clouds covered the entire national capital. Purple light poured down, and the entire capital of the country obliterated and disappeared. When the lord of the country is angry, blood stains the mountains and rivers, and millions of corpses are killed. Everyone within the capital raised their heads to the sky and saw their supreme emperor. And then the look of surprise instantly turned to fear. The emperor is slaughtering them. No. Father. Are you crazy? They are your most loyal subjects. Zixuan's face turned pale as she cried out. The Zijin emperor, on the other hand, seemed as if he hadn't heard Zixin's words. And his eyes were soft as he said to Morong Ningxin in his embrace. Consort. You once said to me that you wanted this vast divine country. At that time, I hesitated. I'm not reluctant to give up. I'm afraid that you can't fight those royal clansmen. And I can't bear to lay my hands on the clansmen because I'm concerned about bloodline affinity. So I can only borrow the poison you put down to fake your death. Condoning you to let the Morong clan enter the divine kingdom and help you become the empress. Saying that, the Zijin emperor's tender eyes were filled with full anger again. But I don't know that those Morong clan's powerhouses are such losers. That they can't protect you, letting you fall into such a situation. I repent. I am truly damned. Morong Ningxin suddenly covered Emperor Zijin's mouth and choked. Your Majesty. Concubine understands. Concubine understands everything. Concubine understands your good intentions. But concubine still poisoned you. Concubine is a wicked woman. The Zijin emperor smiled dotingly and reached out to scrape Morong Ningxin's small agaric nose. How is Ifei vicious again? We've lived together for countless years. How have you ever not known that I'm covered in purple blood? And that I'm invulnerable to all poisons? It's all just a matter of us. Each other. Minding our own business. Consort, you wait a moment. I'll kill all the people who oppose. I want to understand. A large god's country. Bloodline relatives. Purple and gold inheritance in my heart are not as good as consort one. If the entire divine kingdom opposes Ifei's claim to the throne, I will kill the entire divine kingdom. Your Majesty. Morong Ningxin instantly sobbed uncontrollably. Her eyes misty with tears. The conversation between the Zijin emperor and Morong Ningxin fell clearly in the ears of everyone in the Zijin kingdom capital. The nation's capital was abuzz. And the people of God's kingdom looked shocked. Their great emperor was actually going to kill the entire God's kingdom for a foreign woman. His Majesty is mad. Zixuan was even more frozen in place, unable to return to her senses for a long time. Hearing her father's words, her outlook on life crumbled. The purple clouds were thick. An endless purple light was still spilling out. Countless cultivators within the national capital were dying out. They are desperate. In front of Zixin, Xiao Luhuai stood calmly and looked at the seventh uncle by his side. Then there was a monstrous golden light that erupted from the seventh uncle's body. And an endless sea of gold appeared out of thin air, wanting to cover up the roiling purple clouds. Golden waves churned in a sea of gold, thrilling the shore, one wave higher than the other. Terrifying power was boiling and raging. In the golden sea, 9 ink dragons appeared, roaring and roaring. The dragon roars. The purple light fell into the golden sea. instantly vaporizing countless golden seawater. But the next moment even more monstrous waves hit. Raw. The Tao of water was fighting against the Tao of obliteration. At this moment, the countless people within the national capital stopped dying. And they raised their heads to look at the sky with excited expressions. The purple light in the sky was absorbed and resisted by the boundless sea of gold, and could no longer fall on them. We saved. Lu Huai stood with his arms folded, his golden pupils burning with fiery flames, gazing at the purple gold emperor who looked furious with a calm gaze. Here. It's the purple and gold god's kingdom. It's the kingdom of the crown prince's sidekick of the Great Han Dynasty. No one can destroy this place without the promise of the Dragon Court Prince, including the purple and gold emperor. Lu Tang, the sixth prince, said indifferently to Zishuan, who was lost in thought beside him. From the day you became your royal brother's child bride, you should have recognized your own identity. You are the side consort of the crown prince of my Great Han imperial clan. And in this great wasteland world, no matter who it is, you must be given enough respect. Even if it's your own father. The Zijin Emperor, Lu Rue, who was riding a red-blooded dragon horse, also added in a lonely manner. Because your eunuch is the Han Emperor. Chapter 46. When Zi Xian heard the words of the two emperors, her downcast expression slowly converged, and her dark purple gold pupils gradually became bright again. I am the crown prince's side consort of the dragon court. Father has gone mad and is going to destroy the entire god's kingdom for that woman. Father has abandoned his royal family in his heart. I'm the third princess of the purple and gold god's kingdom. I'm not wrong. It was father who was wrong. Though he was the lord of the Zijin kingdom, he had to personally destroy the Zijin royal family that had been passed down for countless years for the sake of a foreigner. He allowed that woman to brutalize his own family members. And he also brutally killed the innocent people who had always been loyal to him for the sake of that woman. It was father who was wrong. He betrayed his clan. And even more so, he betrayed the purple gold divine kingdom. I, Zishuan, am not wrong. I will never let my royal family be destroyed by this. And I will never let the people who are loyal to my purple gold royal family suffer from this unwarranted disaster. I am the third princess of the purple and gold royal family. This is my mission as a member of the royal family. I, moreover, am the side consort of the prince of the dragon court. This is my backbone against father. Zi Xian slowly raised her head, and an eye-catching luster once again surged from her noble purple gold pupils. Father, you are wrong. You, who betrayed the kingdom of God. Zi Xian opened her mouth indifferently. I will never let you give away the divine kingdom that my violet gold imperial clan has guarded for generations. Much less let you destroy my imperial clan's divine kingdom. Sins. The violet gold emperor looked down below, gazing at Violet Xian, who was looking straight at him with a violent rage. Indifferently, he opened his mouth. I do not have you as a daughter. Upon hearing this, Zi Xian laughed to herself, her smile somewhat bleak and forlorn, and said sarcastically, Father, you abandoned your daughter long ago. Asshole. The violet gold emperor was furious as he waved his big hand. The 10,000 miles of purple chi fluctuated violently, and countless streaks of purple light transformed into countless sharp spears that shot down sharply, killing his own daughter. The golden sea churned and countless waves went upwards, resisting the pointed spear. And the golden waves instantly vaporized a large area. The powerful obliterating force attempted to obliterate the boundless golden sea. But the surging golden waves were born and extinguished as if there was no end to them. And they were born and extinguished endlessly. This made the violet gold emperor furious to the extreme. Your Majesty! Stop! They are from the Great Han Dragon Court. And your daughter has become the side consort of the Dragon Court Crown Prince. So we can't fight them. Morong Ningxin said worriedly. The violet gold emperor looked downwards and saw 4 pairs of radiant golden pupils. His expression growing colder and colder. Your Majesty! Let's go! This purple gold divine kingdom. I don't want it anymore. The rest of my time, I just want to spend it quietly with you. Morong Ningxin's voice was getting weaker and weaker. The violet gold emperor lowered his head in panic and his face changed drastically. A trace of pallor appeared on Morong Ningxin's originally youthful and bright pretty face. And that pallor was still intensifying. Eighth. The violet gold emperor was completely flustered. And the violet chi that had been channeled into Morong Ningxin's body became even more robust. But it was to no avail. Morong Ningxin smiled bitterly, reached out and gently touched the Zijin Emperor's cold, hard and majestic face, softly saying, Your Majesty! It's useless. Your violet chi has long since healed my concubine's injuries. But it was unable to remodel my exhausted meridians. And my concubine has now lost all of her cultivation. Without the support of my cultivation, I, who have already lived for thousands of years, have reached the end of my lifespan. And there is no way to return to heaven. No! It won't. Consort love. You believe me. I will definitely cure you. Will definitely. The violet gold emperor roared. The surging purple chi was frantically ferried into Morong Ningxin's body, causing her face to flush. But it still couldn't alleviate her pallor. The years, the lifespan, even a great emperor realm powerhouse couldn't escape. Morong Ningxin's face grew paler and paler as she covered her face with her hands, somewhat not daring to look into the Zijin Emperor's burning eyes. Your Majesty! Isn't it hard for me to look at you right now? The Zijin Emperor forcefully broke Morong Ningxin's hand away and shook his head vigorously. No! No! I Fei is always the most beautiful in my heart. No one can compare. Morong Ningxin smiled shyly as she gently rested her head against Zijin Huang's chest. Your Majesty! I was so foolish before. Having to be some kind of empress to fulfill my own selfish desires. But in the end it was all for naught. As long as I can be with you, it is the happiest thing in this life for Ning Xin. My concubine. I regret it. Concubine really wants to be together with your Majesty for the rest of her life and eternity. Regrettably, concubine will have to leave first. No. No. I Fei, we will always be together. Never leave. Don't you leave me behind. A line of blood tears flowed down from the eyes of this man who was lonely and arrogant to the extreme. But at this moment, the Supreme Emperor of the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom was crying like a small child. Morong Ningxin slowly closed her eyes. And in the blink of an eye the bright face of the past had become unusually old, with withered skin and wrinkles. Gradually, Morong Ningxin broke her breath. The violet gold emperor's body stiffened and didn't move. His eyes widened angrily. And he was speechless for a long time. Below, Zishuan, who witnessed everything and saw Morong Ningxin die of old age, had no sorrow or joy. Now that the great revenge has been avenged, Zixin, her heart does not have any pleasure and joy, but instead has a few points of sullenness. Zixin looked at the Zijin Emperor who was crying in pain and spoke softly. Father, that woman doesn't deserve you. At this moment, even Zishuan herself didn't realize that her tone had a few moments of lack of confidence. The emotions between her father and Morong Ningxin were something she was not able to understand. And likewise it was extremely shocking to her. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The violet gold emperor suddenly laughed crazily, his purple hair flying like madness. You're saying she's not worth it? What do you know? The violet gold emperor looked tenderly at the withered-faced Morong Ningxin in his arms. But his voice was extremely cold. Ever since my purple gold imperial clan fell to the mortal world and intermarried with human forces, I have been subjected to the interference and exploitation of the external human relatives, who want to drain my purple gold imperial clan of its blood. Childhood ascension to the throne. The Empress Dowager interference. I am a puppet. I was born awakened purple gold god blood concentration of up to 55%. Is the purple gold god country since the fall of the mortal world, since in addition to you outside of the strongest of the bloodline talent? But was my mother deliberately suppressed? Do not give me any cultivation resources. I have been to the 20s or bumbling. I spent my childhood in darkness and oppression. And then I married your mother, a collateral relative from another line of the Empress Dowager's family. The violet gold emperor smiled coldly. Your mother, the virtuous queen known to the world in my violet gold divine kingdom. Behind her back is the one who is most capable of exploiting my violet gold imperial clan. At those words, Zi Xian trembled. A flash of remembrance passed through the violet gold emperor's expression. Then I met my beloved consort, Morong clan's holy daughter Morong Ningxin. And we fell in love with each other at first sight. I married her against all odds. And the Morong clan also wanted to enter my purple gold divine kingdom, coveting the legendary imperial soldiers and imperial laws of my divine kingdom. So even though the Empress Dowager and the Empress tried their best to stop them, it was useless. The Morong clan is truly powerful. And even the forces behind the Empress Dowager are very fearful of it. The violet gold emperor looked indifferently at Zi Xian, his voice filled with ridicule. You know, it was that unworthy woman you spoke of who, after becoming my side consort, although she also exploited the resources of my violet gold divine kingdom for the Morong clan. Every time she would secretly share half of the deprived resources to help me cultivate. And that's how we got to be where I am today. Ridiculous, isn't it? That the emperor of the hallowed purple gold divine kingdom has to rely on people from outside the clan to secretly give the cultivation resources of his own clan. But still, she is the one who gave me hope, who made me what I am today. And she loves me. And she is the only one in my eyes. Not to mention that she wants the entire divine kingdom. Even if she wants me to die, I will not hesitate to choose suicide. Zi Jinhuang lowered his head and tenderly stroked Morong Ningxian's face. I Fei is dead. The only love and light in my heart is dead. What is the point of me living alone? Ho ho ho! Infinite purple light erupted from within the purple gold emperor. And the power of annihilation was brewing. The violet gold emperor's body continued to crack. And the purple aura that was so thick to the extreme spread crazily, as if it was going to permeate the entire divine kingdom. The violet gold emperor roared madly. Since consort AI wants this violet gold divine kingdom, then this my divine kingdom will be buried for my consort AI. Purple light filled the sky. And the cultivation of a peak Lord God was exploding hysterically. Infinite power was shooting out in all directions. A pressure that seemed like that of an emperor suddenly spread out. Seventh uncle ancestor looked startled and drank. Stop him. He's going to blow himself up. This is breaking through the extreme realm. The might of a half-emperor. Chapter 47, The Power of Xuanwu. This side of the dome of the sky suddenly crumbled. Endless divine light erupted. And the purple gas that was so dense that it spread crazily was about to spread to hundreds of millions of miles of God's kingdom. That suffocating half-emperor's might swept through the world. And all beings prostrated themselves and all things were afraid. The violet gold emperor laughed madly. And in the next moment his constantly cracking body instantly burst apart. And the violet moon suddenly burst apart as well, as endless purple chi transformed into countless sharp raindrops covering the entire divine kingdom and pouring down. The strong obliterating Tao began to metamorphose. And then a faint trace of obliterating law was generated. The heavens and earth trembled. Purple clouds pressed down. And obliterating laws spanned the sky, covering the divine kingdom. Under that thread of obliterating law, countless mountains and rivers evaporated. Countless giant cities dissolved. And in an instant, the living were in ruins. The hundreds of millions of subjects of the violet gold god kingdom turned pale, looking at the world destroying might with fear and despair in their hearts. Heaven! Is it going to kill my divine kingdom? In the purple gold nest, the golden waves surged and roared. And the 9 dragons roared upwards. But they were instantly torn apart by the law of obliteration. And the boundless golden sea was also instantly obliterated and vaporized. The 7th uncle violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Your Highness, run! The 7th uncle's anxious voice rang out. Although there was only half a step between a half-emperor and a peak martial emperor, it was the difference between heaven and earth. Although the obliteration law is very young, like a newborn baby, it still has the power of annihilation. Under the laws of heaven and earth, all things perish. Nay! The red-blood heavenly horse suddenly hissed ferociously and stamped its 4 hooves. The prison suppressor demon king, who looked like a 10,000 foot tall mountain, once again emerged from behind Lu Rui, with the blood flame prison suppressor chain in his left hand, and the Yuan Faust tower in his right hand. His face was fierce and solemn, and his black gas rolled. Lu Rui's pair of dark gold eyes remained domineering as he eyed the sky-destroying obliterating laws above him and said in a deep voice, Imperial brother, go first. The long river of righteousness appeared out of thin air, surging against the wind, 10,000 miles long, hanging horizontally in the sky. There was a clanging sword sound that resounded from the Milky Way, gradually getting higher and higher, resounding through the heavens and earth. Lu Tang was covered in hoary air, and for the first time, a blazing fire rose in his elegant golden pupils, his eyes gleaming as he gazed and said, Imperial brother, you are the future of the royal family. Go! Tens of thousands of prison suppression iron cavalrymen shouted in unison. Your Highness, please go! Thick blood aura rolled out, and the generals were highly motivated to fight, lining up to meet the battle. And a pair of bright tiger eyes were flooded with monstrous determination. Countless blood chi and battle intent intermingled with each other, forming a huge blood-colored fist that seemed to be able to instantly shatter the sky. That fist also held a blood-colored spear, pointing towards the sky. The generals hissed, I will die fighting. Zixuan was likewise very anxious and said quickly to Lu Huai in front of her, Your Highness, you should go. If you die here because of this, my concubine will be disturbed in her soul and suffer a great deal even if she dies. Lu Huai ignored the words of the crowd. His radiant golden pupil gazed at the obliterating laws above that had already covered the entire divine kingdom, and suddenly smiled. Walk? Where can I go? Lu Huai slowly gathered his smile and said softly, Besides, my Han royal family has never had a runaway prince. At this time, that obliterating law transformed into countless world-destroying robberies of light striking the earth from the dome of the sky. The void crumbled inch by inch, as if it were a natural disaster. The men met the battle. However, even the peak imperial realm's 7th uncle, or Lu Rui, who had already cultivated a small amount of the Jin prison hegemony body, or Lu Tang, who had cultivated the divine law vastness chapter, or tens of thousands of Jin prison generals, could not resist that faint threat of obliterating law. In an instant, all of them were injured. The demon king was shattered. The Milky Way was obliterated. The light of the vast sword dimmed, and the blood fist dissipated. The people still fought to the death and resisted. All of this was in Lu Huai's eyes. Wyatt! Go! Lu Rui bellowed. Your Highness! Go! The town prison iron rider pleaded. Lu Huai looked around the crowd and suddenly smiled. A smile with a touch of happiness and even more with a touch of determination. The supreme blood gradually rolled hot in his veins. And the four-elephant lotus seal at his forehead shone brightly. A childish imperial aura erupted out and enveloped the crowd, not stopping them from having their blood boil and their wariness become even higher. Lu Huai's crisp voice slowly sounded. In this life, it is Huai's great fortune to have you all protect him with your death. Lu Huai's face gradually solemnized. His boyish eyebrows carried a trace of trembling majesty. And he said in a deep voice, Ran. Since the founding of the Great Han Dragon Court, there have been no deserters from my royal family. Lu Huai suddenly reached out and touched the big dry hand of his seventh uncle. And in an instant, the Xuanwu bit of the four-elephant lotus seal lit up greatly. The thick Xuanwu divine power accompanied by the supreme and honorable emperor's chi continuously surged into the seventh uncle's body. For a moment, the pale face of the seventh uncle instantly became rosy. And even more, an unspeakably terrifying force gradually awakened within him. On the other hand, Lu Huai's face became pale and bloodless in an instant. And his body couldn't help but sway. Lu Huai forced himself to endure the extreme weakness and spoke majestically. Lone. In the name of the Supreme Emperor Vane, lends you the Xuanwu divine armor and grants you the power of Xuanwu. Lone orders you to protect the people of my Great Han Dragon Court and the hundreds of millions of beings in the divine kingdom. Buzz. There was a supreme divine light erupting. As if a terrifying aura from the ancient flood suddenly erupted from within the seventh uncle ancestor's body. Seventh uncle ancestor suddenly knelt down on one knee. Monstrous black water light suddenly surging out of his radiant golden pupils. His expression pious and solemn, the old minister obeys the decree. In the next moment, a deeply colored divine martial armor surged out of his body, instantly covering his entire body. At this moment, seventh uncle ancestor's cultivation instantly broke through the extreme realm. And the same childish might of a half-emperor burst out. Lu Rui. Lu Tang looked back suddenly, his eyes shocked. The golden sea that was originally obliterated by the obliterating law instantly became extremely surging again. And then rapidly expanded outwards and raged. And while expanding it turned ink-colored, sticky, and heavy at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's the sea of weak water underworld. Countless huge ink-colored water bubbles rose and fell violently in the underworld sea. And the silhouette of a large black turtle slowly revealed itself on the surface of the sea, with a hideous head and a huge mouth that opened slightly, revealing sharp fangs and a scarlet snake core. The same scarlet eyes gazed disdainfully at the threat of obliterating law above. And the dark blue back armor fiercely lit up with profound and mysterious red lines, as if it were a terrifying blood snake. The seventh uncle ancestor made a solemn salute to that Xuanwu sacred beast silhouette, then cast a spell with both hands and solemnly opened his mouth and said, Old Minister, by the order of my Dragon Court Crown Prince, I will borrow your Xuanwu's power and the law of the weak waters, to protect all the people of the Dragon Court of the Great Han Dynasty, and to protect the peace of the billions of living beings in this divine kingdom. Hearing these words, the originally indifferent Xuanwu sacred beast looked at the pale Lu Huai with respect before letting out a deafening roar. Woo! The black underworld sea rose steeply, and the thick and mature weak water law appeared. The underworld sea covered this divine country, covering the sky of obliterating robberies and destroying that previously unrivaled obliterating law. The firmament was completely covered by the underworld sea, which looked as if it was filled with black clouds from afar. Violent roars rang out from the Black Sea, and the void shattered like the sky was collapsing. It was a confrontation between the laws and the laws. Terrifying as it was, the world-destroying aftermath was also blocked by the underworld sea. And the mountains, rivers and land of this divine kingdom never suffered any more damage. A long, long time. The sky and the earth are calm and cloudless. All the power is gone. The people of the Dragon Court were saved. And the innocent billions of beings were saved. Xiao Lu Huai fainted with a thud. A small, contented smile hung at the corner of his mouth. I have said, no one shall destroy this divine kingdom while I am here. Lone did it. Chapter 48, The End. The Violet Gold Divine Kingdom. A great power on one side that had existed for countless years, had still struggled to carry on its legacy after nearly facing extinction. Not long ago, Zixian ascended the throne and became the supreme empress of the Divine Kingdom. The follow-up troops of the Prison Suppression Legion also arrived one after another. And after receiving Lu Rue's orders, hundreds of thousands of elite generals began to sweep through the Divine Kingdom, helping Zixian cleanse the forces and armies that had once betrayed the Zijin imperial clan without mercy. A large number of people from the royal family who had been imprisoned by Morong Ningxin saw the light of day again. And these royal clansmen who had always been loyal to the Divine Kingdom were reused by Zixian and entrusted with important positions. Nowadays, the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom seemed to have completed some sort of metamorphosis. And an unprecedented cohesion had erupted in the entire country. Veto. Zixian had become the faith of the entire Divine Kingdom. And countless subjects of the Divine Kingdom who didn't know the truth believed that it was the Empress who would save them under the light of the robbery. And they swore their loyalty to the Empress. And there were a handful of people who truly knew the inner workings of the situation who were even more in awe of Zixian. Their Empress. The side consort of the Prince of Dragon Court. What's more, Zixian had also awakened the peak purple gold blood. And countless sons and daughters of the Divine Kingdom saw a future in Zixian. In the present-day Violet Gold Divine Kingdom, Zixian possessed absolute majesty and unprecedented influence. Zixuan truly ruled the Divine Kingdom. The story of the Zijin Emperor and Morong Ningxin also spread. And countless sons and daughters of the country were saddened. Some people hated the Zijin Emperor for disregarding the lives and deaths of his people, going so far as to personally destroy the Divine Kingdom for the sake of a foreign woman. There are also sentimental people who shed tears for the love between the two. But all of that is history. Zixian for Zijin Huang set up a clothing grave. This is her adult daughter's instincts. No matter what her father became in life, her father is still her father. Is born and raised her people. Even though father once tried to kill her without hesitation. She, however, must not be unfilial. Zixuan consider again and again. Also for Morong Ningxin set up a crown mound. And then the two will be buried together at the top of a lonely mountain, rather than buried in the Zijin mausoleum. Because, whether it was in Zixian's heart or in the hearts of the royal clansmen, the two of them, Zijin Huang and Morong Ning Xian, were simply not qualified to be buried in the royal mausoleum of the royal family. The two of them nearly subverted the Divine Kingdom. They were the sinner of the imperial clan and even more so the sinner of the Violet Gold Divine Kingdom. At the top of the lonely mountain, Zixian knelt long enough to wear mourning for Emperor Zijin for 49 days. 49 days later, Zixian silently walked down the mountain. Never come back here in this life. On top of the lonely mountain, the silence is abnormal. Only two clothing graves remain. Bleak and lonely. Perhaps Zijin Huang and Morong Ningxin preferred this kind of solitude. In a sense, the two are really considered to be together for eternity now. Shortly afterward, a boy dressed in the robes of the Green Dragon King stumbled onto the top of the lonely mountain. The boy's pair of golden pupils were dim and abnormal, as if they could be extinguished at any time. And his face was even whiter than ever. His feet floating. But his brow was still noble and majestic. The boy spoke softly. Lone. Know your spirits are here. Unwilling to fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Are you afraid that you won't have the chance to meet again in the next life? The breeze blew through. And the silence was extraordinary. Xiao Lu Huai stood still and waited patiently. There is a big sense that I won't leave until you come out. After a long time, a soft sigh resounded softly, and Morong Ningxin's soul condensed from in front of her tombstone. She resumed her bright and tall appearance. And after appearing, she still slightly owed Lu Huai a bow. After Morong Ningxin appeared, the violet gold emperor's soul also revealed itself extremely reluctantly. He stood beside Morong Ningxin, his lavender pupils glaring angrily at Lu Huai. Even though he had died with only a trace of his soul remaining, he still had a monstrous majesty at this time. Still the same cold and lonely king. Seeing this, Lu Huai smiled unconcernedly and said softly, "Lone came here today not as a victor to mock you. People die and the lights go out. All the previous things in the lone heart as early as the past clouds of smoke." The wind blew and scattered. Lu Huai gazed at the two of them and slowly said, "We are in different positions from each other. And your radical and tyrannical practices, I don't dare to agree or judge. I just wanted to say that I was struck by that emotion between you." Lu Huai sighed lightly. Lone is still young. Lone doesn't understand what love affair is. But that day in the purple gold nest, after I heard your deep confessions to each other, my heart actually hurt. Lu Huai's tone suddenly became ferocious. Don't misunderstand. Lone is not heartbroken for you. Lone is heartbroken for that kind of till death do us part emotion. That emotion, which Lone has yet to experience. Lone really has something to yearn for and look forward to. Lu Huai rubbed his fierce face. So, after thinking about it for a long time, Lone decided to help you guys out. Or rather, to help that most wonderful sentiment in the world of man. The four-elephant lotus seal suddenly brightened up, but then instantly went out. Lu Huai's helpless expression turned into solemnity as he looked at the dome of the sky, his gaze seeming to be able to break through the layers of emptiness and see him at the very end. The sacred to the extreme voice slowly rang out. "My word. You too, in the next life, can renew your previous relationship." As the words fell, the very end of the sky suddenly trembled. At this moment, countless supreme powers of the 9 realms of the Great Desolate, including the ancient Great Emperor God King figures, all raised their heads to look at the sky, their gazes horrified and full of incredulity. Move. The gears of fate turned, and 2 irresistible lights of reincarnation spilled down, breaking through the countless voids and layers of restrictions to the top of this lonely mountain, and disappearing into the souls of the 2 of them. The violet gold emperor and Morong Ningxin instantly trembled. At this moment, the 2 of them felt as if they had some sort of connection with each other in the underworld. That is the fate that allows 2 people to meet each other in the end, even if they are on different sides of the world. The 2 instantly understood what was going on and looked excited. Morong Ningxin suddenly bowed profusely, looking solemn and grateful. The violet gold emperor also gazed at Lu Huai for a long time with a complex face, and eventually also lowered his noble head in sincere worship. Seeing this, Lu Huai smiled and also said very sincerely, "Lone, from the bottom of my heart, I wish the 2 of you, in the next life, can meet soon, and renew their previous destiny, and stay together for a long time." After saying that, he suddenly turned around and stepped away without hesitation, without looking back. "I also hope that the 2 of you will not be enemies of Lone in the afterlife." Lu Huai read silently in his mind. The violet gold emperor and Morong Ningxin once again made a sincere obeisance to Lu Huai's back and waited until Lu Huai had completely disappeared before slowly getting up. Then the spirit began to fade away and the 2 looked at each other lovingly. "Your Highness. Wait for me. Your Majesty. Concubine. Wait for you." The power of the 6 paths is revealed, and the souls of the 2 of them are completely dissipated, reclining into the wheel of reincarnation and renewing their previous destiny. The Purple and Gold Palace. A forbidden place. This was an extremely ancient hall with closed doors. A hall that had existed since the time the violet gold divine kingdom fell to the mortal world. But no one has been able to open the temple doors since the beginning. On the door of the temple, ancient texts are displayed. Only someone from the imperial clan with peak purple gold blood could open it. Zixian stood in front of the temple, her cold little hand touching the ancient temple door. Violet gold blood boiled within his body, and the violet gold divine splendor attached itself to the gate. At this moment, the door to the temple opened. What met his eyes was a thick touch of godless might. What came into view was an ancient god with violet gold eyes and violet gold hair sitting on his knees. Unfathomable. The ancient deity slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Zixian, who was standing outside the gate of the ancient hall. A flash of undisguised excitement appeared in the vicissitudes of his eyes. The ancient god slowly stood up, then solemnly knelt down. Old slave. Zi Chaoxian pays homage to my emperor. Chapter 49, Southern Wasteland. I'm here. The Queen's bedchamber. Little Lu Huai lay quietly on the soft phoenix couch, his eyes tightly closed. 81 splendid gold emperor veins manifested on his body, brightening and darkening. Supreme blood rushed through the emperor veins, and there was a constant stream of mysterious power generated, slowly repairing little Lu Huai's Yuan Qi injured origin. The door to the room was gently opened, and a noble and absolutely beautiful woman walked in. The woman wore a purple and gold phoenix crown and a purple and gold phoenix robe, graceful and dignified. And her brow full of divinity even carried a touch of majesty that could not be ignored. The woman gently came to the soft collapse, then slowly fell to her knees, resting her head reverently against the floor. For a long time, Lu Huai slowly opened his dark golden pupils, gazed at Zixian, who had been kneeling on the ground for a long time, with a crooked head, and gently said, "What is it?" Zixian slowly straightened up. Her jade hand lightly waved, and divine light immediately flowed within the bedchamber. And 3 great supreme divine weapons appeared, silently suspended in the air. In an instant, there was a violet gold imperial radiance rocketing upwards, illuminating the dome of the sky. The supreme imperial might descended and enveloped the divine kingdom. Feeling that aura, countless subjects of the divine kingdom knelt down and bent their heads in the direction of the palace, their gazes excited and fervent, as if the 4-elephant lotus seal at Lu Huai's forehead was also stimulated by that imperial aura. It gradually brightened up and then slowly extinguished. His gaze calm. Zixian cowed out again and said with an unusually sincere expression, "These 3 imperial armaments are the only 3 imperial armaments in the violet gold divine kingdom. And today I offer them all to your highness." Lu Huai gazed at Zixian. At this time he could clearly feel Zixian's true feelings, without half a bit of unwillingness and reluctance. He didn't ask where these 3 peerless emperor soldiers came from and how Zixian obtained them, his dark eyes always rippling. Lu Huai set his head straight and gazed at the gorgeous decorations hanging above the beams of the room. After a long period of silence, Lu Huai slowly opened his mouth. "If I want these 3 great imperial weapons, what is the difference between I and the successive generations of foreign relatives of the purple gold divine kingdom?" Upon hearing these words, Zixian's face instantly changed and she said in panic, "Your Highness, I have absolutely no such intention." Lu Huai laughed lightly. "I know that you don't have this intention, and I also know what you have in mind. But I will not accept this imperial soldier. You are the child bride of Lone. In the future when Lone grows up you will even become the side consort of Lone. We are destined to be a family already. Then what is the difference between these 3 great purple and gold divine weapons in your hands and in the hands of Lone? Is it hard to believe that you will betray Lone later?" Lu Huai looked at Zixian with a smirk. Hearing, Zixian did not hesitate to solemnly swear again. The absolutely beautiful face is full of loyalty and solemnity. If Zishuan betrayed your highness, will be heaven and earth 1,000 years into the road. Not worthy of people. Seeing this, Lu Huai smiled unconcernedly and continued. Put away the imperial soldiers. To make a wild statement. My Great Han Dragon Court does not lack imperial soldiers. Loan. Even less. Furthermore, this imperial soldier that has been passed down by the Violet Gold Imperial clan for countless long years will only realize its true power in the hands of you. A Violet Gold Empress with peak Violet Gold blood. As early as some days ago, Loan sent a decree to the Great Han Dragon Court to transfer a large amount of cultivation resources to the Zijin Divine Kingdom. You make good use of these resources to make this weak and long-standing kingdom strong once again. And if your Zijin Imperial clan is able to return to the top again, Loan's heart will be proud because this is the kingdom of the Loan side concubine. Lu Huai looked at Zi Xian with a smile and said softly. Take your time. If the peak can't stay, then retrace your steps. Loan will help you. Your Highness. Zishuan cowed out again. Already sobbing uncontrollably. Tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Xiao Lu Huai frowned. As if he couldn't see a woman's tears. And slowly closed his eyes. Saying somewhat tiredly. Loan is tired and needs to sleep for a while. And then it stopped making a sound. Zishuan silently wiped away her tears. Trying her best to calm her excited and grateful emotions. She slowly stood up. The purple and gold phoenix robe on her body gradually falling off, revealing her white and delicate snow-like skin and proud figure. Zixian gently walked up to the soft couch, lying beside Xiao Lu Huai. Then very gently and carefully placed Xiao Lu Huai in her arms. Her noble and absolutely beautiful face was full of tenderness. Zishuan, who has been serving Lu Huai for some time, is clear, His Highness, is the most favorite to hug people to sleep. Lu Huai's pale and weak face also gradually surged with a touch of satisfaction and coziness. Half a year has passed in a flash. And now it's winter, with snow falling in the world's silvery white. During these half a year, countless cultivation resources had been endlessly channeled from the Great Han Dragon Court to the Violet Gold Divine Kingdom. And it's the best and finest of resources. As the saying goes, good steel is good for the blade. On the one hand, Zixian divided 40% of her resources toward the royal clansmen. These royal clansmen who were fortunate enough to survive Morong Ningxin's hands, who were always loyal to the royal family, and who more or less possessed some purple gold blood in their bodies, had their strength skyrocketed after obtaining countless cultivation resources. And the strength of the royal family had risen by a large margin. On the other hand, Zixian had reorganized her army and used another 40% of her cultivation resources to cultivate a large number of elite troops that were absolutely loyal to the royal family. Among them, the Purple and Gold Legion received the most out of these 40% resources, as they were originally the most powerful and loyal troops of the Imperial clan, and deserved to be bestowed with the most. Over the past half year, the Purple Gold Legion had expanded frantically. And now there were 800,000 of them. The most powerful and elite 800,000 generals of the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom. Zi Yuan became the new great general of the Purple Gold Legion. And after receiving a large amount of cultivation resources, his cultivation, which had been stagnant for hundreds of years, once again rose and broke through the bottleneck in a single stroke. The 8th Order Upper Emperor. This was already the highest explicit battle power of the Violet Gold Divine Kingdom. The last remaining 20% of resources, Zixian ordered to implement the world. She wishes that all the people of my God's kingdom would be like dragons. At this moment, Zixian's prestige reached its peak in the Violet Gold Divine Kingdom. And no one was able to shake her position anymore. Just as the Violet Gold Divine Kingdom entered a period of thriving development, 800,000 Violet Gold Legions poured out and headed to the Holy Realm. At the border of the southern wasteland, the prison suppression legion had long returned to garrison here. But today, they weren't the main protagonists. At this moment, on the side of the prison suppression legion was the 800,000 purple gold legion. The flashy carriage was parked on the side of the borderline. Lu Huai lifted the curtain of the car and gently jumped down. Zi Xian followed closely behind him, her purple gold pupils filled with tenderness and doting. It was not at all like the Empress, who was now a powerful one-word woman in the purple gold divine kingdom. After half a year of rest and recuperation, holy pills and elixirs and so on, 800s of thousands of strains of Lu Huai also gradually recovered a few points of vitality. The slightly bright golden pupils looked towards the opposite side of the strict and tense atmosphere of the barbarian soldiers and smiled indifferently. Lu Rui rode on the red blood dragon horse, similarly looking across the street, and said in a deep voice, "Huaier, be careful with everything. This time, my brother can't travel with you." Seventh uncle ancestor also appeared at Lu Huai's side and respectfully said, "The old minister, too, can no longer follow your highness?" Little Lu Huai looked up at the snowy sky. A smirk spread across his chubby white face, and said softly, "It's almost New Year's Eve. So imperial brother and seventh uncle ancestor will be at ease waiting for Huai's good news in Luodu." Lu Huai slowly tightened his smile, and a touch of icy coldness flowed out of his slightly bright golden pupils. "The dog's head of the southern barbaric king is the great gift that Lone gave to my Great Han Dragon Court at this year's end." After saying that, Lu Huai stepped over that borderline that countless powerful people from the Great Han Dragon Court had never been able to cross. Southern barbarians. Lone. Come on. Chapter 50. With a flick of Zi Xian's right hand, the 800,000 strong purple gold legion stepped over the boundary monument and killed the 200,000 barbarian soldiers guarding the borders of the southern wasteland royal court with great vigor. Looking at the purple army that came roaring before them, the 200,000 barbarian soldiers immediately felt their scalps go numb and were forced to meet the battle. In the blink of an eye, the two armies were engaged in battle. The sound of sky-rushing killing resounded through this battlefield. It's a one-sided killing. It was the purple and gold legion that killed the southern wasteland, the small southern wilderness, the southern border of the Dragon Court. The land was barren and resources were scarce. So how could it be compared to the violet gold divine kingdom? The holy light dragon horse pulled the carriage up into the air. Lu Huai stood in the driving position, looking down at the battle below, his chubby face filled with indifference. Suddenly there was a sword light coming from the sky, gradually enlarging. Zi Xian and Yuan Xinju instantly blocked in front of Xiao Lu Huai, their expressions on guard. Xiao Lu Huai, however, smiled faintly, a touch of inexplicable meaning flowing from his gaze. A huge clear blue long sword floated in front of the carriage, and on the long sword stood a man in white. Although his appearance was ordinary, he had his own air of dust. The man in white arched his hands and bowed his head, respectfully saying, "Chu Cheng pays his respects to your highness." Xiao Lu Huai signaled that Zi Xian and Yuan Xinju were fine, then stepped forward and said indifferently to the white-clothed youth, "You have indeed come, and have not let Lone down after all." The white-clothed man's eyes were lowered, and his slightly cold voice slowly sounded. "The humiliation of invading a country, the hatred of destroying a family, the hatred of taking a wife. How could I not come? 1,000 years ago I was afraid and fled. And I am still in pain. After 1,000 years, I am not afraid. Even if that southern barbaric king has monstrous cultivation, I will only buy. This time, even if I die, I will definitely chop off a piece of his skin and bones." At those words, Lu Huai nodded slightly. "Good." Chu Cheng respectfully said, "Your Highness, wait a moment. until the minister beheads these barbarians under his eyes first. The next moment the clear blue longsword under his feet suddenly transformed into thousands of sword shadows, crisscrossing heaven and earth, killing the barbarian soldiers below. He himself flashed his body, holding his sword and killing 10,000 barbarians. Your Highness. Who is he? Zishuan asked suspiciously. Chu Cheng, the 182nd generation of the Northern Realm Illusory Sword Valley's single transmission, was in love with my Dragon Court princess for 3 years. 1,000 years ago, the southern barbarians entered Han and overthrew the Illusory Sword Valley. And he watched the woman he loved with him marry far away in the southern wasteland without being able to do anything about it. Zishuan nodded thoughtfully and looked at the white-clothed man who was killing people with the illusory specter sword in his hand. I'm afraid that man hates the barbarians no less than your highness. The sky was dark and goose-fleshed. Not much time had passed before all 200,000 barbarian soldiers had been slaughtered. Densely packed corpses lay on the ground. Broken limbs and wreckage were everywhere. Blood dyed the land red. And a thick bloody aura rose up to the sky and poured out. Lu Huai greedily inhaled 2 mouthfuls. And a rare touch of tyranny flowed out of his golden pupils, causing Zi Xian, who was beside him, to look distracted and anxious. This was the first time he had seen Lu Huai in this demeanor. Strange and frightening. With a wave of Lu Huai's small hand, the Purple Gold Legion continued to advance. He didn't order the Purple Gold Legion to run directly to the southern desolate royal court. Instead, the Purple and Gold Legion was allowed to sweep the entire territory step by step, killing tribe by tribe and coloring the land red inch by inch. He wanted to make the southern wasteland royal court kingdom extinct. A few days later, the barbarian king who had always sat in the southern wasteland royal court finally couldn't stand it anymore. In just a few days, more than half of his southern desolate realm had fallen. Countless strong men had fallen. And countless barbarian soldiers had been slaughtered. If he didn't take the initiative, they were afraid that their entire barbarian race would be killed. That purple and gold army from nowhere was as terrifying as it was. Wherever they went, the troops of the royal court were powerless to resist and could only be brutally slaughtered. The good thing is, it's not like the southern wasteland doesn't have a chance to bounce back. That's right. That only chance to win is him, the barbarian king of the southern wilderness, Toda Tori. Having been lucky enough to receive the barbarian god's inheritance, he was now a peak martial emperor. After just a few days of fighting, he realized that the supreme ruler of that Purple and Gold Legion was only at the 8th stage of the emperor realm. There was simply no one who could resist him. He alone can turn the situation around. Previously, he hadn't made a move to hide in the shadows and hold back because he was afraid that the other party had left something behind, and that there was a supreme powerhouse hiding in the shadows to ambush him. Now, he couldn't help it. If we don't make a move, I'm afraid that the southern barbarians will really die out. The barbarian king's burly body rose from the royal court, just about to run into battle. At this moment, there was suddenly a mysterious pressure that suddenly descended, actually making the peak martial emperor unable to move and fearful inside. The barbarian king looked up with difficulty. Suddenly, he realized that at some point in the sky above him, an ancient god with an ethereal aura had appeared, and his noble purple gold pupils were gazing at him indifferently. The barbarian king's voice, slightly trembling in its hoarseness, rang out. Half Emperor. Half a month later, in the southern wasteland Holy Land, on top of the Long Hate Mountain, the barbarian king was kneeling long. His body was nailed with 81 soul-suppressing nails, and his breath was weak. The barbarian king gazed at the boy in the green dragon king's robe with a forlorn and resigned expression. Can you spare my people in the southern wasteland? I am willing to die to pay for my sins of 1,000 years ago. The barbarian king's hoarse voice rang out. Lu Huai stood in front of the barbarian king, looked at him mockingly, and said indifferently, "1,000 years ago. Did you ever spare the people of my great Han? Kneel here and watch well, and see with your own eyes how you barbarians will perish at my hands." Another half a month later, under the ruthless slaughter of the Purple Gold Legion, the entire southern wasteland seemed to be completely transformed into a dead zone, with living beings in abject misery. The chopped-off heads piled up into a huge mountain, and the foul-smelling blood irrigated this area of the earth. The barbarian king knelt at the top of the Long Hate Mountain and died in a fit of rage. He regretted why he messed with the Great Han Dragon Court in the first place. So much so that his southern barbarians are today being subjected to a catastrophe of extinction and the destruction of their country and their race. Lu Huai planted the dragon flag of the Great Han at the top of Chang Hate Mountain. The dragon flag fluttering in the wind is announcing to the world that this place has been conquered by the Dragon Court of the Great Han Dynasty. The blood feud of 1,000 years ago has finally been avenged. Lu Huai chopped off the barbarian king's head with his own hands, then slowly walked down Long Hate Mountain. Under the Long Hate Mountain, there were barbarian millions of old and weak women and children huddled together, shivering. Seeing this, Lu Huai frowned slightly and said to Zixuan with some dissatisfaction, "What do you mean?" Zixuan wanted to say something. At this time, Ziyuan, the great general of the Purple Gold Legion beside Zixuan, spoke respectfully. "Your Highness, the emperor said that killing the old, weak women and children is not against heaven's harmony and is too brutal?" Upon hearing this, Lu Huai let out a cold laugh, looked towards Zixuan, whose face was a bit unnatural by her side, and snorted, "A woman's benevolence." Then he walked over to a barbarian teenager and his small white hands grabbed the teenager's dirty hair menacingly. The teenager burst open, his wolf-filled eyes filled with hatred and anger. Lu Huai said in a cold voice to Zixuan, "See that? See the thick resentment in his eyes? Do you want to release these wolf cubs to the mountains and then wait until they grow up to seek revenge on Lone? On Lone's Great Han?" Zixuan's face instantly turned white before she violently fell to her knees and whispered, "Your Highness, I know I'm wrong." Lu Huai glanced at her indifferently and said indifferently, "Chopping the grass needs to get rid of the roots. Do you still need Lone to teach you such a shallow truth?" After saying that, the shocked eyes turned to Ziyuan who had been bowing. "What are you doing? Do you want Lone to do it himself?" Ziyuan immediately looked flustered and quickly said, "The last general wouldn't dare. The last general will go and do it." Immediately after that, the Purple Gold Legion began another brutal and merciless killing, and millions of old and weak women and children in the savage wasteland were slaughtered in an instant. Even these Zijin generals who had been through hundreds of battles and killed countless people couldn't help but feel their scalps slightly numb, and their gazes towards Lu Huai were filled with awe and fear. In this battle, they had killed far too many people. This is the real battle of the dead. In the realm of the southern wilderness, all living beings were slaughtered. The southern wasteland today is a real deadland. No living thing survived, including plants and trees. Lu Huai breathed in a large breath of the blood that was always in the air, and suddenly laughed openly. Chapter 51, Going Home for the New Year. Outside the border, Grand Imperial Prince Lu Rui rode on a red-blooded heavenly horse and waited with bated breath. In the gazes of the gazers, dust billowed ahead and the ground trembled. There were two holy light dragon horses slowly approaching in a magnificent and extremely expensive carriage. Behind the carriage, there was a vast purple army with a bloody aura and a fierce aura. Lu Rui's gaze stared slightly. This divine kingdom's army had become even more elite and tough after the baptism of this war, and had completely morphed into an iron army. It was not yet comparable to the prison town legion, but the potential was endless. Lu Rui heartily felt happy for his royal brother. It was the army of his own brother's sidekick. And the ministry of the Prince of Dragon Court. As the carriage slowly drove out of the southern wasteland, Lu Huai violently lifted the curtain and jumped towards his own royal brother's arms. Riding the red-blooded heavenly horse, Lu Rui steadily catch Lu Huai, always domineering dark gold pupils in the tenderness infinite. Pod after a rare smile, royal brother. This line can be a lot of weight. Little Lu Huai sniffed some dissatisfaction. Staggeringly said, Imperial brother, you are heartless. Why are in that southern wilderness day and night to kill the barbarians? In the end cannot get the imperial brother a compliment even if. But also taunted Huayr become heavy? Saying that, he also pinched the cold and majestic cheeks of the great imperial prince Lu Rui with his hand forcefully. The tens of thousands of prison suppression iron cavalry behind Lu Rui instantly bowed their heads, not daring to look directly at them, their hearts terrified. In this glorious Han, those who can behave like this towards the great prince will never be more than 3 people. The little prince is one of them. Lu Rui openly laughed, hurried to sue for mercy. Dark golden eyes looked toward the end of the southern wilderness sky, the pole dancing in the wind of the Shenwu dragon flag. The majestic voice suddenly sounded, my dragon court prince to report my dragon court 1,000 years of blood feud. When the world is unparalleled. Rui deeply admired. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of prison suppression generals knelt down on one knee. Their gazes frenzied. Wannabe prince. Wannabe general. Wannabe dragon court. Lu Huai laughed somewhat embarrassedly, smiling innocently and somewhat daintily, and even more with complete happiness. It was as if the cold and majestic person he was before had completely disappeared, leaving only the appearance of a child. Today, he is just a child who is still less than 8 years old. Lu Rui waved his hand and said in a loud voice, Go home. Celebrate the new year. The next moment, the shouts of the heavens and the earth resounded through the heavens and the earth. And every general of the prison town was excited at this time. And they were guarding the southern wasteland for hundreds of years. And they had been sleeping and eating in the wind. And they had long been incredibly nostalgic for their home and their country. The southern wasteland had been extinguished. And they could finally go home for a real New Year's Eve. Reunite with their families. And have a happy and fulfilling New Year's Eve dinner with their families at a table. The year is a unique festival and the most important day for the Great Wasteland people. Symbolizes reunion and harmony. In a year's time, they will once again embark on a new journey. Either to open up new territories for the Great Han, or to guard the borders for the Great Han. Throw your head and spill your blood. Guard the Great Han. Hiya! Hiya! Unending roars of exhilaration resounded through the heavens and earth. And hundreds of thousands of iron horsemen galloped across the land of the Great Han, returning to their homes. Lu Huai was also infected by everyone's exuberance. His heart swirled with a sense of grandeur. And he actually didn't choose to sit in a carriage, but also mounted a purebred red-blooded heavenly horse, with Zi Xian sitting behind him, embracing him and protecting him. Hiya! Hiya! Lu Huai cried out with the same excitement and rode on. The cold wind whistling past his ears. The ground trembled. And the iron cavalry of the prison suppressor crossed thousands of mountains, stepping over a giant city that was majestic to the extreme, and galloped in the direction of Luodu. The cold wind hunted on the galloping celestial horse. Lu Huai's eyes burned as he gazed at the ever-regressing scenery around him. Look to the mountains and rivers. To the happy people. To the boundless frontier. Look at the big man. A touch of satisfaction hung unconsciously on his chubby face. Lu Huai couldn't help but murmur. Such a river and mountain. Such a great Han. Won't it make people stay? Your Highness. What did you say? Zishuan, who was embracing him behind him, didn't hear and asked loudly. Lu Huai smiled brightly and suddenly raised his voice, saying back just as loudly, I say, I love this beautiful river and mountains. And I love this glorious Han. Hiya. Zishuan smiled sweetly and hugged Lu Huai's arm tighter. With infinite tenderness. Your Highness. The concubine loves only you. Lo Du. At this time, Luodu was in a joyous mood. And the city was filled with a festive red color. Countless people stood in front of their homes, gazing expectantly into the distance, seemingly waiting for something, looking excited and thrilled. Suddenly the ground shook wildly, and the people's gazes were instantly delighted. Here we go. In the eastern city of Luodu, the city gates were wide open. The city was full of golden armor with a straight posture and a solemn look. Ahead. The dust billows. The army will arrive. Among them, there were 2 red-blooded heavenly horses rushing at the forefront, their voices arriving before they arrived. Lodu. Lone is back. In an instant, the city's golden armor all knelt down on one knee, their movements neatly aligned and their gazes fervent. In unison, they said, Welcome your highness back to the capital. The 2 red-blooded heavenly horses arrived in an instant and rushed into the city gates, accompanied by Lu Huai and Lu Rui's entry into the city. All the people standing on both sides of Qingyun Street in Luodu kneeled down reverently and shouted, Welcome your highness back to the capital. As the red-blood heavenly horse continued to advance, there were constantly people kneeling and bowing, a pair of eager eyes filled with respect and pride. Xiao Lu threw his right hand with force, and a hideous head flew into the sky. The vermilion red divine bow appeared in his hand. Divine fire ignited, and the vermilion bird arrow shot out, penetrating the head and nailing the head to death above the sky dome, clearly visible to countless people. Lu Huai's childish and ethereal voice suddenly rang out. This is the head of the southern barbaric king. A congratulatory gift from Lone to my Great Han Dragon Court for this New Year's Eve. The southern wasteland has been destroyed. The barbarians have exterminated their species. And the Lone. Fortunately, countless people were so excited that they couldn't help themselves, bowing down again, making great obeisance, and some even shed tears. The amazing chants always echoed in the vault of the sky. 10,000 years of the Dragon Court, and eternal years of the Great Han. Your Royal Highness. Yongnim. Chapter 52. Zhe Wang returns to the palace. Nightfall. The eldest princess Lu Yuer stood on top of the palace, looking at the head that was nailed to the sky dome from afar. Her heart gradually rippled. That head she recognized. Of course. And couldn't have been more familiar with. She had lived with that man night and day for a whole 1,000 years. And she had suffered for a whole 1,000 years. A huge divine idea suddenly opened up, enveloping the entire Luo capital. Lu Yu, however, didn't feel his breath. He didn't come back with Wyatt? Does he? Resent me? Yeah. I didn't deserve him long ago. Lu Yu's face turned pale. His fists clenched, and his body shook as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. Without realizing it, there were already tears. The southern wilderness has been extinguished. The Crown Prince and the Grand Prince have returned to the capital in triumph. And the blood feud of 1,000 years has been avenged. The Emperor of Han was so pleased with his dragon face that he ordered a general celebration, only to see him standing majestically at the top of the imperial palace and waving his big hand. In the next moment, there were countless extremely high-grade spirit stones that emerged and hovered above the sky dome, like countless brilliant streams of light covering the entirety of the Great Han Dragon Court. The countless sons and daughters of Dahan raised their heads and looked to the sky, their eyes flickering, vaguely agitated for a few moments. Emperor Han's majestic to the extreme voice suddenly rang out. resounding through the Dragon Court's 4 seas and 81 states. This time, at the end of the year, the Crown Prince has offered such a great gift for my Han. And naturally, as the Lord of the Dragon Court, I must not be stingy. These billions of spirit stones, I will bestow them on the people of my Great Han. May the people of the world celebrate it. As the words fell, countless spirit stones fell like rain, resembling countless flames of flowers and fire, bright and dazzling. All the children of the Great Han Dynasty are facing the imperial palace and bowing down. Thank you, Lord. Lu Huai returned to the imperial palace. First had an audience with Emperor Han and Empress Yuan. And after some intimacy, Emperor Han ordered the imperial palace to hold a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights, and decreed that all the civil and military ministers should come to the palace to attend the banquet, in order to welcome the crown prince and the eldest prince. At the same time, he asked eunuch how to send someone to notify all the royal clansmen as well as the princesses who had married outside the country and so on, so that they could immediately bring their heirs to the imperial palace by night and day to spend this year's New Year's Eve with him. 5 days later was New Year's Eve, and the Han Emperor wanted to gather all the people of the imperial family together, and then spend this year, which was of extremely special significance to the Dragon Court of the Han Dynasty, together in a lively manner. Imperial Palace. Inside the Zhaowu Hall. Cups and drinks. Songs and dances. The atmosphere was warm and joyful. Lu Huai was very bored staying here and burped after eating and drinking his fill, then just got up and left. Seeing this, Zixuan also hurriedly stood up and first bowed to Emperor Han and Empress Yuan, who were sitting on the main seat. He also turned sideways to the ministers and owed them a slight curtsy. And the ministers hastened to rise and respectfully return the salute. Then the lotus steps moved lightly and left in a graceful manner. The movements were very elegant and showed good manners. On the contrary, when Lu Huai left, he didn't even greet the people, and didn't even look at these important ministers in the court, treating the ministers as if they were nothing, arrogant as they are. So compared, the highs and lows are obvious. In this regard, the ministers have long been surprised, and even dared not say anything. Nonsense. His Highness the Crown Prince is naughty and stubborn by nature. He is like a little bully in this huge luadu, and has always been a bully. Seeing these important ministers in the court did not go up to weed your beard and kick your ass 2 feet even if you look at you as a good face do not want to bully you. These ministers to avoid the less than. How dare you expect His Royal Highness the Crown Prince on the way out to say hello to you specially? Is that what the Crown Prince should do? Don't you want to be a part of Lodu anymore? The ministers watched their eyes and noses, and continued to drink their wine and eat their delicacies, not daring to have half a bit of dissatisfaction on their faces. They don't dare to have ideas, but that doesn't mean others don't dare to have ideas. Empress Yuan, who was seated on the main seat, calmly took a sip of the fine wine in her wine cup, her body faintly emanating a chilling aura. Heart-gnashing teeth, broken red, small calf. Out of the palace half a year, you really floating. Go even with the mother, do not say hello? I see that you are the old man Hang do not want to live. The Han Emperor, who was sitting next to Empress Yuan, felt that chill and shivered coldly, silently praying for his youngest son in his heart. In this great Han Dragon Court, don't look at the Han Emperor as the Lord of the Dragon Court, with power over the whole world and unlimited scenery. But in reality, in this imperial palace, he was at most a third in command. Prince Lu Huai is second in command. The real leader of the imperial palace was actually the beautiful woman sitting beside him who had already beaten Lu Huai 800 times in her heart. Scary as hell. At this moment, Lu Huai was comfortably lying in the imperial medicine garden of 10,000 acres in the imperial palace, looking at the snowy scenery while reaching out and casually tugging down a 5th-grade holy medicine and placing it in his mouth, chewing on it with a big mouthful. Strangely enough, it was now the dead of winter, and all parts of Dahan were snow-covered and cold. Only this imperial palace imperial medicinal garden is like spring in all seasons. Seems to have a heavenly boundary like a bowl inverted in the sky above the imperial medicinal garden. The result is that the rain doesn't pour and the wind doesn't blow. The climate is temperate and suitable. Lu Huai tried his best to suppress the strong medicinal power that was constantly rolling around in his body. His golden eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and his previously damaged origin power slowly recovered a little bit more. Then he casually pulled down a snow dragon ginseng of an unknown number of years, crunching it as if he were gnawing on a radish. Crispy and delicious. As he ate, Lu Huai suddenly remembered a small beast, a king of the beast race that had been born with him. I wonder how little Seven is practicing in the Imperial Dragon Emperor Forest. Alas, I really miss those great days when we stole the holy pills together and peed in the wind together. A flash of remembrance gradually appeared in those bright pupils of Lu Huai. Zixuan stood by the side silently guarding Lu Huai. And by Zi Xian's side, another spirited white-robed old man stood. And at this time, the old man's pale features were filled with the color of flesh pain. I say, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Ah! You slow down. Eat slowly. At least chew it a little more and taste the flavor a little more. Lu Huai glanced at him. Immediately gas is not a place to come. Very unhappy, said Medicine Grandfather Ah. Lone Pro Medicine Grandfather Ah. You say how you so stingy it. Last time you to the purple gold god country to send to loan that hundreds of thousands of spiritual plants holy medicine highest but holy for products. What? Cannot give you grew up watching grow up wire eat good? Upon hearing this, Pilyong even laughed bitterly, feeling doubly wronged, which he can't afford to give up. In total, the great medicines of the world are divided into the spiritual order, the holy order and the divine order. Each order is subdivided into 1 to 9 grades. Divine medicine, rare in the world. And a 4th grade holy medicine was the limit of what a cultivator below the imperial realm could withstand. And it had to be someone with a powerful physique that could withstand it. Now that Lu Huai was only at the realm of heaven's respect, how could Pilyong dare to easily give him a holy pill of the 4th grade or higher? But no matter how he explains, Xiao Lu Huai just won't listen, covering his ears and loudly chanting, Don't listen. Don't listen. The Wangba recites sutra. This made Medicine Yong very helpless. Suddenly, Xiao Lu Huai quieted down, his eyes gazing tightly in a certain direction. Pilyong couldn't help but be a bit puzzled and looked along with his gaze. Isn't that Her Highness the Princess? At this moment, Lu Yu was slowly walking on the snowy ground with a blank gaze, heading in the direction of the Royal Dragon Imperial Forest. Lu Huai slowly put away the roguish look on his face and said in a deep voice to Zixian, Has that guy not made a decision yet? Zixuan slowly shook her head. Asshole. Lu Huai was somewhat shaken. You go and send someone to tell that fellow that if he doesn't come to see Orphan's royal sister again, you'll have someone break his legs and tie him up. The head fell off but a bowl of scars. I do not want a coward to be the emperor's son-in-law of my Great Han Dragon Court. After saying that, Lu Huai quickly stood up and chased after Lu Yu in the direction where he gradually disappeared. Zixuan also immediately left to give orders. Only Medicine Yong was left alone and uncertain in the cold wind. Aha! Whose leg is His Royal Highness going to break? And who's the emperor's son-in-law? Good thing. The old slave's medicine can be saved. Chapter 53, Begging for Death. The Imperial Dragon Imperial Forest. The exclusive forest of the Great Han Imperial family. Covered tens of thousands of acres. There are countless ferocious birds and beasts in captivity. And there are even ancient relics entrenched in them. In the eyes of outsiders, this imperial forest is a place of great evil. If one is not careful enough to fall into it, The next moment there is the possibility of being easily torn apart by some kind of ferocious beast. But in the eyes of the royal family of the Han Dynasty, this imperial forest is no different from their own backyard. Those golden eyes are the most effective passport and the safest umbrella. The countless ferocious beasts living here all possessed very noble and powerful bloodlines, as well as extremely high intelligence. They know exactly what status they have in this imperial forest. They are nothing more than pets kept in captivity by the Great Han imperial family. Who are their masters? Ask the world if there has ever been a pet that disobeyed and attacked its own master. Therefore, when Lu Yuer walked into this imperial forest, the imperial forest that had been roaring and shrill and hostile instantly quieted down. All beasts retreat. Lu Yuer slowly walked forward, just walking aimlessly, as if she was going to walk to the end of the imperial forest. All is quiet. At this moment, the royal dragon imperial forest was somewhat frighteningly quiet, with only the sound of footsteps in the snow remaining. Crisp. Spooky. In the deepest part of the imperial dragon imperial forest, a small blue-purple beast was fighting with a small pure golden beast the size of a small calf in the snow. Suddenly, the little blue and purple beast stopped thrashing around. The cute little ears moved slightly, and a flash of surprise violently flowed out of a pair of 24K pure blue beast pupils. Then roared excitedly, and the sturdy body steeply transformed into a bolt of lightning, running towards the distance. The little pure gold beast was a bit confused. Where's the beast? What are you doing? What a way to play around and lose it. At this time, a low roar slowly sounded, and the pure gold beast twisted its head to look and realized that a behemoth the size of a mountain was standing behind it. The behemoth resembled a lion or a tiger. Its entire body was covered with scales and hard armor. Its body color was crimson as well as gold. Its physique was filled with the element of fire. Its mane fluttered in the wind like flames burning in the air, and it was unusually divine and martial. That was the red flame golden guy beast, an ancient relic species, and the beast emperor that ruled this imperial forest. The pure gold little beast looked 7 or 8% similar to it, except that the scales of the little beast and its newly grown mane were pure gold. The pure gold minor beast was its very own heir, but the bloodline underwent a mutation at the time of its birth, evolving to be purer and more powerful. The red flame golden guy beast roared twice in a low tone to its own son, and its tone seemed to be somewhat stern. The pure gold mini beast immediately shivered, then turned its head and fought to chase after the blue-purple mini beast in the direction it had left. The core of the imperial forest. Lu Yu had walked here without realizing it, and in front of her was a clear, cold pool. She paused at the edge of the cold pool, her gaze as downcast as ever, even with a hint of despair. It seemed as if her heart had died when she realized that the man had not followed Lu Huai back to Luodu. My dragon court princess Lu Yuer. This life did not negative Han. Not to mention negative royal family, but only negative him. Now that the southern wasteland has been destroyed, the 1,000-year blood feud has been avenged, and my mission has been accomplished. What's the point of living for me now? I have dishonored the noble blood of the Han royal family. I was dirty and disliked by him. I, for one, shouldn't be alive anymore. Lu Yuer took a step towards the cold pool. The calm cold pool also suddenly surged up, as if there was an absolute beast to float up from the depths of the cold pool. Choose people to eat. This cold pool is the only place where the people of the Great Han Imperial clan do not dare to approach easily. Rumor has it that at the bottom of this cold pool there is a 10,000-year-old cold scullion with a brutal nature. 100 years ago, when the dragon was transformed, it wanted to kill to prove the way. And it so happened that the Emperor of Han went out to travel and happened to see that it was massacring innocent beings. So he suppressed it with his own hands. The Han Emperor thought of the breed of rare cultivation is not easy. So he left its life will be trapped at the bottom of this cold pool, hoping that it will one day be able to sincerely repent and become a dragon for the dragon court to drive. It's a good thing that this cold Jiao wasn't slaughtering the dragon court's children back then. Or else how could it have survived until today? However, 100 years have passed. This Fong still has no repentance. But even more so, he holds a grudge against the Han Emperor and the Han royal family. As Lu Yuer got closer and closer to the cold pool, the huge head of the cold Jiao gradually surfaced, and a pair of sharp and hard double horns were exposed, hanging on the icy water, glowing with a cold luster. The tyrannical beast pupils gazed at Lu Yuer, filled with ferocity and bloodlust. Closer, 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 and I'll eat you. You seemed oblivious. Or maybe it was done on purpose. She, Lu Yu, begs for death today. At that moment, the cold Jiao moved. Suddenly, he opened his bloody mouth and bit hard at Lu Yuer. Lu Yuer didn't dodge. A touch of relief crossed her beautiful face. Anon. At this moment, a dragon's roar rose suddenly from the ground with supreme majesty. Deafening. Countless birds and beasts flew away. And that cold Jiao was even trembling. The absolute suppression from the depths of its bloodline made it unable to help but feel fear. Xiao Lu Huai appeared at Lu Yuer's side and pulled her back 2 steps, getting away from the extreme distance that the cold Jiao could attack. The cold Jiao instantly roared angrily, wanting to break away from the cold pool to bite at them. But he was pulled to death by the 2 cold iron chains, so that even with his monstrous cultivation, he could not take a step beyond the thunder pool. Seeing this, Lu Huai became furious. Sinner! The 4-elephant lotus seal at his forehead suddenly brightened up, and the always calm green dragon pattern rotated crazily. The dragon's roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth grew progressively higher. A green dragon silhouette slowly condensed behind Lu Huai. The monstrous dragon might surged out, and a pair of vertical pupils filled with kingliness and dominance gazed icily at the cold Jiao not far away. It was as if the Dragon King was looking down on the subjects of its dragon kingdom. Deep fear instantly filled in the heart of cold Jiao. That is branded in the depths of the soul of the fear. Is the lower face the upper absolute submissive? Cannot be overstepped. The cold Jiao couldn't help but let out a low whimpering roar, then quickly sank to the bottom of the pool, not daring to make a single sound. It was as if a mouse had met a cat and panicked. Wyatt! What are you doing here? Lu Yuer slowly came back to her senses. Her heart was full of fear, and she hurriedly squatted down and hugged Lu Huai tightly. It didn't matter if she, a barbaric overrun and dirty-bodied Rapunzel, died, but Lu Huai could never have any accidents. Otherwise, she is a sinner of the Great Han. But Lu Huai was ungrateful and forcefully broke away from Lu Yuer's embrace, looking unusually cold and angry. Don't call me Huaier. I'm not your Huaier. And you're not my big imperial sister. My Great Han imperial family does not have a cowardly Rapunzel like you, much less one who takes the initiative to jump into a pool and beg for death. My Great Han Dragon Court only has that brave and strong princess who traveled to the southern wasteland 1,000 years ago to protect my Great Han people. Lu Yuer instantly blanched and fell silent. Chapter 54, The Sorrow of the Princess. Your Royal Highness, you don't understand. As a princess of the royal family, my marrying far away from the barbarians has already tainted the honorable bloodline of the Han royal family. 1,000 years ago, if it wasn't for the sake of fulfilling the mission I must carry as the Dragon Court's first princess and preserving my people in the Great Han, I'm afraid I would have gone to my death long ago. I am unclean. I am rejected by the world. And I am rejected by he's disgusted. The southern wasteland has been destroyed. My mission has been accomplished. What is the point of living for me now? It will only disgrace the royal family. Lu Yu said with a pale face and a slightly trembling body. Confused. Lu Huai angrily shouted. His brilliant pupils with bursts of golden light gazing at Lu Yu's dull eyes for an instant. You are the eldest princess of the dragon court of my Han Dynasty. May I ask who in the world would dare to dislike you? You are a meritorious servant of the Great Han. A 1,000-year-old servant who willingly gave himself to save the Great Han from toppling over 1,000 years ago. Who in the Great Han Dragon Court? From the countless clansmen down to the hundreds of millions of people. Is not grateful and respectful to you? Lu Huai exclaimed. His emotions nearly out of control. On the day of your return to the capital, Father himself decreed that the 7 emperors receive the order. And the city was filled with golden armor kneeling to welcome you. All filled with the most sincere respect for you. On the streets of Qingyun, countless people kneeled and cheered wherever your carriage went. And the gazes they looked at you were all filled with the most sincere respect and love. Lu Huai looked at Lu Yu, who slowly raised his head and heard his words as if he was gradually regaining his confidence. His furious voice slightly calmed down and a touch of strong emotion surged out of his radiant to the core golden pupil. Do you know Big Imperial Sister? That day I stood on Qingyan Street and stopped your carriage. I could most clearly feel the respect and recognition that the people of Luodu have for you from the depths of their hearts. There was a time when Lone envied you like that. The Rapunzel suddenly trembled. And a beam of light gradually welled up in her eyes. Lu Huai gazed at the Rapunzel. His face suddenly becoming extremely indifferent and majestic. At this moment, his aura changed instantly. It was as if he was no longer the harmless little baby in the eyes of the royal family, but the young emperor of the dragon court who possessed supreme authority and majesty. He is the crown prince of the Han emperor himself. Lu Huai spoke solemnly. Lu Yu. Lone clearly tell you. You have not negative my Han royal family. More negative Han people. And my royal family people and the world hundreds of millions of people more not negative you. Lu Huai's voice grew high. Let everything change and the sea change. You will always be the most respected and beloved elder princess of the Great Han Dragon Court. The royal family of Han. The people of the dawn. Have a conscience. If thou art bent on death, and hast so slighted thyself, wilt thou trap thy clan, thy people, in the land of ingratitude? Lu Yu instantly knelt on the ground, and her pouring face was filled with remorse and shame. Choking back tears, he said, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Lu Yu knows his mistake. Lu Huai narrowed his eyes. And with a twist of his words, he continued. He of whom you speak, Lone knows who it is. And he is in Lone's hands. Perhaps at once. If that man dares to show the slightest hint of disgust and dislike for you, I will kill him here. In front of you. Without hesitation. Because he doesn't deserve to be a citizen of my Great Han. He doesn't deserve to live in Lone's eyes. Lu Yuer's pretty face instantly turned white. And she hurriedly said in a hurried voice. Your Highness must not. Lu Yu begs you not to harm him in any way. Lu Huai looked indifferent and unmoved. The next moment, sword light flashed from the air. Chu Cheng appeared in front of Lu Huai. Then bowed down and said in agony. Your Highness. I deserve to die. Seeing this man in white, Lu Yu's complexion changed and her eyes became misty with tears in a trance. Zishuan walked slowly towards her. Lu Huai sneered. Why 10,000 deaths? Chu Cheng knocked his head heavily on the ground and said with a trembling voice. 10,000 deaths for me. I nearly caused the eldest princess to lightly go to her death due to a moment of hesitation. I'll die 1,000,000 deaths. Not knowing what the eldest princess has in mind for me. 10,000 deaths for me. I am too cowardly to face the eldest princess. As the words fell, without waiting for Lu Huai to open his mouth, Lu Yu wiped away her tears and said in a cold voice. Why are you dead? Shu Chang, don't think too highly of yourself. It is not because of you that this palace has been light-hearted for a moment. This palace has no feelings for you either. And this palace has even less desire to see you. At those words, Lu Huai frowned slightly, deeply aware that Lu Yu uttered these words seemingly in desperation. But in reality, he was protecting Chu Chang. In fact, Chu Chang's mind Lu Huai more or less know a little. In the southern desert extermination of barbarians when he had privately to Lu Huai frankly. Lu Huai knows that Chu Chang still loves the princess. Having loved and painfully repented for a whole 1,000 years. There was no dislike for the princess. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to walk out of the southern wasteland at all. Chu Chang hesitated because he really didn't know if Lu Yu still had feelings for him or not after 1,000 years. At the same time, he felt ashamed and hated for his powerlessness and even evasion of watching the eldest princess traveling to the southern wasteland 1,000 years ago. After all, Chu Chang was only in his 20s at that time. Even though he was carrying the illusory Sword Valley's inheritance, he was still too small in the southern barbaric king. Just now, Lu Huai's words to the princess about killing Chu Chang were just a slight tactic to scare her. At this moment, Chu Chang kneels down and reveals his heart to Lu Yu. Unconsciously the princess had burst into tears. Chu Chang wanted to embrace her. Who knew that the next moment, the Rapunzel pushed her away. Lu Yu forced herself to calm down. But still trembling voice. Cold words. Chu Chang. I'm sorry. From now on you and I will never see each other again in this life. Lu Huai looked startled. Chu Chang was even more stunned and looked alarmed. As the words fell, Lu Yu instantly transformed into a divine light and disappeared in an unknown direction. Y'all! Y'all! Chu Chang tore his heart out and shouted. But there was no response. Lu Huai gradually clenched his fists and looked up at the roiling snow. A silence within his golden pupils. He probably understood what the Rapunzel had in mind. Rapunzel did still love Chu Chang deeply. But she could no longer be with Chu Chang. She believes that she is always dirty and not worthy of the man she loves the most. We will not meet again in this life. This was the last piece of dignity that Rapunzel had left for herself. This is something Rapunzel needs to go through alone. Grief. Although Lu Huai understands a lot and respects the final decision of the princess, his mood is ultimately dull. And there is an anger in his heart that is slow to dissipate. He then looked at the large scaly scow in the cold pool. Zhao Yi. As the words fell, a blazing red armor that hadn't been seen for a long time appeared. Blazing with flames. The heavens and earth trembled. The great Tao of Inferno appeared. The cold pool was instantly vaporized. And the cold Zhao wailed. Then, under Zhao Yi's handling, a delicious barbecue feast was presented. The 7-year-old Lu Huai was still childlike after all. The somber mood is eased considerably when you meet the food. However, before he could start eating, an excited beast roar came from behind him. Lu Huai looked over in surprise. Found in the grass not far from them, slowly out of a calf-sized pure gold beast, a petite blue-purple beast lay on top of the pure gold beast's naive head, looking up at the place with a burning gaze. Lu Huai's face was shocked. 7. Hearing this call, the little blue-purple beast instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards him. Lu Huai hurriedly stood up and opened his arms in a hugging gesture. However, Shilin Shaoqi just brushes past Lu Huai and opens his mouth to bite into the auger meat on the fire rack that is roasted to the point that it is bubbling with oil, and even Lu Huai hasn't had a bite yet. Lu Huai's face changed drastically. N.M. Chapter 55, Going out to the palace for a good time. Xiao Lu Huai was very angry as he grabbed the small beast's constantly wagging tail and yanked it hard. Xiao Qi instantly felt as if she had flown. But still her mouth quickly tore off a piece of auger meat. And her two little paws hurriedly stuffed the meat into her mouth. Seeing this, Lu Huai became even more furious. He grabbed 7 by the tail and carried him in the air. his arm swinging hard as if he were playing with a small version of a meteor hammer. The mouth has been broken, cursing, dog thing. Just know to eat. You wolf-hearted dog lungs. In vain loan this period of time also some want you. Still eating? Believe it or not, loan will now stew you too. Lu Huai said angrily. Intense dizziness flooded Seven's little head. And he couldn't help but let out a whimper of pity. Not far away, the pure gold beast that was motionlessly lying on the ground stared blankly at this place. A pair of delicate beast pupils filled with hesitation. Mom said that I should protect the king well. But the little pure gold beast gazed with scorn at the people present. Especially at the boy who was constantly abusing the king. The naturally sharp intuition of the beast race was reminding it that it must not act rashly at this time. Or else it might be the next one to get beaten up. After about half a quarter of an hour, Lu Huai seemed to be a bit tired. And then ruthlessly threw Shao-Chi on the ground. Casually tearing off a large piece of auger meat and placing it in his mouth to chew it in a big mouthful. The other hand again seemed to remain unrelieved as it gave a big neck slurp towards Shao-Chi's neck that was covered with fine scales. Shao-Chi wailed in pain. Then both legs stomped. Pupils must be. No movement. The pure gold little beast violently opened a pair of beast pupils wide. Filled with shock and incredulity. Wang Sheng. Dead? Your Highness. This. Zixian, who was on the side, suddenly opened her mouth. A pair of purple golden pupils in shock. At this time in her perception that little blue and purple beast really did not seem to have any breath. And could not help but cause her to freeze. Zixuan, however, had heard His Highness reciting this companion divine beast from his mouth more than once. And naturally knew very well how much weight this little beast had in His Highness's heart. Could it be that His Highness had a momentary lapse of judgment and accidentally killed him for real? Zixian cautiously looked at Lu Huai. Only to find that His Highness was sitting on the ground at that moment like nothing was wrong. Taking a big bite of meat. The food was full of oil. Then casually glanced at a piece of fragrant auger meat and threw it on the ground. Fade said. 3 seconds. Or I'll eat it. With that, he began to check the count. 3. Not waiting for Lu Huai counted to 2. That lying on the ground to show half of the white belly seems to have been dead can no longer die if the beast instantly swindle. A carp rolled over and began to bury his head in dry rice. Looking at the crowd that dumbfounded. This is too much drama. Lu Huai seems to have long seen the strange. Another slap on Shao-Chi's head melon. Lost laughter. Previously thought not to understand why you a Qilin royal clan begged loan to learn that Xuanwu clan's holy art originally is reserved to deal with loan? Shao-Chi revealed a sardonic smile. Wagging his tail vigorously with a pleasing expression. The little beast of pure gold crawled slowly towards here. His speed slow. His belly pressed to the ground. His face full of caution and humility. It also seemed to be attracted to the sizzling roast. The large head moved a little closer to Seven. Shao-Chi seemed to be aware of this. And his beastly face filled with sardonic laughter suddenly became majestic. And his mouth let out a gust of low growls. Like a warning. The little pure gold beast immediately fell to the ground and didn't dare to move. Humbled to the extreme. Lu Huai gave Shao-Chi another slap and said. Brash, isn't it? Then the low growl of majesty swept away in an instant. Lu Huai's radiant eyes surveyed the small golden beast that he had been subconsciously ignoring. The look was a bit of surprise. This bloodline. Then noticed the salivation that filled the pupils of the little beast. Again. He could not help but laugh. So they are all in the food path. That is a family. After saying that, Lu Huai cut off a large piece of jiao meat and threw it to the golden beast. The little golden beast looked at Shao-Chi by his side as if inquiring. And instantly rejoiced when he saw that Shao-Chi hadn't moved much. Immediately wolfed it down. Lu Huai couldn't help but nod in recognition as he looked at the little beast's eating face. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm in the way of eating. I barely recognize you. With that, he himself picked up a piece of roasted auger meat and ate it like a windfall. Eat and laugh. In the next few days, the imperial palace was sort of really lively. In compliance with the great emperor's will, a large number of imperial relatives entered the palace. And several princesses who had married from afar also rushed to Luodu with their extra horse harnessed by the side of a team and their heirs by starry night. Emperor Han and Empress Yuan hugged a few precious grandchildren and granddaughters they hadn't seen in a long time. And their mouths couldn't close up with laughter. The Han Emperor waved his hand. Very atmospheric. And rewarded countless gifts. With a large number of royal clansmen entering the palace. Xiao Lu Huai was also busy. Every day, numerous clansmen came to visit him outside his palace and offered great gifts, making so much noise that Lu Huai didn't have a good night's sleep for days. For this reason, Xiao Lu Huai also fumed a few times. But no matter how angry he got, these clansmen came every day with smiles on their faces and then left with smiles on their faces. Thunderstruck. It's so annoying. Of course Lu Huai wasn't really angry. Except that he really wouldn't entertain these elders who spoiled him from the bottom of their hearts. After all, he's just a little kid now. It's really tiring to worry about all this human affairs stuff right now. It's a good thing that Zixuan, a virtuous woman, helped him this year. The night before New Year's Eve, Lu Huai squatted on the boulder outside his chambers, his hands pinned to his chin, doubly bored, listening to the sound of the two women's laughter that kept coming from inside the bedchamber. Lu Huai said that he was even more unlovable. The conversation started in the afternoon and has continued since then. The woman in the bedchamber who got along very well with Zixuan and talked happily. Her identity is also extremely honorable. It's the rightful consort of Emperor Han's own brother, Emperor Jinpeng, Oriental Lisan. A beautiful and virtuous woman. Just a little talkative. Lu Huai secretly pondered. Beside him, this afternoon plus a night ceaselessly in his ear chattering Yu Huang brother has not inherited his mother consort's good genes? Lu Huai gazed at Lu Yu with a serious face. Deep in thought. The power of genes is, indeed, powerful. Lu Yu is only 14 or 15 years old this year. The body was well developed, though, and at 14 or 15 he was already as tall as an adult. The looks are even more handsome, suave and flamboyant. However, at this time is a face immodestly close to Lu Huai. Whispered, Your Highness. Nothing to do. I lead you out of the palace to have a good time. Chapter 56, Dashing Pavilion. Lu Huai raised an eyebrow. Always feeling that what Emperor Yu's brother said about living fast and furious was not a good thing. So full of solitude. He asked. How is it a quickie? Lu Yu sniffed his spirit and felt that there was a chance. And then immediately attached himself to Lu Huai's ear and chirped a whole lot. No! Lu Huai shrieked in alarm, frightening Lu Yu to hastily glance in the direction of the bedchamber, realizing that he had not alarmed his own mother consort. Before he slowly let out a breath of relief. My little highness. You can keep your voice down. If this matter is known to my mother consort, we can't get out of here. Maybe even go back to punish me. Lu Huai gazed squarely at Lu Yu and righteously said. Imperial brother. He is still just a little kid. How could he possibly go to a place like that? Hearing these words, Lu Yu immediately explained in a low voice. Your Highness. The two of us are just going to listen to the music, watch the dance, and eat some small snacks to relieve our boredom. Nothing else. Lu Huai was filled with disbelief. Just because he's little doesn't mean he doesn't know anything. Is it fun to go to a place like that and do nothing else? Is it really just going to listen to the music and watch the dancing and have a little snack? Really not doing anything else? Lu Huai asked rhetorically. Lu Yu nodded madly. then filled with lewd eyes looking up and down at the small Lu Huai, who was still less than 1 meter 4 in height. Seeing Lu Huai's sweaty hairs stand up in his heart, Lu Yu hemmed and hawed. "Little Highness. Just like you. Can you do anything else when you go?" Hearing these words, Lu Huai's eyes snapped wide open, always feeling that Emperor Yu's brother was looking down on him somewhere. Couldn't help but huff a little. However, when I think about it, I feel that what Emperor Yu said is not wrong. He didn't see that he slept with Zishuan, a stunning beauty, every night and didn't get to do anything. That said, Lone's aura must not weaken. Then he slapped his thigh and leaped up, humming, "Just go. Who's afraid of who?" With that, he took the first step outward. Seeing this, Lu Yu hemmed and hawed and hurriedly followed. However, he hadn't taken more than a few steps when he heard a voice from behind him. What's going on?" Lu Yu instantly had a jolt and twisted his head to find a dignified and beautiful woman standing not far behind him. And the crown prince's prospective side consort was also standing on the side. Lu Yu immediately felt his scalp explode. It's over. Caught in the act. For a moment he was stumped for an answer. He couldn't say he was taking His Highness the Crown Prince to a place like that. Wouldn't Mother Consort have to skin him? Lu Yu's mind turned frantically. Then his golden pupils brightened slightly as he bowed and said, "Mother Consort, His Highness the Crown Prince is a bit bored. My son would like to accompany His Highness around the Imperial Palace and enjoy the snowy scenery for a while to relieve his boredom." Hearing this, Lu Huai, who had also stopped in his tracks, raised his eyebrows and didn't tear him down. It didn't matter if other people were here. But Zishuan was also here. He couldn't say in front of his future side consort that he was going to that kind of place. Could he? He's bossy but not a jerk. Dongfang Lisan didn't doubt it when she saw Lu Huai nodding as well. Then he softly said, "Go early and return early. And take care to protect your highness." Lu Yu hurriedly answered and then followed Lu Huai as he quickly left. Dongfang Lisan slightly owed her body to Zishuan by her side and said with a smile, "Your Highness. The Violet Emperor? I'll be excusing myself. And I'll ask your Highness to take more care of yours affairs." Zishuan also gracefully returned the salute and said seriously, "Don't worry. Your Highness. Everything is wrapped up in Zishuan." Seeing this, Dongfang Lisan's smile grew even wider as she bowed again and left. Zishuan stood at the entrance of her chambers, looking at the direction Lu Huai had disappeared in. Her heart filled with doubt. When did His own Highness like to enjoy the snow in the middle of the night? A touch of trembling majesty suddenly welled up on her absolutely beautiful face. And she faintly said, "Protect His Highness." The void trembled. And a respectful voice rang out, "Yes." The two sacred light dragon horses pulled the carriage quickly out of the Imperial Palace and onto Qingyun Street. The driver was still Yuan Shinju. And Lu Huai thought about bringing him on as well. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. And this night's Qingyun Street is also very lively. People come and go on the street. Every house is decorated with lanterns and colors. And a red color carries a strong sense of joy. The sky was ablaze with brilliant fireworks. Endless and beautiful. Lu Huai lifted the curtain of the car, looked at the lights of the 10,000 homes, and smiled happily. The carriage soon stopped in front of an elegant pavilion that was built unusually tall, with the top of the pavilion sticking straight up into the sky. Not at all like a fireworks place. There was a steady stream of people at the entrance. Countless people coming in and out. Among them were many important courtiers and family figures. There were a couple of young, attractive women warmly entertaining at the door. Even though it was already the dead of winter and the sky and earth were cold, they were still only wearing a thin layer of dresses and skirts, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. It was very moving. One can't help but look at it and be on fire inside. The curtain was lifted and Lu Huai slowly got out of the carriage, with Emperor Yu's brother and Yuan Shinju following closely behind. Two pairs of golden eyes appeared in the eyes of the crowd, and countless pairs of pupils suddenly shrunk. The royal family. They first recognized Lu Yu, who was respectfully following behind. After all, Lu Yu is a regular customer of this Xiaoshan pavilion, waving money like dirt, but also the youngest son of the Golden Rock Emperor. His status is honored, so the recognition is extremely high, and that there would be a few more people who could make Lu Yu all respectfully follow behind. A 7-year-old boy with golden pupils and the robes of the Green Dragon King. His identity cries out. However, everyone present did not point out Lu Huai's identity or even say hello to him. Can come to the Xiaoxiang Pavilion dashing are all princes and nobles of the people or the sons of prominent families. The status of a very high position at the same time is also a more than a shrewd. His Royal Highness is out of the palace looking for fun. How would they make fun of themselves and spoil His Royal Highness's fun? That's not looking for a kick in the ass. Being targeted by His Highness the Crown Prince is definitely not a good thing. So the crowd continued to play their own games, treating Lu Huai as an heir person, but secretly muttering in their hearts, "Your Highness is worthy of being born with the Emperor's vein. And at a young age that aspect has developed so maturely?" Lu Huai's trio walked into Xiaoshan Pavilion and were greeted by a wave of heat and an unknown fragrance. It was a far cry from the freezing cold outside. A beautiful woman with an extremely plump and charming figure ushered in at a brisk pace, with a flowery smile and a touch of heartfelt respect on her face. "Yo, Mr. You haven't been here for a long time? But my slave couldn't sleep at night thinking about you." "What? Are we still the same?" At this time, Lu Yu did not have the usual frivolity when he came and inquired Lu Huai. "Your Highness, let's go to the elegant room." Lu Huai looked toward the overcrowded hall, seemed to be attracted by the warm atmosphere of the hall, said with a light smile, "No. This is it. It looks as if there will be a young lady to perform the program in a while. Here to see can be more clearsome." The beautiful woman instantly understands and says respectfully to Lu Huai, "Nu will arrange the most forward elegant seat for your Highness and match your Highness with the best fine wine and girls." Xiao Lu Huai raised an eyebrow and said softly, "You know loan?" The beautiful woman's expression became more and more respectful. "Not long ago your Highness exterminated the barbarians and avenged the Dragon Court's blood feud in a way that is unrivaled in the world. Although Nu and the sisters under her are all women of the wind, Nu knows what is home and what is country. What your Highness has done, Nu deeply admires. All the sisters up and down the Xiaoshan Pavilion have long since imprinted your Highness's appearance in their hearts. We windswept women don't know anything else. To have the honor of serving your Highness for a time is a great fortune for slaves and others. And we have no regrets in this life." The beautiful woman Hua Ruyan bowed and returned, "Ha ha." Upon hearing this, Lu Huai smiled happily and said softly, "Good." Being able to hear the compliments of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of the Dragon Court, Hua Ruyan couldn't help but smile with joy and a hidden pride within her heart before leading the three of them, Lu Huai, to the elegant seats at the very front of the hall to be seated. The sword dance of their Xiaoshan Pavilion's flower girl, Fairy Mooching, is also about to begin. At that moment, another group of people walked in the door. No, I should say a herd of beasts. It's not right either. They were stout, and all parts of their bodies, including their faces, looked like those of the human race. Only on his head was a pair of sharp bull horns. Orcs. In ancient times, the human race and the shape-shifting beast race combined to derive a powerful race inherited from the past. Chapter 57, The Irrational Orc. The orc race has always been arrogant by nature. They were born not only with the intelligent spirit of the human race, but also with the powerful physical qualities as well as the bloodline talent of the beast race. It's a combination of all the best genes from both races. That's why the orc race has always looked down on the human and beast races. They look down on the weak bodies of the human race and the low intelligence of the beast race. The orc race isn't perfect though. The character and habits of the orcs are more oriented towards the beasts. And they are unable to manifest their beast bodies to fight. No gold is perfect. No one is perfect. In this world, there is no such thing as an absolutely perfect race. The maids of the showdown pavilion looked at these 7 or 8 orcs. And their eyes like autumn water did not show any unexpected emotions. This world was meant to be filled with 10,000 races. The Great Han Dragon Court was a transcendent power in the entire great desolate world. And many people from foreign races would come here every day. The Dragon Court has also expressed a sea of tolerance in this regard. As long as you don't make trouble in my Great Han territory, you can come and go as you wish. The moment these 7 or 8 orcs just entered the main door at Showdown Pavilion began to be mesmerized by a spring color in the lobby on the first floor. The eyes were filled with long white legs and a proud body hidden under the tulle. They were seated in a daze with the maid's tug. Also within this first floor lobby, but in a more backward position. It wasn't that the people at the Showdown Pavilion looked at them through colored glasses and didn't lead them to the upstairs elegant room. Rather, at this time, Fairy Mooching's sword dance was about to begin. And the Showdown Pavilion was already full. And all the elegant rooms were also filled with people. The maids served the few orcs with fine snacks and wine. But only no girl to accompany them. It was unclear what the situation was with the other imperial powers. But the pursers of the Great Han Dragon Court's Showdown Pavilion only served the human race. And it has to be 2 lovers to make it work. Otherwise any you have a big head in background. As long as you look at the girl's heart is not willing, you cannot move her a hair. The Showdown Pavilion is the largest fireworks place in Luodu, and is located on this extremely wealthy Qingyun Street. Without a heavenly figure in background behind it, it would never have been able to operate in such a calm and peaceful manner for a long time. But no one really knew who the real owner of the Dash Pavilion really was. Several orcs couldn't help but burst into a rage after hearing the maid's explanation. Being treated so differently by the human race they had always despised caused a serious setback to the proud hearts of these orcs. They were originally a combination of the human race and the cattle race, inheriting the bursting and stubborn temper of the cattle race. And in a few words they argued with the maid. The orc in the lead even lifted the table directly. That orc was called Niu Shaoshan. And he didn't look too old. But his body was extremely stout and tall, with sharp red-colored giant horns on the top of his head, and a ferocious look on his face. The surrounding princes, nobles, and sons of the world couldn't help but frown slightly when they saw this, and their gazes towards them were filled with dissatisfaction and disdain. Such rude behavior is degrading. There was the sudden sound of a zither playing. And those few orcs suddenly quieted down, staring straight ahead, unable to return to their senses. Or rather, it was everyone who was quiet. On the tall stage at the very front, Immortal Mu Qing stepped out in style. A white veil dress, ice clear and jade clean. Her appearance was also delicate and attractive. Skin like congealed fat. Graceful posture. Temperament like a lotus. Mondi and not demonic. She held a long sword and danced to the sound of the zither ensemble. Her sword was like a white snake spitting, hissing and breaking the wind. Her dance was as light as a swallow and graceful as could be. It's as graceful as a swimming dragon. Lu Huai ate his pastries and leaned back on the soft chair, enjoying the beautiful sword dance with a peaceful and cozy look. Unconsciously, the figure of another beautiful woman faded into his mind. That was the first time he saw the stunning sword dance. And the first time he went out of the palace. The first time he came into contact with people outside of the imperial palace. First kill. He also imparted an extremely high-quality imperial Dao technique. Absolute Lotus shakes the immortals. Lu Huai is a nostalgic person. Touching his feelings at this moment, he couldn't help but miss Lu Shirshir. After such a long time, I wonder how Sister Lu is doing now. After a long time, the sword dance came to an end, and the lobby resounded with thunderous applause and shouts of approval. Even Lu Huai gently applauded in recognition. Immortal Muqing gave a slight salute. Then, seeing that Lu Huai was also applauding for her, a sweet smile even rose on her delicate features. Make the lights lose their color. Immortal Muqing was just about to retreat when an extremely loud and rough voice suddenly sounded. I'll take her. I'm going to make her sleep with me. It doesn't matter how many spirit coins you spend. Niu Xiaoshan stared at Fairy Muqing on the stage for an instant and roared excitedly. I'm sorry, this gentleman. Our Fairy Muqing is selling her art and not her body. The maid next to him explained. You fart. Niu Xiaoshan pushed the maid down and yelled. Do you think I don't know anything? This place is just a greenhouse. Is not the business of sleeping with people? And also sells art without selling oneself. Pretend what pure and noble. You people are just hypocrites. I'm telling you. Today she's with or without. With that, a large flaming hand condensed and grabbed at Immortal Muqing, who was standing on top of the high platform. Unbridled. Lu Huai's cold voice suddenly sounded. The Battle King's Dharma seal came out across the sky, instantly shattering that big flaming hand. Yuan Shinju turned around and faced the several shocked and angry orcs and said in a cold voice. Get lost. The White Tiger King character seal on his forehead steeply lit up, and a monstrous tiger roar rose up. The powerful sonic force instantly lifted Niu Xiaoshan and the others off the ground, crashing into the wall behind them. They covered their ears in death, looking pained, and there was even a touch of fear in their gazes. Tiger, originally the king of all beasts. Shao Qi crawled out lazily from Lu Huai's king's robe. A pair of dull beast pupils glanced backward disdainfully, yawned and then fell back into a deep sleep. A few orcs struggled to get up, looking somewhat resigned and angry. But they were stubborn, but not stupid, knowing full well that if it went on any longer, they would definitely be the ones to suffer. After all, this was not the 100,000 leagues of Flame Mountain. Not their territory. Niu Xiaoshan let out a low gulp. Go. However, when they were almost at the door, Niu Xiaoshan suddenly turned back. An extremely thick flame power suddenly surged out from his sharp, red-colored bull horns before transforming into a flame laser that instantly shot out. The target was none other than Immortal Muqing, who was standing on a high platform. Niu Xiaoshan's face was a scowl. Bitch. If I can't sleep with you, you go to hell. That flame laser was so fast, as if it had broken through the speed of light, that even Yuan Shinju, who had momentarily let his guard down, didn't react. Couldn't help but blush. Lu Huai flicked his finger, and a drop of crystallized liquor rocketed upwards. The vermilion bird's shrill hostility slowly rang out. There was a divine flame that flared up from that drop of wine, instantly blocking the flaming laser. Seeing this, Niu Xiaoshan's eyes panicked and he left in a hurry. Your Highness, I have failed in my duty. Yuan Shinju knelt on one knee and blamed himself. Lu Huai gazed calmly at Fairy Muqing, who was scared to the point where her little face was slightly white. He didn't expect that this beautiful fairy was actually really just an ordinary person. Lu Huai took a shallow sip from his wine cup and said indifferently. Find out where they came from and what their purpose for coming to Luodu is. If there's no trouble, Lone doesn't want to see them leave Luodu alive. Yes. Yuan Shinju respectfully responded. Chapter 58, First Son of the Dragon Court War God. Immortal Muqing made a grateful bow and softly said. Many thanks to your highness for coming to the rescue. Slave is so grateful that she can't return the favor. Lu Huai smiled. This is in my Great Han Dragon Court. A foreigner is running amok here, slighting the women of my Great Han. How can I sit back and do nothing? If Miss Sister truly appreciates Lone, could you dance another song for me? It was not easy for Lone to go out back to the palace. Such a beautiful sword dance. Such a beautiful woman. Lone would like to see 2 more eyes. Fairy Muqing's pretty face was slightly reddened by Lu Huai's words, especially when she heard the phrase beautiful woman. The pair of eyes that were as clear as the sky on an autumn day were even more rippled, just like the flow of autumn waves. Immortal Muqing owed her body slightly. Thanks to your highness for looking up to Nyo. Nyo will make a humble offering. The zither chorus sounded slowly, and the long sword danced like a swallow dancing with a swimming dragon. The sword dance reappears. There were several stunningly beautiful Qing heraldesses that were usually hard to see even for heavy money surrounding Lu Huai, carefully serving, or pinching Lu Huai's shoulders, or pounding Lu Huai's legs, or feeding Lu Huai and pouring wine for him. It was so uncomfortable for a while. Emperor Yu's brother's expression was ambiguous as he came to Lu Huai's ear and said with a smile, Your Highness, did you see that Immortal Muqing's gaze has been resting on you? Hey! That look! If you are a little older. That aspect in the development of some maturity. I'm afraid that the first time of this Immortal Muqing is yours tonight. Hearing these words, Lu Huai didn't even bother to take care of this Yu Huang brother who had been out of tune since childhood, quietly enjoying the beautiful sword dance. Lu Yu, however, seems to be unaware of it and is still rambling in Lu Huai's ear. Your Highness, that move you just did is really cool. Can you take the time to teach me as well? In case I have the opportunity to rescue a beautiful woman one day. Wouldn't that be a big win? Upon hearing this, Lu Huai calmly looked at Emperor Yu's brother beside him. For a moment, the 2 pairs of golden pupils were staring at each other. However, Lu Huai's golden pupil was a bit more radiant, and a touch of monstrous majesty flowed out even more at this time. Lu Yu was a little startled by the sudden surge of majesty, slightly lowering his head and averting his gaze. I don't know which sentence was wrong, causing His Highness the Crown Prince, who had always been nice to him, to be a bit displeased. Am I being too frivolous? Lu Yu lowered his head, his mind spinning rapidly as he pondered the reason. Emperor Yu is Lu Huai's own cousin and has always been good to Lu Huai. If it was said that teaching Emperor Yu's brother a few powerful arts, Lu Huai was not unwilling to do so. However, Lu Yu's reason for asking for an artifact really didn't make Lu Huai happy. Cultivation. Is it just to play handsome? To win the favor of a beautiful woman? For that fish in water? Wouldn't that be unproductive? Lu Yu. But he is a member of the imperial family of the Han Dynasty, and is the son of the Golden Rock Emperor. Lu Huai turned his head to look at the graceful sword dance, his face gradually settling down, devoid of comfort and enjoyment. The few stunningly beautiful pursers also became restrained when they saw Lu Huai become serious, standing around in fear, not daring to make a sound. Lu Yu, on the other hand, was even more terrified, his head tightly lowered and covered in cold sweat. After a long time, Lu Huai looked at the sword dance that was gradually falling, and said in a deep voice, Brother Yu Huang, your father, Emperor Jin Peng, is Lone's own royal uncle. Lu Yu was stunned at his words, not knowing what His Highness' intention was in suddenly mentioning this. Lu Huai's majestic voice sounded again. The Golden Rock Emperor is the most valiant war god of my Great Han Dragon Court. And you, Lu Yu, are the first son of the Golden Rock Emperor. Hearing these words, Lu Yu's body trembled violently and was stunned. After saying that, Lu Huai leapt up and did not look at Lu Yu, who seemed to have lost his soul at this moment. Step away. Countless people rose and bowed to Lu Huai. Greetings, Your Highness. Soon, Lu Huai returned to his palace, the Zihua Palace. Originally, there was no Zihua Palace in the Imperial Palace. And Lu Huai didn't have a palace all to himself. He used to live in Empress Yuan's Fanghua Palace and sleep with Empress Yuan. Ever since Zixuan came to the Dragon Court and became Lu Huai's child bride, Empress Yuan kicked Lu Huai out of her own Fanghua Palace and then ordered the construction of this amethyst-like Zihua Palace. Lu Huai swaggered into the Zihua Palace and found Zixuan sitting on a soft collapse. The pupils of a pair of noble violet gold eyes burned into him. Zixuan elegantly got up and walked in a graceful manner, taking off the heavy green dragon jacket for Lu Huai. In a soft voice, he asked, "Your Highness is enjoying this snow well?" Lu Huai was stunned and quickly said, "Aha! Good. Tonight, the snow is falling heavily outside, and I'm enjoying myself." Zixuan held Lu Huai's fur coat in her arms. Her nose moved slightly, and a flash of icy cold light flashed from her purple and gold pupils. Still smiling, he asked, "Does His Highness still have an incense bag hanging today? The fragrance on this king's jacket actually smells so good. I wonder what kind of fragrance it is." At those words, Lu Huai's heart thumped. Zixuan, however, knew that he had never used an incense bag. However, little Lu Huai, who had been able to lie to Empress Yuan since he was a child, at this time, although his heart was in a batch of panic, his complexion remained unchanged. Taking off his shoes, he climbed onto the soft collapse as if nothing had happened and returned. "Ah. Right. I just went to Grandpa Pill's Imperial Medicine Garden for a stroll as well. My second Imperial sister had planted a peach forest in the Imperial Medicine Garden. And it's always been Grandpa Pill who looked after it again after my second Imperial sister went out on her travels. Lone tell you, Grandfather Medicine not only has excellent means of growing medicine, that tree raising is also a unique experience. Don't look at the fact that it's already the dead of winter, but that peach forest is surprisingly still in full bloom like in March and April. Hey! That full of peach blossoms and the fragrance of the flowers in the forest is very enjoyable." Zixuan nodded thoughtfully, then slowly took off her purple skirt, revealing a large area of soft, snow-white skin. And her stunningly beautiful and tender face looked even more beautiful and alluring under the illumination of the lamp. Looking at Lu Huai, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Zixuan smiled sweetly, and everything lost its color. A soft voice filled with infinite temptation softly sounded. "Your Highness, does my concubine look good?" Lu Huai subconsciously nodded. Zixuan twisted her small, slender and supple waist like a willow, smiling. "Then who looks better? My concubine or the woman in the Xiaoshan pavilion?" Then of course, Lu Huai opened his mouth without thinking. Yet he instantly reacted before the words were finished. The face changed drastically. See? With a bang, the door to the temple closed. Little Lu Huai squatted outside the door of the temple in his underwear and bare feet, his face full of resentment and indignation. "Lone, I've actually fallen into her Zixuan's way? Outrageous!" The heavens and the earth were dim and silent with gooseflesh. Zixuan's lazy voice slowly came from within the purple flower palace. "Let's just ask Your Highness to enjoy the snow for one more night. I'm a little tired, so I'll go to sleep first. Good night, Your Highness." Hearing this, Lu Huai sneered. As the Great Han Dragon Court has always been stubborn and overbearing, Crown Prince cannot be willing to stay in this cold and snowy ground for a night. He was just about to break in hard, but he heard Zixuan's hateful voice come again, causing the vermilion bird divine flame that was burning in Lu Huai's hand to harden and hold back the fire. If your highness must break in, then I will have to go to the empress to give my judgment. Lu Huai clenched his teeth and crouched on the ground holding his bladder, keeping his body close to the door of the Zihua Palace's hall, looking out over a vast expanse of snow. Raw and unlovable. You're a tough guy. I'll admit it. Midnight. There weren't many people left on the streets of Luodu at this time. In the evening also people come and go very lively. Qingyun Street at this time and the snowy night seems unusually silent. Not long will be covered by a thick snow. On Qingyun Street, there were 7 or 8 people with huge red-colored horns on their heads hurrying towards the outside of Luodu. The eyes were full of haste and anger. Not far from the East City Gate, in the open space, a cold youth stood straight as a pine, waiting for a long time. Niu Xiaoshan looked startled. The next moment, there was a white tiger roaring and a mangy bull roaring. Within a short time, heaven and earth were silent. Only 7 or 8 bright red corpses remained on the snow. Suddenly, one of the corpses moved, then crawled with difficulty towards the city gates. Niu Xiaoshan was covered in blood, and his breath was like a fire candle in the cold wind, as if it would go out at any time. I'm going to return to the Flame Mountain. I'm going to lead my demonic Flame Ox King clan's army to kill all of you. Poof! A dagger suddenly stabbed into Niu Xiaoshan's back, penetrating his lungs. There was a trembling but unusually firm voice that slowly sounded from behind him. Humiliate the women of my Great Han. You can't go back. Niu Xiaoshan's eyes widened violently as he struggled with his body, as if he wanted to turn around and see who had given him the fatal blow. But he couldn't do it anymore. The dark eyes lost their luster completely. Death is not an option. The man also sat down violently on the ground, panic on his handsome face. It was the panic of killing someone for the first time. But there was a gleam of irony in the depths of his eyes that even he didn't realize. That streak of irony seemed to be innate, because it was the blood of royalty that flowed within his veins. In the shadowy corner, Yuan Shenju quietly gazed over there and witnessed everything. As the White Tiger Divine General of the Supreme Emperor Vane, his mission was to step on everything for the Supreme Emperor Vane. If he couldn't even kill well, then there was no need for him to exist. All this was arranged by His Highness. Well, the man did not disappoint His Highness. His Highness had revealed that he wanted to form his own secret force. Lu Yu is a son of the royal family, His Highness's own cousin, with the right roots. Perhaps in the future it will be expected to become a capable general under the command of His Highness, leading an army, solving problems for His Highness and fighting in all directions. Chapter 59, Benevolence. The following day, New Year's Eve, Xiao Lu Huai sat on the soft collapse inside the Zihua Palace, his body covered with a thick quilt, his body shivering and shivering. Apparently the night before wasn't a good one. Zishuan knelt beside her, holding a bowl of steaming deer milk in her hand, feeding it to Lu Huai by the spoonful. The movements were gentle to the core. The night passed and neither of them mentioned last night's events again. Zixian's initiative to kneel beside Lu Huai to breastfeed was already an expression of her attitude at this time. The matter of last night has been turned over, and my concubine has made amends for last night's unreasonable behavior. It's not to say it's insincere in this regard. Of course, Lu Huai cannot hold on to it. After all, this was something he did wrong in the end. He's even less of an unreasonable person. Looking at Zishuan's respectful and virtuous appearance in front of her, a touch of shame surged even more in her heart. Going to a place like that behind his future side consort's back was even worse. What's more humiliating is that when you come back, you have the audacity to do the right thing and get exposed for lying and cheating. It is really detrimental to the face of the lone crown prince's crown prince. Next time, Lone must go in a big way. Come back frankly and openly, and live directly on the snow-white ground outside the Zihua Palace for a night. What can there be of it? I've been working hard for years and I can't enjoy myself? Achoo! Lu Huai sneezed violently and sniffled his reddened nose. What's wrong with the way I think? Yuan Shinju stood outside the door of the palace, reporting to Lu Huai about last night's events. After hearing this, Lu Huai gently waved his hand, allowing Yuan Shinju to retreat. A touch of laughter flowed out of the majestic golden pupils. A tiger father does not have a dog's son. I have not misjudged Emperor Yu's brother. Upon hearing this, Zi Xian also said, yesterday, the Eastern princess had mentioned to my concubine, pleading with me to find a marriage for Emperor Yu's brother in the purple gold divine kingdom. Preferably a girl from my purple gold imperial clan. Lu Huai was a bit surprised to hear this. And after thinking for a moment he understood the intentions of the Eastern princess. If Emperor Yu marries a princess or princess of the purple gold royal family, then he will not be adding to his kinship with orphan. Lu Huai gently sighed. Pity the world's parents. The Eastern princess can be considered to have gone to great lengths to pave the way for Yu Huang's brother's son. Zishuan softly said, actually, Emperor Yu's brother is also a poor man. Born is born with an extinct vein, nearly died. Ours is weak and sickly. The Golden Rock Emperor for its consumption of countless heavenly treasures before letting him stumble to grow to today. Compared with his two brothers is a far cry. Lu Huai raised an eyebrow, gazing at Zi Xian's stunningly beautiful face, and said indifferently, you just came to my dragon court not long ago, but you know quite a lot of things about my royal family. Zi Xian slightly bowed her head, and returned in an extremely respectful tone. My concubine is honored to be your highness's child bride this day, and is the future daughter-in-law of the Han royal family. So naturally, I need to learn more about the royal family. Upon hearing this, Lu Huai nodded his head in recognition, then took the jade bowl in Zi Xian's hand and drank the dear milk in one gulp, wiped his mouth and said, you're right. Yu Huang brother can grow up to now is not easy, and was born with an extinct vein. Cultivation is unusually slow. Disheartened under the only developed today's loose and frivolous nature, compared with his two gifted pro-brother is even farther. But Lu Huai glanced at Zishuan and slowly said, but of the three first sons of Emperor Jin Pang, it is Lone who has the deepest feelings for Emperor Yu's brother. Lu Huai stood up and slowly put on the noble green Dragon King robe and said softly, Lone because of the reason of the natural emperor vein. Very young was ordered by mother to prohibit to go out of the palace. A long time can't help but also be a bit bored and lonely, and filled with curiosity about the outside world. Emperor Yu's brother is a few years older than Lone, and he often comes into the palace to find Lone to play. Tells Lone about the strange things outside, and brings Lone many snacks and little wanyanger that are not found in the imperial palace. None of it is expensive, but it beats the novelty. Lu Huai's radiant golden pupils surged out with a flash of remembrance. A lot of the time, the two of us just lay next to each other on the soft grass, looking up at the infinite starry sky and talking freely. The 9 realms of the great desolate. Thousands of races. We've talked about them all. Childishly, we talked with abandon and wild abandon. Lone remembered that he had told Lone that the Golden Rock Emperor was the most beloved and admired father in his heart, and that he also wanted to become a dragon court war god like his father, and that he was even more envious of his 2 gifted older brothers. At that time, Lone saw in his eyes an endless yearning, and an endless heartbreaking despair. Lu Huai gazed at Zi Xian's rather shocked face and smiled wildly. So what if I was born with an extinct vein? To me, cultivating a pride to become a strong person is not great. But to mold a person born with an extinct vein into a world-class expert is truly marvelous. Lu Huai shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, if Emperor Yu's brother is willing, Lone will help him. And you also know that Lone is extremely short of manpower right now. Lone is still young. The big deal is that Lone pumped a few bowls of supreme blood to Emperor Yu's brother to improve his physique for him. Zixian stared blankly at Lu Huai. Looking at how easily Lu Huai spoke of pumping his own supreme blood, the respect in his heart grew even greater. Of course she knew that since His Highness the Crown Prince could say it, he could definitely do it. Her peak purple gold blood was the masterpiece created only by Her Highness's active loss of supreme blood. The Crown Prince of the Dragon Court has always been a man of his word. Zixian gently knelt on the ground, the thousands of words in her heart only turning into one sentence. Your Highness's heart of benevolence and righteousness is unmatched by anyone in the 9 realms of the great wilderness. At those words, Lu Huai waved his hand carelessly. What benevolence and righteousness? It's just a vanity. Just as he was about to continue saying something, a refreshing scent of flowers slammed into his nose. Lu Huai sniffed vigorously, and his golden pupils suddenly brightened. It's the scent of peach blossoms. It's the flavor of the Second Imperial Sister. Second Imperial Sister. Back. Chapter 60, to the Human Imperial Clan. Lu Huai dabbed, opened the door and ran out. The white fat face is filled with is the color of excitement. Zixuan's gaze also looked outward. This was the first time she had seen His Highness so hyperactive and even a little out of sorts. Outside the Zihua Palace. Over the Imperial Palace. The peach blossoms landed in the sky like countless gorgeous butterflies dancing in an exceptionally beautiful way. The refreshing peach blossom fragrance spread throughout the Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Pill Garden, tens of thousands of acres of heavenly medicinal materials and treasures actually began to grow wildly at this moment. As if they were stimulated by something, the precious light flowed and the medicinal fragrance was captivating. Pil Yong stood in the center of the Imperial Pill Garden with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. A flash of amazement and pride surfaced on the pale face full of grooves. The second princess's great Tao has become even more refined. To build an innate god's body with the power of the heavenly Tao in the future. Such a divine act can be counted as something that no one has ever done before. If not before. On the dome of the sky, a huge peach blossom slowly bloomed beautifully. Dainty like fire petals rippling with water like tenderness. Aboriginal peach blossom. Searing China. To bring a different visual impact. A stunning woman wearing a long peach-colored dress was elegantly half lying in the center of the peach blossoms. Her snow-white and tender arms caressing her flawless side face. And a pair of radiant to the extreme golden pupils were looking downwards with extreme lethargy. Her face was like a hibiscus. Her eyebrows were like willows. And her expression was dignified and charming. Lu Yunwei, the second princess of the Great Han Dragon Court. Born with a clear mind. He comprehended the peach blossom sword intent at the age of 7. And realized the great Tao of eternal life at the age of 21. Absolute heavenly pride. She is Empress Yuan's own daughter. And a wonderful person who most resembles Empress Yuan in her youth. Second Imperial Sister. A childish and endlessly excited voice rang out. Xiao Lu Huai hurriedly ran out of Zihua Palace. Then his body gently leaped to rush towards the peach blossom. Lu Yunwei smilingly hugged Lu Huai. Then smoothly suppressed him underneath her. First forcefully pinched Lu Huai's rounded face. Then frowned and muttered somewhat disgustedly. Xiao Huai. How come you're still so fat? You're not handsome at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Huai was a bit anxious. How come he was disliked by the second imperial sister just after meeting? So he hurriedly explained. Oops. Second sister. People, this is not fat. Called mellow. Do you feel uncomfortable touching Huair's face? If Huair lost weight, wouldn't that affect your touch when you caress Huair? Lu Huai was full of sarcastic smiles. Then struggled to stand up from Lu Yunwei's suppression. Puffed out his chest and held his head high and said. Second imperial sister, you see if Huair has grown up a lot. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunwei looked Lu Huai up and down twice and suddenly smiled wryly and said, "Huaier, do you know that looking at whether a man has grown up or not isn't just about looking at his head?" Lu Huai was a bit unresponsive for a moment. In the next moment, he was directly pressed down by Lu Yunwei again, and then felt a small cold and soft hand probing into his king's robe, and then quickly downward. Lu Huai's eyes snapped open. Instantly, he struggled hard, but he was deadlocked by Lu Yunwei's extremely weak-looking body, unable to move. No! For a long time, Lu Huaishang lay on the peach blossoms hopelessly, looking at the sky, his eyes empty. Truth be told, there's so much to get used to. Nothing more unusual. Why is the second imperial sister being called the woman who looks most like Empress Yuan when she was young? That's also a lawless, demoness-like master. Lu Yunwei patted her small hand and said with a smile, "Well, it's grown up quite a bit. Huaier can also solve some troubles for second imperial sister when she grows up." Brilliant golden pupils suddenly condensed. Lu Huai hurriedly climbed up. "Also do not pretend." Puzzled to ask, "Second sister, what trouble?" Lu Yunwei slightly sighed. Just now also springy expression instantly became aggrieved. A pair of golden pupils also violently surged out a water mist. Sobbing. "Why are you but don't know? Your second sister went out to travel all these years, was harassed by someone. That person also chased to Luodu." At those words, Lu Huai became furious. Are there really people who aren't afraid to die these days? At this moment, Lu Huai's face was extremely cold, even revealing a touch of monstrous killing intent. A far cry from the man he was just a moment ago. As he said in a deep voice, "Where is that person?" Lu Yunwei stretched out her green jade finger and pointed to the distance. "Right there. Outside the East City Gate." Lu Huai twisted his head and looked away. His radiant golden pupils suddenly surged with blazing fire, like 2 rounds of burning furnaces, overflowing with majesty. In his eyes, outside the East City Gate, there was standing an outstandingly handsome and heroic young man. Behind the youth, 3,000 gold-armored warriors stood, with a heavenly aura. He wore an overbearing 5-clawed black dragon king robe, divine light flowing from his upright body, imperial aura sweeping over him, swallowing mountains and rivers. He looked unruffled and dignified, and his body exuded a domineering aura of being the only one in heaven and on earth, as if he were the king of all living beings. He seemed to have sensed something as well and raised his head slightly. And in an instant, his monstrous imperial chi shot straight up into the sky, locking eyes with Lu Huai. Imperial Palace, Peach Blossom Center. Lu Huai narrowed his eyes, and upon seeing that person, a flash of surprise first appeared on his shocked face before he let out a cold laugh and indifferently said, "What a natural-born human emperor body! What a supreme human imperial clan!" The 4-elephant lotus seal instantly brightened up, and an imperial aura filled with supreme majesty rocked upwards, stirring up the wind and clouds and subjugating all living beings. The heavens and the earth tremble. The monstrous human emperor Qi confronted the supreme emperor Qi, and then the two spread and raged wildly. It starts to tangle. It starts to collide. The born human emperor and the born young emperor stared at each other with burning eyes. Mutual disinterest. Zi Xian stood outside the Zihua Palace, looking into the distance. A touch also surfaced on her stunningly beautiful face. There were many royal clans in the human realm, but the only one that could be called the supreme human royal clan was that one. At the beginning of the heavens and the earth, in the ancient flood, Xian Yuan, the supreme human being who had unified the human realm and honored it to the utmost. Chapter 61 New Year's Eve. The great world begins. The heavens are in turmoil. Human Emperor Qi collided with Imperial Qi. The wind swirls and swallows like a tiger. Mighty world. Xian Yuan Lingfeng clenched his fists violently. The next moment there was a loud and clear lion's roar that rose up from the ground. And the void trembled. On the dome of the sky, the monstrous human emperor's Qi condensed crazily. And then formed a huge golden lion king, stepping into the air and roaring up to the sky. Majestic to the extreme. Seeing this, Lu Huai also snorted coldly. The green dragon position of the four-elephant lotus seal is greatly illuminated. Anon. The brilliant golden imperial Qi turned into a deep green color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then surged even more. The attribute of the green dragon is wood, which moreover represents the kingly way of the world. The imperial energy added to the divine power of the green dragon will be even more vital and majestic. Anon. The dragon's roar gradually became high, and an extremely divine and martial green dragon king condensed into existence. Perched in the air, the icy vertical pupils filled with kingliness and dominance gazed at that golden lion king ghostly. In the next moment, the two behemoths instantly collided together. The heavens and earth wailed and the void shattered. The dragon's might spilled out. The Lion King roared. Amazing. After a long time, the Golden Lion King instantly shattered and collapsed. Xian Yuan Lingfeng stifled a grunt and couldn't help but take a small step back. Your Highness. Behind him, there was a golden armored sharpshooter whose face changed. Rushing forward but was stopped by Xian Yuan Lingfeng with a wave of his hand. The divine light of the imperial Tao dimmed from that body of his for a brief moment, then instantly returned strong and monstrous. Xian Yuan Lingfeng's gaze was calm as he looked at the green dragon king who was constantly emitting guttural dragon roars in the sky dome. Although that green dragon king's divine splendor was eclipsed, the end did not dissipate. This encounter, he lost. In the center of the peach blossoms, Lu Huai waved his small hand. The green dragon king disappeared, and the four-elephant lotus seal slowly calmed down. Lu Huai gazed at Xian Yuan Lingfeng, his expression devoid of sadness and joy. This encounter was nothing more than an exchange of qi and physique. And as he was carrying the supreme emperor vein, there was nothing to be proud of when he won. If he were to fight with his cultivation, he couldn't win. After all, he was only 7 years old now. But he was at the heavenly dawn cultivation level. That person was at the third stage of the imperial realm. The absolute gap in cultivation could not be compensated by even the most invincible bloodline. However, this still couldn't slow down Lu Huai's determination to kill him. If you dare to harass my second imperial sister, regardless of whether or not you are a born human emperor of the supreme human imperial clan, you will die. Now. It's not the ancient barbarians. Second sister. Wait a moment. Huaier will go and slaughter him. Lu Huai said indifferently. God lift. Yuan Xinju's upright figure instantly appeared below. His battle intent monstrous. He is the White Tiger Divine General, so he should fight for his highness and kill all the world. However, Lu Yunwei pulled Lu Huai, who was about to jump off the peach blossom at once. And the pearly and pitiful look on her face before had long since disappeared. Wait a minute, Wyatt. Lu Huai stopped and turned his head to ask suspiciously. What is it? Second sister. What else do you command? Lu Yunwei lightly coughed twice and said. That. Imperial brother. This matter is not urgent. How can this not be urgent? Lu Huai exclaimed. Imperial sister. Don't worry about this. I will definitely make that person look good. Said he was about to jump off the peach blossom. Oi oi. Lu Yunwei once again pressed Lu Huai and looked at her royal brother, whose face was covered with killing intent. Her face was helpless. Then he whispered something in Lu Huai's ear. Lu Huai's eyes widened violently, looking rather shocked at his second imperial sister. And a somewhat exasperated voice leapt out. Second sister. Are you kidding me? I'm about to go fuck him with a knife here. And you're telling me this? Lu Yunwei's beautiful eyes glared and said with a tiger face. What do you mean by teasing you? He followed me from the imperial domain where his Xian Yuan clan is located all the way to the holy domain. And also followed me to the doorstep of my Great Han Dragon Court. This is not called harassment. What is it called? And who made you? Lu Huai's words were interrupted by Lu Yunwei before he could finish. Okay. This matter should not be mentioned again. That's it. Wait until after the new year to say anything. Besides, it's unlucky to always shout and fight in the new year. Golden light swirling beautiful eyes looked out of Luodu. Lu Yunwei softly said. Humph. Still know the manners. Know that this New Year's Eve. But also did not hard to break in. A slight frown of willow brows followed. Doesn't he return to the imperial domain for the new year? Lu Huai was also gazing at the heroic youth. And the golden pupil that had just been full of killing intent was full of compassion at this time. Alas! Another poor man who fell for his second sister's ways. Yuan Shinju looked somewhat blankly at Lu Huai, who had regained his smiling appearance again. No more fighting? Your Highness is a dog. You change at the drop of a hat? Lu Yunwei pulled Lu Huai's small hand and slowly landed on the ground as countless people in the imperial palace worshipped. Zi Xian also stepped forward and made a slight bow to Lu Yunwei, softly saying, I pay my respects to your Highness. The second princess. Lu Yunwei carefully scrutinized Zixuan with a dignified expression and gently nodded as a return greeting. She was already giving Zixuan enough face. Not just anyone can be treated with dignity by her. Then he patted Lu Huai's head and joked. You little guy has a daughter-in-law at such a young age? And she's so pretty. You're lucky. Lu Huai hemmed and giggled and didn't say anything. However, Lu Yunwei's next sentence caused the giggling Lu Huai to instantly panic. Huaier. You're quite powerful. You can even create this peak violet gold blood. Why don't you take pity on your second sister? And also let your second sister draw you a bit of supreme blood for your second sister herself to improve her physique. You also know that your second sister was born with a mortal body. Phew. Before Lu Yunwei finished her words, Lu Huai, whose face was white, had long since run away without a trace. Are you kidding me? The second sister wants to draw lone supreme blood that can just draw a little? The character of the second sister must not be drained to the lone. If you don't run now, when will you wait to turn into a dry corpse? This brat. Is he so afraid of this palace? Seeing this, Lu Yunwei couldn't help but laugh and curse. Zixuan looked at His Highness, who had fled in haste, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. It's really a case of one thing led to another. I seem to have found someone who can subdue His Highness again. Nightfall. Ziho. At the top of the imperial palace, there is a big, simple bell situated here. The ancient bell was covered with fine cracks, and the mottled marks on the bell seemed to be telling of the countless years witnessed. This ancient bell has existed since the founding of the Dragon Court of the Great Han Dynasty. It wasn't just a simple ancient bell. It was once an imperial soldier, guarding the great Luo capital. However, 2,000 years ago, when the moon glow divine race invaded in force, it was shattered and heavily damaged by the divine king, and has been dimmed ever since. Although it was repaired by the Emperor of Han with great efforts and nurtured daily by the Emperor's divine power, it was not the same as it was back then. There is an annual tradition at the Daihan Dragon Court. On the occasion of the transition between the old year and the new year, Emperor Han would climb to the top of the imperial palace and ring the ancient bell. Declare that the old year has passed and the new year has begun in the 81 states of the Dragon Court and the Four Seas. This year, however, the bell ringers have changed. A boy wearing a green dragon king's robe slowly floated into the air and came to the top of the imperial palace, standing next to the ancient bell. The chubby face was full of solemnity. Ringing the New Year's bell should have been done only by the Han Emperor, who was the lord of the Dragon Court. This year, he annihilated the southern barbarians, avenging 1,000 years of blood feud for the Dragon Court. To commemorate this extremely special year, so the Han Emperor asked him to come here to ring the bell. Lu Huai looked down at the recognition and encouragement in Emperor Han's eyes and exhaled slowly. The dragon's roar gradually rose. The green dragon divine power slowly condensed in his hands before he violently swung his palm out and struck the ancient bell. The next moment, the dragon's roar shook the 9 skies. The ancient bell lit up slightly, and a dull bell sound accompanied by an extremely weak imperial might rose leisurely, shaking heaven and earth and instantly spreading to the entire territory of the Dragon Court. Dang! 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 Lu Huai struck it 3 times. And with each strike, the ancient bell would shine a few points brighter. After the 3rd fall, the ancient bell shone with golden light. Countless Dragon Court subjects all fell to their knees when they heard the melodious sound of the bell and shouted in unison, "He New Year!" In the meantime, at the very end of the firmament, there is a sudden turning of the gears of fate. It was as if spinning into the next epoch. The supreme mysterious power spilled out, covering the 9 realms of the Great Desolate. There was likewise an extremely mellifluous bell sound that rose unexpectedly. At this moment, all the powerful people in the Great Desolate 9 realms, including the Great Emperor God King, raised their heads to look at the sky. The heart fluttered violently, and the gaze was radiant. Lu Huai also meditatively sensed something. Looked at the sky dome. Meditatively looked at him at the extreme end, accompanied by the ringing of that heavenly Dao bell. At this moment, all the living beings in the great wilderness had an epiphany in their hearts and looked excited to the extreme. The end of the 10,000 year age of the end of the laws and the opening of the greatest generation. Lu Huai turned around, his scorching golden pupils rising with divine flames as he looked at the entire world from afar. The time of the lone man is upon us. Chapter 62, Who Sinks? The end of the vault. A sudden tremor. A supreme mysterious power descends, covering the boundless wilderness. Buzz. The great wilderness is shaken. That mysterious greatness is like an honorable hand of the heavens, which gently opened the haze that had covered the great wilderness for 10,000 years. The true great wilderness is back in sight. The mountains and rivers tremble and the world changes. A dusty, ancient ruin is revealed. A divine object that seized the creation of heaven and earth came out. Even more ancient figures awoke, looking at the great wasteland like a changed sky. A touch of burning heat flowing out of their turbid and vicissitudes eyes. The years are relentless, and even more so after 10,000 years of the end times. They have long since dried up their blood and chi, and their lifespan is approaching, with no hope for the Emperor realm. Fate has turned, and the time of prosperity has arrived. In this great world of infinite possibilities, were they ever able to capture a sliver of a chance to become an emperor? Even though the chances are still slim, a glimmer of hope is finally revealed. Not to mention, boom! Space was in turmoil. The heavens manifested visions, and divine might descended upon the world. In the desolate domain, in the sky above the Xiang Wang family, a pair of overbearing ancient heavy pupils appeared between heaven and earth, hanging high above the firmament. And their emotionless, ice-cold pupils were indifferently defying the world. Especially when looking at that holy domain. Looking at that great Han Dragon Court. Heavenly domain. Above the Thunder God Temple. A large hammer that covered the sky and surrounded the power of vast thunder blatantly smashed into the dome of the sky. The dome of the sky shattered. The sea of thunder rushed, And the silver serpent raged. Countless huge thunder pillars that seemed to be able to destroy the sky and earth struck the earth from the sky. Thunderstorm. Suddenly, this world was completely transformed into a thunderfield. And all beings trembled. Xian Domain. Famous Sword Mountain. The sword furnace shattered. There were absolute divine swords coming out of the sky. And the sound of the swords rose up in all directions, resounding between the heavens and the earth. The sword danced out. And wherever it reached, the mountains and rivers were shattered. And the sky dome was split in two. Divine Realm Upper Clear Domain. Moonlight Divine Race. The noble goddess slowly stepped out and stood on top of the 33 heavens in a magnificent manner. The moon god's light shone among the gods. And with a gentle lift of her jade hand, all the gods worshipped. This moment. Countless visions shone in all walks of life in the great wasteland. And countless bloodline divine bodies awakened in countless clans. The gazes of countless ancient figures were sharp. Their power surged. And the void shattered. A firm voice sounded suddenly in their hearts. Even if we have no hope for the Emperor realm in this life, even if our bodies are shattered, we will definitely protect the pride of our clan to stand proudly in this great world. In the little western heaven, in the land of 10,000 Buddhas, a supreme Buddha folded his hands, gazed with compassion, and muttered, "Such a prosperous world will build billions of withered bones. And it is also a great joy and a great sorrow." Amitabha. Sanctuary. Great Han Dragon Court. Lu Huai stood at the top of the imperial palace. The outline of the great wilderness mapped in those pupils burning with divine fire. He looked at the countless colorful heaven and earth visions in the sky above the great wasteland's various walks of life. Like countless gorgeous fireworks blooming above the vast sky. Each leads the other. Lu Huai suddenly laughed. A satisfied, wild laugh. Such a great wilderness. Such a great time. Really wonderful. In this way, I will not be lonely. And I hope that you will not disappoint me. The 4-elephant lotus seal steeply ignited a blazing divine fire. As if it had transformed into a fire lotus. Bright to the extreme. In the divine flame, the 4-elephant positions rotate simultaneously. Anon. Roar. Fresh. Woo. At this moment the voices of the 4 great sacred beasts suddenly exploded. The Supreme Emperor's aura rose up. And the scorching brilliant golden Emperor's radiance rushed up into the clouds, illuminating the boundless night sky and echoing the colorful great wilderness at this moment. In the 4 directions of the infinitely radiant imperial glory, the 4 ancient holy beasts slowly coalesced and appeared. The green dragon whistled long and loud. The white tiger roared. Vermilion bird spreads its wings. Xuanwu stepped into the air. A small blue-purple beast appeared in Lu Huai's arms at some point. The thunder and lightning faded away. And an astonishing roar suddenly rose up from the ground, shocking both heaven and earth. A thunder qilin appeared in the center of the Emperor's radiance, its 4 hooves stamping and taking the world by storm. The 4 elephants are in the 4 directions. And the unicorn sits in the center. At this moment, the Emperor has appeared. Lu Huai stood on top of the qilin. His body steeply lit up with 81 brilliant golden divine veins. And between the interweaving of divine auras, a supreme imperial robe was formed to cover his body. Unrivaled in the world. Lu Huai stood with his arms folded, his golden pupils shining brightly, his temperament lonely and indifferent, overlooking thousands of visions. The Supreme Emperor power boiled and surged out in an instant, filling the entire great desolate 9 realms. That supreme greatness was so rampant and proud of the world that in an instant it actually suppressed all the visions, causing the countless brilliant divine lights to instantly dim. A mere star and moon would not dare to compete with the Hao Yang. Lu Huai sneered. His strong to the extreme voice accompanied by supreme emperor power resounded throughout the great wasteland. In this tumultuous and prosperous world, when the lone lord sinks and floats, all of you will be the lone ministers. At this moment, countless heavenly pride of the great wasteland looked furious, and their sharp and extreme gazes all looked towards the great Han Dragon Court. Look to that born emperor. At this moment, Lu Huai was like an enemy in the world. But what's the harm in that? Rampant. An extremely majestic and very shaken ethereal voice came from beyond the heavens. The monstrous divine power descended and transformed into a giant white jade hand that grabbed Lu Huai. How dare you? Emperor Han snorted coldly. And the heavenly sun sword, which hung high in the imperial palace's golden palace, suddenly came out of its sheath and appeared in the sky above Lu Huai. The heavenly sun sword skyrocketed and transformed into a massive golden imperial sword, instantly chopping the white jade giant hand into pieces. Then the golden emperor's sword traveled all the way upwards, instantly spanning countless spaces and coming to the divine realm, killing the moonlight divine race and chopping into those 33 heavens. Terrifying imperial power was being unleashed, and terrifying sword awnings were raging. The gods wailed. In an instant, the lower 11 heavens crumbled. 10,000 gods fell, and the divine race was devastated. A god king descended, and the divine power of the moon surged out furiously, trying to ward off the golden emperor's sword that wanted to continue killing upwards. Countless voids burst into pieces as divine power and emperor power met. The terrifying aftermath spread out, instantly destroying countless super large formations. And in an instant, another triple heaven crumbled. The god king was shocked and angry. Space twisted as another god king appeared, and the two of them combined their efforts to stop the golden emperor's sword from continuing to kill upwards and resisted all the remaining power. How did he get so strong? The two great god kings' gazes were shocked. At that moment, Emperor Han's majestic and supreme voice came through the layers of emptiness, resounding through the 33 heavens. If you dare to do such a despicable and shameless thing again, I don't mind hitting the divine realm ahead of time and piercing through your 33 heavens. As soon as the words fell, the golden imperial sword that was suppressed by the infinite divine power violently trembled and disappeared, falling back into the scabbard that hung high above the golden palace. The two great god kings glanced at each other, their hearts fluttering violently. At this moment, countless ancient figures in the great desolate 9 realms, including only some ancient emperors and god kings, all looked toward the Great Han Dragon Court and toward Emperor Han, their eyes flickering. The Han Emperor? Even more unfathomable. Outside of Luodu, Xianyuan Lingfeng gazed towards this place, eyes narrowed slightly. Not bad for my future old man. I wonder who is going to be stronger, the Father Emperor or the Han Emperor? The feast opens. It doesn't really matter if you become an emperor or not. Rhyme Vi. I just want to marry you. Chapter 63. The next day, Ziwa Palace. Lu Huai was seated on a large purple and gold chair. His face was slightly white. Don't ask why. The question is, last night was a big night. To suppress the 9 realms of visions with the power of one man. There wasn't enough cultivation to do the job of supporting the full force outbreak of the Supreme Emperor vein. Even condensing the Supreme Emperor robe, it would put his body far beyond its load. It's a wonder it's not weak. What's the point of pretending? Life to face death. A suave and extremely handsome-looking male was kneeling in front of him, his head lowered, a pair of golden intentioned pupils showing a touch of determination. You got it all figured out? Lu Huai said softly, his dark golden pupils still majestic. Lu Yu cowed out heavily and said in a deep voice, please fulfill your highness. If you fail, you will die. Lu Yu slightly raised his head and looked straight at Lu Huai. A touch of determination surfaced on his extremely handsome face. And he said decisively, "I'm not afraid. I don't want to just be a bumbling playboy anymore. Your Highness's words that day awakened me. I am rich in the royal name. And the blood of my Dragon Court royal family flows in my body. My father is the war god of the Great Han Dynasty. And I am the son of the war god of the Great Han Dynasty. Therefore, even if I die, I should not live so mediocrely. I cannot disgrace my father, who has been honored all his life. And now that the great world has begun, with a group of heroes fighting for supremacy and heavenly prides competing for supremacy, I also want to be a part of the stage of heaven and earth. Your Highness wants to dominate the great world to sink and float. I would like to saddle the horse and carriage for your Highness, and share the worries of the Dragon Court for your Highness. If it fails, I wouldn't dare to have a single complaint against your Highness, even if I die. I have no regrets in death." After saying that, Lu Yu once again knocked his head heavily on the ground. His gaze determined, firm, and moreover a touch of innate wildness. "I'm not afraid to die." Lu Huai exhaled softly and stood up, walking over to Lu Yu. Somewhat indifferently, he spoke. "In this matter, have you gone through your father and mother consort's consent? You should know how much Emperor Goldenrock and Princess Dongfan love you. And they've racked their brains to pave your future. If you fail and die, how should the two of them feel? They will be in pain." At those words, Lu Yu's body trembled and fell silent as he clenched his teeth in death. "Answer the words of the lone man!" Lu Huai fiercely shouted. And his dim golden pupil fiercely brightened up, bursting with golden light and illuminating the entire Zihua palace. "I am unfilial." Lu Yu forced his trembling body and the immense guilt in his heart and firmly said, "If I die, I ask your Highness to relay the message to my father and mother consort. I don't want to be the family bird that my father has always sheltered. I don't want my father to let outsiders say that he is a tiger father and a dog son, letting my father who has been honorable all his life stick half a stain on him. I want to succeed my father's will to become the god of war that guards the Great Han. I want to be the pride of my father's heart. This is my obsession. And I am willing to die for a ray of hope. Father once told my two brothers that there are no cowards in the imperial family of the Great Han. I, too, do not want to be a coward." Lu Yu suddenly raised his head. And at this moment, his pair of golden pupils brightened to the extreme, and even raised a scorching flame, tightly locking eyes with Lu Huai. Lu Huai gazed at him indifferently, not knowing if his complexion was getting colder because of this rude act of Lu Yu. The atmosphere at this point was very silent and tinged with a touch of eeriness. After a long time, Lu Huai suddenly let out a loud laugh. That laughter caused Lu Yu's rock-solid heart to suddenly have a touch of trepidation. "Imperial uncle, your son has not disappointed Lone. Nor has he disappointed you," Lu Huai said with a sigh. Lu Yu looked startled. "Uncle?" Two people slowly walked out of the side hall of the Zihua Palace. One of them was of majestic stature, with golden pupils and blonde hair, strong breath, and eyes as sharp and untamed as a rock bird. The other was shapely and dignified, gazing at her son with tears in her eyes. "Father, mother consort." The golden rock emperor's sharp to the core golden eye pupils glanced at his youngest son, and a touch of softness flickered in the depths of his eyes. Then he turned his head and bowed respectfully to Lu Huai. "Your Highness." Lu Huai casually waved his hand and resumed sitting on that big purple and gold chair. Zi Xian stood beside him. The one just now had been accompanying the Golden Rock Emperor and his wife, accompanying them to hear everything in the main hall. "Uncle Royal, you've given birth to a good son." "Ah. Although he was born with an extinct vein, what flows in his body is the blood of my royal family. He has a backbone, a clanking iron bone." Lu Huai said with a smile. The Golden Rock Emperor once again bowed and said in a deep voice. Your Highness is wrong. This son of mine will be handed over to your Highness in the future. And I hope that your Highness will take care of him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu looked excited and said in a trembling voice, Father, you agree with my decision? The Golden Rock Emperor looked at him with a benevolent gaze and let out a light laugh, saying, My son has this ambition to rise above the clouds. How could this emperor, as your father, not agree? Princess Dongfang also said gently, Silly child. With His Highness here, you won't die no matter what. This is supposed to be a test from His Highness for you. If your mind is not strong and you are only acting on a whim, neither I nor your father, even your Highness, will never agree to this. Today, you passed the test that His Highness put you through. And Mother Consort is proud of you. Lu Yu's heart trembled wildly. And a pair of eyes that seemed to understand looked at Lu Huai. Lu Huai was also looking at him with a smile and said softly, The rock rises with the wind one day, rocking up to 90,000 miles. Brother Emperor Yu, congratulations on passing the test. I look forward to the day when I can see you inherit the will of your imperial uncle and become the new generation of war god of my Great Han's dragon court, opening up new frontiers for my Great Han and defeating all the world's powers. Your Highness. At this time, Lu Yu was so excited that he couldn't help himself. And with tears streaming down his face, he made great obeisance. In the Zihua Hall, golden light shone brightly. There were constant screams coming from inside, tearing at the heart in pain. Yu-chan. Outside the hall, the Eastern Crown Princess was in tears of heartache, even though she knew that this was a process her son had to go through. But hearing her son's screams that were so heartbreaking, she, the Mother Consort, was even more pained in her heart. That's her own son, a piece of flesh from her body. The Golden Rock Emperor stood by the side of the Eastern Princess. And at this time, the hands behind the back of this most valiant and mighty war god of the Great Han were actually trembling slightly. Zixian likewise stood outside the hall, distracted. He couldn't help but be appalled at His Highness' almost insane thoughts. Lu Yu was born with an extinct vein and was unable to gulp heaven and earth's spiritual energy, thus causing his cultivation to be even slower than normal people. With this kind of physique, even His Highness can't do anything about it. His Highness, however, always had whimsical ideas. Your Highness said that if the path of normal cultivation of spiritual energy is not going to work, then why can't we change the path? Emperor Yu's brother had been taking massive amounts of heavenly materials and treasures every year since he was born to increase his physique. These extremely strong medicinal powers could not be fully absorbed due to his inability to operate his spiritual energy, thus hiding within his flesh and blood. This led to the existence of an extraordinary amount of vast energy in the extreme depths of his body. His body, thus possessing extraordinary potential. In that case, refine the body. However, the process was so bloody and brutal. Lu Huai's thoughts made Zi Xian's heart skip a beat as she listened to them, and her cold sweat flowed. Without the personal assistance of His Highness, Lu Yu would really have 9 deaths to succeed. Chapter 64, Pain. Suddenly, Zi Xian stepped away from the Golden Rock Emperor's astonished gaze, opened the tightly closed door of the hall, and walked in. The door to the temple slowly closed again. Inside the great hall, the fragrance of medicine filled the air and a thick mist rose. In the center of the great hall stood a huge tub of unknown material. Boiling water rolled in the tub, forming a whirlpool shape, with extremely terrifying medicinal power boiling and tumbling. Lu Yu was soaking in boiling water, bloody and gruesome from the head down. At this time, his expression was hideous, as if he was suffering from the pain of death by 1,000 cuts. He was hissing continuously, and his brilliant golden pupils were even more blood-red, as if they were going to ooze out blood. There were countless ferocious beast shadows condensing in the thick mist above him, roaring up to the sky and circling around, with terrifying bloodline power fluctuating. Zixian's gaze was rather unsettled as she gazed at Lu Huai, who was standing beside the bathtub with an extremely focused gaze at the moment. Only his chubby face was full of solemnity. His eyes slightly narrowed, and he held a dagger that was sharp as hell in his hand. Break the tendons and bones of the whole body and cut off the flesh and mortal body. Then, he used thousands of ferocious blood of the ancient relic species as well as countless heavenly materials to build the adamantine sinews and bones, and remodeled the true body of the Ming King. This, then, was Lu Huai's idea. This process is more than just the pain of death by 1,000 cuts. In the tub, the powerful blood of the ferocious beasts instantly tore Lu Yu's flesh apart before the impact engulfed his body, along with the shattering of his flesh. The abundant energy hidden in the very depths of Lu Yu's flesh was released and surged out, feeding his sinews that had been completely shattered by Lu Huai. Ah! Lu Yu's miserable screams became even more miserable and painful, as if he was unable to withstand the infinite medicinal power and the extremely violent ferocious beast's blood. The 4-elephant lotus seal suddenly shone brightly as a divine light shot out and surged into Lu Yu's brow. On that day, Lu Huai awakened intermittent fragmented memories that he didn't know where they came from when he first cultivated the 4-elephant heavenly emperor technique. Up to this point, he had learned many extremely ancient secrets of the great desolate world, and had even obtained a large number of divine laws that had long been lost to the world. Vajrapani's immobility is one of them, an extremely domineering and rigid body refining method. In an instant, Lu Yu's mind began to violently turbulence up. Countless obscure and profound golden mysterious symbols filled his mind like a torrential river. The monstrous golden river formed by countless golden symbols also trembled violently. An extremely sacred and solemn golden power rose from the golden river, and gradually formed a dark golden phantom with a brilliant body and a just and majestic face in the sky above the golden river. Immovable King. Suddenly, the Ming King's golden pupils opened angrily, the extreme power outwardly released. Lu Yu's body began to have a monstrous sacred chi surging and spreading out. That breath seemed to be able to subdue dragons and tigers as if it could make the blood of countless abnormally violent ferocious beasts suddenly become docile. At this moment, Lu Yu's hideous face also soothed a bit, but it was still painful. Seeing this, Lu Huai gently exhaled and a touch of laughter flowed out of his gaze. The first step is always a success. The fingers then turned and the sharp dagger spun up, about to slice into his own wrist. Your Highness, wait. The dagger stopped in the air and Lu Huai looked at Zixuan with some surprise, seemingly only just noticing her presence, and could not help but frown slightly. How did you get in here? Zixian slowly walked over to Lu Huai, snatched the dagger out of Lu Huai's hand without a second thought, and softly said, Is your Highness going to lose your own supreme blood to help Emperor Yu's brother build the Ming King Dharma body? Lu Huai nodded slightly, his golden eyes gazing towards Lu Yu's still extremely painful face, saying, Although Emperor Yu's brother was born with an extinct vein, he is gifted and intelligent, and he has already initially grasped and subdued the countless tyrannical beasts' blood in this Vajra Bright King's immovable method. But that's not enough. Lu Huai touched his chubby face, smiled, and continued to speak. Without my supreme blood as attraction, with the current brother Yu Huang is unable to induce these ferocious beasts' blood and that terrifying medicinal power to be integrated into his body to reshape his sinews and flesh. Saying this, Lu Huai was about to grab the dagger in Zixian's hand, but the dagger was held tightly by her. This action made Lu Huai couldn't help but feel a little huffy. In a deep voice, he said, What are you doing? If you miss a good opportunity, everything will be lost. Zixian tightly bit her attractive red lips, looking at Lu Huai's somewhat pale face, softly said, Your Highness took the initiative to slit your wrist and lose blood not long ago to reshape the peak violet gold blood for my concubine. So far the origin has not yet been fully recovered. And last night it was fully erupted the Supreme Emperor vein to a person's power to suppress the 9 worlds of the heavenly elephants, leading to the damage of the body. And now it is necessary to once again lose the supreme blood to create a Ming King's true body for Emperor Yu's elder brother. Your Highness, do you not want your own body? Even though you were born with an imperial vein, you've only just passed the age of 8 this year. I don't need you to care. This is what I promised my royal uncle and royal brother. I always keep my word and never go back on it. Give me the dagger. Lu Huai's brow furrowed even tighter, and a touch of majesty couldn't help but well up on his face. I won't give it. Zixian raised the dagger high above her head, making it impossible for Lu Huai, who was still less than 1 meter 5, to reach it. Lu Huai was a bit furious and was just about to exert his cultivation when he saw Zixian slash her wrist with a dagger. Drops of radiant and pure purple gold divine blood flowed out, dripping into the tall bathtub and landing just on Lu Yu's tattered and torn body. In an instant, an extremely noble and divine breath spread out. And that breath made the blood of countless ferocious beasts that had been temporarily suppressed boil with excitement again, roaring angrily as they rushed towards Lu Yu's broken tendons and bones. There was a purple gold divine splendor that erupted, and purple gold divine flames flared up, crushing and blending the countless medicinal powers and ferocious blood to suppress the broken sinews. At the same time, the power of endless adamantine surged, spreading over Lu Yu's tendons and bones. At this moment, countless powerful forces began to merge. There were dark golden tendons being slowly birthed. Lu Huai's eyes widened violently as he gazed at Zixian's pale features in shock. Zixian suddenly spread her face and smiled. Her gaze was extremely gentle as she looked at Lu Huai and softly said, Your Highness, the peak violet gold blood that you molded with your own hands isn't that bad, right? My servant's heart aches for you, and this is the only thing I can do to help you. Fortunately, I succeeded. At those words, Lu Huai's gaze fluctuated violently. Silent. Lu Yu's sanity had been awake the entire time, and he had heard everything that had happened in the Great Hall. At this moment, there gradually grew in his heart a master who made him serve from the bottom of his heart. After a long time, the Great Hall calmed down and the door to the room was gently opened. The Golden Rock Emperor and the Eastern Crown Princess immediately stepped forward. The Golden Rock Emperor's expression remained stoic, but the Oriental Princess was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying out and hurriedly asked, Your Highness, you or he? Lu Huai nodded lightly. At this moment, the boulder pressed in the heart of the Eastern Princess finally fell to the ground, and she couldn't help but cry out in excitement. The Golden Rock Emperor's hands that kept trembling also slowly smoothed out. Your Highness, can I take a look at your? Upon hearing this, Lu Huai shook his head, a smile appearing on his face as he softly said, Imperial brother has already left. When Emperor Yu's brother appears again, he will definitely surprise you. The world. The golden pupils looked at the sky for miles and miles of wind and clouds. The wind is picking up. The rock has been lifted. Chapter 65, Parting. Late night. Temple of the Purple Flower, Suzhou. Jiangsu. Zixian lay down on the soft couch with her arms around Lu Huai and fell asleep. Suddenly, there was an intoxicating fragrance of peach blossom gradually coming. The sleeping Lu Huai subconsciously sniffled and seemed to feel that the smell was familiar. Suddenly alarmed, he thought of something and was just about to open his eyes when his mind was suddenly flooded with a violent drowsiness that he could not resist. Soon, he passed out completely. It's like a dead pig. The door of the Zihua Palace was gently opened, and a stunning woman in a long peach-colored dress slowly walked in. The eyebrows are feminine and demure. These two seemingly contradictory demeanor at this time together in her body. But it is so reasonable. People never tire of looking. Unknowingly will be accidentally intoxicated. As if it was a siren capable of wreaking havoc on the country. Lu Yunwei came to the couch and couldn't help but skim her lips at the scene in front of her. Muttering to herself. Little guy. A lot of lust. And you have this stunning daughter-in-law to sleep with your arms around you every night. No wonder you go to bed so early every day now. And you won't let me snuggle up to you anymore. Second sister. Lu Yunwei was a bit tasty for a moment. And as if Lu Huai could hear what Lu Yunwei said, he actually arched towards Zi Xian's soft embrace again. Those chubby little hands resting right on top of Zi Xian's pair of fullness. Seeing this scene, Lu Yunwei couldn't help but gasp and laugh. And then slowly collected her smile. Her soft golden pupils filled with compassion. Xiao Huai. Second sister is going out to travel again. And now that the great world has opened up, second sister will have even more to do. Lu Yunwei slowly bent down. The heart is full of reluctance. She pinched Lu Huai's round face. Softly said, the last time the second sister went out to travel. You will die. Tugging at the corner of the second sister refused to let the second sister to go. But also disturbed the dragon court chicken and dog disturbances. And almost all the entire imperial palace set off the fly. Even the mother of the queen for a time can't control you. Or the second sister I ruthless hand down to give you a good beating. To you sealed. In the queen mother's Fanghua palace. That time. Second sister laid down her hand so hard that my heart aches every time I think of it. But there was nothing second sister could do about it because second sister had to go. Lu Yunwei unwillingly gazed at Lu Huai's sleeping appearance. Suddenly smiled wryly. This time the second sister learned smart. This time the second sister quietly go. Do not let you know. In fact, the second sister also knows that so many years past why you have matured a lot. Even if you know that the second sister to go will not be to the child that nonsense. But second sister can't bear to see your reluctant and sad eyes. After saying that, Lu Yunwei stopped talking and fell silent. Just quietly looking at Lu Huai. After a long time, Lu Yunwei's body suddenly lit up with three eye-catching bright silver-colored auras. And a Dao light flickered on her petite body. One of the halos suddenly shattered, transforming into an extremely thick mysterious power source pouring into Lu Huai's body. On his forehead, the four-elephant lotus seal slowly lit up. And as that mysterious power continued to pour in, Lu Huai's always pale face gradually turned rosy. The four-elephant lotus seal was even progressively brighter to the extreme. At this moment, Lu Huai's origin power that could not be fully restored even after eating hundreds of thousands of spirit plants and sacred medicines actually became complete at this moment. Lu Yunwei looked at Lu Huai with heartache and was about to say something when she realized that the four-elephant lotus seal that had regained its peak state actually had a tendency to gradually rotate. A bitter smile suddenly spread across his slightly pale cheeks as he cursed. Dog lotus seal, I just restored you to your peak state. And you're about to wake up your master who was fainted over by me with the fragrance of the flower well. Although the four-elephant lotus seal had spirituality, it was ultimately not a human being and could not speak. But it was still about to turn up. A faint touch of imperial might had been revealed. Seeing this, Lu Yunwei's face changed. Then she opened her mouth at Lu Huai before closing it again. Time is running out. The golden eyes looked towards Zixuan, who was hugging Lu Huai as she fell asleep, and said, You are a good daughter-in-law. Then with a wave of his jade hand, a portion of the remaining mysterious power surged into Zixuan's body. Lu Yunwei's body gradually became illusory, and she gritted her teeth and cursed at that four-elephant lotus seal. I'm leaving. Don't wake up your master. Your master is very tired. Let him rest a little longer. Saying that, Lu Yunwei disappeared into the Zihua palace like a broken bubble. After she left, the four-elephant lotus seal flickered on and off, seemingly pondering what Lu Yunwei had just said. Eventually it remained slowly calm. The next day, the first rays of the morning sunlight poured into Zihua Palace and shone on Lu Huai's chubby face. Lu Huai lazily opened his eyes. His golden pupils flashed and his essence light exploded. Lu Huai yawned leisurely, wondering why he had slept so soundly last night. Suddenly, Lu Huai's eyes stared and he sat up violently, his face full of horror. Why is all of Loan's origin restored? How is this possible? Lu Huai subconsciously sniffled. This is the aroma of peach blossoms. The flavor of the second sister. Second sister was here? Suddenly, Lu Huai seemed to have thought of something. And the 4-elephant lotus seal instantly brightened to the extreme. A supreme imperial might sweeping through the entire imperial palace in an instant. At this moment, the hearts of countless people in the imperial palace trembled. This imperial might was childish. Released by His Highness. What's wrong with His Highness this morning? Empress Yuan sat on the phoenix couch within the Fanghua Palace and sighed softly. Last night, the eldest girl came here and said goodbye to her and the Emperor of Han. In the Zihua Palace, Lu Huai's face changed drastically. Under his perception, the second imperial sister was actually not in this imperial palace. She was gone? Lu Huai dabbed and jumped off the bed and couch, not even wearing clothes or shoes, and rushed out of Zihua Palace. Zi Xian, who was sleeping, was awakened by him with a somewhat puzzled expression, and then was shocked to find that her weakness from yesterday due to the loss of her violet gold blood had actually completely disappeared at that moment. Outside the Zihua Palace, Lu Huai hovered high in the sky, his radiant to the extreme gaze looking out at the eastern gate of Luodu's city. Blazing flames rising violently in his golden pupils, as if they were two blazing furnaces. Lu Huai instantly blanched. As expected, Shen Yuan Lingfang and the 3,000 golden armor that followed him were also gone. The second imperial sister left, and he followed. Ah! Lu Huai roared in extreme anger before his body turned into a streak of light and rushed into the sky. At this moment Lu Huai understood everything. The second imperial sister came here last night, and to bid him farewell. In this world, his damaged origin could not be fully repaired even by Emperor Han, and could only be nurtured slowly by himself. But second imperial sister is different. Only she can bring my origin back to perfection overnight. But the second sister will have to suffer irreparable damage as a result. If you don't get it right, years of hard work will be ruined. Chapter 66, The Great Han Dynasty. By a small stream, there was a barefooted boy with an unusually indifferent face standing there in a daze, his radiant golden pupils silently gazing at the spirit fish swimming around in the stream. In a short period of time, he had rummaged through the 10,000 miles of land surrounding Luodu. Unsurprisingly, he couldn't find second imperial sister. Nor could he catch up with her. The ground suddenly trembled violently, startling countless birds in the forest. And not long after 10,000 purple and gold iron horsemen galloped in, then quietly stood around Lu Huai. Ever since the 800,000 Purple Gold Legion had annihilated the southern barbarians along with Lu Huai, the rest of the men had returned to the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom in a single night, leaving only these 10,000 iron cavalry to come to Luodu along with Zi Xian, and had been stationed outside of Luodu city. This was the Purple Gold Legion's most elite 10,000 elite cavalry, as strong as the clouds. However, at this moment, neither the man nor the horse dared to make a single movement, as if they were afraid of disturbing the boy in front of them, who appeared to be very calm on the surface. But in fact, he was afraid that his heart had already been extremely sad. Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. This seemingly harmless boy is actually the most puzzling person to figure out what's going on in his mind. If the prince is angry, he will be a fish in the pond. Zixian gently fell off the Zilin horse and carefully walked behind Lu Huai. Then stood quietly like that, keeping watch. Time passes. The sun slowly rises and sets. The sun was setting, and the fiery red evening sun slowly appeared in the sky. Real and hazy. It was as if all the people here stood as if they were frozen in time, not moving a muscle from dawn until dark. For a long time, Lu Huai leisurely exhaled and indifferently said, "I want to grasp any winds and grasses in the entire great wilderness. Give me a clear investigation of where my second sister has been all these years and what she has done. And find my second sister at all costs." At the end of his words, Lu Huai finally could not hold down all the negative emotions that had been pent up in his heart for a long time, and could not help but storm out. Seeing Lu Huai get angry, 10,000 elite cavalry instantly fell off their horses and moved in a neat and tidy manner, kneeling down on one knee and lowering their heads to the deepest level, in fear and trepidation. A voice of commanding orders came faintly from the void, before returning to peace once more. Zixuan quietly stood behind Lu Huai, not asking much about the second imperial sister's matter, much less talking about it. She is a woman who knows the difference. There are some things she should know. His Highness will take the initiative to talk to her. What she should not know she will never touch. But at that moment a haze filled her heart. The 9 Spectres guards hadn't been created for long, and their roots were still shallow. The great desolate 9 realms are vast and sprawling, and I'm afraid that with today's 9 Spectre guards, it would be difficult to fulfill your Highness's orders. If so, His Highness is angry. Fear sth. What is the 9 ghost guards? All the members of which are as if from the underworld under the ghost. Come without a shadow to go without a trace. Under the orders of His Highness they gradually spread over every corner of the 9 worlds, as if the 9 worlds under the darkness of the black shadow monitor the 9 realms for His Highness. His Highness created 9 divisions and 13 guards. The 9 unearthly guards were just the tip of the iceberg. Lu Huai looked at the red sunset in the sky and once again fell into deep thought. The 4-elephant lotus seal restored for him everything that happened last night. It couldn't help but weigh on his mind. Why did second imperial sister have to leave? Why did she have to go on a trip? From the time he was 3 years old, his second imperial sister would go on a trip every year after the new year and then return to the imperial palace before the year. It's the same every year. What has second imperial sister been doing out there all these years? All of this must be clear to Lu Huai. Because the scenario that the 4-elephant lotus seal had restored for him in his mind and the words that the second imperial sister had said to him last night had given Lu Huai a vague feeling in his heart that everything that the second imperial sister had done outside all these years had some sort of purpose and it seemed to be related to him and the relationship between himself and his second imperial sister. Lu Huai mused quietly. After a long time, Lu Huai turned around and said, "Return to the palace." Zixuan had just hugged him and sat on the back of the horse when Lu Huai suddenly spoke again. Not long ago, someone from the 100,000 miles of flame mountains neighboring the northeastern part of the Dragon Court, Shanghai City, came to Luodu to cause trouble. And I heard that those half-orcs have been harassing my northeastern borders again from time to time lately. The Churan mongrels are partial to thinking they are some powerful race that doesn't know how to die. Lu Huai's voice cooled down. The tone of voice there is a trace of a thick killing machine appeared at first. The new army is beginning to become. Need to be honed. Tell you Huang brother? Loan to 100,000 miles of the flaming mountains, half of the territory of the land. Yes. Zixian answered softly, her eyes flashing. A small matter like the harassment of the Dragon Court's borders would not have required your Highness to personally worry about it. But His Highness was now in a depressing, dreary mood. If His Highness wants to vent, he has to die. The 100,000 mile flaming mountain is just the right place for His Highness to vent his anger. And just the right opportunity for the new army to hone its skills. 2 for the price of 1. Driving. The purple and gold iron horseman began to gallop up and retreated back to Lodu. A few days later, Zi Xian stood outside the Zihua palace. And Zi Yuan, the great general of Zi Jin, was saying something to Zi Xian with his head bowed in an extremely respectful manner. After a long time, Zi Xian walked into the Zihua palace. Lu Huai, who was drinking deer milk, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at her look of wanting to speak, and said, "If you have something to say, say it." Upon hearing this, Zi Xian then no longer hesitated and softly said, "The Yi Huang family of the Great Han Dynasty sent a letter to my concubine's purple gold divine kingdom, saying that my concubine's cousin is going to get married, and asking my concubine to go and attend to observe the ceremony." After hearing this, Lu Huai was somewhat surprised and stunned, and said in disbelief, "The son of a Chu imperial dynasty family marrying, and letting you, an empress of a divine country, personally go to observe the ceremony? Lu Huai has heard of the Great Han Dynasty. Is the Qian domain of the emperor's system forces? Countless years ago was also out of a great emperor. It is said that this also unified the 3,000 Dao domains in the weakest comprehensive strength of the Qian domain. For a time, it was extremely prosperous, and it was very dominant in the Qian domain. However, after the fall of that great emperor, the territory of the Dacian dynasty was torn apart and divided into groups, having developed to the present day. Although the Great Qian dynasty was still one of the several top powers in the Qian domain, its influence and control over the Qian domain had long been far less than before. The Yi Huang family was just a family under the Great Qian dynasty. Where did they get the courage to let the empress of the now flourishing purple gold god country personally attend the ceremony, when today's purple and gold god's kingdom is still the same as before? The Yi Huang family? He had never even heard of it. However, Zishuan's next words instantly solved the doubts in Lu Huai's mind. Chapter 67, Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. There were 8 top-tier lineages in the Dacian dynasty. These 8 top families had existed since the beginning of the Dechen dynasty. It has been passed down to this day and has a deep heritage. Among the 8 top-level lineages, the Yi Huang lineage was the strongest, having 5 peak martial emperors. Moreover, those 5 peak martial emperors were not ordinary martial emperors, and all of them even possessed special bloodlines or physiques with terrifying battle strength. Every one of them was no weaker than the once Violet Gold Emperor. That Emperor Yi was even more powerful than the Violet Gold Emperor. One must know that the Violet Gold Emperor was in possession of Violet Gold divine blood with a concentration of up to 55%. In the same realm, it could be said to be a rare enemy, not to say invincible in the world. However, there were actually 5 such peak powerhouses in the Yi Emperor's family, and there was even a Yi Emperor sitting at the helm, which was why the Violet Gold Divine Kingdom had never been put in their eyes. The Violet Gold Emperor's birth mother came from the main lineage of the Yi Emperor family, and had an extremely high status in the Yi Emperor family, having dominated and exploited the Violet Gold Divine Kingdom for countless years, and had gained countless benefits for the Yi Emperor family. Zi Xian's birth mother, on the other hand, came from the sideline of the Yi Emperor's family, and her status was far inferior to the Empress Dowager who had dominated the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom for many years. However, it is worth mentioning that in the recent period of years until now, when the blooming world has begun and the heavenly prides are competing, none of the young generation of the Yi Huang family's main lineage has awakened the special physique and special bloodline, resulting in the unfavorable situation of a lack of successors and a shortage of green and yellow. At this very moment, among the side veins of the Yi Huang family, there was a stunningly talented pride that came out on the eve of the great world, awakening a special bloodline constitution. That Tianjia was Zi Xian's birth mother's own nephew and Zi Xian's own cousin. Yi Huang family could not help but be overjoyed, and immediately merged that heavenly pride into the main vein. pouring all of the family's strength into cultivating it. And even more so, finding a good marriage for him. That woman's identity was extremely honorable. The jewel in the palm of the current lord of the Great Han Dynasty, Princess Yu Qing. Now that the age of prosperity has begun, it is also the age of chaos. The current Qian emperor wants to revive the grandeur of his ancestors and unify the vast Qian domain again. If you can get the full support of the Yi Huang family, you will be able to have a point of certainty and rise again in the chaotic world. So agree to tie the knot. Stronger together. After hearing Zixuan's explanation, Lu Huai touched his rounded chin. A touch of amusement flowed out of his radiant golden pupil. And said, Lone really didn't expect that Yi Huang family is really quite a bit strong. No wonder they are so contemptuous of you. The Divine Kingdom Empress. Zixuan calmly nodded and softly said, The Divine Kingdom has been weak for a long time. Even with your highness's help, there is no telling how many years it will take to reach the heights like the Yi Huang family. Not to mention that restoring it to the peak era it once had is even more out of reach. Eh? Why do you presume? Lu Huai shook his head and laughed softly. Now that you have peak purple and gold blood, and with the blessing of my dragon court in time, even if you can't ascend to the realm of the God King, you will definitely achieve peak Lord God. At that time, with your own strength, you will be able to easily overthrow the Yi Huang family. Not to mention that there's still Lone here. And with your already very powerful peak violet gold blood, the God King realm isn't that far out of reach. At that time, you alone will be able to recreate the glory of the violet gold divine kingdom back then. One man, one kingdom of God. Hearing these words, Zixian's delicate body trembled. The peak purple gold blood in her body gradually boiled, and a divine fire loomed in her noble purple gold divine pupil. Filled with yearning, restoring the glory of the divine kingdom. That was a wish that every person of the purple gold imperial clan longed to realize. Lu Huai looked at Zixian's appearance at this time and smiled. Stood up. After clapping his hands, said, Let's go. The Lone accompanied you to the Deqian imperial dynasty for a walk. Just as the Lone also dispersed. And also let them know who you, Zixian, are now. And not just anyone who can be recruited and treated with such contempt. Maybe this trip to the Great Han Dynasty isn't that uneventful. Lu Huai's eyes flickered and he suddenly said with intent. Zixian was slightly stunned. Then understood Lu Huai's implication. Her birth mother, that heaven's pride's own aunt, died in the violet gold divine kingdom. It was Morong Ningxin who killed him. And when Morong Ningxin ruled the purple gold divine kingdom with the support of the Arakan Morong clan behind her, the Yi Huang family certainly didn't dare to pursue the matter. But now that Morong Ningxin was dead, she was now the empress of the divine kingdom. The persimmon picks the soft one. The Ye Huang family might ask for her pardon. Asking for punishment is a lie. I am afraid that asking for favors is their real purpose. After all, for many years, most of the cultivation resources of the Violet Gold Divine Kingdom had gone into the pockets of the Yi Huang family. Now that this piece of fat meat is suddenly gone, it's strange that they don't miss it. Of course, these are just speculations as well. With regards to her own birth mother, the Empress of the Violet Gold Divine Kingdom, Zixian's heart was also very conflicted. From the standpoint of being a daughter, her mother was kind to her, always doting on her and nurturing her as she grew up. But in terms of her status as the Empress of the Violet Gold Imperial clan, the Mother Empress exploiting her divine kingdom's resources was again that. That's why Zixuan's heart had been torn. She also didn't really want to fall out with her mother's kin. However, today's purple gold divine kingdom would definitely not allow anyone any power to exploit it anymore. Because she is the queen of the kingdom of God. This is her kingdom. Except, of course, Your Highness. Don't just stand there. Let's go. We'll be late and won't make it, Lu Huai urged. And with that, he took the lead and stepped out. Zi Xian came back to her senses and hurriedly followed, walking to the entrance of the Great Hall, only to find that His Highness had stopped again. Lu Huai turned back to her and bluffed. That's not right. The Yi Huang family is so contemptuous of you. They don't know that you're Loan's child bride? Lu Huai suddenly thought of this. If you don't know about it, it's fine. But if you know about it and you still do it, then the nature of the situation has changed. That was not giving face to his Great Han royal family. And even more so, not giving face to his Dragon Court Crown Prince Lu Huai. Upon hearing this, Zishuan pondered for a moment. Then softly said, It should be unknown. After all, the Qian domain and the Great Luo heavenly domain are separated by an unknown distance. And there are dozens of Dao domains that exist in between. And after that time, I had my servant block all news about you. I'm afraid that the Yi Wang family still doesn't know what method my servant used to drive Morong Ningxin off the stage. And I'm afraid that this time when I was called to go over, I had the intention of wanting to ask about it as well. Hearing this, Lu Huai nodded approvingly. It made sense. And he also felt that the Yi Huang family wasn't that bold. Then she looked at Zi Xian with great dissatisfaction and said, What news are you saying you are blocking? If you hadn't blocked the news, how dare his Yi Huang family treat you like this? Maybe it would have already taken the initiative to fart around and come to the Violet Gold Divine Kingdom to make amends to you and offer up all the cultivation resources that were once exploited by them. This is the influence of my Great Han Imperial family? Ah no. Deterrence. Zishuan smiled bitterly and patiently explained. I'm not afraid that your highness is too high profile to be targeted by the forces of all parties with bad intentions. You were born with an emperor's vein that has attracted attention from all over the world. And the wind will destroy the wood that shows in the forest. For Zi Xian's good intentions. Lu Huai but scoffed and said back. They dare. If they have the patience, let them come and break me. Let's see if my father won't execute their 9 clans. Loan was born with a high profile. The night of New Year's Eve was even more extremely high profile. What can I do? Loan is still not well alive now. Lu Huai's words were extremely arrogant. And then spoke in a searching manner. But I haven't lived in a low profile yet. I don't know what it's like to be in a low profile. And it just so happens that Ye Huang family doesn't know about the identity of the lone person. So I'll just put on a show of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? It's just the right time to experience what it's like to be low-key. Lu Huai stepped forward, muttering as he walked. Let's do it this way. If it's fine. If it's not, I'll show them how a pig eats a tiger. Ah no. Loan is not a pig. Zishuan looked at Lu Huai, who seemed to have regained his former cheerfulness. Her eyes filled with laughter. Chapter 68, The Way of Ruling the World. The 2 holy light dragon horses pulled the magnificent carriage out of Luodu. And as the holy light filled the air, they rushed high into the sky, as if they were transformed into a clean light that was not tainted by the world. The earth trembled. And the purple gold iron cavalry stationed outside of Luodu city drew up their battalions and mounted their horses, with strict military discipline and neatly organized movements. When the tens of thousands of purple-scaled horses stepped, there was a thick purple chi spreading under their hooves, transforming into a purple cloud. The iron horsemen hoofed the purple clouds and rose up into the air, following that carriage. Destination: Qian Domain. Descendant of Dynasty. Meanwhile, outside the northeastern Shanghai city, an extremely remote place, where countless villages were situated, with smoke rising from the cooking fires and a peaceful atmosphere. Under the blessing of the Dragon Court, the seemingly extremely barren land also seems to be like a paradise in the world, with beautiful scenery and rich life. Yellow hair and children are happy. Heavy snowfall. Not far from the village existed a 10,000 snowy mountain. And on the other side of the mountain, there were tens of thousands of troops of the Demon Flame Ox King clan in full force. Over this mountain, you will reach the border of Longting. Their Devil Flame Bull King clan's people died in the Great Han Dragon Court. And those few people were all of low status in the 100,000 miles Flame Mountain. All are royal clansmen. The Ox King race, a race of half-orcs, had always been the most protective of their calves, and had an exceptionally stubborn and obstinate character. This revenge. They must be avenged. They didn't dare to attack the huge city of Shanghai that had always stood guarding the northeastern border. But it was still possible to slaughter these villages and villagers that clung to the outside of Shanghai city. Just a bunch of lowly, weak humans. Even if all of them were killed, the Great Han Dragon Court would not raise a sword for these villagers living at the bottom with their 100,000 miles of flaming mountains. It could be said that these orcs had hit the nail on the head. It was a way to avenge the clan and save face, without having to worry too much about the Dragon Court's retaliation. 2 for the price of 1. With the chief's order, tens of thousands of troops began to climb the mountain. The roar of the sky stirred, and a pair of pupils the size of cowbells were blood-red and exuberant. The snowy mountains quake. At the top of the snowy mountain there was an extremely handsome young man left behind. Let the snowy mountain how to tremble. His body is as if it is a 10,000 June ancient Buddha steadily rooted in the snowy mountain above, not moving at all. The radiant golden pupils gazed at the tens of thousands of demonic Flame Ox King clan's army below. A touch of ruthlessness and killing intent gradually emerged on the very handsome face, only to see his right foot suddenly step. The mountain shook. A circle of dark golden adamantine power suddenly spread. A terrifying force was erupting, instantly causing an avalanche of 1,000 feet. The Bull King clan's army that had already climbed halfway up the mountain looked shocked. That's what's going on. The chief couldn't help but look up at the top of the mountain and his face changed. The handsome young man also seemed to have noticed his gaze and couldn't help but show a smirk in his golden pupils as he looked at him. But that smirk was full of cruelty and irony. With a wave of the youth's big hand, thousands of extremely sturdy iron-blooded men like a tower appeared at the top of the snowy mountain. They wore pitch-black battle armor. Their aura was majestic, and a pair of cold pupils stared downwards in unison. Slaughter up. For a long time, Lu Yu looked at the corpses roaming the mountains, his gaze rippling as he looked back to the still peaceful and tranquil village on the other side of the mountain. His face stoic. The common princes have made a mistake. After all, this is Dahan. Wherever within the borders of the Great Han, all subjects will be blessed by our Great Han royal family, regardless of origin. No matter how high or low, those bastards will never understand the Great Han's way of governing the world. Lu Yu slowly turned around and looked at the 100,000 miles of flame mountain from afar, and a blazing fire steeply rose within his golden pupils. With a wave of a large hand, thousands of iron-blooded men all had their bodies tremble. Then they violently rose up in the air and flew into the distance like cannonballs. He himself took a step, and the power of adamantine surged up into the sky. A monstrous icy killing intent flooded the handsome and slightly resolute face. His Highness said, "To that 100,000 miles of the flaming mountains, half of the realm. The sacred domain and the Qian domain didn't know how far apart they had to be, spanning dozens of domains. There were 3,000 Dao domains in the great desolate 9 realms. And each domain was that vast and boundless. It's a big world and an extremely exciting one." The holy light dragon horse galloped between heaven and earth, turning into light and flying towards the Qian domain. Purple clouds rolled behind them, and tens of thousands of iron horsemen followed to protect them. The sky was dim and it was snowy and cold outside. But the car chuck was extremely warm and cozy. Lu Huai sat on the wide, soft couch with his little bare feet, looking outside in boredom. Ever since his second sister had shattered one of her own longevity rings to replenish his origin before she left, he had regained his radiant appearance, full of energy and no longer sleepy. Sitting in this carriage all the time is also doubly boring. Zixuan, wearing a layer of lavender muslin half lying beside Lu Huai, is quietly reading an ancient scroll. Purple pupils peaceful and quiet. Under the purple veil, the snow-white and tender skin is hidden, and the plump and rounded body cannot be covered. Hazy, wonderful and attractive. Lu Huai returned his gaze looking outside in boredom and turned back just in time to see this tantalizing scene beside him. Unable to help but be stunned, his golden pupils looked straight at Zixian for a while. After a long time, Lu Huai suddenly smiled and said, "Lone good is boring. Let's play something interesting." Upon hearing this, Zixuan, who was reading a book, slowly put down the ancient scroll in her hands. A touch of doubt surfaced on her stunningly beautiful face, and she softly said, "What does your highness want my concubine to play with you?" Lu Huai heatedly smiled and said, "Get closer to me and I'll teach you." Not long after, the extremely excited shouts of Lu Huai and Zixian resounded from the carriage. "Good for you! 5 quartermasters! Luck soon! 9 off and have! Your highness, you lose! Drink!" Lu Huai sipped the milk wine in the cup in front of him, rolled up his sleeves and grinned loudly, rather unconvincingly. "I still don't believe it. Come again." The rolling fist is something Lu Huai learned when he first left the palace at the age of 7 in the world building. Very interesting. Lu Huai lost and drank milk wine. Zixian lost and drank strong wine. "I don't know what you were thinking." Zixian also sat up straight, a blush surging on her stunningly beautiful cheeks, delicately touching. Lu Huai just taught her when she was not too familiar with the rules, so she couldn't play with Lu Huai and drank several glasses of wine in a row. However, she is also extremely intelligent, and Lu Huai played a few rounds after also played more and more powerful, even won Lu Huai several hands. At this time, that pair of noble purple gold pupils was filled with arrogance, and lightly hummed, "Come as you are. My concubine is not afraid of you now." The long distance is slowly traveled in joyful time. A majestic imperial city gradually came into view. Chapter 69, Familiar Costumes. Chengdu was naturally extremely majestic as the imperial city of the Great Han Dynasty. The city walls are 10,000 feet long and cover a vast area. When the Great Han Dynasty unified the boundless Qian domain, the spring and autumn was in full bloom. Chengdu had once become the #1 giant city in the Qian domain, with strong people like clouds and forces spread all over. Today's Chengdu is not as elegant as in the past, but the heritage is still there, unfathomable, so that people still cannot help but take a look for its majestic shock. 2 holy light dragon horses pulled the magnificent carriage slowly into Qian capital. The carriage was surrounded by 18 iron horsemen, while the remaining 10,000 horsemen were stationed outside the imperial city. Without the permission of the Great Han Dynasty, the bulk of the foreign forces were not allowed to enter the imperial city without authorization. Otherwise, it will be considered a provocation to invade. This rule was the default for all the forces in the Great Desolate 9 realms. Therefore, only this most powerful 18 single riders followed the protective carriage into Chengdu. At this time, on the streets of Chengdu, there were quite a few people looking at the carriage, looking surprised and puzzled. "I don't know which great power this is that has come to the imperial city. I heard that a few days later would be the day that supreme talent from the Yi Huang family would be betrothed to Princess Yu Qing." These days, there were already quite a number of foreign forces that had come to Chengdu to get a piece of the action. Or it could be said that the royal family and the Yi Huang family were so strong that almost all the forces within the Great Han Dynasty had to give a few faces. Invited and uninvited are coming one by one. Zi Yuan wore purple and gold iron armor and rode a majestic purple scale horse, with a pair of tiger eyes looking around, his body taut and on guard. This Deqian imperial city is not like other places. Here strong people like clouds, hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even if he is now the 8th stage of the emperor realm of cultivation, here also seems a bit insufficient. So do not allow him to have half a bit of slack relaxation. On the other hand, Yuan Shinju, who was driving the car, had a much calmer demeanor and did not look away. This Qian was very strong. Strong people everywhere. But how much more powerful can it be than the Dragon Court of Luodu? Can there be more powerful people than those on Qingyun Street in Luodu? Apparently not. Yuan Shinju came from the Dragon Court War God Palace. He is the first son of the Battle God Palace's headmaster. Without mentioning anything else. Nowadays, just one War God Palace of his family can break bread with the Deqian royal family. Yuan Shinju belongs to the type of person who is ruthless and doesn't talk much. Don't look at his usual few words. People are very low-key, as if there is no sense of existence. But his identity is equally honorable. Empress Yuan. But she's his own aunt. He is Lu Huai's own cousin. So it wasn't hard to explain the two very different expressions of Yuan Shinju and Zi Yuan. That's a difference in perspective due to a difference in status. The carriage slowly stopped in the middle of the street and stopped moving forward. Lu Huai's voice came from inside the carriage. Is it here? Yuan Shinju, who was driving, was silent for an instant. Then said rather awkwardly, "Back to your highness." "Not yet. My minister. I don't know the way to the Yi Emperor's family." The carriage was instantly quiet. And then there was Lu Huai's voice filled with anger and dislike. "I wouldn't ask if I didn't know." At those words, Yuan Shinju came to a realization. Your Highness makes a good point. Then rush out of the car to ask passers-by. Oh. Come on. The author just praised him for nothing. Waste of words. Inside the carriage, Lu Huai gritted his teeth and said, "How fucking rash. How could I have such a companion, divine general? Follow whoever you want." Lone's great-uncle wasn't like that either. Lu Huai thought hard for a long time. His golden pupils lit up. Then said without thinking, "Could it be with my mother? Could it be that my mother was like this when she was young? There's an old saying that all nephews follow their aunts." Just after saying that, Lu Huai shivered violently. Then folded his hands together and looked at the sky with both eyes. Looking tense and chanting brokenly, "God has eyes. God has eyes. Just now I was farting. Don't you let my mother know." Zishuan couldn't help but laugh as she looked at Lu Huai's godly and scared appearance. That's a lot of shadows of people and trees. The queen is mighty. The Yi Huang family had existed in this Qin capital for countless years. And almost everyone within the Qin capital knew where its mansion was situated. So Yuan Shinju easily asked for the exact location. Shortly afterward, the state wagon moved on. Inside the carriage, the four-elephant lotus seal on Lu Huai's forehead flickered brightly and darkly as he asked Zixian with a deep sense of humor, "Do you feel that there is something special about this imperial city?" Zixian blinked doubtfully as the peak purple gold blood in her body instantly boiled. And the noble purple gold divine splendor gradually diffused out. She closed her eyes and felt it for a long time, still not realizing what was so special about this imperial city, and shook her head in disbelief. Seeing this, Lu Huai smiled and didn't explain too much, his eyes looking out of the car. The Great Han Dynasty. It was worthy of being a power that had once possessed a great emperor realm existence. It sure wasn't easy. This imperial city. Even more uncomplicated. It's actually a hidden agenda. Slowly, A magnificent imperial mansion appeared in Lu Huai's gaze. Only the golden pupils slowly dispersed their golden light and turned into ordinary human eyes. And the majestic green dragon on the king's robes gradually faded away. Pretending to be a pig in a poke requires the awareness of pretending to be a pig in a poke. Acting is more about dedication. His golden pupils and the green dragon king's robe were simply too conspicuous. Easy to reveal. The carriage was getting closer and closer to the Yi imperial mansion. And Lu Huai's gaze as he looked there was slightly frozen. At this moment, the gate of Yi Emperor's residence was open. And there were quite a few people from the imperial mansion who looked quite respectful as they flanked a young man dressed in an aquamarine white dragon robe as he walked in. That person, Lu Huai didn't recognize. But the clothing that person was wearing was more than familiar to Lu Huai. The dragon court of the Great Han Dynasty is rich in 81 states in the 4 seas. That navy blue white dragon robe was the exclusive costume of the Western Sea Dragon clan. A smirk spread across Lu Huai's round, fat face. The trip wasn't wasted. It just keeps getting more and more interesting. That Yi Huang family is quite well connected. And actually has friendships with my dragon court's Western Sea Dragon clan. The gate of Emperor Ye's residence was gradually closing. Just as Yuan Shinju arrived in his carriage. Some guards of the imperial mansion saw this battle and hurriedly went forward to ask, "What is the purpose of all of you coming to the gate of my imperial mansion?" Zi Yuan took out the invitation in his arms and handed it to the guard's hands. The guard gently flipped it open and browsed through it rather carefully. And when he saw the words Empress of the Violet Gold God Country, he couldn't help but be shaken. And a pair of tiger's eyes glowed with essence. This purple and gold god's kingdom. The second master has specially explained to them. The guard said nonchalantly. Wait a moment, gentlemen, and allow me to go ahead and pass on the information. The sun was high in the sky. And Lu Huai was waiting a little impatiently in the carriage. Half an hour had passed. And the guard who had gone in to report had not yet come out. Lu Huai couldn't help but let out a cold laugh and said mockingly. His Yi Huangfu is really big. It takes so long to pass through. A golden light flashed faintly within the black gem-like pupils. If it wasn't for the so-called low profile or something of pretending to be a pig eating a tiger, would he, the crown prince of the dragon court, be willing to wait here for such a long time? Lu Huai looked at Zi Xian's beautiful face that became more and more indifferent. And joked. Just came. Let someone give a killing stick. What is the feeling? Chapter 70, No More Pretending. When Zi Xian heard Lu Huai's words, a flash of sternness gradually appeared between her brows filled with nobility and divinity. The void began to fluctuate violently. As if there was a great terror in the depths of that void that was desperately trying to suppress the anger in its heart. When the divine kingdom, which had been rampant even in the divine realm, had ever been treated so coldly. The gates of the imperial mansion were once again slowly opened. And the guard who had just gone in to make a report slowly walked out, saying in a loud voice, by order of the second master, the Empress of the Violet Gold Divine Kingdom has entered the imperial mansion through the back door of the imperial mansion. As soon as the words came out, there was an instant clamor around Emperor Ye's residence. Countless people's expressions were filled with shock and incredulity. Although they weren't very clear on what kind of power the so-called Purple Gold Divine Kingdom was, it was simply unheard of for the Empress of a country to actually be asked to enter the imperial residence through the back door. Inside the car chauffeur, Zi Xian stood up suddenly, her face full of anger. Her fists were clenched. Her plump breasts rose and fell violently. And a pair of radiant violet gold pupils were ablaze with raging divine fire. This is downright humiliating. It was humiliating her. Zi Xian. And even more so, it was insulting her violet gold divine kingdom. Lu Huai was even more directly exasperated and laughed. The golden pupil suddenly appeared. And the green dragon was coiled on that body of pure green-colored robe. Low profile? Low profile my ass. If I really want to experience what the Prince of Dragon Court low profile and enter from the back door. Spread the word that he really laughs. Disgraced the face of the Han Dynasty. What kind of pig are you playing? What kind of tiger are you eating? I'm a fucking dragon. How can you be called a tiger in my eyes? It's fucking tiger B. At best. Shenju. Tear down this obtrusive gate. Lu Huai's shocked voice suddenly rang out. In the next moment, there was a shocking roar that rose up from the ground. And a huge, hideous white king-striped tiger's head appeared above the firmament. The tiger's pupils opened angrily and roared. In an instant, there was a terrifying sonic power that instantly swept out as a circle of ripples. The gate of the royal mansion shattered with a loud bang, and countless fragments flew about. The guard was also affected. And with a miserable cry, he fell to the ground in agony. The 7 orifices were bleeding. His hands were holding his head. And his face was twisted and hideous. There was silence all around for a split second. A ravenous silence. The countless people standing nearby all had their pupils shrinking violently. Their expressions horrified. How long has it been? Ever since the first generation of Emperor Yi followed the Qian Emperor to fight the vast Qian domain and built the Yi Emperor's mansion here. No one had dared to openly break down the gate of the Yi Emperor's mansion until now. After the Qian Emperor sat down and the Great Qian Dynasty was torn apart. Nowadays even the current generation of Qian Emperors had to give a few points of face to the Yi Imperial mansion that had stood for countless years without collapsing. Countless people were puzzled in their minds. What exactly is the origin of this purple and gold divine kingdom? How dare they? Deep within the Yi imperial household family, countless streams of light shot up into the sky, shooting towards this place. Yuan Shinju's eyes narrowed slightly as he snorted coldly. Get back! In an instant, the 9 transformation battle kings will rocketed upwards, forming 36 Battle King Dharma seals that blasted and smashed into those countless streams of light. The vault of heaven is in turmoil. At this moment countless Yi imperial house children were suppressed by the Battle King's Dharma seal and fell from the heights of the imperial house. Like countless kites with broken strings. In a sorry state. Deep within the imperial mansion, a brocade-clothed young man looked back suddenly into the distance. His gaze revealing a touch of surprise. Yi Qiumi did not expect that his cousin, whom he had never seen before, would dare to be so unbridled. Surprisingly, he shattered the gate of his Yi Imperial mansion and suppressed his Yi Imperial mansion's children. What arrogance! Do you really think that just because you become the Empress of the Purple Gold Divine Kingdom, you can be blind to everything? Ridiculous! As Yi Qiumi nodded slightly, dozens more youths stepped on the ground beside him, turning into streams of light and rushing into the sky to kill outside. These dozens of youths were the strongest batch of celestial pride in the younger generation of the Yi Imperial Palace besides him. In terms of talent strength, although in the entire Great Desolate World is not ranked, but in this Dakian dynasty is definitely also counted on the top. These people were now also his followers. The base of his future team that would pursue the great wilderness and ascend to the imperial throne. Beside Yi Qiumi, there was also a young man standing in a white dragon robe on a blue background. That youth was tall. His face was fair but slightly majestic. His head had double horns and his pupils were erect. And he was looking somewhat oddly at the war kings while that swept across the sky. The youth couldn't help but giggle lightly. That kind of power seemed a little familiar to him. As if he had seen it somewhere. But for a moment he couldn't remember exactly where he had seen it. And couldn't help but ponder. Yi Qiumi saw the situation, smiled and explained. Oh brother, do not blame. Those people are my Yi Huangfu's distant relatives. But it's just a party of small forces in the Great Luo heavenly domain. Today came to Yi Huangfu to participate in my betrothal feast. Some do not know the rules. A moment of disturbing AO brother. I hope that AO brother do not blame. Yi Qiumi put himself in a rather low position. It wasn't that he wanted to be so. But this Ao youth in front of him was indeed a big deal. His name was Ao Lu, the third prince of the Western Sea Dragon clan. One of the 4 seas within the territory of the Dragon Court of the Great Han Dynasty. The dignity of the status is even higher than his. There is no need to mention the heyday of the Han Dragon Court. The 4 seas dragon family is subordinate to the Han Dragon Court is also very powerful. Countless years to get the Dragon Court blessing. Its strength is not weaker than today's Dacian royal family. The difference between the two was only that the 4 seas dragon clan had not produced any great emperor realm powerhouses. The Yi Huang family was very powerful. But ultimately it was still not as strong as the Dechen imperial family. So naturally it was not as strong as the Western Sea Dragon clan. He, Yi Cheong-yi, was naturally a head lower than Ao Lu. This is the great wasteland world, where the strong are honored. Look at the strength and also the background origins. Before a superbly gifted heavenly pride grows up completely. If there is no top-level power to protect it, it is just an ant that was born a little bit special. The slightest misstep will result in a violent death halfway through. It's a wonderful world. But it's also full of menace and just as much cruelty. Yi Qiangyan just emerging when by chance an Ao Lu acquaintance. The two joined forces to break through a secret place. Although not what life and death friendship. But get along for a long time is also considered to have become friends. Yi Qiangyi looked at Ao Lu, who still had that odd look on his face, and couldn't help but think that he was laughing at the fact that their Yi imperial mansion had lost face and had let a small foreign power break down their door. He slowly tightened his smile and said, "Watch, brother Ao. That group of people who don't know how to honor and demean themselves will soon be punished by my imperial mansion's heavenly pride." As soon as the words fell, only dozens of thumps were heard. Dozens of figures fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yi Qiangyi's gaze stagnated, and his confident face gradually became ugly. Chapter 71. Ao Lu gradually came back to his senses, looking at the mess on this ground. A touch of playfulness could not help but show on his white face. He didn't say anything either, just watched silently and stood by. To be honest, his friendship with Yi Qiangyi wasn't deep. And he didn't really like this person either. How? I should say that he looked down on Yi Qiangyi. Despise it from the bottom of your heart. This Yi Qiangyi used to be nothing more than an inconspicuous side child of the Yi emperor family. Fortunate to catch up with this heavenly pride bloom. And then awakened a special bloodline. By the green and yellow Yi Huang family merged into the main lineage. Full cultivation. Since then the grass chicken turned into a phoenix. Soared to the sky. Since then, this Yi Qiong has been tugging and pulling day after day just like a 250-80,000. Thinking how noble and proud they were born and became some big shot. He thinks that nowadays he will be able to have a similar status to him. And he hooks up with him every day. And he always threatens to ascend to the emperor's realm in this prosperous world. And oppresses the generation horizontally. When he heard this, Ao Lu all but laughed. You're not worthy of it? It's just a lucky boomer. It's not going to make it to the big time. Not to mention how far down the ranking of your awakened talent bloodline is. In this vast wilderness, how many people's bloodline talents are 100 times stronger than yours? Besides, with me, the crown prince of the Dragon Court, who dares to boast of suppressing a generation horizontally? It is really a frog at the bottom of a well, not knowing the sky and the earth. This engagement banquet, he did not want to come. But this Yi Qiangyi invited him many times, saying that he was now going to marry the princess of the royal family. He said that the princess was very beautiful. So Ao Lu was interested and came here. Although dragons are lustful by nature, and Ao Lu likes beautiful women, he is not short of them. He really wanted to see which stupid princess could not think of marrying such a bumpkin. As soon as Yi Qiong saw Ao Lu's smiling but not laughing gaze, his face became even more ugly. The bull that had just been blown out was instantly slapped in the face. No one's face would look good. Besides, he was already a very facetious person. It is more that the vanity formed by the straw chicken turning into a phoenix in a second is at work. Yi Qiangyi looked beyond the imperial residence, his face full of killing intent, and said in a cold voice, "The small purple and gold country in the district can still turn over the sky." As the words fell, he turned into a streak of light and rushed outside the imperial mansion. Ao Lu saw this and pondered for a moment, then stepped away and slowly followed. He wanted to see who was provoking the Yi Huang family outside. The domineering and powerful force